We're live.
Give me a moment to verify the live and I will kick us off.
Live is rolling.
Thank you, John. Sergeants, can we please start the recordings?
According to the cloud, all set.
Good morning and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Finance. This time we ask that council members and staff turn on their video for verification purposes. To minimize disruptions, please place all cell phones and electronic devices to vibrate or silent. If you have testimony you wish to submit for the record, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. We thank you for your cooperation. Chair, we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the public portion of the executive budget hearing process. Today is May 25th, 2022. My name is Justin Brannon, and I am privileged to chair the Committee on Finance in the City Council, and I proudly represent the 43rd Council District, which encompasses Bay Ridge, Dyker Heights, Bath Beach, and Bensonhurst in the area where I grew up. Over the last 10 days, this committee has heard from more than 20 agencies, authorities, offices, and boards. We've held the administration to task to ensure that city dollars are spent wisely, effectively, and fairly. As we turn to budget negotiations, we'll work towards a balanced budget that is guided by fairness and equity to every single New Yorker. We'll work to ensure that our city's post-COVID recovery reaches all segments of our society and all corners and zip codes of our 5 boroughs. COVID-19 has adversely impacted our students, seniors, immigrant community, small business owners, those with mental health issues, single parents, people living in temporary housing, incarcerated youth, incarcerated adults, caregivers. In other words, every single resident of this city has been impacted by COVID and is struggling in their own way. The challenges are large and the recovery is slow. As we begin our new normal following an unprecedented 2 years, it is the duty of this legislative body and of all 50 of my colleagues on the City Council to ensure that this budget and the budgets to come spend every dime of taxpayer money to achieve positive, lasting change and to reverse the losses suffered from the COVID pandemic. A budget is a reflection of the values one holds. It is a statement by government of what it holds most important. And for this city budget, we need to ensure that those who need the most help get it. We need to ensure that every neighborhood receives the same level of city services and attention, regardless of zip code. We need to undo the years of neglect and unfairness. We have more than 400 people registered to testify today, and I look forward to hearing from each and every one of you. I want to hear the challenges you face, the causes that you're fighting for, and how you think our city budget dollars should be spent. Over the past 10 days, we've heard from over 20 authorities and agencies and boards and offices, but today is arguably the most important day when we hear from the people of this city, to hear from what you want to see in our city budget this year. I want to thank the Council Finance Division, Malcolm Budahorn, and my special advisor, John Yedden, for riding along with me for the past couple of weeks during these budget hearings. We've got a very long day today. It's important that we hear from everybody. It's important that we respect each other's time. We'll be here long through the night. So it's important that the time is kept in check early on so that people who are testifying at 9 o'clock tonight still have enough time and get the attention that they deserve. I'll now turn to committee counsel to review logistics and to begin calling panels. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. Good morning and welcome to the public portion of the fiscal year 2023 executive budget hearings. My name is Malcolm Budahorn and I am counsel to the Finance Committee. As of right now, we have more than 500 registrants for today. We also have received more than 50 requests for panels and special time slots. We have tried to accommodate many of those requests, but many were received late or persons registered late. Therefore, not all requests may be met. We have done our best, but not every request will be met simply due to the fluid nature of public hearings. Everyone will receive 2 minutes to speak. The Sergeant at Arms will let you know when 2 minutes has concluded. We ask in fairness to everyone waiting after you to speak that when that happens to please wrap up your comments. Written testimony may be as long as you wish. Please submit it by emailing to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Council members present, if you have questions, you may ask it at the conclusion of a panel. Please use the raise hand function in Zoom, and I will call on you in the order with which it was raised. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You will be permitted to ask your question at the conclusion of a panel. We have given you the ability to unmute yourselves. Please do not abuse that privilege. I will now turn to calling panels. And we first have Maria Barbara Lopez, and Stephen, I know you're going to be interpreting for her. So if you could just let her know she now has 2 minutes to speak, please. She is on the Zoom.
Starting time.
Hola, me llamo María Bárbara López, líder comunitaria en el Distrito 38 de Sunset Park. Estoy aquí para pedirle al Consejo Municipal que se apruebe un presupuesto que favorezca a los neoyorquinos.
Hello, my name is Maria Barbara Lopez. I am a District 38 community leader in Sunset Park. I am here to ask the Borough Council to approve a budget that is favorable for all New Yorkers. Cambio.
La pandemia dejó en crisis a todos y aumentó la renta y luchamos para no quedar en la calle.
The pandemic has left us all in a crisis, and the raised rents have left us all with fears of ending up homeless. Cambio.
El alcalde premia a ricos y a poderosos, haciendo recortes por todos lados. Los servicios de salud, limpieza, educación, vivienda.
The mayor awards the rich and the powerful with all these cutbacks on all kinds of services for health, cleaning, maintenance, education, and housing. Cambio.
Les pido que luchen contra este abuso. Es un crimen recortar el financiamiento de vivienda. Se debe invertir fuertemente para los trabajadores. Tenemos que tener una vivienda permanente y justa.
I ask to fight against this abuse. It is a crime, all these cutbacks. There should be financing and investments into housing done more strongly to help our workers have homes to live in permanently. Cambio.
Rechazan el abuso de los recortes de educación pública. Se requieren más consejeros, maestros, trabajadores sociales, en especial en la salud mental.
The council should reject this abuse and all these cutbacks in public education. And we require more counseling for mental health, social workers. Cambio.
También es necesario 2 crisis que enfrentamos, catástrofes de medio ambiente y de sobredosis. Se requieren planes que mejoren la calidad de vida de nosotros, que somos de primera línea. Merecemos mejores escuelas verdes para salvar a los 5 condados.
We also need, because of these 2 crises that we are confronting with, including the environment and overdosing, we require better health plans with quality for our lives, because we are all first-line workers. We need better schools so that we could save the 5 boroughs. Cambio.
Todo ha subido doblemente. ¿Cómo pueden disminuir el presupuesto de los neoyorquinos si somos gente trabajadora que lucha cada día por esta ciudad?
We are workers that struggle for the city every day, and everything has increased twofold. How can you diminish or reduce this budget for all New Yorkers? Cambio.
Somos sus manos. Nuestro trabajo nadie lo va a hacer más que nosotros. Entiendan, nosotros somos esenciales y lo primero que tienen que hacer ustedes proteger a su comunidad.
We do jobs that others won't do. We are essential workers, and we are the ones that are helping to protect your communities and the city. Cambio.
Eso es todo. Gracias.
That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we are going to turn to Sarai Rodriguez.
Starting time.
Gaby,
Y también
Ven.
firman en el grupo al que pertenecen, ¿sí? O sea, las que van a recibir firman 2 veces.
córrele, córrele.
Stephen, you can tell her that it's her time to testify, please.
Ya es listo para usted dar su testimonio. Adelante, por favor.
¿Qué tal? Oh, ok.
Judith Amador, 300,
Starting time.
Ok,
Juana Rojas,
ha empezado.
Rosalina
está?
Vidal,
¿Dónde está?
300 y Ruth Jiménez,
Mm.
6,800. Ya les
Where is it? Where is it?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Sarai Rodríguez.
Good day. My name is Sarai Rodriguez.
Yo soy del programa de vendedores ambulantes.
I am from the program of mobile food workers.
One second.
One second.
no trabajamos porque es holiday y el martes ya es cierre de mes, entonces hija, tiene que ser el día de
Ah, ya
mañana.
lo perdí.
Entonces, de estar solo son 5
Ah.
minutitos lo que dura el desembolso.
Ok. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sarai Rodríguez. Soy miembro de Street Vendor Project.
I'm a member of the Street Vendor Project.
Es una organización dirigida por miembros que defienden los derechos de los vendedores ambulantes.
It's an organization that defends the rights of street food vendors.
Y
Cambio.
lucha para mejorar sus condiciones de trabajo.
And we fight to improve working conditions. Cambio.
Quisiera agradecer al presidente Brannan y a todo el comité por la oportunidad de testificar hoy.
I would like to thank President Brannon and the whole committee for the opportunity to give testimony today. Cambio.
Llevo 6 años como vendedora ambulante. El mayor problema que enfrento actualmente es que no hay suficientes licencias y permisos para poder trabajar.
I've been working for 6 years as a street vendor, and the major problem is that there isn't enough licenses for working. Cambio.
Nosotros tenemos que recurrir a comprar permisos muy caros y poder trabajar.
We have to run around and get very expensive permits just so we can work. Cambio.
La organización nos da el apoyo que necesitamos para luchar contra esta injusticia.
The program, the organization gives us support so we could fight against this injustice. Cambio.
Y ok. Como miembro de la junta directiva del Street Vendor Project,
As member of the Street Vendor Project,
solicito respetuosamente fondos del concejal de la ciudad de Nueva York
I ask for respectfully for some financing from the City Council of New York
para sostener y expandir 2 programas críticos que sirven a los vendedores ambulantes.
to expand and keep 2 programs that are very necessary for street vendors. Cambio.
Que son las empresas más pequeñas de la ciudad de Nueva York.
Which are the smallest businesses in the city of New York. Cambio.
1, programa de educación y alcance comunitario.
1, a program for education and outreach, community outreach. Cambio.
2, programa de consulta para pequeñas empresas.
2, a program for businesses, for teaching small businesses. Cambio.
Estos programas respaldarán una recuperación económica para la ciudad de Nueva York.
These programs would help back up a recuperation project for economic recuperation in New York. Cambio.
Y para los que proveedores, incluyéndome a mí, ¿cuáles
Time expired.
respaldan nuestro negocio?
And for providers that include me, so we can push forward with our businesses. Se ha acabado el tiempo. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Sonia Perez, followed by Catalina Chapulin.
Gracias. Próximo es Sonia Pérez y después la señorita Chapulín.
Starting time.
Comience, por favor.
Okay, I do not see Ms. Perez on the Zoom,
No veo
Nor-
señorita Pérez en Zoom
nor do I see Catalina Chapulin.
y tampoco veo la Catalina Chapulín.
We're now going to turn to our next panel. So Stephen, we will let you know if we have more translation needed.
Le entregamos la palabra al próximo panel. Gracias.
Thank you. The next panel that we are going to hear from will be Henry Garrido, Executive Director, District Council 37, Mark Canizaro, Council of School Supervisors and Administrators President, Michael Mulgrew, United Federation of Teachers President. The panel following that will be Shirley Adelbull, Vice President, SEIU 32BJ, Michael Yee, Local 3, IVEW, Beth Chiveri, Laborers Union, Local 79, Oren Barzilay, President, Local 2507, and Deborah Allman, President, Local 1930, DC 37. We'll first start with Henry Garrido.
Starting time.
Okay, not seeing him, we're going to turn to Mark Canizaro, President of CSA.
Starting time.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Brannon and distinguished members of the City Council for conducting this hearing today. My name is Mark Canizaro, President of the Council of School Supervisors and Administrators. We have testified before the Budget Committee already, the Education Budget Committee, I apologize. And nothing is more important than keeping our schools safe. And with that, I would just like to take a moment to reflect on the tragic loss of lives in Texas yesterday. It seems as if these things are just coming too often, and it is heartbreaking every time we hear of something of that magnitude. For quite some time, we've been calling for an assistant principal in every school. Our contract calls for an assistant principal in every school, but sadly, there are approximately 70 schools in New York City whose budgets do not permit them at this time from hiring an assistant principal. It is our position that the department should be funding those APs anyway, but we call on the Finance Committee to just back us on that proposal and make sure that adequate funding is set aside. We also are calling for a restoration of the almost 1,000 school safety agents positions that are currently vacant in order to make sure that every school is adequately staffed with safety agents. And furthermore, we are in discussion with the Chancellor regarding making sure that school buildings are locked, front doors are locked during the school day. As you know, we've also asked for funding for our professional development group, ELI, and we have submitted testimony on that, as well as our longstanding fight for pay equity for our early childhood educators. These folks have been working for years in the early childhood area. They are seasoned professionals with all the credentials of our Department of Education colleagues, and they are severely underpaid, earning approximately 50% of what their colleagues in the Department of Education make. As I'm out of time, I will stop there, but you do have my written testimony. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mark Canizaro. Next, we'll turn to Michael Mulgrew from the United Federation of Teachers.
Starting time.
Thank you all so much. And I want to thank Justin Brennan, the chair of the Finance Committee, as well as the chair of the Education Committee, Rita Joseph. And I was very, very happy to hear Justin Brennan's opening remarks about how this city council is going to hold the task that taxpayers' money is actually going to be spent on the things that it's supposed to be spent on, which is the people and the children of New York City, as well as holding each agency to task. When it comes to the things that we've asked you to fund, I won't go through them. You have that list. I can guarantee you that you are holding us to task, and all of that money is being spent on the children of New York City, as well as additional millions of dollars coming from union members' dues to help with all sorts of different programs that help the children of New York City. Now, the biggest challenge that I have heard from what Chair Brennan said in the beginning is he is going to hold every agency to task. Well, when it comes to the Department of Education, they are undefeated at not being held to task by any city council. And they have figured out ways for years and decades to continue to waste taxpayers' money, to continue to finance a massive bureaucracy that is not helping the children of New York City. As we talk right now, where the budget is going is in the opposite direction, despite the fact that we received $7.6 billion from the federal government, $5 billion of which is still not allocated. And the fact that the state of New York has now put in an additional $1.3 billion. So when we ask the question about the basic issue that every parent and teacher wants in terms of class size, the Department of Ed's response to us is, well, the state needs to give us more money, or why don't you pay for it? Well, it's time for us to say enough is enough with their garbage, and we need to all come together to hold them accountable. If not, they will continue to just spin and spin and spin, and it is the children of New York City who they are cheating, and it is time for us.
Expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. And for the record, we've been joined by council members Brandon, Farias, Lewis, Kagan, Hudson, Joseph, Barron, Sanchez, and Carr. The next panel that we're going to call up, Shirley Adelbohl, Michael Yee, Beth Chevery, Oren Barzilay, Deborah Allman. The panel following will be Joe Pulio, Michael Burke, Daniel Patrick Clay, Dilcy Ben, Vinnie Musillo, Marlena Giga. We will first start with Shirley Adelbohl.
Starting time.
Good morning, Chairman Brennan and members of the committee. My name is Shirley Adelbohl. I'm Executive Vice President of SEIU Local 32BJ. As you are aware, 32BJ is the nation's largest property services union with 85,000 members in New York. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of over 5,000 cleaners and handy persons employed by New York City School Support Services, represented by 32BJ, to call on the City Council to fully fund our city schools, including funding for schools cleaning and maintenance. These hardworking men and women employed by NYCC work under a contract with the Department of Education to provide school facility cleaning and maintenance services. Since the outset of COVID-19 pandemic, these essential workers have been providing services to the community and putting themselves at risk in order to keep students and staff and the community at large healthy and safe. While schools were closed to students and teachers, they became a resources and childcare centers for children of first responders. They became food distribution hubs, COVID testing sites, and more. The school's facility staff made sure that the schools could remain healthy and safe places for our communities. The hiring freeze in 2020 and 2021 led to a staffing shortage of nearly 750 workers citywide. Since the reopening of New York City public schools last fall, workloads have increased and maintenance staff has had to work overtime to deal with the staffing shortages, as well as enhanced cleaning and disinfection protocols. As we determine our budget for next year, spending to ensure that New York City's public school buildings are clean and safe should be a top priority. Funding NYCC represents a small portion of DOE's annual spending. However, it has an outsized impact on the welfare of our school community. This includes not only students and teachers, but also NYCC workers themselves. We cannot afford to reduce maintenance or cleaning in New York City schools in the midst of an ongoing crisis.
Thank you. And next we're going to turn to Michael Yee from Local 3 IBEW.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Brennan and council members. My name is Michael Yee, and I am the Director of the Educational and Cultural Trust Fund of the electrical industry and a 35-year member of Local Union Number 3 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Local 3 represents 28,000 workers in New York City engaged in electrical construction, maintenance, and manufacturing. Local 3 is a member of the Climate Jobs New York Coalition, and I'm here today to speak on the coalition's carbon-free and healthy schools initiative. The city is at an inflection point. The pandemic exacerbated deep inequality. We're running out of time to act on climate change, and working families are getting hit hard by inflation and rising costs of living. Climate Jobs New York has a concrete plan that would address all of these issues. This plan works to solve the climate crisis and create jobs that benefit workers and their communities, and presents a roadmap for New York City to fight the climate crisis, make New York City safer, and address racial and economic inequality by investing in pro-worker renewable energy transition. The city would prioritize the transition to carbon-free and healthy schools, ensuring these buildings are safe for the students and staff who occupy them and for the surrounding communities, in a way that promotes equity and creates good union jobs in traditionally overlooked and under-resourced neighborhoods. Investing to retrofit and transform all public K-12 schools to be carbon-free by 2030, New York City would create over 62,000 good union jobs in the communities that need them most, while making schools healthier for over 1.2 million students, teachers, administrators, and staff, reduce emissions by the equivalent of taking 154,000 cars off the road, and save millions annually in energy costs, money that would be reinvested into schools. Many New York City school buildings are in need of basic repairs and upgrades.
Thank you. And next, and folks, when time is called, just if you have a sentence you just want to wrap up, feel free to just give a sentence to wrap up. And I apologize if I'm messing up anybody's names. Believe me, I go through it myself with my own. Next, we're going to hear from Beth Chevery, Laborers Union, Local 79.
Starting.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. My name is
Yes.
Beth Chevery, you pronounce it right, and I'm here on behalf of the Laborers Union Local 79's business manager, Mike Prohaska. Local 79 represents over 8,000 members working in construction in New York City, and we also sit on the executive board of Climate Jobs New York. Climate Jobs New York is calling for the city to make public schools and housing carbon-free by 2030, and as you know, we're running out of time. The Carbon-Free and Healthy Schools Initiative is a concrete plan that would help the city tackle its climate crisis, create good union jobs that will employ workers from the community. This initiative will address economic inequality by investing in the neighborhoods that have been overlooked in the past. The city needs to prioritize the transition to carbon-free schools to ensure these buildings will create a healthy learning environment for the city's 1.2 million students and staff. By retrofitting all K-12 public schools to be carbon-free by 2030, the city would create over 62,000 good-paying middle-class union jobs that will revitalize the local community. Over time, the conversion is projected to save millions annually in energy costs, which could be reinvested into our school systems. And many of the city's school buildings are currently in need of these basic repairs and maintenance. By making the investment in carbon-free schools, the city has the opportunity to create a model on decarbonization that can be replicated on other private and public buildings. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Oren Barzilay, President Local 2507, DC 37.
Starting time.
Good morning. Good morning, committee chairperson and honorable council members. My name is Oren Barzilay. I'm a 25-year veteran of FDNY EMS, and I'm president of Local 2507. I'm here today to speak on behalf of more than 4,000 uniformed EMTs, paramedics, and fire inspectors. Our agency is budgeted to over $2 billion, yet there's no pay parity for EMTs, paramedics, and fire inspectors compared to other city first responders. EMTs and paramedics through the past year have gone through hell. 3 of my men and women have committed suicide. Yet there's not many mental health options or any sort of mental therapy for our men and women. This issue needs to be resolved immediately as this crisis is escalating across our nation. Our EMTs and paramedics on a daily basis get assaulted, beat down, sometimes hospitalized, and are placed on long-term medical leave to recoup from their injuries. Yet there's no solutions or any help on how the department will deal with the ever ongoing increasing assaults. Our call volume is through the roof. The Bronx residents are the ones who are mostly suffering as units across the boroughs from Manhattan and Queens get redeployed on a daily basis to assist the residents of the Bronx. EMTs, paramedics need more resources out there to be able to provide an essential service to the public. I think it's time that the fire department has implemented a serious solution to all these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Deborah Allman, President, Local 1930, DC 37.
Starting time.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Allman, President of New York Public Library, Guild Local 1930. Chairman Justin Brennan and fellow committee members, thank you for giving me an opportunity to testify on behalf of all the patrons and employees of the Brooklyn Public Library, the New York Public Library, and Queens Public Library. We are united in our request for the City Council to help our public libraries. On July 1st, 2021, the City Council and Mayor acknowledged all the amazing work library workers perform for our city. Your constituents during the first year of this tragic pandemic and gave the 3 New York City library systems budgets that allow us to continue our excellent work. In the beginning of this current fiscal year, our city was still struggling, yet we have hope because we had a vaccine. Library branches started opening up, offering more services. Our customers, with joy and a bit trepidation, started coming back. In December and January, the COVID surge spread throughout the city, and the library systems, for the safety of their staff and customers, wisely curtailed our opening plans. As case diminished, we continued expanding our physical operations. Our customers are thrilled to have their in-person programs, newspapers, books. Even though our physical buildings are open, we still have to maintain our virtual infrastructure presence that we built the previous year.
Time expired.
Honestly, we struggle to keep our libraries open. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call panel 4, but before I do, I will let panels 5 and 6 know who they are. Panel 5 will be Faith Beam, Brianna Pardon-Williams, Kevin Jones, Bill Meehan, MJ Akma, and Jeanette Estima. Panel 6 will be Rosa Chang, Kay Webster, Lynn Kelly, Marisol Duran, and Mark Herron. But I will now turn to panel 4, Joe Pulio, Michael Burke, Daniel Patrick Clay, Dilcy Ben, Vinny Musilo, Marlena Giga. And we'll start with Joe Pulio, President, Local 983, DC 37.
Starting time.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, City Council. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Joe Pulio. I am President of Local 983. I am also Vice President of DC 37 and also on the DC 37's Parks Committee, along with Delcy Benz. I'd like to begin by saying that we have been going through a struggle for the last 20 years to allocate 1% of the parks budget, 1% of the city's budget to parks. That would enable us to stop begging every time that there are cuts being faced as they are now. 1% would cover all of our needs, moving forward. We have never recouped from the fiscal crisis of the 1970s when it comes to work shortages throughout the parks. During the pandemic, the parks were horrendous. Everybody was going to the parks. We didn't have enough personnel in the parks till we got money from the federal government under the City Corps program, and we were able to get thousands of workers to clean our parks. They have been employed since then. The money is going to run out on this fiscal budget. If we don't have restoration for these people who actually got these jobs because they were probably laid off from their other previous jobs, will now be laid off and possibly become homeless as a result. We are asking that we at least get $40 million to Band-Aid us till next year, so these people can continue to work and put food on the table and pay their rent. We also ask that our urban park rangers, be renewed for another year. These workers have worked with during the pandemic. They gave out PPE, they gave out gloves, masks. They were essential during the whole time that the pandemic happened. All right, thank you. Thank you all for having me, and please restore the funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pulio, and we've also been joined by Councilmember Brooks Powers. We'll next turn to Michael Burke, Grievance Rep, Local 983, DC 37.
Starting time.
Mr. Burke.
Hello, good morning.
Go ahead.
Good morning, council people. I just want to say thank you very much, Joe Pulio, to continue with what Joe Pulio was saying. The Playfair Urban Park Rangers were requesting their renewal. Again, throughout the pandemic, they were out there, they were first responders, they were handing out PPE. In addition, they were performing public programs in the hardest hit COVID areas. They spent time, they spent hours, and then last fiscal year, they were released. A lot of people lost their jobs, and now we're back in the same situation. We're requesting that the city refund these urban park rangers for another year. These urban park rangers are from a lot of the local community neighborhoods that you folks are representing, and they're serving these same communities. They're there, they're doing programs, they're helping the public, they're going ahead, they're doing animal rescues, they're doing above and beyond what they were asked to do, and they still don't know if they're gonna have a job after September 30th. So with all your consideration, please keep these people in mind, our city workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Daniel Patrick Clay.
Starting time.
All right, so back to this.
Okay, not seeing him on the Zoom. We will turn next to Delcy Ben.
Starting time.
Okay, we will turn to Vinny Musillo.
Starting time.
Good morning, Finance Chair Brannon and all council members. My name is Vincent Musillo, President of DC 37's Local 1508, which represents administrative park and recreation managers and park supervisors. I would like to speak on behalf of all parks workers and New Yorkers that will be affected if New York City does not come through on their promise of 1% of the budget for parks maintenance. Since the start of the pandemic, it was parks that former Mayor Bill de Blasio urged New Yorkers to visit. It was the place of refuge and solace for hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers during extremely trying times. And during these times, it was park staff, comfortably known as parkies, that showed up day in and day out to clean, maintain, and safeguard all of the parks they were responsible for. At a time when many were given an option to work from home, our dedicated parkies that worked out in the field were not. We were deemed essential in the fight against COVID. Field workers stood up to the challenge and did their best to keep New Yorkers visiting the always beautiful green space and playgrounds throughout the city. Proudly, we arrived at work every day, knowing at any moment we could fall victim to COVID or a loved one could do the same. Parkies were lost. Loved ones were lost. Despite all of this, we continue to do our job as parkies. Many of these workers have established themselves within the community they were assigned. When a city park worker or a city seasonal aide is fixed post at the same location, they take these playgrounds in as their own. The community can put a smiling face to the playground they visited for the last 2.5 years. If the budget for 1% for parks does not pass, this will end. The effect it will have on the children and families will be enormous. And this pales in comparison to the workers themselves. After the long, hard road of working in unknown conditions throughout this pandemic and deemed essential, the thank you they may receive is a pink slip, a termination letter. How much more demoralizing can an individual feel if they put their heart and soul to serve New Yorkers to be told, hey, thanks for the hard
Time
work,
expired.
but your time with parks is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Marlena Giga, Secretary Treasurer, Local 983.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Marlena Giga, and I've been a PEP officer for over 20 years. This past weekend, the temperatures were high, and we had about 20,000 patrons at Orchard Beach, with only 6 officers assigned to that beach. The crowd was overflowing. Our officers were barely able to keep the traffic flowing, and one of the vehicles was rammed by a patron that didn't want to wait to get out. Our officers are very short-staffed. They're responding to about 18 calls a day. They're not even able to do regular patrol because of the amount of calls. They're actually working 8 days straight, and they're overwhelmed. Also, our city seasonal aides, they do security and they also do maintenance work. We'd like to keep them working. A lot of them have been working through the pandemic, and they are in dire need of keeping their job. And we also need them because everybody is utilizing the parks now more than ever. And we just want to keep everybody working. We want to keep the park safe. Also, our APSW employees, they're maintenance workers. We would like to see more of the work being done by them. It's currently about $3,000 to plant a tree. Our APSWs can do this work. Stop outsourcing the work to private companies. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes panel 4. We'll now turn to panel 5, but I will just re-announce panel 6 and also 7 and 8. Panel 6 was Rosa Chang, Kay Webster, Lynn Kelly, Marisol Duran, and Mark Herron. Panel 7, Elvira Uribe, George Soderoff, Julie Colin, Mercedes Escato, Wanda Martinez, Anya Mukjari Connolly. And panel 8, Brendan Cheney, Ryan Chavez, Luisa Rodriguez, Alex Roque, Tiara Labrada, and Monsignor Kevin Sullivan. But we'll turn to panel 5, starting with Faith Biam.
Starting time.
Good morning, Chair Brannon and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Faith Biam, and I am a Senior Advocacy and Policy Advisor at UJA Federation of New York. Established more than 100 years ago, UJA is one of the nation's largest local philanthropies. UJA supports a network of nearly 100 nonprofit organizations serving those that are most vulnerable and in need of programs and services. UJA urges the Council to increase the investment in the Elie Wiesel Holocaust Survivors Initiative to $5 million. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond, social workers funded through the Survivor Initiative have continued to provide the specialized care that survivors require due to the trauma they experienced during the Holocaust. The $5 million investment will support case management services that provide access to, including but not exclusive to, mental health services, trauma-informed care, crisis prevention, and emergency financial assistance. It is crucial to provide specialized care and support programs for survivors to enhance their quality of life and allow them to live out their remaining years with dignity. UJA is a member of the Just Pay campaign, which is dedicated to increasing wages for human services workers. These workers are the backbone of the nonprofits who provide essential services to their communities. Unfortunately, they are some of the lowest paid workers in New York's economy. To combat this, UJA requests the city establish, fund, and enforce an automatic cost of living adjustment on all human services contracts, set a living wage floor of no less than $21 an hour for all city and state-funded human services workers, create, fund, and incorporate a comprehensive wage and benefit schedule for government contracted human services workers comparable to the salaries made by city and state employees in the same fields. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. The entirety of UJA's budget requests can be reviewed in our submitted testimony.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Brianna Padden-Williams.
Starting time.
Okay, we'll turn to Kevin Jones from AARP New York.
Starting time.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Jones. I'm the Associate State Director for Advocacy at AARP New York. Thank you for allowing me to be here and advocate for better services for New Yorkers 50 plus, including for our 750,000 New York City AARP members. Older New Yorkers built this city and made it great, and now it's time to make sure that they can comfortably and safely retire in the homes and communities they love. First, the Department for the Aging is responsible for ensuring the well-being of older adults, particularly the most vulnerable. For that reason, we respectfully request no peg for DFTA. Older adults can't afford rising housing costs either. They deserve better. They need an increased reimbursement rate for senior affordable rental apartments and 1,000 new units of affordable senior housing per year. We also need to ensure that they receive the services to stay in their homes safely. We're grateful for the City Council for their pledge to invest $7 million to clear the home care and case management wait lists. It's what the 50 plus deserve. We're also grateful to the City Council for wanting to increase funding for the Get Food Recovery Meals program, but we need significant funding to meet the demands for weekend and holiday meals because New Yorkers 50 plus deserve food on their tables. They also deserve to have their mental health needs addressed. The City Council has proposed increasing the budget for mental health services, and we thank you for it, but the city budget also must expand the geriatric mental health program. And this is crucial as the 50 plus continue to recover from the isolation and trauma of the pandemic. We hope we can count on the City Council to fund the programs and services that New Yorkers 50 plus deserve. I'll be submitting additional details in my written testimony, so thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Bill Meehan from SAGE.
Starting time.
Good morning. Numbers are important, and at a budget meeting, they're very important, but often they're cold and faceless. I'm Bill Meehan, an actual person reflected in SAGE's numbers, and I'm here to talk about the importance of the LGBTQ senior services in every borough initiative. After no longer being able to afford an apartment in my longtime neighborhood of Jackson Heights, I now live in Stonewall House, an LGBTQ affordable elder housing development in Fort Greene. Here I help run the Stonewall House Tenants Association, and I'm an active participant in Sage Center Brooklyn, located on the ground floor of this building. Through the Sage Center, I became involved in a writers group, which has pushed me back to blogging, not to everyone's happiness. I attend a gay men's group that facilitates discussion not only on our past, but helps direct our future activities. And I'm not able to march as I used to. I participate in a political discussion group, making sure that my voice is heard. The Stonewall House offered an opportunity to find housing proudly without fear of discrimination. I was not sure how I would be able to adjust to this, but Sage Center helped build more connections to the community. The Sage Center's staff and services help me and many others on a daily basis in a setting that is safe and affirming. This is extremely helpful in addressing social isolation, which is prevalent among seniors and has greatly increased due to COVID. The LGBTQ Senior Services Initiative in every borough has had a tremendously positive effect on LGBTQ seniors. And I ask the City Council to not only continue, but to enhance this initiative to meet the demands for safe and competent aging services in Brooklyn and across the city. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to MJ Akma, also from SAGE.
Starting time.
Good morning. My name is MJ Okuma with SAGE, the country's first and largest organization dedicated to improving the lives of LGBTQ+ and HIV-affected older people. Over the past 2 years, SAGE has become the on-site service provider in New York's first LGBTQ+ welcoming elder housing developments located in Brooklyn and the Bronx. Having a history of trauma and systemic discrimination has deeply impacted LGBTQ+ elders, creating health disparities and unequal access, particularly among housing. Countless LGBTQ+ older people like Bill, who you just heard from, find themselves being priced out of the neighborhoods that they have lived in for years due to raising rents and financial insecurity as they age. Communities like Stonewall House and the Katrona Pride House not only help fill this direct need for stable housing, they also serve as an entry point for LGBTQ+ competent aging services for residents and community members. The on-site SAGE centers bring much needed LGBTQ+ services to neighborhoods that lack such support, and SAGE is reaching elders who have previously been isolated from services. This includes many elders who struggle with mental illness, substance abuse, food insecurity, and homelessness, and require intensive care management and social services support. Over the past several years, there has been a growing demand for the services and supports provided at these locations and our other 4 older adult centers across the city. This is due to new elders we are now able to reach through these housing developments, the growing demand for mental health services, wider access to services under a hybrid in-person and virtual delivery model, and the disproportionate impact COVID-19 has had on LGBTQ+ elders due to high levels of underlying health conditions and thin support networks. Because of this demonstrated growing need for services, we are asking the Council for an enhancement of $300,000 to the LGBTQ+ senior services in every borough initiative. This enhancement would maintain SAGE's funding under the initiative, as well as directly fund the work of Brio Circle, New York City's only staffed community-based organization specifically serving LGBTQ+ elders of color. Thank you so much for your time and support.
Thank you. For the record, we've also been joined by council members Moya, Osei, and Powers. Next, we'll turn to Jeanette Estima.
Starting time.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm here on behalf of City Meals on Wheels. My name is Vic Benson. I'm the Senior Programs Associate. Jeanette couldn't make it right now. City Meals works in partnership with the city and the network of home-delivered meal providers to cover the cost of delivering meals on weekends, holidays, and emergencies to homebound older adults. These are meals that are not included in DFDA's contracts with HDM providers. For the new clients transitioning from recovery meals, we believe there will be more than 3,000 older adults in need once DFDA's assessment is finished. Many, though, have chosen not to go through with the assessment because they find it intensive and invasive. We believe these people will try to make do on their own and find that they can't. So we continue to ask for the $30 million that was included in the council's response, though I'd like to add one caveat. That amount did not include funding for weekend and holiday meals. We estimate that for every 1,000 new clients in the system, City Meals has to raise $1.1 million, and it's just not possible for us to raise millions in new funding overnight. I want to be very clear about this because without an allocation for weekend and holiday meals that are provided by City Meals, thousands of people will not receive meals on 115 days out of the year. So we ask for your support in ensuring that there is enough funding to cover a meal for every day for every person who will transition into HDM. Moreover, the system was already strained beyond capacity. The number of meal recipients has been increasing over the years, along with costs for food, labor, and capital needs such as truck repairs or food storage. In order to maintain the current level of services outside of the new clients transitioning from recovery meals, we also request an investment of $12.7 million in the HDM program, with $3 million earmarked for City Meals to continue providing weekend, holiday, and emergency meals. And finally, we ask that the council includes $1 million in senior centers, programs, and enhancement initiatives for our emergency meals program. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Daniel Patrick Clay.
Starting time.
Hi there, everybody. It's Dan, your friendly neighborhood gardener here in Prospect Park, out here with a couple of our mighty volunteers and General Slocum too. Just doing the best we can, knocking down these absolutely relentless weeds. And I just wanted to give my regular reminder to everybody that there's so much to do. There's so much work out here all year long. You think of us gardeners as planting some flowers and water and sprinkling some water on them, but there's so much heavy stuff to be done. And I'm really just hoping that you guys can do the best you can by us, boots on the ground, and baseline the seasonal workers, the 50 gardeners, and the 100 CPWs, so that these parks efforts can be worthwhile and not look so, sometimes they just look so meager. So thanks in advance, and I'll see you guys around.
Thank you. And just for folks on the Zoom, the raise hand function is only for council members. If they have questions, please do not use the raise hand functions. Panelists are not permitted to ask questions of other panelists. So if you do raise your hand, a staff member will lower it. We're now going to turn to panel 6, Rosa Chang, Kay Webster, Lynn Kelly, Marisol Duran, and Mark E. Herron. We will first start with Rosa Chang.
Starting time.
Thank you for your time. I'm Rosa Chang, co-founder of Brooklyn Bridge Manhattan, a grassroots community-led nonprofit working to build a new 9-acre public park underneath the iconic Brooklyn Bridge. The escalating crisis of gun violence and mental illness and drug addiction are so complex, but I do know one thing. While we must address these issues in the immediate crisis, we must also address these issues with an eye to permanent change. This cannot go on. It was Mayor Adams who introduced me to a quote by Desmond Tutu. There comes a point where we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they are falling in. Jails are downstream. Building strong, supportive communities is how we address these crises upstream. Communities are not built on our sidewalks and inside our apartments. They are built in our shared common spaces. Communities are built in parks. A straight line exists between our failure to sufficiently fund our parks and the crisis we find ourselves in today. We need to correct that fundamental error today. Where we choose to spend our money is a crystal clear indicator of our priorities. Let's spend our money upstream, or else stop pretending to be surprised when we keep pulling people out downstream. Every resident of New York City should have equitable access to green space, but as we all know, this is not the case. Brooklyn Bridge Manhattan represents the unheard voices of Chinatown and the Lower East Side. Within a half-mile radius of the Brooklyn Bridge, there are 47,000 residents, 64% of whom identify as BIPOC, 20% seniors. 20% of our families are below the federal poverty level. This TRIE neighborhood is one of the city's most densely populated areas and one of the areas most heavily impacted by the pandemic. Since 2010, there has been only $16 million in open space capital investment in our surrounding communities, and we have only 20% of the city median of open space. The Brooklyn side just finished a $370 million publicly funded park. This extreme contrast. Can I keep speaking?
If you can just wrap up with a sentence.
I would love to invite every single one of you on a tour of Brooklyn Bridge Manhattan. We would love your support because we believe that the best use of the 9 acres underneath the landmark Brooklyn Bridge is not as a parking lot, but actually as a park. And we desperately need your help to get that to happen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Kay Webster.
Starting time.
Yeah. Yay.
Kay Webster.
Starting time.
You're unmuted if you'd like to begin your testimony. There are 2 minutes allotted.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You got it.
Kay, are you?
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay. Next, we're going to call Lynn Kelly.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm Corey Hassan. I'll be testifying on behalf of Lynn Kelly, who actually has a board meeting right now. Good morning, and thank you, Finance Committee Chair Justin Brannon, for convening this hearing to discuss the FY23 executive budget. My name is Lynn Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of the New York Restoration Project. NYRP is the only land conservancy operating in all 5 boroughs of New York City, specifically in under-resourced neighborhoods. For over 25 years, NYRP has planted trees, renovated gardens, restored parks, and transformed open space for communities throughout New York City. NYRP brings private resources to spaces that are underserved by municipal support. These communities have been the victims of decades of disinvestment. Parks serving low-income communities of color are generally smaller, serve more people per acre, and do not receive private funding. Decreased private donations compounded with budget reductions from the last year had a devastating effect on parks in low-income neighborhoods, even as park visitation increased to unprecedented levels as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. As one of the 400-plus organizations in the Play Fair Coalition, NYRP implores the Committee of Finance to help fight to secure raising park funding from 0.6% currently proposing the executive budget to 1% of the total operating budget. 1% for parks is necessary for adequate staffing, maintenance, and park planning to ensure our public parks are equitable, safe, clean, and accessible for all New Yorkers. The current budget as proposed translates to a net reduction in agency staff. By the end of the month, the Parks Department will lose roughly 1,800 members of the cleanup corps that help beautify our parks during this unprecedented pandemic by keeping them clean and safe. Parks workers have been frontline workers during the pandemic and deserve the resources needed to help support their work. Parks that serve low-income communities would desperately benefit from 1% for parks. New York City must commit to a higher standard of maintenance across all 5 boroughs. It's time for us to end environmental injustice and reinvest our green spaces. Urban green space is not a luxury, but a necessity. We urge our partners in city government to prioritize 1% for parks in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Marisol Duran.
Starting time.
Good morning. I come before you all as a proud Bronx native and community volunteer. Unfortunately, my local park, Crotona Park, faces many challenges. Some of the challenges relate to Crotona Park not having a administrator and council members' lack of funds for capital projects in Crotona Park. Our parks are not equitable or thriving because Crotona Park has not had an administrator for many months. Also, the last park administrator was not involved when the decision to convert parts of the park for non-public use were being discussed and voted by the local community board. Many people in my community find the timing of the proposal to convert parts of Crotona Park for non-public use disturbing. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, a nonprofit with money persuaded community board members that a private parking area for non-residents would benefit the community because a nonprofit offer free programs for young people. Even though these few board members think their decision was appropriate, they do not acknowledge that residents were left out of this important decision. Community members did not know or were available to express their concerns to this proposal. Many of my neighbors were struggling with the highest number of unemployment, hospitalization, and deaths. Also, many people in my community struggle to afford the internet or keep a mobile phone in service. In my humble opinion, the local community board was desperate for funding that it approved a proposal not fully thinking of the residents. I have started a petition on change.org with almost 200 signatures raising awareness of this problem in Crotona Park. Please take a look at it to help us address this problem. The second challenge my community confront is the disproportionate number of dog runs in our borough. In fact, constituents of District 16 do not have a nearby dog run. Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens residents have enjoyed dog runs for many years because they either have the funding or support of their elected officials. The problem with residents living nearby Crotona Park is that the park may fall under 2 council members' districts, District 17 and District 15. Also, even though Crotona Park is not in District 16, just one more sentence. In some, Crotona could be more equitable and thriving if there's funding to employ a park administrator who cares about the park for present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Mark E. Heron.
Starting time.
Okay, that concludes panel 6. Just so folks know, I will announce panels 9 and 10. Panel 9 will be Salimatu Dumbuya, James Davis, President of PSC Cuny, Jeremy Gong, and Rakia McVeigh. Panel 10 will be Deborah Dolman, Galib Kabir, Jennifer Downs, Jessica Semmel, and Catherine Clatt. And we've also noticed that there are people on the Zoom who do not have a little mic button next to their name. If that's the case, you will not be able to speak when we call on you, so you may want to log out of the Zoom and log back in. But we will now turn to panel 7, starting with Elvira Urube from CASA.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Elvira. I'm an organizer for CASA. So for the time I have been working at CASA, I gotten to see firsthand how important it is for New York City tenants to have access to organizations like CASA. Information is power. It's a phrase that I always hear, but now I get to experience it. When organizers go to a building and let tenants know about the right to live in safe design apartments and about the right to have a free attorney in housing court, the game changes. You see how they get empowered and they start fighting for their rights. Now more than ever, it's vital that tenants learn about the rights they have in the pandemic. The pandemic left thousands of tenants at risk of eviction. They need to know they're not alone. So that's why it's important that local Law 53 supports organizers who will work to ensure that tenants know about the right to counsel and feel supported using it. More tenants will be prepared to defend their homes against eviction and fight for the right to a safe, affordable home. Right to counsel have proven to stop evictions in New York City, but many tenants who are eligible for right to counsel don't know about it or are too afraid to use it. When tenants don't know or use their rights, they are more easily harassed out of their apartments. This leads to the displacement of mostly poor and Black New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we will turn to George Soderoff, also from CASA.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is George Soderoff, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. What is a Hooverville? A Hooverville is a shanty town built by unemployed and destitute people during the early years of the Great Depression of the 1930s. John Steinbeck, in his Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, The Grapes of Wrath, features a California family which lived in a Hooverville. Hoovervilles posed health risks to their inhabitants and to those nearby. Mainstream media has been reporting the rise of modern-day Hoovervilles ever since the collapse of 2008. And recently, Hoovervilles of significant size have been identified in Oregon, California, and Florida. The right to counsel is a bulwark against the plague of Hoovervilles, but only if it is adequately funded and seriously implemented. I urge the committee here today to implement adequately and fully Local Law 53 and to work with the courts to ensure that no case move forward without a right to counsel attorney. We were told that the city had allocated $3.6 million towards this bill and was going to release it in November of last year. To date, we have seen none of it. The city is now out of compliance with its own law. If we don't fund and then force the courts to implement the right to counsel, then I can only imagine New York City, the light of the world, the citadel of all nations, suddenly collapsing into a single overwhelming Hooverville, complete with all the chaos and depression that is sure to follow. So I'm urging the adequate funding for Bill 53. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Julie Colin, Right to Counsel New York City Coalition.
Starting time.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Hi, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Julie Colon. I am a tenant organizer with the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition, and we are also a part of the Right to Counsel Coalition, which led and won the campaign to establish a right to counsel for tenants facing eviction. We are really proud of New York City's groundbreaking right to counsel legislation, and we do applaud the City Council, the Mayor, and the Office of Civil Justice for its dedication to making the right to counsel available to all New Yorkers during this pandemic. The law had a tremendous impact in just the first few years it was passed. 84% of tenants who had right to counsel won their case and stayed in their homes. Landlords are suing people less, and community groups are actively using the right to counsel as a powerful tool to protect and advance tenants' rights. Right to counsel had also helped to develop a body of more than just case law, lower tenants' rents, restabilize apartments, and has forced landlords to make repairs. As we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic, right to counsel is more important than ever before. And we know that evictions and housing instability have a disproportionate impact on people of color, especially women and children of color. Evictions and housing instability also have significant impacts, not just on people's housing, but on people's education, employment, family relationships, physical and mental health, and so much more. New York City's right to counsel moves us closer to achieving economic, gender, and racial justice. So we are here today to urge this committee to immediately and fully implement Local Law 53 and to work with the courts to ensure that no case move forward without a right to counsel attorney. The expansion of right to counsel to work with and fund community organizing groups to do the necessary education and outreach work of right to counsel Local Law 53 is so incredible. We know the mayoral and city council administrations take time to transition, but with the expiration of the eviction protections and cases moving forward, we can't wait. The city is now out of compliance with its own law and it needs to implement it now. Thank you.
Time expired.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Mercedes Escoto, also from CASA.
Starting time.
Hi, yes, my name is Mercedes Escoto, and I'm really want to make sure that the right to counsel continues, because it's in my personal experience. The landlord gave me an eviction notice in 2019. When I went to court, it was like I didn't know where I was at. It was like I was in a Shark Tank. I didn't know how to proceed. That situation stressed me out. I live with my mother, who's 84 years old. She's disabled, and right now, I just retired 2 months ago. I'm on a very low income. So for me, if I don't have the right to counsel, I wouldn't have the help that I needed it. They helped me to get the ERAP application. They applied for me. They took me to all the steps and how to get that going. Otherwise, I would have been in the streets. The right to counsel is a very important program for us people with low income. Now I'm in a fixed income. I just retired. I will appreciate it if that program is not eliminated. Please don't do it. Do us a favor and let us live a better life. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Wanda Martinez, Catholic Migration Services.
Starting time.
Good morning. My name is Wanda Martinez, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm a tenant leader with the Catholic Migration Services, a nonprofit legal services provider and community-based organization actively engaged in tenant organizing work. As an active member of the Right to Counsel Coalition, we are proud of New York City's groundbreaking Right to Counsel legislation and applaud the City Council, the Mayor, and the Office of Civil Justice for its dedication to making the right to counsel available to all New Yorkers during this pandemic. The law has had a tremendous impact in just a few years since it passed. 84% of tenants who had right to counsel won their case and stayed in their homes. Landlords are suing less people, and community groups are actively using the right to counsel as a powerful tool to protect and advance tenant rights. In Queens, for example, as tenants learn about their right to counsel, they are more encouraged to form tenant associations, fight overcharges, bad quality of life conditions, and harassment, among other things like I'm currently doing in my building. I'm here today to urge this committee to immediately and fully implement Local Law 53 by working with the courts to ensure that no case moves forward without a right to counsel attorney. The intent of the law is clear: to fund trusted tenant organizing groups working in low-income communities of color to lead outreach and education efforts through community meetings, workshops, tenant association meetings, and more. This vital work of tenant organizers ensures that tenants are informed of right to counsel and supported to prior to an eviction being filed. For us tenants to exercise our rights, we need to have them, to know that we have them. With hundreds of thousands of households behind
Time
us.
expired.
One more thing. To meet the needs of the tenants across the city, this law must be implemented now. As tenant representing Queens residents, I urge the committee to work with the necessary offices to release the RFP so that tenant organizing groups can do their work to educate and organize tenants across New York City during this incredibly scary time. I urge the committee to call on Mayor Adams to fully fund and implement local law 53. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We just remind everyone when time is called, please just wrap up with a sentence. Next, I'm going to call on Anya Mukherjee Connolly, Brooklyn Defender Services.
Starting time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Anya Mukherjee Connolly, and I'm the Associate Director of Policy at Brooklyn Defender Services. Thank you to the City Council Committee on Finance and Chair Brannon for this opportunity to testify about our work and the importance of funding for indigent defense providers in New York City. BDS is a public defense office whose mission is to provide outstanding representation and advocacy free of cost to people facing the loss of freedom, family separation, and other serious legal harms by the government. We represent approximately 25,000 people each year who are accused of a crime, facing the loss of liberty, their home, their children, or deportation. In my oral testimony today, I'd like to briefly flag for this committee our 3 budget priorities for fiscal year 23 and our discretionary budget requests. First, we're asking the City Council and Mayor to fully fund family defense representation in Article 10 cases in family court. BDS receives funding from MOCJ for our family defense contract, but this level of funding is insufficient to sustain our representation model at our current intake targets. The city's family defense providers are currently funded at 50% of what they need to meet the state's statutory and constitutional mandates. The City Council should demand that the mayor's budget be amended to increase funding for family defense contracts immediately. Second, we call on City Council to preserve the city's commitment to the New York Immigrant Family Unity Project initiative and fully fund it. This groundbreaking City Council funded initiative remains the national model for universal representation for immigrants facing deportation. Third, the Right to Family Advocacy Initiative is a 2-year-old initiative that provides critical due process, representation, and advocacy services to parents and families who cannot afford to hire an attorney during an ACS investigation and in hearings before the State Office for Children and Family Services. Lastly, I want to quickly mention our other requests that include the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, which is funding for our affirmative immigration services, pandemic relief funding, our civil justice practice support, as well as alternative to incarceration and DOVE funding for comprehensive legal services. Thank you to this Committee on Finance for the time to testify today, and to the City Council for your ongoing support of Brooklyn Defender Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to panel 8. Brendan Cheney, Ryan Chavez, Louisa Rodriguez, Alex Roque, Tiara Labrada, and Monsignor Kevin Sullivan. We will first turn to Brendan Cheney from New York Housing Conference.
Good morning. My name is Brendan Cheney. I'm Director of Policy and Communications at the New York Housing Conference. For the past 2 years, we've led United for Housing, a coalition of more than 90 organizations working together to fight the housing crisis. We released a report last year, and our main recommendation was for the city to double housing capital spending to $4 billion per year. We really appreciate the City Council's support and advocacy for this housing investment. Make no mistake, $4 billion per year for housing is fiscally responsible. The city is well under the benchmark of debt service being no more than 15% of total taxes. By our calculation, it would rise to no more than 14% with the added housing spending. Eric Adams supported this recommendation during the campaign, calling it a smart ask. but he has yet to deliver on that promise. His proposed $5 billion for housing capital over 10 years, roughly $500 million more per year, is insufficient to meet the crisis. For HPD, the new funding will mostly cover rising interest rates and construction costs. For NYCHA, the added funding goes to PACT projects in Wyckoff and Gowanus houses as agreed to in the Gowanus rezoning. It will not assist any of the 110,000 units not slated for PACT. While the NYCHA Preservation Trust would assist these units, and we hope City Council members will support legislation in Albany for the trust, more funding is needed and the city and state must do their part and provide $1.5 billion per year each in capital funding. We also remain concerned about the staffing crisis at HPD and related agencies. We were encouraged to hear HPD leadership address the issue in budget testimony, but there are further steps the city can take to hire and retain staff, which we have outlined in a forthcoming report, including increased staff pay and workplace flexibility, decreased bureaucratic oversight, and find flexibility within and outside the civil service system. Finally, this month, we released a New York City housing tracker showing housing stats by city council district. We found that all districts and neighborhoods need to build more affordable housing, but some districts are not doing their fair share and must support more affordable housing. We hope you will take a look at the tracker and use the data to support the need for more affordable housing in all neighborhoods. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Ryan Chavez, Cypress Hills Local Development Corporation.
Starting time.
Okay, next I will turn to Luisa Rodriguez.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Luisa Rodriguez. I thank the Finance Committee for holding this public hearing and give us the opportunity to express our needs. I'm a tenant of a TIL building, 615 West 150th Street in Manhattan, member of a TIL coalition organized by Palante Harlem. Since your committee works to make sure that taxpayers' dollars are used wisely, effectively, and fairly, and to achieve positive, lasting change, the purpose of my testimony is to bring to your attention the need to include in this year's budget funding for the long-awaited rehabilitation of buildings in the TIL program, instead of funding the ANCP third-party program that HPD is pushing these TIL buildings into. The TIL program was created in the 70s at a time when the neighborhoods in which these buildings were located experienced impoverishment and depopulation, a time when no one wanted to get into these areas, a time when no developer was interested in investing a penny to restore dilapidated buildings and revive distressed neighborhoods. That's when the city, through HPD, created the TIL program and presented it to the tenants of those abandoned, dilapidated buildings as an opportunity for them to be able to own their apartment. The agreement was that if the tenants could manage their buildings for a number of years, not decades, the city will then restore the buildings with government funds, and then will sell the tenants their units for $250 after creating a cooperative HDFC. The tenants and the city of New York enter into that agreement, and the tenants have done their part and have been patiently waiting for HPD to deliver on their part of the agreement. However, after decades in which TIL tenants have taken care of TIL buildings and clean up their communities, HPD is transferring now the TIL buildings to third-party programs, to the ANCP program, which is okay. One more thing. In my written testimony, I will clarify many of the things that HPD is doing with the TIL buildings. Now, I just want to tell you, you have the power. You can undo the years of neglect to TIL buildings by transferring funding from the ANCP third-party program to the TIL program to fund the rehabilitation of TIL buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call on Alex Roque, Ali Forney Center.
Starting time.
Next, I'm going to turn to Tierra Labrada.
Starting time.
Hi, Chair Brannon and members of the council. My name is Tiara Labrada, and I'm here representing the Supportive Housing Network of New York. Supportive housing is a proven affordable housing model with wraparound support services for people with a history of homelessness who may need support to maintain independent housing. We are making the following recommendations for the FY23 budget. A more detailed testimony will be submitted. 1, continue to push for $4 billion annually in affordable and supportive housing. 2, continue to support Just Pay and insist the mayor include a 5.4% COLA in the adopted budget and to establish, fund, and enforce an automatic cost of living adjustment. 3, match the state's investment in older, underfunded DOHMH scattered site contracts, which are operating at a deficit, leaving tenants in poor housing conditions without the services they need and deserve. 4, improve NYC 1515 by reallocating the 50-50 split between congregate and scattered site to a 75-25 split respectively, and create new units for people leaving jail, prison, and long-term hospital stays who are currently ineligible for the program. 5, dedicate HPD capital, service, and operating funding to holistically preserve 300 units of supportive housing per year. 6, expand mobile treatment teams specifically for supportive housing residents who need a higher level of care than what's currently being funded in older, underfunded supportive housing residences. 7, match the federal financial investment into the coordinated assessment and placement system and encourage stronger collaboration between DHS, HRA, NYCHA, and HPD to streamline the housing process. 8, continue to put pressure on the administration to increase staff capacity at HRA and HPD and create an ombudsperson at City Hall to conduct interagency coordination, fast tracking necessary approvals for supportive housing projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Monsignor Kevin Sullivan.
Starting time.
Thank you for the opportunity. I will save a little time because let me just echo what Brendan said and Tiara said and just put a little exclamation point. We need more capital funding for affordable housing, but we also need the infrastructure for the various city agencies to be able to actually process good projects quickly. So that is a critical need. The other item in terms of affordability, there are a lot of programs which provide various types of rental assistance. We need to establish a New York City policy which says any New Yorker, any New York household at less than 50% of the AMI should not be rent poor and should only have to pay 30% of their income for housing. And therefore, I suggest the council do a supplemental voucher program for those New Yorkers who fall between the cracks. Let me punctuate again the need for better just pay for human service workers that is built into contract escalation, critically important. And the final area which I want to speak to is the need for efficiency, accountability, and flexibility in funding. The way that contracts are funded, they sometimes do not target the most important needs of people, but because of the forced categorization of the spending of funds, the best use of the money is prohibited. So I would encourage the council accountability, flexibility, and efficiency in the funding of human services in New York. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify before you.
Thank you, Monsignor. Before I call panel 9, I will announce panels 11 and 12. Panel 11, Tammy Lynn Mogues, Terry Carta, Aaron Sanders, Adam Ganzer, Andrea Parker. Panel 12, Randy Levine, Carol Verdi, Christopher Trieber, Gregory Brender, Jean Alter, and Lainey Hameson. I will first turn to panel 9. Salimatu Doumbouya from the Cuny University Student Senate, followed by James Davis, President of the Professional Staff Congress at Cuny, Jeremy Gong, and Rakia McVeigh, but we'll first turn to Salimatu Doumbouya.
Starting time.
Good morning, Chairperson Brahman and honorable members of the New York City Council. My name is Salima Tudumbuya, and I serve as the 37th chairperson of the City University of New York University Student Senate, serving the nearly 500,000 students total in Cuny. I also am the only student of the City University of New York Board of Trustees, president of the New York City College of Technology Student Government Association, where I pursue my bachelor's degree in architecture. I have a liberal arts degree for the Borough of Manhattan Community College. The preliminary executive budget proposal, which includes a 3% overhead spending reduction for most city agencies, would result in around $14.6 million in critical funding dollars being cut from the City University's total budget. This would have a significant impact on CUNY's community colleges, which receive the majority of their funding from the city and leave 128 full-time faculty positions unfulfilled. A 2019 report produced by the New York City Comptroller's Office found that CUNY graduates contributed to $4.2 billion to the state's economy. And at the same time, the Department of Labor has routinely recommended investing in community colleges as a viable and effective pathway to decrease both reincarceration and recidivism. Missing the chance to invest in CUNY is missing the chance to benefit from CUNY's track record of being an upward college mobility agent. On behalf of the nearly 500,000 students at CUNY, I ask you to support fully funding the following initiatives. This would include operational funding for needed investment at the university, such as expanding ASAP availability, mental health services, hiring new full-time faculty. We also ask you to support allocating funding to our disability services. It's really important for us that you fund $4 million for expansion of our childcare services, $2 million for increasing graduation rates by funding remediation, and $500,000 for CUNY diversity incubators. You will see more details about what us CUNY students are asking for in my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to James Davis from the Professional Staff Congress at CUNY.
Starting time.
Good morning. I'm James Davis, President of the Professional Staff Congress. We represent 30,000 faculty and staff at the City University of New York. Thank you, Chair Brannon, members of the Finance Committee, for the opportunity to testify today and for your passage of the Council resolution in support of the New Deal for CUNY state legislation in March. As you know, support for higher education in Albany reached historic levels this year with over $200 million in additional funding. This year, the value of public higher education resonated because our members came together with CUNY students and community allies to amplify our message to the governor and the legislature in Albany. And now CUNY needs this level of support from the New York City budget as well. We're counting on you to build off the work done in Albany and deliver for our members and our students. We're asking for an additional $62.6 million above last year's budget. An investment in students, workers, and communities will uplift New York in its continued recovery from the pandemic. As Salimatu just alluded to, our labor union as well is opposed to the mayor's assistance on leaving 128 faculty positions at CUNY vacant in order to achieve a $14.6 million PEG cut. The governor and the state legislature just invested in new faculty for the first time in recent memory. And the mayor's cut would seriously impede CUNY's ability to replenish the full-time faculty that we've lost to attrition and retirement. Our community colleges were already struggling before the pandemic. Federal stimulus funds have helped, but they have not made CUNY whole, and they're not expected to. I could tell you many, many stories. These are not extras or embellishments. We're talking about fundamental services that go to the core functions of the university. CUNY already lacked sufficient full-time faculty and staff before the pandemic. A report by our University Faculty Senate last fall showed
Time expired.
Thanks, I'll just finish up. Showed that colleges that serve students of color are less likely than colleges with a whiter student body to have access to full-time faculty, which deepens racial inequities. So as you'll see in my written testimony, we've outlined 5 areas where we're requesting additional operating support, as well as $33 million in CUNY's capital request. Your support and advocacy is critical, especially to helping our communities overcome the life-defining racial disparities. And as you know, CUNY is an economic engine mobility for the city. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here with you.
Our final two panelists, first we'll turn to Jeremy Gong.
I had my hand raised.
Chair Barron, we're doing council member questions at the conclusion of the panel.
Oh, okay.
So I'll call on you.
Okay, thank you.
Jeremy Gong.
Starting time.
Okay, not seeing him on the Zoom. Rakia McVeigh.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Rakia McVeigh. I'm a New York City resident and a member of DSA's New York City chapter. I'm here to voice my opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' executive budget and to call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. 2 years into the pandemic, working class New Yorkers are in crisis. COVID-19 cases are surging, landlords are raising rents, and families struggle to stay in their homes. But the mayor continues to favor the wealthy and powerful over everyday New Yorkers. His budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, and education, while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. Today, I urge the council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for NYCHA and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams' cuts to our public education system by investing $122 million into Cuny and expanding the ASAP program to include all community colleges. Finally, the council must reject the mayor's regressive return to law and order. I urge the council to reject the proposal to add hundreds of new COs for solitary confinement, a practice the UN defines as torture. I also urge the council to demonstrate their commitment to racial justice by cutting failed NYPD criminalization programs like the ineffective and violent plainclothes units, the so-called subway safety plan, and the ending for all NYPD response to mental health cause. Thank you, council members and committee Chair Brandon, for hearing my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Barron, on this panel, you have Salimatu Doumbouya from the Cuny University Student Senate, President James Davis of the Professional Staff Congress, and Rakia McVeigh. Councilmember Barron.
Starting time.
I just wanted to say very quickly to Salamatu and to Rakia, I really appreciate your testimonies. They'll sound like me in the city council, but I want to caution all of you today that unless you organize, because honesty compels me to tell you, the way this thing is going, it appears that a lot of the city council members are going to go for this mayor's budget. There's some of us that are fighting it, but I think that it's going to take an uprising from the 500,000 students in Cuny and the 400,000 or 500,000 people in NYCHA, because sometimes council members, they get chairs and they get little programs for their communities, and then the speaker appoints them to things, and the next thing you know it, they'll be justifying some meager increases in things. But this budget, for your information, and I'm only saying this because I got to leave and I'm going to come back to hear more testimony. This budget, a $99.7 billion budget, $94.5 billion capital budget, that's just the expense budget. And they have $6.3 billion in a reserve fund, and then another 3.2 to 5 billion that came in unexpectedly this year. So they have about $11 billion to work with. If you talk to OMB and the City Council Finance Division, or you speak to IBO, they may have some different figures, but they have $9 to $11 billion. There should be no pegs to no agencies, and they should be a re-enhancement to all of the agencies. And plus, the money that's going to run out from the federal money is a conservative austerity budget. So I just wanted to say I'm with you, and I'll stop there. But you're going to have to organize, because these council members, the way it's heading, I'm really concerned about how many of them will be committed to the things they said to you when they asked for your vote?
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. And we've also been joined by Councilmembers Brewer, Velasquez, and Ayala. I will now turn to panel 10, Deborah Dolman, Galib Kabir, Jennifer Downs, Jessica Semmel, and Catherine Clatt. We'll first start with Deborah A. Dolman.
Starting time.
Okay, we will turn to Galib Kabir.
Starting time.
Not seeing them on the Zoom. Jennifer Downs.
Starting time.
Okay, we will turn to Jessica Semmel. Next on my list is Catherine Clatt.
Hi, thank you, Council.
Starting time.
I'm sorry. My name is Catherine Clatt. I am a New York City resident, a member of DSA's NYC chapter, and the mother of a first grader in the public school system. I'm here to voice my opposition to Mayor Eric Adams's executive budget and to call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. 2 years into the pandemic, working class New Yorkers are in crisis. COVID cases are surging, landlords are raising rents at obscene rates, and families struggle to stay in their homes. But the mayor continues to favor the wealthy and powerful at the expense of everyday New Yorkers. His budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, and education, while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. I strongly urge the council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for NYCHA and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams's cuts to our public education system by investing $122 million into Cuny and funding DOE mental health counselors and social workers rather than filling police vacancies in schools. I also urge the council to act on two deadly crises facing our city: climate catastrophe and the overdose epidemic. We need $3.1 billion for the streets plan, $1.8 billion for the green public schools, $250 million for fair fares, and $10 million to expand life-saving safe consumption sites to all 5 boroughs. Finally, the council must reject the mayor's regressive return to law and order. I urge the council to reject the proposal to add hundreds of new COs for solitary confinement. I also urge the council to demonstrate their commitment to racial justice by cutting failed NYPD criminalization programs like the ineffective and violent plainclothes units, the so-called subway safety plan, and ending all NYPD response to mental health calls. Thank you, council members and committee chair Brannon, for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. And now we'll turn to panel 11, Tammy Lynn Mogues, Terry Carta, Aaron Sanders, Adam Ganzer, and Andrea Parker. We'll first start with Tammy Lynn Mogues from the Nature Conservancy.
Starting time.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Tammy Lynn Mogues, and I'm the Deputy Director of the New York City program at the Nature Conservancy. The Nature Conservancy is the world's largest conservation organization. In New York State alone, we have 90,000 members, 35,000 of whom reside in New York City. The Nature Conservancy in New York is a member of the Play Fair Coalition, and we're also a leading member and convener of Forest for All NYC, a coalition of over 50 organizational members. Forest for All NYC works to increase the investments in the urban forest and to expand the tree canopy cover from 22% to 30% citywide by 2035 in an equitable manner. I'm here today to express support for growing the New York City Parks budget to 1% of the total city budget and to increase funding to the urban forest. Thank you to Chair Brannon and the Finance Committee for the opportunity to speak about the need for funding parks and the urban forest. The urban forest provides many benefits. It cleans the air and cools the city. Trees and parks also provide health and quality of life benefits. Our urban forest and its care is a matter of environmental and social justice. Low-income communities and communities of color tend to have less tree canopy, a key factor in heat vulnerability. Fully funding the urban forest means planting more trees in areas that need it the most to make our city more equitable. It also means protecting and maintaining existing trees that provide huge benefits today. Investments in the urban forest will create jobs and help make the city more livable and climate resilient. To support the care and growth of the urban forest, New York City Parks needs consistent, sufficient baseline funding for both capital and operations expenses. Further details can be found in our written testimony, which also includes sign-offs from 31 Forest for All NYC organizations. Thank you again to Chair Brandon and the Finance Committee for considering the benefits of parks and the urban forest to New Yorkers as you continue to work on the next city budget.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Terry Carta from the Brooklyn Greenway Initiative.
Starting time.
Next on my list, I have Aaron Sanders, Natural Areas Conservancy.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Sanders, and I'm the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at the Natural Areas Conservancy. Thank you, Chair Brendan, for the opportunity to testify about the proposed fiscal year 23 budget. The Natural Areas Conservancy is a nonprofit organization founded in 2012 with the goal of increasing capacity for New York City parks and its partners to restore and manage 10,000 acres of forests, wetlands, and 300 miles of trails under the agency's jurisdiction. Today, I represent our organization, the Forest for All Coalition, and the Play Fair Coalition. I am testifying to highlight the importance of New York City's urban forests, wetlands, and natural areas, but to also advocate for 1% baseline funding for New York City parks. New York City's urban forest provides a multitude of benefits. They mitigate extreme heat, improve air quality, and provide other myriad of benefits. A signature project of the Natural Areas Conservancy is the Forest Management Framework for New York City, which we released in partnership with New York City Parks in 2018. This plan includes ecological and social metrics for the care of the city's natural areas forests and calls for an investment of $385 million over 25 years to protect natural areas. In order to ensure that New York City's urban forests, including natural areas, thrives and provides continued benefits to residents now and in the future, New York City needs at least 1% of the city's total funding. Currently, natural areas receive 0.7% of the total expense budget for forest care. If the New York City Council commits to 1% funding for parks, $4 million of that funding would be appropriated to support the forest management framework. I want to say that I'll submit more robust testimony later, but I want to reiterate my support for 1% for parks and our care for forests, the urban forest system in New York City. And again, I want to thank the City Council and fellow advocates for your time.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Adam Genzer, New Yorkers for Parks.
Starting time.
And the only other thing is, again, that's
Mr. Genzer, it's your time to testify.
But like, is it too high?
Okay, we're going to turn to Andrea Parker from the Gowanus Canal Conservancy.
Starting time.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. I'm Andrea Parker, Executive Director at Gowanus Canal Conservancy, where we advocate and care for ecologically sustainable parks and public spaces in the Gowanus Lowlands while empowering a community of stewards. We are also a proud member of Forest for All NYC Coalition and the Play Fair Coalition, and are here today to ask this council to fight for a budget that prioritizes equitable management of our shared public realm. In particular, we need to see full capital and expense funding for the urban forests, increase funding for the Parks Equity Initiative, and we need council to hold Mayor Adams to his commitment to dedicate 1% of the city budget for parks. As Tammy and Aaron just detailed, our 7 million trees provide critical ecosystem services to New York City residents, services that are becoming all the more important as our climate changes. Here in Gowanus, 670 young trees installed over the past decade are growing to help fill a neighborhood-wide gap in the urban canopy. When mature, these trees will provide critical benefits of flood management, cooling, shade, and they will also absorb stormwater before it pollutes our canal. But surviving to maturity depends on adequate maintenance and protection from the Parks Department, from local organizations like us, and from volunteers. In Gowanus, we empower a network of volunteer tree stewards who water, weed, prune, and remove litter and debris. The Parks Equity Initiative has provided essential support for this work, as it does for thousands of volunteers across the city, and this initiative should be increased in order to cultivate social and ecological infrastructure. But street trees also need maintenance that cannot be done by volunteers, such as structural pruning, stump removal, sidewalk repair, and invasive species control. This council must end the long-term underfunding of the Parks Department and the workers who care for these trees, and hold Mayor Adams accountable for baseline funding of 1% to parks to ensure that our young trees are able to provide critical services to neighborhoods across New York City. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We're going to try Adam Ganzer one more time from New Yorkers for Parks.
Starting time.
Or just gala stuff, because
Okay, folks, for everyone listening, if I call on you and you do not speak, we are going to move on. Just so everyone's aware, there will be a catch-all statement at the very end of this hearing. Anyone that did not get a chance to speak will be able to, but we are going to be moving things along. So next, I'm going to call on panel 12. Randy Levine, Carol Verdi, Christopher Trieber, Gregory Brender, Janine Alter, and Lainey Hameson. We'll first start with Randy Levine, Advocates for Children.
Starting time.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Randy Levine, and I'm Policy Director at Advocates for Children of New York. Given the needs we see as we help thousands of families navigate the school system and the historic levels of federal and state education funding, the city should be increasing and certainly not decreasing supports to students, including in the following areas. And we're pleased that the City Council included a number of these priorities in your response to the preliminary budget. First, in 2020, nearly 1 in 4 English language learners dropped out of high school, and few schools provide the support recently arrived older immigrant ELs need. The city should invest $2.1 million for programs to support older ELs at existing transfer schools and $12 million to hire 120 school-based EL instructional specialists. Second, 2 years ago, the city increased salaries for pre-K general education teachers at CBOs, but excluded preschool special education teachers. The city should invest $30 million to increase salaries for teachers and staff at preschool special education programs to address the shortage of these programs. Third, the DOE announced it would launch the first team focused on students in foster care, but only 4 of the 11 promised positions have been posted and none has been filled. The city should fully staff this team and also invest $5 million to guarantee bus service to students in foster care so they can stay in their original school as per their legal right. Fourth, 60% of students living in shelter are chronically absent from school. The city should invest $12 million to hire an additional 100 DOE shelter-based community coordinators to help ensure students can get to school every day and get needed support. Fifth, too often students who are struggling are met with exclusionary school discipline and policing practices. The city should invest $118 million for citywide expansion and implementation of school-wide restorative justice practices. I also want to highlight 2 critical programs for which the council was instrumental in securing funding last year. Both programs were funded for only 1 year and unless extended will expire in June. $5 million.
Time expired.
$5 million for the mental health continuum, the first ever collaboration between DOE, HNH, and DOHMH to help students with significant mental health challenges at 50 high needs schools, and $4 million for immigrant family communication to help ensure immigrant families get needed information. We urge the council to ensure these programs are funded in the adopted budget. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Carol Verdi, Heart Share Human Services of New York.
Starting time.
Good morning. My name is Carol Verdi. I work for HeartShare Human Services. I am here today to speak about teachers who work in 4410 schools, which serve New York City public school children and who are the lowest paid teachers in New York City. When pay parity was put in place in 2019, the 4410 teachers were left out. 4410 schools are experiencing teacher vacancies in record numbers. We went from a 34% vacancy rate in October to 46% as of April of 2022. This is as per IAC data. 4410 programs serve 88% of preschool students with disabilities in New York City. 87 out of 119 approved classrooms have been closed due to the inability to hire teachers due to salary inequity. The 4410 programs have lost 102 teachers to higher paying jobs. This year, for the first time in 40 years, HeartShare has 8 dark classrooms due to the inability to hire teachers, yet children wait with calls every day for placement. We are facing a dire situation, which we fear will get worse as we approach September, where we historically lose many teachers to the DOE. It appears that 3K and 4K for all is really only for some, and the most vulnerable students are being excluded because of the fact that we cannot hire teachers. Please put 30 million into the budget for our 4410 teachers to receive what they should be entitled to. The same credentials that are required for public school teachers are required for our teachers. And these students deserve to have an education in the greatest city of New York, and we're letting them down. So we really implore you to help us be their champions, help us hire teachers so our students get what they need. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Christopher Trieber, Interagency Council, Developmental Disabilities Agencies.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan, Chair Joseph, and members of the City Council. My name is Christopher Trieber. I'm the Associate Executive Director for Children's Services with the Interagency Council. I'm testifying here today to advocate for salary parity for the early childhood teachers and preschool special education programs. I'm here today to speak on behalf of preschool children with developmental disabilities and their families. You'll receive a full copy of my testimony, but I want to share some numbers with you. Carol, I think, shared some of these numbers with you already. I think it's important to remember that these numbers, while overwhelming at times, represent preschool children with disabilities, and they are our youngest children in the city with the highest levels of need. 17%, that was the vacancy rate for preschool certified special education teachers in 2016-17. And like Carol Verdi just said, based on our new data, 46% is the average vacancy rate currently in IAC preschool special education programs. The New York City DOE in November of 2021 projected that they would need 900 preschool special education seats in spring of 2022. I'm here to tell you that currently right now, 119 approved preschool special education classrooms are closed because we don't have teachers. The numbers I shared with you document the devastating impact of excluding 4410 teachers from the early childhood salary parity agreement and the impact it's had on our preschool children with disabilities and their families. I'm here to ask the council today, how can New York City continue to justify paying early childhood teachers for children with disabilities substantially less than all other early childhood teachers in New York City? You have the opportunity this year to correct the critical failure of previous administration to address the injustice and to commit salary parity to early childhood preschool special education teachers in New York City. We implore you to include the $30 million in the city's final budget for salary parity for these teachers, and to send a clear message to the parents of children with disabilities in New York City that the city values their children and will guarantee that every child has access to a certified preschool special education teacher. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Gregory Brender from the Daycare Council of New York.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Brandon and members of the City Council for the opportunity to testify. My name is Gregory Brender. I'm here on behalf of the Daycare Council of New York. We are a membership organization of early childhood education providers who are serving children in all 5 boroughs of New York City. We are so grateful for the council's leadership in early childhood education, and just want to go through some of the key priorities for this year's budget. First, I want to start with the workforce. We recognize the council has been a leader in moving towards salary parity. The work of salary parity is really unfinished. We urge the council to invest $21 million in line with the council's response to the preliminary budget for program directors' salaries. Community-based organizations are losing their directors at a high level, and these are essential to keeping programs going and keeping them high quality. Second, we urge the council to raise the minimum wage for all support staff to at least $21 per hour in line with the demands of the Just Pay campaign. And third, as you've heard from many other speakers on this panel, we urge the inclusion of $30 million, which the council also supported in the preliminary budget response for the teachers in the 4410 special ed preschools. Finally, the 2019 salary parity agreement never included longevity increases for any staff, including teachers. We urge the city and the council to work with the administration to ensure that for teachers, directors, and support staff, longevity increases are included in early childhood salaries. We also wanted to talk just a bit about the utilization of state funding. The state has made a historic commitment this year, increasing the funding it provides to New York City to support early childhood education programs. We urge the city to use this funding, one, to work with community-based providers, but particularly to ensure that there's increased access to extended day, extended year programs that are longer than the school day that pre-K and 3K provide, as well as programs for infants and toddlers. Finally, we support and are part
Time expired.
Just one more thing, the Care for All campaign asking for $10 million for undocumented children who've been excluded from childcare. Thank you, and sorry for running over time.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Jean Alter from the Kennedy Children's Center.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon officially, and thank you for the opportunity to address the City Council on the crisis facing the early childhood special education programs in New York City. As my colleagues have already told you, in the 30 years that I have been working with New York City programs and families and children in New York City, I have never seen things as bad as I see them right now. Since July 1st, 2021, I have lost 50% of my staff. 50% of our staff have left our school to work at higher paying jobs in the New York City Department of Education. We have 3 classrooms, like my colleague Carol told you. She has 8, we're a smaller agency. We have 3 classrooms of children sitting at home who are 3 and 4 years old with autism, with developmental delays, who deserve to be in school. They are New York City public schools children. In addition, many of our children are not receiving speech and occupational therapy because there is a shortage of staff there as well, because again, they leave to go to the Department of Education. Simply rehiring or hiring inexperienced or not fully certified staff is not the answer. You are cheating children of an education that they rightfully deserve. And make no mistake about this, this does affect the quality of education. This means this affects that child's trajectory to kindergarten to high school. 44 programs like us provide these services, as Carol already told you, using the same exact certification and licensure. There's no difference between a 4410 special ed teacher and a DOE 4410 special ed teacher. The difference is the pay. Why should our staff make any less money than DOE staff who are doing the exact same work with the exact same credentials? It's discrimination, it's unfair, and for us who have been in the field, we've seen this for a long time. The lack of funding and support for staff like ours is to blame for this crisis, and it's a problem that's been simmering for decades. The pandemic's made it worse. You have the power to make this change. I appreciate your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Lainey Hameson from Class Size Matters.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and members of the City Council. My name is Lainey Hameson. I'm the Executive Director of Class Size Matters, a nonprofit organization that advocates for smaller classes in New York City public schools. The budget cuts proposed to school budgets of $375 million over the next 3 years are projected to lead to a loss of over 3,200 teaching positions. I urge you to prevent these cuts from being imposed, or this will likely cause the largest increase in New York City class sizes since the Great Recession, and the quality of our schools will fall further behind being able to provide children with a better opportunity to succeed. Though the DOE euphemistically calls these proposals right-sizing school budgets or enrollment adjustments, instead they reflect wrong-sizing school budgets and keeping them handcuffed to an outmoded system called fair student funding, devised 15 years ago by Joel Klein, a man who did not believe in small classes and did everything he could to prevent them from happening. As a survey undertaken by the Fair Student Funding Task Force revealed, nearly 80% of principals identified their large classes as a consequence of this formula. Our analysis reveals substantial decreases in average class size this year citywide, especially in the early grades due to enrollment decline. And more than 187,000 students are still in classes of 30 or more, and sharp disparities exist across school districts. I'm including a PDF with charts with the relevant data along with my submitted testimony. Yet instead of seizing on this decline in average class size and moving forward to make it more equitable across the city, the administration seems intent on undoing this progress, however inadvertent, and moving backwards. While the DOE often claims there is not the space to lower class sizes to acceptable levels, at the same time, the SCA proposes to slash new capacity by $1.5 billion or 19% compared to the adopted 5-year capital plan. This would include cuts of more than 11,000 new seats, with especially large reductions in both the Bronx and Queens. Though the SCA has now substantially lowered their classroom capacity standards, at the same time, they counteracted that change by eliminating the classroom efficiency ratios, which means that they expect all classrooms, whether specialty rooms or general classrooms, to be filled 100% of the day in middle schools and high schools, which reflects magical thinking. I urge you to restore the cuts to schools and to the capital plan, and to resubmit Intro 2374, which would phase in smaller classes by amending the administrative code. As you know, the original bill last session had the support of 41 out of 50 council members last session, including Chair Brannan, but never came to a vote. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you. And now I will call the next few panels so people know where they are. The next panel we're going to hear from is Anna Sachs, Eric Goldstein, Jane Selden, Maggie Clark, Sharon Silverman. That is panel 13. Panel 14, Rachel Brown, Boris Santos, Hannah Anush, Izuria F., and Will Spisak. Panel 15, Valerie Jimenez, Jordan Rosenthal, Loretta Fleming, Seth Pollack, Greg Milovich, Christopher Norwood, and Michael Hernandez. I will first turn to panel 13, Anna Sachs.
Starting time.
Next on my list is Eric Goldstein, Natural Resources Defense Council.
Starting time.
Not seeing him in the Zoom. Next, I am calling on Jane Selden.
Starting time.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jane Selden, testifying on behalf of 350 NYC. As a climate activist group, 350 NYC recognizes the critical role organic waste recycling plays in meeting the city and state's greenhouse gas reduction goals. And we would like to thank the City Council, in particular Chairperson Nurse and City Council Speaker Adams, for recommending restoring funding for New York City's community composting programs and for expanding the composting programs to all of the city's public schools in the next year's budget. However, we know that this is not enough. It's been 7 years since the city made the zero waste to landfill by 2030 pledge, yet the recycling rate for organic waste has never exceeded 1.5%. This means that over a third of the waste stream is still ending up in landfill, where it produces methane, a greenhouse gas over 80 times more potent than CO2. The city now spends $193 million a year exporting organic waste, and this figure doesn't factor in the human costs, the damaging health effects experienced by frontline communities living near landfills, incinerators, and the city's waste transfer stations. It makes no sense to treat organic material as waste rather than the valuable resource it actually is. Instead of ending up in the giant trash cans that crowd our streets, where it's feeding our thriving rat population, it can be enriching the soil of local parks, community gardens, urban farms, and street trees. And as the city faces the threat of rising sea levels, compost can play a vital role in flood mitigation efforts because of its ability to retain many times its weight in water. To make zero waste to landfill by 2030 more than a slogan, we need to codify this pledge into law by passing intros 274 and 275. And in order to achieve this zero waste goal, the city council must pass intro 244, which will expand organics curbside collection to every community. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Maggie Clark, Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board.
Starting time.
Thank you. Sorry.
Maggie Clark, representing the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board. We recommend that the mayor and the city council restore funding to redesign the organics program to ensure, as phased in, a citywide mandatory universal equitable curbside program. Today, according to the IBO, we mix organics, which represent 41% of our exports, with garbage to be burned and buried, causing preventable environmental and social harm. Half of our recyclables are also exported due to poor separation. Therefore, almost 70% of what we send to landfills and incinerators is recyclable or compostable, costing us $400 million in fiscal year 23. The city must reallocate this export funding to redesign and optimize organics collection and participation enhancement programs via education and enforcement. Redesign includes moving from inconvenient opt-in and drop-off to universal curbside collection, as well as redesign of the city's education and enforcement program into an enlightened multi-approach system with targeted outreach. Currently, the trucks do not come back full due to chronic underfunding of inconvenient programs and poorly designed education. We should learn from model cities. For example, Austin has achieved 85 to 95% participation by funding education costing $12 per household per year, compared with New York City's 86 cents per person per year. Both Seattle and San Francisco spend $3 per person per year. Finally, the council must update the city's recycling law so that organics are part of its curbside recycling program, made mandatory and universal, the same as it is for our other recyclables. And we've developed a list of provisions that must be included in any successful organics and zero waste laws.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Sharon Silverman, also from the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board.
Starting time.
Hello, everyone. I would mimic Maggie's comments. I have the same script in front of me, and I urge the City Council, who I thank very much for being here and listening to us today, to re-examine our organics and zero waste programs, our suggestions that will be in our written testimony, and to expand our programs rather than abandon or defund them, because we should be recycling and composting everything that we can. We need to dedicate that funding to education and enforcement and to increase our participation. And it only makes sense, given the climate crisis, that we do this and that we invest in it now, which will reduce costs due to inflation over time. And we will benefit from it environmentally, social, and in regards to social justice. We need to expand our organics programs to NYCHA housing and to all buildings, including high rises, not just 2- and 3-story buildings, as a recent organics bill has been proposed. I thank you very much for your time and invite your questions.
Thank you. And now we will turn to panel 14, Rachel Brown, Boris Santos, Hannah Anush, Azuria F., and Will Spisak. We will start with Rachel Brown.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Brennan and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rachel Brown, and I'm on the steering and outreach committees for the Western Queens Community Land Trust. We're a nonprofit organization made up of community members who fight for democratic and equitable land use in Western Queens. The Western Queens CLT is part of a citywide community land trust initiative that seeks to develop CLTs in permanently affordable housing, commercial, and community spaces in all 5 boroughs of New York City. CLTs are organizing in Black, Brown, and immigrant neighborhoods across New York City to stabilize housing, combat speculation, and ensure a just recovery from the COVID pandemic. I'm here today to urge the committee and the council to support full funding of $3 million for the citywide CLT initiative in the 2023 budget. We further urge City Council to ensure the final budget includes robust capital funding for the construction and preservation of affordable housing to prevent budget cuts to HPD, DSS, and DHS that would threaten the housing security of thousands of New Yorkers. The speculative real estate market doesn't just affect housing, it affects small businesses that make Queens and New York City the unique and diverse place it is. The Western Queens CLT has recently released a feasibility report detailing how our CLT would turn a city-owned building in Long Island City into the Queensboro People Space. Our community vision for this public building would house hundreds of jobs in industries and sectors that have historically existed in Long Island City, but have been pushed out. For example, our vision includes storage space for street food vendors and a commissary kitchen where they can prep food. This is why we need City Council funding. The Western Queens Community Land Trust will do the work to create permanently affordable housing and commercial spaces in Western Queens to keep our borough a place where immigrants and working class folks can live, own, and operate businesses. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Boris Santos from East New York CLT.
Starting time.
Next, I will turn to Hannah Anush.
Starting time.
Hi, council members.
Hannah, your Zoom is frozen.
I'm on staff at Cypress Hills Local Development Corporation. I'm here today to request that you provide the $3 million for the CLT, the Community Land Trust Initiative. The East New York Community Land Trust is one of 18 emerging or existing CLTs around New York City. And the East New York CLT was actually founded during the pandemic in March 2020. And since our founding, we've grown enormously with very little resources. We've really relied on the city council funding, for our one staff person, myself.
Hannah, your Zoom keeps freezing. You may want to turn off your video.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
With the funding from previous years, we've been able to build out the infrastructure of our community land trust, write our bylaws through a democratic process, create our membership structure, and really set ourselves up to acquire land. There's a real need to grow the community land trust in East New York. We're heading into a serious foreclosure crisis, and we really need the tools to address this crisis in East New York. So we're really asking that you provide the funding for the CLT initiative to grow. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Azuria F.
Starting time.
Okay, next on my list, Will Spisak from the New Economy Project.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Spisak. I'm a senior program associate at New Economy Project, a citywide organization that works with community groups to build a just economy that works for all. Among our activities, New Economy Project is a founding member and co-coordinator of the New York City Community Land Initiative, a citywide coalition working to promote community land trusts, or CLTs, as a strategy to address the city's affordability crisis and ensure equitable community-led decision-making over land use in New York City. New Economy Project and 19 partner organizations are part of the Community Land Trust Initiative that's seeking $3 million in City Council discretionary funding. So we are urging the committee and the council to support full funding of $3 million for the CLT initiative, as well as urging the council to ensure the final budget includes robust capital funding for the construction and preservation of affordable housing, including deeply and permanently affordable housing. New York City faces unprecedented threats of speculation and displacement in the wake of the pandemic, holding reportedly massive amounts of cash. Global private equity firms are expected to pounce on vulnerabilities in the real estate market. And this feeding frenzy could lead to an unparalleled level of displacement at a time when tenants, homeowners, and small businesses are at greatest risk. This is why the council needs to invest in community land trusts, which permanently take land off of the speculative market and democratize the ownership and stewardship of land and housing. In order to prevent displacement and fight speculation, CLTs need access to capital for development. We also need access to land for acquisition. So we're also pushing policy changes like the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, public land disposition that will prioritize CLTs, and the replacement of the predatory tax lien sale. But we can't really take advantage of any of these policy changes if we don't have adequate funding for the ongoing community organizing that CLTs need to do. So please make sure CLTs are fully funded in fiscal year 23. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Valerie Jimenez from Housing Works. Oh, before I call Valerie, that's panel 15. Let me announce panels 16, 17, 18, and 19 so people can be ready. Panel 16 will be Betty Garger, Joni Billy, Martha Camber, Quadira Coles, Rachel Gazdick. Panel 17, Hotriran Kamanis Nur, Mary Cheng, Terry Collins, Vanita Yogeshwar, Denise Mock. Panel 18, Darren Mack, Eileen Marr, Mon, Christina Rodriguez Hart, and Stuart Stout. Panel 19, Alice Bufkin, Kenny Manaya, Luba Cortez, Katie Bravo, Kimberly George, Soroya Friedman Gonzalez, and Michelle Nussbauer. I will now start with panel 15. We will start with Valerie Jimenez from Housing Works.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Valerie Reyes Jimenez. I'm the New York City Community Organizer for Housing Works. And Housing Works is a founding member of the End AIDS New York Community Coalition. And we fully support each of the additional New York City investments for the FY 2023 budget. Although I want to stress that although the city and the state has made significant progress implementing the 2015 ending the epidemic blueprint, and we have begun to bend the curve, but the data is showing that overall progress is not reaching every community, and unacceptable HIV disparities persist in the HIV's impact of New York City Black, Indigenous, and people of colors, BIPOC communities, and in the key populations, including young men who have sex with men and transgender women. The COVID pandemic has further exacerbated these inequalities, suppressing HIV prevention, testing, and connection to care. And there has been a steep increase in premature mortality among people with HIV due to heightened vulnerability and severe COVID-19 disease. We need continued support of organizations funded through the New York City Council Ending the Epidemic Initiative. We're asking for an increase of 8.7 to 10 million to fund additional services. We asked the council to mitigate the anticipated loss of 1.7 million in New York City federal HOPWA funds, housing opportunities for people with AIDS, the grant to make sure that no HIV housing provider is defunded. We urge the council to sustain your current 1.4 million in support for the delivery of range of harm reduction services by 4 proposed overdose prevention center operators. We fully support the council's call for at least 10 million annually in New York City support of OPCs, and make sure that there is at least one OPC operator in each borough. And our testimony will be submitted, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And just reminding everyone, testimony can be submitted or emailed to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Next, we'll turn to Jordan Rosenthal, Community Access.
Starting time.
Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry. I was in a meeting before. Is it possible to switch my time? Okay, no.
Yeah, sorry, it's now.
I wasn't fully. I was
Sorry.
in a meeting right before this. So hi everyone, my name is Jordan Rosenthal. I work at Community Access and I am the new advocacy coordinator. I'm here today to represent Community Access and the CCIT NYC Coalition. The CCIT NYC Coalition, and really what we're asking for right now, is to change the Be Heard model. The Be Heard model is not peer-led, and we need a peer-led crisis response. The core components of CCIT NYC are the removal of police responders, calls routed to a call number other than 911, specifically the 988 number that will be rolling out nationally this July. Response teams that are made up of trained peers and emergency medical technicians that are not affiliated with the police, and peer involvement in all aspects of planning, implementation, and oversight. Specifically, nothing about us without us. Expanded development of non-coercive mental health services, training teams to use a trauma-informed approach, response times comparable to those of other emergency services, and 24/7 operating hours, and oversight by an advisory board of 51% or more peers from impacted communities. Be Heard does not incorporate any of those things. In the fiscal year 2023 budget, we ask that you enact into legislation the CCIT NYC proposal to create a non-police response that's peer-driven and allocate $112 million annually to fund the CCIT NYC proposal. I will be submitting a full piece of testimony to the testimony website. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next on our list is Loretta Fleming.
Starting time.
Loretta, I see you in our attendees and you are calling in. You should see an unmute request on your phone. Okay, we will continue panel 15, circle back to Loretta at the conclusion of panel 15. So next, we're going to call on Seth Polak from Ending the Epidemic Community Coalition.
Starting time.
Hi, good morning, and thank you to Finance Chair Brannon for making this time available. I'm Seth Polak, speaking on behalf of the Ending the Epidemic Community Coalition, which represents dozens of community-based organizations across New York City and state committed to ending the HIV and AIDS epidemic. We've made important strides toward ending the epidemic, which we refer to as ETE, but approximately 130,000 New Yorkers are still living with HIV. We have bent the curve in recent years by reducing new HIV infections per year. We've improved health outcomes for people living with HIV and AIDS, but we need key investments to continue this progress. I'll mention some highlights here, and of course, we'll send our full request to the chair. We're asking the council for $10 million for its ETE initiative in order to provide community-based HIV prevention and care services to ensure continued progress toward the city's ETE goals. These services are essential to overcome continued barriers to engagement that have been presented by COVID-19. We're also asking for $1.4 million to support the harm reduction services provided by projected 4 overdose prevention center operators. The overdose epidemic is claiming lives at a shocking pace. In the first 2 quarters of 2021, there were 1,233 overdose deaths in New York City compared to 965 overdose deaths during the same period the year before. This crisis is deeply interrelated with the HIV and AIDS epidemic. We're also asking the council to baseline $3.5 million for the Check Hep B and Hep C patient navigation programs to help eliminate hepatitis B and hepatitis C, other deeply interrelated epidemics impacting vulnerable New Yorkers, particularly Black and Hispanic or Latino New Yorkers. And we're seeking $200,000 to support routine testing to address congenital syphilis. During COVID, rates of gonorrhea and syphilis among women in New York have soared 23%. Rates of STI testing have fallen. Congenital syphilis can be fatal in utero, and to infants, this funding could launch a new DOHMH program to help implement routine syphilis testing among all people who are or could become pregnant and who present in emergency departments. This is just a partial overview of our requests of the council. We have other requests of the administration, and with your help and a relatively modest investment, we can continue critical progress we've made toward ending HIV and AIDS, for which a generation of advocates have fought for and too often given their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Loretta Fleming, it appears you have no audio, so you may want to log out of the Zoom and log back in. We still have more to go on panel 15. Next, we're going to turn to Greg Milovich from the American Heart Association.
Starting time.
Okay, thank you, Chair Brannon, members of the Council Committee on Finance. My name is Greg Mihailovich. I'm the Community Advocacy Director for the American Heart Association here in New York City. As the nation's oldest and largest voluntary organization dedicated to fighting heart disease and stroke, American Heart Association prioritizes a lot of different policies to kind of address health equity and better cardiovascular health. And the written testimony I'm submitting goes into a little more detail, but I'm going to take my 2 minutes to highlight one of them, namely CPR in schools. Each year, more than 350,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests occur in the U.S., with 70% happening in homes. And when a person has a cardiac arrest, survival depends on immediately receiving CPR from somewhere nearby. About 90% of people who suffer out-of-hospital cardiac arrest die, and CPR, especially performed immediately, can double or triple the chances of survival. People who need CPR are less likely to receive it. People from primarily poor Hispanic African-American neighborhoods are more likely to need CPR, less likely to get it. It's part of the reason why since 2015, New York State requires that all high school students receive CPR training as a graduation requirement. The thinking is that the children trained in CPR contribute significantly to the number of adults trained in CPR in the community and increasing the likelihood that someone receives CPR when they need it. Now, that graduation requirement was waived for the 2019-2020 school year due to COVID-19 concerns, but even prior to that, we were hearing stories about schools not having mannequins, not having staff, doing chest compressions on uninflated basketballs or piles of gym towels. We applaud the ingenuity of teachers to get it done, but if we want our students to be able to act when somebody nearby suffers a cardiac arrest, we need to provide them with the materials and equipment they need for effective CPR training. We ask the council to set aside $1 million in the next budget to ensure that New York City high school students receive the proper CPR and AED training to fulfill their graduation requirement. Thank you. We appreciate everything the council does to keep New York City safe, and we continue to be your partner in the health and well-being of the New Yorkers.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Christopher Norwood, Health People.
Starting time.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, City Council and Chair. I'm Chris Norwood, Executive Director of Health People and also co-founder of Communities Driving Recovery. The council may not, we are asking the council to keep pursuing its proposed $50 million in public health funds. The council may not fully realize that what the DOH is calling the Public Health Corps was formed from millions of CDC funds. The RFP that the city put out for those funds had stipulations that I have never seen before in any city RFP, which fundamentally barred smaller neighborhood organizations from applying. Moreover, DOH-MH completely ignored community requests to include recovery and wellness programs in those funds and enlarge the focus from vaccination. Meanwhile, the T2 or Test and Trace Corps, the some 35 mainly smaller CBOs who were the first out there and have relentlessly promoted COVID prevention and vaccination, giving the city the highest vaccination rate in the United States of any large city, will be totally cast aside and defunded at the end of the month. We wonder why communities are in despair. Those who risk their lives and help make an enormous success get cast aside first. But with the Public Health Corps funding the City Council has asked for, these organizations and their very local staffs can go forward and start the real wellness that we need, such as chronic disease prevention and self-management programs. That brings me to diabetes. Please pursue diabetes education funding. That has been our most widespread epidemic for 20 years. And during that time, DOH-MH has not spent one penny, not one penny of city tax levy funding on the kind of education that can help people prevent diabetes and is also proven to bring down complications, costs, amputations when they have diabetes. Please, let's end this 20 years and keep your diabetes education money in the budget. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Michael Hernandez.
Starting time.
Hello, and thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Justin Brannon and members of the Committee on Finance. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Michael Hernandez, and I am offering testimony on behalf of Communities Driving Recovery. We're requesting continued funding for New York City Test and Trace partners to finish the task that we were asked to do, which is protect vulnerable populations from COVID-19. We know city leadership prioritizes keeping all New York City residents safe, protecting those who are the most vulnerable, building health equity for all, and reducing health costs. Furthermore, we realize managing a city's budget is not an easy task. You are asked to make smart choices that will maximize return on investment. Funding T2 CBOs is not only a smart decision, but also the best solution to ensure our city can effectively recover from COVID-19. We are the best investment the city can make to maximize ROI. That's on building health equity, reducing health costs, and saving lives. CDR is a citywide coalition of community groups, community-based organizations, and faith-based organizations, many of whom were brought together by the New York City's Test and Trace Core initiative to battle the COVID-19 epidemic. Together with the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and New York City Health and Hospitals, we, the T2 CBOs, help keep our city safe during every stage of the COVID-19 pandemic, from stop the spread to vax for all. We placed ourselves at the front lines to protect our city's most vulnerable populations and built an infrastructure that is uniquely suited to help with the recovery. Simply put, we are the city's best asset to COVID-19 recovery. As trusted members of and messengers, we are positioned to bridge the gaps to critical services and programs needed to bring health equity to all New Yorkers. We know all too well the systemic inequities that prevent members of our communities from accessing good health, and we are here to help the city address these barriers that continue to impede health equity for all and stymie the road to recovery.
Time expired.
Simply put, we ask the council to include the $50 million in this proposed budget for community public health support and call on the Adams administration to incorporate the proposal into the city's final budget. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And we will try Loretta Fleming on panel 15 one more time.
Starting time.
Okay, we're going to turn to panel 16. Betty Garger, Joni Billy, Martha Camber, Quadira Coles, and Rachel Gazdick. We will first start with Betty Garger.
Starting time.
Okay, next on my list was Joni Billy.
Starting time.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Janae Billy, and I serve as Director of Strategic Partnerships and External Affairs for Power Play. I'll also be advocating on behalf of the Sports Training and Role Models for Success Citywide Girls Initiative, for which Power Play serves as the lead agency. Thank you, Chair Brennan and committee members for taking your time to hear our testimony today. Power Play's mission is to advance the lives of girls through sports, helping them grow physically, emotionally, and academically stronger. Through our structured sports and social emotional learning curriculum, we build girls' confidence and resilience and create safe spaces where girls can learn from each other and from strong female role models. Power Play offers opportunities for girls where they would not otherwise exist. Furthermore, Power Play serves as the lead agency for a coalition of 10 New York City nonprofits known as STARS CGI. As a collective, we support the healthy development of over 6,000 girls and gender nonconforming youth of color, overcome barriers to success, and develop as leaders in their communities. Specifically, STARS develops the lives and leadership skills of New York City youth through after-school and summer sports, academic enhancement, STEM, college prep, and the arts. Because of the Council's generous support for nearly a decade, the cohort of 10 partners have collectively served nearly 50,000 girls of color and gender-expansive youth. Many immigrants and first-generation college-bound across all 5 boroughs and in all 51 council districts. We have done so with life-changing outcomes from one of the city's most vulnerable populations. STARS persists in our fight for girls and women causes that have remained severely underfunded. On behalf of girls and gender-expansive youth of color across New York City, we thank the Council for its generous support of nearly $10 million over the course of our history, and we look forward to our continued work together ensuring the social emotional well-being of our communities. The STAR CGI Coalition respectfully seeks total funding of $2 million for FY23 inclusive of the restoration of $1.4 million. I thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Martha Camber.
Starting time.
Okay, next on my list is Quadira Coles, Girls for Gender Equity.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and members and staff on the Committee of Finance. My name is Quadira and I'm the Deputy Director of Policy at Girls for Gender Equity, and I apologize for not being on camera today, but it makes sense to repurpose some of my old testimonies because here we are again demanding now with the new council to prioritize police-free schools and invest in students' education with healing and restorative services, programs, and support despite our unwavering advocacy over the past years. I want to be clear that students are still feeling the pandemic's 2-year impact. We are currently living through a nationwide mental health crisis with the general consensus amongst students themselves and adult allies that their emotional and mental well-being is and should be at the top priority right now. We can't ignore that. Funding to the School Safety Division, which fosters harmful policing tactics and surveillance, takes away from areas within our education system that needs adequate and sustainable fiscal support, such as staff retention, restorative and extracurricular programming. During the pandemic, students have lost access to their school buildings, peers, and teachers and had to rapidly adjust to new routines and new methods of learning that has exposed a multitude of educational inequities within the New York City school system. This has brought a tremendous amount of stress and mental health issues that students are constantly uplifting. Neither school communities nor students were prepared for this, and we are still trying to play catch up. So the plan to replenish school police officers in the School Safety Division seems absurd considering the many other things that need investment and that will truly ensure holistic safety for students. And as we begin to see rollbacks on the progress the city has made to undo pathways to harm and abuse by the NYPD in our own communities, we must ensure that we cut more than $500 million out of the school policing budget. This includes money for police, school police, as well as police officers and the city calls youth coordination officers, who are essentially tasked with surveillance of students in and outside of school. This kind of tactic never works. There are enough research to show that the outcomes of youth interactions with police are negative. Students do not need more antagonizing surveillance in the disguise of mentorship from officers who are also being told to bring back heavy-handed policing tactics on a quest to allegedly get tough on crime, which disproportionately targets Black and Brown youth. Furthermore, we want to and that includes our fellow DSC advocates and students here, demand that the city hire 2,000 New Yorkers to strengthen schools, invest $75 million to hire restorative justice coordinators in 500 schools, and $45 million to implement restorative justice practices, direct $350 million to new funding to grow school climate supports, and baseline $5 million to sustain mental health continuum initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Rachel Gastick from New York Edge.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm David Cruz. I'm here on behalf of Rachel Gazdick with New York Edge, Chair Brennan and members of the committee. I am here today to ask you to prioritize New York Edge's fiscal 23 citywide funding request of $1.2 million under the council's after school enrichment initiative. Our request represents an increase of $200,000 over our fiscal 22 allocation from the council and would be our first increase in 14 years. We are the largest provider of free after-school and school-based remote programming, summer programming in NYC, and have partnered with the council for the past 30 years in bringing these programs to all 5 boroughs to youth and families. We are a leader in the after-school community, well regarded for our evidence-based approach to after-school programming grounded in social-emotional learning, and one of the city's largest providers of college access programs. Our mission is to help bridge the opportunity gap among students in underinvested communities. Our entire student population is 90% or more African American or Hispanic, with an approximately equal number of male and female. More than 85% of these students we serve come from low-income households eligible for Title I free or reduced price lunches. Students need healthy minds, bodies, and relationships, as well as creative outlets to thrive, and our programs help to develop these students in all 4 of those areas. With funding under the council's after-school enrichment initiative, we annually impact tens of thousands of students in grades K to 12 from over 100 sites across the city through our school year and summer programs. Programs run before or after the day school year-round and include Saturdays over the summer and holiday periods. Our core components in our programs include academic and STEAM education, social emotional learning, sports and wellness, arts, including visual and performance, college and career readiness, summer camps, and learning labs. With your continued support and the increase of the $200,000, we would be able to service and keep providing the strong program that we have for the past years. Thank you for your support, and thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you. That concludes panel 16. Before I turn to panel 17, I will announce panels 20 and 21, already announcing 18 and 19. Panel 20 will be Lauren Miller, Sophia Harrison, Janice Monger, Lucy Sexton, Ariel Herrera. Panel 21, Donna Schneiderman, Casey Wagner, Lisa Bernstein, Tatiana Behar, Ben Fuller-Guggens, and that's it for, okay. Now, turning to panel 17, we will start with Potri Ron Kamanis Nur.
Starting time.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Putriran Kamanis Kianunor. I'm the artistic director and founder of a 30-year-old cultural interdisciplinary group called Kinding Sindao, and very much supported by DCLA. So today I'm campaigning for budget for AAPI Community Support Initiative at $6 million in order to fund critical programming, including mental health support, racial, literary, hate crimes intervention, gender-based violence intervention and prevention, youth programs, and other culturally responsive services needed to build long-term care and healing for our Asian American Pacific Islander New Yorkers during the critical times. Access helped NYC to $4 million to sustain this citywide initiative that funds community-based organization to provide education, outreach, and assistance to all New Yorkers about how to access healthcare and coverage. Communities of Color Non-for-Profit Stabilization Fund to $7 million, the first New York City Council fund to its kind, aim to build the capacity of NYC non-for-profit to recognition of the fact that organizations led by people of community are best equipped to meet the needs of the community. CCNSF also intended to promote learning among CBO leaders. Also, I would like to speak for the cultural sector, requesting a total of $1 million investment from NYC for fiscal year 23 to augment NYC economic recovery and create an inclusive sector growth towards a future focused and equitable economy. Investing in culture means investing in the long-term financial health of our city. The $100 million request represents 0.24% of city total budget and a commitment to our ultimate goal of reaching 1% for culture. $50 million in CID and CBA. Thank you very much. And as I said, I'm campaigning for budget for AAPI and culture and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Mary Cheng from the Chinese American Planning Council.
Starting time.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Again, my name is Mary Cheng from CPC. CPC's FCC early childhood and school age centers are critical safety nets for thousands of working class AAPI and immigrant families. In addition to providing childcare for low-income families, CPC's childhood development services staff are instrumental in supporting the growth of children of color with disabilities. We are contracted to serve New York City's children under the same capacity to educate with the same curriculum, credentials, assessments, and requirements. But yet, CPOs, FCCs, and DYCD programs are still funded disproportionately to their counterparts within DOE. It is unethical and discriminatory, and that the DOE still does not invest in equitable benefits and salary parity to the staff they considered essential during this pandemic. So support staff without longevity are paid a mere 30 cents above the minimum wage due to the contract negotiated with the city. We are seeing an exodus of staff from the childcare system due to the disparity. Many of the support staff have left for substitute positions within the DOE, which pays a rate of $33 an hour. The exodus of staff truly compromises the quality of programming our children deserve. CPC calls for equitable investments towards pay parity of the staff within all childcare centers and center-based organizations, and further investment towards the increase of childcare rates for home-based and childcare providers. As we head into another year of COVID, we continue to see an increasing number of children with disabilities requiring so many services. The lack of services that is really unethical at this point. There's just systematic inequities impacting the children, low-income children of color and children with disability and immigrant CBOs, such as language accessibility, digital disparity, and the cultural competence of supporting the teachers. CPC calls for equitable investment in community-led childcare services and the integration of intentional community outreach for families with digital and linguistic barriers, and provision of trainings for the school guidelines for community-based organizations. There is more to the testimony, but I do want to stress one more thing. I really think that families, especially low-income families, all deserve. And one thing that has been missed was undocumented children to get subsidized care in the city. Really want to stress that the city council needs to ensure that the mayor invests $10 million into the New York City's FY23 budget to ensure undocumented children have access to the same early child care and education programs for the new Care for All Families campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to Terry Collins from the Chinese American Planning Council.
Starting time.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Terry Collins. I am an alumni of Project Reach, a satellite outreach program of CPC. CPC does not only service the Chinese American community, but through Project Reach, we're able to unite and service youth from across all 5 boroughs. For well over 40 years, we have provided a safe haven, drop-in center, and social services for underserved youth from a multitude of racial, cultural, sexual orientation, and gender identities, as well as ethnic communities, undocumented youth, and at-risk gang violence youth through conversation and dismantling prejudices, using sensitivity and diversity workshops to combat discrimination in everyday life. We are currently rolling out a training program to combat anti-Blackness and anti-Asian violence in the city, using historical racist imagery to demonstrate the common history of media biases that plagues both communities. Our trainings are always inclusive of the Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter, transphobia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all the other communities. We are also partners with the American Indian Community House because we are all on stolen land and we always fail to acknowledge Indigenous people and Native people. A little bit about me. I came to Project Reach as a young person when Director Don Cowell facilitated an anti-discrimination workshop in my high school in 2002, and I have been involved ever since. I come from the Afro-Caribbean neighborhood of Flatbush, Brooklyn, and I'm a living testament of Project Reach's legacy and teaching anti-discrimination to everyone that is in my presence. Thank you, City Council, for your time.
Thank you, Terry. Next, we'll turn to Vanita Yogeshwar, also from CPC.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I do not have a testimony which has been canned and written down. I speak from my heart because this journey of mine has been very personal. It is about my son, Max, who was born to me as a daughter. And at the age of 14, he identified himself as a transgender male. And as a parent coming from a conservative Indian, South Asian background, this was, as you can imagine, whoever are parents in this group probably know what a shock it is to absorb this much information so quickly. But I had a choice to make. Either I get with the program, help my child out, and have him succeed in life no matter what choices he makes or what he identifies as, or lose him and become a parent bereft of a child. So I work for Health and Hospitals, and I'm very proud. I've been working here for 20 years. Through the resources at Health and Hospitals, they connected me with the CPC Project Reach. And as Terry identified so many wonderful things that Project Reach does, Max was able to get the help that he required. He graduated from high school from the Staten Island Technical Institute and moved on with an admission to Syracuse University, where he studies international relations and with a focus on social justice. So seeing the direct effect of how Project Reach gave him the power of knowing oneself, to be able to give him the courage to face life and to face the difficulties that come with being a transgender male. Max has, I'm very happy to report, this summer he's graduating from Syracuse University and from the Maxwell School of International Relationship. He is such a powerful young man now. He works thank you. And he also is focusing on working in the future with Project Reach and making us all very proud to be New Yorkers. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my story.
Thank you. And next, for our final panelist on panel 17, Dennis Mack, also from the Chinese American Planning Council.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and members of the Finance Committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Benice Mock and I work as a project coordinator at CPC. AAPI hate crimes have surged more than 339% nationwide last year, and CPC's community members have increasingly mentioned their fears of going outside. While some of our community members may call for more policing, many of them also know that increased policing does not necessarily equal safer cities or decreased crime rates. If anything, severe mental health symptoms and poverty are unjustly criminalized, especially in Black communities and other communities of color. NYC must address persistent disparities in access to health and mental health services amongst our most vulnerable communities. CPC urges the City Council to invest in preventative safety measures and address root causes, such as housing and education for our communities instead of increased policing and incarceration. Investing in our communities is healthcare justice and will open up the conversation for increased mental health access and decreased stigma. CBOs are best situated to offer long-term solutions and more direct community engagement to address and prevent hate violence. We have 4 asks. 1, to expand funding for CBOs working in the community, like the NYC Against Hate Coalition, which includes a diverse group of organizations representing communities across the city to coordinate responses to incidents of hate violence. 2, to increase funding for the AAPI Community Support Initiative to $6 million to directly support AAPI-led and serving organizations that offer critical programming. 3, to fully fund non-policing approaches to hate violence through the Office of the Prevention of Hate Crimes Partners Against the Hate Initiative at $10 million with the renewal of the same grantee cohort. And 4, raise wages for all human services workers through the Just Pay campaign, which sets a living wage floor of $21 per hour and includes a cost of living adjustment.
Time expired.
Thank you. And now we will turn to panel 18. We will start with Darren Mack from Freedom Agenda.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Brannon and Finance Committee members. My name is Darren Mack. I'm a co-director at Freedom Agenda. I'm also a member of the Commission of Reinvestment and the Closure of Rikers Island, established by Local Law 193. This commission is charged with ensuring significant reinvestment recommendations are made in vulnerable communities disparately and historically impacted by mass incarceration. And the commission just released its first report. So research and data have shown a significant percentage of individuals impacted by the criminal legal system reside in historically under-resourced communities, neighborhoods throughout New York City. As a co-chair of the youth subcommittee in the commission, our mission is to identify that investments that will prevent or remove young people from the criminal justice pipeline. The question remains, where will the city get the funding from? New York City Department of Correction has the highest DOC budget in the country. The proposed fiscal year 2023 DOC budget is $2.679 billion. We spend the most money in DOC in the country and get the worst results. To be clear, we want the programs and services that the people held in pretrial detention rely on to continue to be funded to meet their basic needs. However, we urge City Council to reject increasing DOC's headcount, which already has the largest DOC staff in the country, and instead reinvest those resources to fund the Commission recommendations. Lastly, the Board of Corrections, which serves as an independent oversight board that monitors New York City's jail system, should be fully funded to serve its purpose more efficiently. The board's budget is only 0.2% of the Department of Corrections budget compared to the Civil Complaint Review Board, whose budget is set at 1% of the NYPD's budget. With the country looking on,
Time expired.
the country looking at our city due to the human rights crisis at Rikers Island, this is the best time to increase the Board of Corrections budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Eileen M. Marr from Vocal New York and Freedom Agenda.
Starting time.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm Eileen Marr. I am a civil rights union leader of New York and a member of Freedom Agenda and the Justice for Women Task Force. I've also a survivor of Rikers Island, where I spent over 420 unnecessary days as a result of a criminalized domestic violence situation. Right now, we have a civil rights catastrophe going on. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Right now, we have a civil rights catastrophe going on at Rikers Island that has been instigated and sanctioned by COBA. The officers and employees have been staging blue days that are organized by COBA and given a silent blessing by the employees that do show up. And in addition to this, this has caused not only 5 deaths this year and 22 deaths in the past year. It has caused an uptick in violence on behalf of the officers who instigate most of the violence, as well as excessive sanitary issues, such as people urinating in bags, being locked in their cells without medication, such as insulin, mental health medicine, and methadone, and women having to utilize torn up clothing instead of having adequate sanitary protection during their monthly periods. And right now, all the mayor wants to do is pack the cells and dorms and more. He and the COBA want to send more children to jail rather than invest in community services. This is not keeping anyone safer, not our communities and not our homes. Locking away the so-called alleged problem indefinitely does nothing to help anyone. So I beg the city council to ignore Mayor Adams when deciding on this budget and his punitive, abusive, and ultimately murderous ideas to curb a non-existent increase in crime. I just have like 2 more sentences. We need to maintain the course with bail and discovery reform. We need to implement community services such as increased education, domestic violence, and I apologize, increased domestic violence services, services for the unhoused, job training, supportive housing, summer youth employment, and affordable grocery stores that stock healthy foods in underserved neighborhoods. We don't need people being locked and caged. We don't need people not receiving their services.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll submit.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Mon.
Starting time.
Next on my list is Christina Rodriguez Hart.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Christina Rodriguez Hart, and I am a New York City, Queens resident and a member of DSA's NYC chapter. I'm here to voice my opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' executive budget and to call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. 2 years into the pandemic, working class New Yorkers are in crisis. COVID-19 cases are surging, landlords are raising rents, and families struggle to stay in their homes. But the mayor continues to favor the wealthy and powerful over everyday New Yorkers. His budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, and education while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. Today, I urge this council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for NYCHA and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams' cuts to our public education system by investing $122 million into Cuny and funding DOE mental health counselors and social workers, rather than filling school police vacancies. I also urge the council to act on two deadly crises facing our city: climate catastrophe and the overdose epidemic. We need $3.1 billion for the streets plan, $1.8 billion for green public schools, $250 million for fair fares, and $10 million to expand life-saving safe consumption sites to all 5 boroughs. Finally, the council must reject the mayor's regressive return to law and order mentioned by many of the people in this hearing. I urge the council to reject the proposal to add hundreds of new correction officers for solitary confinement, a practice the UN defines as torture. I also urge the council to demonstrate their commitment to racial justice by cutting failed NYPD criminalization programs like the Ineffective and Violent Plainclothes Unit, the so-called Subway Safety Plan, and ending all NYPD response to mental health calls. And Be Heard, as already discussed, needs to be improved because it's failing us. Also disband the SRG. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Stuart Stout.
Starting time.
Okay, we will go ahead and turn to our next panel. Alice Bufkin, Kenny Minaya, Luba Cortez, Katie Bravo, Kimberly George, Soroya Friedman Gonzalez, and Michelle Neubauer. We will start with Alice Bufkin from the Citizens Committee for Children of New York.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Brennan and members of the committee for this opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Alice Bufkin, and I'm the Associate Executive Director of Policy and Advocacy at Citizens Committee for Children. We'll be providing written testimony, but in the time I have, I'm going to briefly touch on some of the key issues needed to support children and families in the budget. First, despite the urgent need to address the children's behavioral health crisis, there's simply not enough in the mayor's budget or the city council's response to address children's mental health needs. Among other priorities, we urge you to fund and baseline $5 million for the mental health continuum. We were grateful that this funding was championed by the City Council in last year's budget. The continuum offers an essential opportunity to ensure interagency coordination and provide behavioral supports to students across a continuum of needs. However, progress made through this initiative will end in June if city leaders do not baseline the funding in this year's budget. We also urge you to provide $28.5 million to increase the number of school-based mental health clinics and expand the capacity of those that already exist. In terms of housing, we urge you to add $30 million to fully fund the City Fetch program, address staffing shortages at HRA and HPD, and hire 150 DOE shelter-based community coordinators to support students in shelter. Turning to early care and education, we urge you to prioritize pay parity for community-based preschool special educators and others left out of the original parity agreement, as well as address teacher and staff longevity and benefits. We also ask that you prioritize expanding and aging down the childcare system and work towards universality for infants and toddlers, as well as expanding access to all-day, year-round care for all children birth to 5. An essential part of COVID recovery is supporting youth and youth programming. We therefore urge you to baseline fair futures, as well as expand year-round youth employment and increase cost per participant rates for Compass and Sonic contracts. Finally, we urge you to support the economic recovery and well-being of New Yorkers by enacting the mayor's proposal to enhance their local EITC and fully support the Just Pay campaign, including a 5.4% COLA to combat inequitable pay among human service workers. This is obviously a long list of priorities, but it's really just reflective of the deep needs of children and families in our city and a recognition of the enormous opportunity we have to make long-lasting investments in communities, have a foundation for resilience and recovery. So thank you for your time and commitment to children and families in the city.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Kenny Minaya from Make the Road New York.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, members of the Committee on Finance. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Make the Road New York. As you all know, Make the Road New York is a nonprofit community-based membership organization with over 25,000 low-income members dedicated to building the power of immigrant and working class communities to achieve dignity and justice through organizing, policy innovation, transformative education, and survival services. We have offices in Jackson Heights, Bushwick, and Port Richmond, New York City. We will submit comprehensive written testimony, but I just wanted to take this time to focus on a couple of proposals that are of concern to us. First, we echo the speaker's call for DOE to restore and baseline $9.16 million for all 52 community schools facing cuts. As you all know, community schools have a proven success record. Their relevance and necessity have only become magnified in providing the critical services our city's most vulnerable youth need as they struggle to re-engage after the pandemic's disruptions. As a nonprofit community-based partner at the Bushwick campus, we know firsthand the harm that our youth will experience if these proposed cuts of nearly 40% are implemented. Next, Make the Road echoes and joins the council's call for DYCD to double the baseline funding for adult literacy programs to $27 million, including restoration of the $1.7 million that was cut from the prelim budget to continue the case management pilot, and calling for an extension of the adult literacy pilot project for a second year and for that to be expanded to $5 million. Lastly, we call on the city to cut at least $1 billion from the NYPD expense budget and for those funds to be invested in community programs that promote health and real safety solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, we will turn to Luba Cortez, Trans Immigrant Project Make the Road.
Starting time.
Okay, next on my list, I have Katie Bravo, also from Trans Immigrant Project Make the Road.
Starting time.
Okay, we will turn to Kimberly George. Oh. Kimberly George. Okay, we can go ahead and mute her. Okay, we're going to turn to Sarai Friedman Gonzalez.
Starting time.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sarai Friedman Gonzalez, and I'm the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Children, a nonprofit dedicated to improving the well-being of children and families in the child welfare system, with a particular focus on those aging out of the foster care system. We are one of the only organizations in the city with a connection to nearly every single young person who has aged out of the New York City foster care system. And I am here advocating for additional investments and services to support these young people. At New Yorkers for Children, we provide direct educational and financial support to these youth and support other child welfare-focused organizations by developing new initiatives designed to fill gaps in the system. We do this through our longstanding partnership with the Administration for Children's Services, the 26 contracted foster care agencies, and many community partners. We know that the need for the services is great because the challenges this population faces are significant. This is true based on our own experiences, but this reality is brought out in the data as well. 1 in 4 youth in or aging out of the foster care system will not graduate high school. Fewer than 3% will earn a college degree in their lifetime. Even worse, after aging out of the system, 20% of people and youth will become instantly homeless. At New Yorkers for Children, we serve about 1,000 young people a year, and since 2018, we have directly supported more than 3,500 youth as they transition out of the New York City child welfare system. Since our founding in 1996, we have distributed $70 million in total support to these young people when they need it most. Our signature programs help nearly 700 young people go to college each year, and as a result of our wraparound support, including our scholarships and peer mentoring programs, our participants boast a 78% graduation rate. We are proud of this work, but we know we can do more. With increased funding, we can deepen our existing programs, which we see greater demand than our current funding allows. With help from the city, we hope to achieve increased well-being for youth in these programs, increase graduation rates, expanding service delivery, and creating a smoother continuum of care and reduce wait time for services. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Next, I'll call on Kimberly George.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly George. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am the president and CEO of Project Guardianship. Project Guardianship was founded 17 years ago as a social justice initiative of the Vera Institute of Justice. Vera launched Project Guardianship in partnership with the New York State Office of Court Administration to fill a gap in the adult guardianship and elder services safety net for New York City residents. In 2020, Project Guardianship spun off as an independent nonprofit, providing comprehensive court-appointed guardianship services to hundreds of limited capacity New York City residents. We serve clients regardless of their ability to pay for guardianship services and for some of the most compelling and complex cases in the city. We also share research and recommendations for a better guardianship system, and we advocate for more equitable responses to providing services for adults in need of protective arrangements. New York City's population is aging rapidly. 1/3 of older adults identify as Black, Latinx, Asian, or non-white, and the number of older immigrants statewide is growing at nearly double the rate of the US-born older adults. And nearly 1 in 7 older New Yorkers is living in poverty. Older, lower-income adults are at the center of the housing affordability and homelessness crises, especially older adults of color. These adults are disproportionately impacted by abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation. Despite increased state and federal investments in care for aging and disabled New Yorkers, too many will be denied the opportunity to benefit from these programs because they are physically and cognitively unable to navigate our complex public benefits and social services. This is where legal guardianship often steps in. Nonprofit guardianship programs work to secure public benefits, housing, healthcare, and other supports that this population needs to improve outcomes and promote safety and stability. Our clients include older New Yorkers, those living with serious disabilities, physical impairments, traumatic brain injury, the list goes on. We ask that the City Council continue supporting people who need guardians, put it at the top of the priority list for our local budget, and continue championing older adult New Yorkers and funding initiatives like Support Our Seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I'll turn to Michelle Neubauer from Cypress Hills Local Development Corporation.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Michelle Neugebauer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Cypress Hills Local Development Corporation. We're a not-for-profit community development organization and settlement house that serves about 11,000 East New Yorkers every year from 21 different service locations. We're also an advocacy organization and fought very hard with houses of worship, other CBOs, and neighborhood residents in the 2016 neighborhood rezoning of East New York. We fought for equity, justice, displacement prevention, local hiring, and deeply and permanently affordable housing. One of the things the community won was the basement legalization pilot. The city committed to $12 million for the neighborhood to legalize 40 basements into apartments and lay the groundwork for a citywide basement legalization pilot. Well, that promise was broken, and we're depending on the new city council to keep their promise to the East New York neighborhood. The pilot had just started, 800 homeowners expressed interest, a pandemic hit, and the program was gutted. Almost all the funding was cut for the program, and the remaining 9 homeowners, who are now 6 homeowners, were promised that they could go through, that their rehabs would be done, that it would be affordable, that tenants could come back to those basements. Well, now the funding is in jeopardy again. We have no assurances in FY23 that the expense or the capital money is going to be there. We need this city council to right this wrong that's been done to the East New York community. Basement legalization means a lot. It's a win-win, both for the homeowners that can now afford rising maintenance costs and for the tenants who can live in safe, healthy accommodations and an affordable, regulated rent. We ask you to take a good look, hard scrutiny at the basement legalization pilot and fully fund it or return that money to East New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes panel 19. Before going to panel 20, I will announce panels 22, 23, 24, and 25 so people can be ready. Panel 22, Rosemary Martinez, Yolanda Arthur, Sala Baida, James Dill, Luisa Pineda, Merble Regan. Panel 23, Akira Adams, Alyssa Figueroa, Keith Fuller, Kayana Bernard, Crystal Reyes. Panel 24, Paul Nagel, Mateo Guerrero Tavares, Shavat Bishop, Alana Lancaster, Lisa Sloan, Kate Tiskus. Panel 25, Yvette Ayala, Lorenzo Brooks, Natasha Connor, Nicholas O'Toole, and Pamela Rosario. I will now turn to panel 20, Lauren Miller, Sophia Harrison, Janice Monger, Lucy Sexton, Ariel Herrera, and Adam Ganser. I will first turn to Lauren Miller.
Starting time.
Next on my list, Sophia Harrison.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. I am Sophia Harrison, the founder and executive director of Arts House Schools of Music, Dance, and Fine Arts, the only cultural institution in Coney Island, Brooklyn, that serves the artistic and cultural needs for the children and senior citizens in this neighborhood. Our mission is to provide culture and the humanities for the children in the Coney Island community while providing them with the opportunity to build self-esteem, self-confidence, and develop poise, grace, and balance. I am here today to advocate for the Cultural Vibe Ask for the FY23 $1 million request. This ask includes a $50 million in CGI and CDF baseline funding, $45 million in grants for 5 strategic initiatives, $15 million for a cultural equity fund, $10 million for tourism and marketing for cultural across 5 boroughs, $10 million for workforce development and program support, $5 million for access and inclusion of deaf and disabled communities, $5 million for individual artists and renewal of the City Artist Program, and a $5 million increase for staffing at DCLA for the agency to provide efficiency and timely support. The $15 million ask for the Cultural Equity Fund will create an investment in BIPOC-led, founded, and servant organizations like Arts House Schools. All of us are founded to serve the underserved resource needs of the communities we serve. Communities of color, immigrant communities in the mostly low-income neighborhoods in the outer boroughs and zip codes of New York City. Many of our organizations have shoestring budgets, living from check to check with budgets under $250,000 with no full-time paid staff. I myself am a full-time volunteer for 17 years. This investment would not only secure the future of our organizations, but it will also provide a better quality of life for our staff, many of whom are part-time workers and their families. Since 2006, the different council members of the 47th district have supported Arts House Schools as they could.
Time expired.
It is the council that has supported the majority of BIPOC-led and serving organizations throughout the city of New York. However, BIPOC-led organizations need not only to strive, but to thrive. My request is that you support the Cultural Vibe and the Cultural Equity Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Janice Monger from the Staten Island Museum.
Starting time.
Next on my list, I have Lucy Sexton from New Yorkers for Culture and Arts.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. My name is Lucy Sexton. I lead the Cultural Advocacy Coalition, New Yorkers for Culture and Arts. I'm here to ask you to include an additional $100 million in the city budget for culture as detailed in the Culture Vibe NYC ask. The cultural sector is united in our ask for culture's visionary investment to build the economy. It calls for equity in every part of the ask, from a $50 million increase to the Department of Cultural Affairs funding baseline to adequately serve organizations of all sizes in the citywide cultural ecosystem, to the Cultural Equity Fund, which Sophia just talked about, which at long last begins to address the historic underfunding of BIPOC orgs serving communities of color. I want to note that we have not had an increase to the baseline funding for DCLA since 2009, despite the fact that the creative economy generates $100 billion in economic activity for the city. It is past time for this $50 million add to the DCLA baseline. Culture was the first to close, and we are still struggling to fully reopen. Federal relief for those of us lucky enough to receive it runs out next month. Meanwhile, audiences and other income are still not up to pre-pandemic levels. The slower culture takes to recover, the slower the city will take. But if you invest this relatively small amount, less than 0.25% of the city's budget, into culture now, you will see a robust recovery for every neighborhood. We bring visitors, we bring folks back to offices, we drive traffic to restaurants and local businesses, we improve education outcomes, we improve mental health, we create strong communities and are key to public safety. When youth have places to make music, dance, theater, science, when communities have places to gather and connect, when folks caught in the criminal justice system have places to tell their stories, we build strong, safe neighborhoods. Data backs this up. The more cultural assets, the safer the neighborhood. Let's invest in a strong economy and a more vibrant city by investing in culture for every New Yorker. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Ariel Herrera.
Starting time.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Ariel Herrera, and I am the Research and Advocacy Manager for Dance NYC. Dance NYC is the only service organization for the dance industry in the metropolitan New York City area, and its action-oriented research and advocacy seek to represent and advance the interests of the dance sector. Dance NYC joined colleague advocates working across creative disciplines in thanking you for your leadership. And I just want to echo my colleague, Lucy Sexton's, everything that she said, but I also would like to reiterate just one more time, $100 million investment in the Department of Cultural Affairs for fiscal year 2023, an investment that represents 0.24% of the city's total budget. In addition, Dance NYC is asking a robust investment in arts education through the Department of Education, including boosting the Persian arts allocation for $100 to $100 from $79.62. The city's budget represents far more than a financial statement. It is a social contract that articulates to the public the values that the council and administration place on its specific constituencies and communities, including industries and workers. The arts and culture industry is a major economic engine and accounts for 13% of New York City's total economic output, $110 billion in 2017 alone. New York City must invest back its fair share to the arts and culture sector to ensure that it not only survives, but thrives. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to Adam Ganzer.
Starting time.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. My name is Adam Ganzer. I'm the Executive Director at New Yorkers for Parks. We've been around for 100 years advocating for equitable access to parks and open spaces throughout the 5 boroughs. We are the co-founder of the Playfair Coalition. That's more than 400 organizations across the city focused on parks and open space. We will submit more detailed testimony, but I'm testifying today, asking for the council to hold the mayor accountable to the promises that he made on the campaign trail for 1% of the city budget for parks. We have delivered a letter to the mayor signed by 26 council members, 400 organizations across the city asking for that. And this is something that has been in the works for 20 years with our organization. It's high time that the city fund parks at an appropriate level. The second thing I want to bring up is that there are roughly 300 positions that are funded by the council. They're informally called Playfair positions, CPWs, PEP officers, gardeners, rangers, etc. Those positions are set to expire at the end of this fiscal year, along with roughly 1,800 positions of the cleanup corps. That is going to put the Parks Department in a really difficult situation. We are not out of COVID. People are spending more time than ever in their parks. We would like to ask the council to re-up on those positions and again, push the mayor to fund the parks at a higher level than he is right now, which is at 0.6% of the budget. I appreciate your time and thank you for your support.
Thank you. And that concludes panel 20. I will now turn to panel 21. Donna Schneiderman, Casey Wagner, Lisa Bernstein, Tatiana Behar, and Ben Fuller-Guggens. I'll first start with Donna Schneiderman.
Starting time.
Hi there. Hello, and thank you very much for hearing my testimony to everybody here on the council. My name is Donna Schneiderman, and I am a domestic worker employer, a founding member of Hand in Hand, the Domestic Workers Network, and we're part of the New York City Coalition for Domestic Work. I'm here today to request your support for the Domestic Worker and Employer Empowerment Initiative, a new City Council initiative for FY23 that will provide $300,000 in much needed funding to support outreach, education, and enforcement, supporting over 6,000 domestic workers this year. This initiative will enable the outreach and education about domestic workers' rights to both workers and employers, support investigation of rights abuses, create referrals to the City Commission on Human Rights and Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, as well as broaden enforcement of the recently passed Intro 339, which is also known as Local Law 88. I've had the honor of partnering with domestic workers as an employer ally and advocate for many years since the passage of the New York State Domestic Workers Bill of Rights. And I've learned over the years that while there are many employers aiming to be fair, despite the lack of standards around, unfortunately, there are many employers who actively may take advantage of their employees or who are willfully ignorant at the expense of their employees. I've been involved in this movement for better guidelines and standards because I believe that employers need guidance from the government so we can do what's right. And without the guidelines, employers are left to figure out on our own, online or through word of mouth, sometimes not accessing the right information. We're so pleased that New York
Time
City
expired.
Thanks. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. And next, we will turn to Casey Wagner.
Starting time.
So thank you so much to the City Council members and Committee Chair Brennan. My name is Casey Wagner, and I'm a domestic worker employer and a member of Hand in Hand. And it is my great honor to be partnering with the Domestic Employers Network and the worker centers that are part of it, the National Domestic Workers Alliance and Carroll Gardens. And I am a better employer because of my membership in Hand in Hand. Maxine, the caregiver for my 96-year-old mother, has made my work possible. Domestic workers have made all work possible, as she has provided devoted care to my mother for 9 years, starting with her first hospitalization, then to her independent living facility, assisted living facility, memory care unit, and finally at the nursing home where she now resides with dementia. Maxine's commitment to my mother's safety and mental health also included her disclosing to me the emotional abuse that my mother experienced at the hands of her then partner with whom she was living. Needless to say, our intervention and their separation was immediate, but I would not have known about this or done anything without Maxine's priceless gift to my family based on her knowledge and expertise. Maxine is invaluable to my family, and she, along with all caregivers, should continue to be entitled to both the recently won workplace rights and benefits and more that Donna identified, and that all of us on this call enjoy. And so we greatly appreciate your support in getting this word out. The collaboration between employers and domestic workers and the training and education that we are doing in partnership to get the word out, to educate domestic workers about what their rights are and to educate employers so we can do the right thing is invaluable. And so I thank you so much for your time and testimony.
Thank you. And Next, I will turn to Lisa Bernstein.
Starting time.
Lisa Bernstein, and I'm a domestic worker employer, a member of Hand in Hand, the Domestic Employers Network, and a part of the New York City Coalition for Domestic Workers. When 27 years ago, when I gave birth to my daughter, I had actually been the marketing director for the What to Expect When You're Expecting pregnancy books. And yet when it came to hiring childcare so I could go back to work, I had no idea what to expect. And now 27 years later, if my daughter were to have a baby right now, she too would be right in the same place of nobody guiding and telling her what to expect. I am here today to urge you to support the Domestic Worker and Employee Empowerment Initiative, which is the New York City Council initiative for FY23 that will provide $300,000 in much needed funding to support outreach, education, and enforcement support, thank you, to over 6,000 domestic workers this year. As employers, we need guidance from the government so we can do what is right. By passing this proposal in the current budget session, our local government would be taking a step in the right direction by acknowledging an investment to ensure domestic workers, the workers who care for our families, have the rights and are empowered as workers to negotiate better contracts, and will empower employers because we would have guidance and the support to be good employers. We've passed the city has passed some fabulous laws, including the Domestic Worker Bill of Rights, paid, safe, and sick leave, and most recently, Intro 339, that many employers know nothing about, nor do employees. But as an employer, we're left to figure it out all on our own and not always finding the right information. Some of us are doing the right thing, but we now need local government to do the same. This initiative will enable outreach and education about domestic workers' rights to both workers and employers, support investigations of rights abuses, which happen every day. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Tatiana Behar.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is Tatiana Behar. I'm the New York City lead organizer at Hand in Hand, the Domestic Employers Network. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of our membership, and also thank you to our members who just spoke in the last minutes. Hand in Hand is a national network of employers of nannies, house cleaners, and home attendants, our families and allies. We support domestic employers, improve their employment practices, and believe that dignified and respectful working conditions benefits worker and employer alike. We envision a future where people live in caring communities and recognize all of our interdependence. Hand in Hand is a nonprofit organization and one of the main organizations in the country that organizes domestic employers. We are also part of the New York City Coalition for Domestic Work, along with the National Domestic Workers Alliance, ADICAR, and Carroll Gardens Association. Our coalition has submitted the Domestic Worker and Employer Empowerment Initiative for this budget session to ensure workers not exercise their rights and employers are guided about their responsibilities and obligations regarding the law. In 2010, Domestic Workers Bill of Rights was passed in New York State, the first ever in the country that provided legal framework and online human rights for this workforce, such as minimum wage, basic leave, and overtime, among others. Similar bills like the basic leave and safe, New York City pay sick and safe leave, as well as Intro 339, just recently, a bill that ensures human rights protections for domestic workers. So having said that, we asked the Finance Committee and the Budget Negotiation team to consider approving this initiative for this fiscal year that will provide $300,000 in much needed funding to support outreach, education, and enforcement support to over 6,000 domestic workers as well as employers throughout our city. Yes, I know that my time is almost done, but again, this is really a very important program. We don't feel like it's a victory until the sector starts changing.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Ben Fuller-Guggens.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Brennan and council members on the Finance Committee for offering me time to speak today. My name is Ben Fuller-Guggens. I'm with the Carroll Gardens Association. We're a proud member of the New York City Coalition for Domestic Work. Councilmember Brennan, it was refreshing to hear in your opening remarks this morning naming caregivers as one of the impacted groups of people in our city during the pandemic. Unfortunately, caregivers, there's a long history of caregivers, domestic workers being invisibilized, their work undervalued. And so that's one of the reasons I'm here with fellow members of our coalition that you just heard and other members that you'll hear this afternoon to urge you to pass our new budget initiative, the Domestic Worker and Employment Empowerment Initiative. This will be amazingly the first time in New York City's history that there's an explicit investment in domestic worker and employer outreach and education. We're asking $300,000 for fiscal year 2023, and that will enable us to provide outreach and education so that we're able to go into the parks, into the libraries, and make sure that workers across the city, over 200,000 domestic workers across the city, know what their rights are, know their rights to overtime, to paid sick time, to enjoy 339, which we worked so hard to pass this past year. And still, as we just heard from hand-in-hand members, many employers and workers are unaware. So we're excited to work together to make this the first investment in domestic workers and employers around the city. Again, we're asking $300,000 for the Domestic Worker and Employer Empowerment Initiative. And we thank you for your time and look forward to some of our worker members sharing soon about why this initiative is so critical for them. So thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes panel 21. I'll now turn to panel 22, Rosemary Martinez, Yolanda Arthur, Salua Baida, James Dill, Luisa Pineda, and Merble Regan. We will start with Rosemary Martinez.
Starting time.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Chair Brennan and council members. My name is Rosemary Martinez. As a reminder, our coalition from last year is comprised of the National Domestic Worker Alliance, NYCC Chapter, Advocacy and Hand in Hand, the Domestic Employers Network, and Care Gardens Association. Together, we represent domestic workers and employees across New York City. I have been a domestic worker for 6 years, despite being born in this city, due to the lack of opportunity for my mom, who has been a domestic worker for more than 30 years, and due to the lack of information and respect for her work, I had to grow up away from her. I can say not only about the lack of opportunities, and now as a domestic worker organizer with CGA, I can see and know about the struggles domestic workers had to go through. I'm here today to request your support for the Domestic Worker and Employee Empowerment Initiative, a new City Council initiative for FY23 that will provide $300,000 in much needed funding to support outreach, education, and empowerment support to over 6,000 domestic workers this year. There are over 200,000 domestic workers in New York City, and while we have celebrated many transformative wins over the past decade, including the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights, paid safe and sick leave, and the most recently, Intro 339. Like my colleagues say before, we need our city to support us just as we support the family, the homes, and loved ones. Thank you, council members and committee chairman, for hearing my testimony, and I hope we can look forward to working with you to build a city where domestic work is valued and dignified.
Time expired.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Yolanda Arthur.
Starting time.
Okay, next on my list, I have Salwa Baida.
Starting time.
Thank you, Mr. Butenhorn. My name is Salwa Baida. Good afternoon from Forest Hills, Queens. I'm also a part of Hand in Hand, the Domestic Employers Network. And the reason I'm speaking today and testifying today is because, like a lot of my peers that you just heard from, I am both a person who employs a domestic worker inside of my home, and I'm also a Latina lawyer. I'm also the daughter of a now retired house cleaner. And so, like so many of the folks that have spoken already, I find that it's really important for both workers to know what their rights are and what their responsibilities are, and for employers to know what the law requires of them. And so, as we've heard, the paid and sick leave bills have passed. Intro 339, which considers domestic workers to be employees like any other employee. All of these different things, paid and sick leave, all of these different things are wonderful. There we go. Wonderful developments that we've all fought for and that are important to keep our city running. At the same time, if both the employees and the employers don't know about them, they can't actually follow those guidelines, and they can't make these kind of policies make New York City the best city that it can be. So in order to do that, we got to fund the initiatives that provide outreach, that provide support, that provide enforcement. If we can do that, then this is going to be transformative. So that's why you've heard my colleagues and you've heard so many of the other people that will be speaking ask for that funding, that $300,000, which is completely reasonable to be able to make those outreach and other support efforts actually possible. Thank you so much. Y muchas gracias. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you. And next we will turn to James Dill.
Starting time.
I'm Jim Dill, Executive Director of Housing and Services, Inc. We provide permanent supportive housing to 720 New York City households. We support all of Supportive Housing Network's advocacy points to this meeting, but I will focus on the immediate and dire need to build HRA capacity for the referral process to permanent supportive housing projects. Due to the lack of HRA capacity, our projects that rely on contracted HRA DHS shelter referrals now have vacancy rates in excess of 10%. I have neither the time today nor the words to describe the human cost to homeless individuals whose shelter stays are being needlessly prolonged by the lack of capacity. However, I can speak to the financial costs to both providers and the city. Our Kenmore project on East 23rd Street has 325 housing units and an annual residential rent roll of approximately $4 billion. During the pandemic, it has taken an average of 72 days from referral requests to a tenant move-in. At 72 days for a move-in, tenants are leaving at a much faster rate than new ones are coming in. In calendar 2021, Kenmore's vacancy rate was 6%. For February 2022 was 11%. With no solution to the capacity problem, Kenmore's vacancy loss for 2022 could approximate $500,000. It is well documented that the city's annual cost for a homeless person in a shelter is in excess of $30,000. These costs are needless and must be cured by an immediate investment in HRA capacity. It is truly dismal that the homeless are being driven out of the subway system and encampments while thousands of permanent supportive housing units that they want and need remain vacant. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. We will provide detailed written testimony.
Thank you. And next I will turn to Luisa Pineda.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Justin Brennan and members of the New York City Council Committee on Finance. My name is Luisa Pineda, and I have worked in the human service sector for over 10 years. I currently work as a college retention specialist at the College Access and Success Program at Queens Community House, where we provide individuals and families with the needed tools to enrich their lives and build healthy, inclusive communities. We are a supporter of the Just Pay campaign. I'm thankful for this opportunity to testify on behalf of Queens Community House. Essential human services workers earn one of the lowest wages in New York City economy due to chronic underfunding from New York City government contracts. If we learned anything from the COVID-19 pandemic, is the importance of human services, because they are just that, human. Human services workers make about $20,000 a year less than a public sector worker with a comparable education. I make 70% of what I would make if I worked in government. We need human services workers, but it is hard to recruit and retain them when government pays so little. Within the last year, many of programs under Queens Community House have been understaffed, as many leave due to low wage salary, which means many of us are taking on more work for the same pay. New Yorkers across the city rely on me and my team to provide them with broad network of comprehensive services at 34 sites and in 14 neighborhoods. I am a dedicated worker, and I love to support the community I grew up in. I provide students with opportunities to increase their academic performance, leadership skills, as well as supporting them with college and career guidance. Not only do I support students, but I also connect them and families to internal and external resources such as housing, eviction prevention, immigration services, childcare, the list goes on. I advocate for my students when no one else has the time to, providing them and the guidance they need to move forward and have a better future. I serve the children and youth, the young adults and families, older adults, and the LGBTQ population to provide them with my time and understanding and connecting each of them with the resources that will empower them to help them achieve wellness along with. We need the city to acknowledge our work and to address crisis in the sector and save jobs of helpless human services workers. We are asking the city to adapt reforms that save Just Pay campaign for fighting. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Myrble Regan from the Women's Center for Education and Career Advancement.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Brannon and members of the New York City Council Finance Committee for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Myrble Regan. I am Executive Director of the Women's Center for Education and Career Advancement. I have worked for more than 40 years in nonprofit human services. I support the Just Pay campaign. Today, I take this time to urge the committee to factor into its budgetary determinations the factual realities for many of the tens of thousands of human services workers who are providing mandated essential services and earning far less than their government and private sector counterparts. If we don't right this wrong now, then when? This is the right time for New York City to finally address this issue of fairness and wage parity. In my written testimony, you will find the link to our New York City self-sufficiency calculator. I invite you to put in your zip code and the ages of the adults and children in your household. In less than 2 seconds, you will see the numbers that make up your working family's break-even, bare bones budget and the salary you need to cover all your basic expenses. Then do the same for one of your constituent families headed by a contracted human services worker. Consider the results. Then ask yourself, is this not the time to finally build it back better for contracted human services workers who continue to provide the essential services and deserve to be paid fairly for their work? As others have said, we ask you to set an annual cost of living adjustment on all human services contracts. Set a living wage floor of at least $21 an hour. Create and fund a wage and benefit schedule that is comparable to the salaries made by New York City workers doing the same work. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and for your support on all issues impacting our sector.
Thank you. That concludes panel 22. Before going to 23, I will announce panels where I left off. So I will announce panels 26, 27, 28, and 29, so people can be ready. Panel 26, Nora Moran, Brian Fotino, Michelle Feldman, Felipe Vargas, Alex Martinez, Rebecca Cleary. Panel 27, Catherine Mikitiuk, Emily Miles, Brian Trezevant, Chan Henry, Darren Block, Christopher Romson. Panel 28, Carlos Castel Croak, Lonnie Portis, Stephanie Ehrlich, Fabiola Sierra, Jennifer Vasquez, Allison Gardy, Karina Garcia, and Tori Casso. Panel 29, Kathleen DiPerna, Nicholas Weiss, Freedom Gerardo, Arlene Cruz, Doxine Roberts, and Juan Pinzon. I will now turn to panel 23, Akira Adams, Alyssa Figueroa, Keith Fuller, Kiana Bernard, and Crystal Reyes. We will first turn to Akira Adams with the Urban Youth Collaborative.
Your time will begin.
Next, I will turn to Alyssa Figueroa.
Time will begin.
Hey, Malcolm. Akiria Adams, Nia Morris, Kiana Bernard, and Aji Gaye are students who are currently in school. They're prepared and eager to testify. I ask that you call their names at 4:30 today or after that so that they can.
All I can say is I will do my best. I have we have 400 some odd people, so we'll do our best. Cool. That's all I can promise.
Thank you. Yeah, they're in school currently, so can't be on right now. So again, yeah, Akiria, Naya, Kiana, and Aji. So I'll start my testimony. Hi, y'all. My name is Alyssa Figueroa. I am the coalition coordinator of the Urban Youth Collaborative, a student-led coalition of New York City youth organizing groups fighting to end the school to prison and deportation pipeline. Today, I'm here to talk about school safety. I'm sure that's on the minds of everyone after that injustice that occurred in Texas yesterday. School should be a place where students from all walks of life are safe to learn and grow. So it's in times like these that it's more important than ever to push for the many evidence-based solutions to school safety. We know what many of them are, and we know that school policing is not one of them. The percentage of students nationwide reporting police stationed at their schools more than doubled after the Columbine shooting, yet research shows time and time again that school police do not prevent school shootings. In fact, a study of 133 school shootings actually found a higher mortality rate in schools with school police. Yet just this morning, the mayor held a press conference in which he called for, among many things, an increase in police presence in schools. This already reflects his executive budget, in which he plans to fund 4,731 school police positions, despite there being less than 4,000 school police currently in schools. That means he plans to spend tens of millions of dollars funding nearly 800 vacant school police positions in order to fill them. New York City already has more and spends more on school policing than any city in the country by far. For comparison, Los Angeles has 20 times less police in their schools than we do, despite having more than half of New York City's student population. Q1 data on school policing incidents occurring between January to March 2022 was just released this month. Yet again, the data shows that what we've been seeing since data was made publicly available in 2016, that Black and Latinx students make up 90% of school police incidents, despite them making up 66% of the student population. It's no surprise that when we survey students of color, they overwhelmingly say that school police make them feel less safe. It's time for the city to pass a budget that follows an anti-racist, evidence-based approach to public safety.
Time's expired.
In our schools and communities. I am calling on council members to stay on to listen to students testify later today, hopefully around 4:30 p.m. Thank you so much.
Next, we're turning to Keith Fuller.
Time will begin.
Okay, and just so everyone knows, the raise hand function is only for council members if they have questions for any panelists. So if members of the public are using the raise hand function, we will be lowering it. There will be a period of time after all names have been called for those who were not on when we called their name to use the raise hand function. So everyone will have a second opportunity to speak if they were not available when I called their name. The last that was on this list was Crystal Reyes.
Time will begin.
Okay. I am going to call the next panel. Panel 24, Paul Nagel, Mateo Guerrero Taveras, Shavette Bishop, Elena Lancaster, Lisa Sloan, Kate Tiskus. Apologize if I mispronounce any names. We'll first start with Paul Nagel.
The time will begin.
Hi, my name is Paul Nagel. I'm the Executive Director of Stonewall Community Development. This is LGBTQ older adults in welcoming housing they can afford with access to health and mental health services that meet their unique needs. Our services are available to all New York City older adults. The housing innovations and solutions we create are meant to be universal and replicable for all seniors, but we know that by centering LGBTQ older adults in the creation and piloting of these models, our needs will not be ignored, as so often happens. New York City is facing an unprecedented senior housing crisis as baby boomers age in. A report on the 2010 census from the New York City Planning Department projected a 40% increase in New Yorkers over 65 between 2010 and 2040, from 1 million to 1.4 million. Where will they live? LGBTQ elders face a number of challenges beyond those of the general elder population. A study by the Equal Rights Center published in 2014 conducted in 10 states uncovered a 48% discrimination rate against same-sex older adults, couples, and housing inquiries. They're more likely than their heterosexual counterparts to lack support networks, lack family, live in poverty, experience increased comorbidities attributed to living lives of anxiety in constantly hostile environments, and experience discrimination or fear of discrimination in housing and healthcare delivery. On the flip side, the LGBT community has elements that uniquely position us to successfully pilot innovative housing solutions. We have a shared lived experience, a history of building networks of support, and a deep well of creativity. This year, we're seeking support from the Speaker's Initiative for Leave No Veteran Behind, a project we're piloting in the Bronx with a 2-year grant from the New York Community Trust, which will create LGBT welcoming supported home shares for 14 adult veterans. Community-based housing solutions will be critical to meeting the challenges of the coming housing crisis for seniors. Please keep your eyes and your attention on innovations emerging from grassroots groups like ours and support them through the budget process. Our budget request information will be included in our written testimony. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nagel. Next, we will turn to Mateo Guerrero Taveras from the Trans Immigrant Project, Make the Road.
Time will begin.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm actually going to read the testimonies of the 3 other members who were skipped in panel 22. So I'm going to start with Dulce. Good afternoon. Thanks everyone for this public hearing. My name is Dulce. I am a member of Make the Road New York and a trans person from El Salvador. I'm an immigrant and resident of Queens and also a sex worker. Vice has criminalized my community for many years, especially my trans sex worker sisters who have been deported for raids and wrongfully arrests made by the Vice squad. I am here to raise my voice and make it clear that New York needs to dismantle the Vice police units. I know that in the recent city budget, there was an adjustment that reduces the funding of the city of the Vice units to $12 million, but I demand that New York City and Mayor Eric Adams stops providing more money to the Vice units and instead invest in our communities. The rate of discrimination in unemployment, food insecurity, trauma, unstable housing, and police abuse are issues that are little heard of, but it's a reality that we face in my community. Many of our community members are at increased risk for anxiety, depression, suicide, low life satisfaction, self-harm, isolation, PTSD, HIV, and incarceration. Therefore, it is necessary to invest in programs for our communities and to stop investing in police squads that constantly harass our communities and use racist and sexist tactics to criminalize us and put barriers in our futures. These raids and arrests leads to barriers to obtaining a decent job, housing, and being able to fix our immigration status.
Mr. Guerrero Taveras, I'm just going to ask that that you wrap up your testimony and others will be able to give their testimony either submitted to testimony@council@nyc.gov, or they will have an opportunity to be on the Zoom later. For those who were not on when I called their name, they will have an opportunity to speak when we are done with our panels.
All right, well, so what I want to mention, so there are 3 members who joined that were skipped in panel 22, Rosalind, Kathy Bravo, and Dulce Flores, who are sex workers who have been consistently being harassed by the VAS units. This is a police unit that instead of providing any support, what they do is traumatize, harass, steal money from community members, sexually assault sex workers, and get away with it. We're demanding that the $12 million that they still have in the funding are removed and given to the community members that have been impacted by providing health access, legal support, as well as housing security for our community members. This behavior from the Vice units and in general from NYPD is terrorizing and only continues to instigate fear in our community. Nearly 93% of Vice targets for 93% of Vice targets for purchasing sex are Black and brown or Asian, while 90% of those targeted for selling sex are people of color. Almost all the people vice officers prey upon are low-income neighborhoods like Jackson Heights, Fifth Avenue in Brooklyn, and under prior Major de Blasio, New York has paid more than $1 million to settle false arrest claims by people that were targeted for patronizing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next person we're going to call on is Shelvette Bishop from the Audre Lorde Project.
The time will begin.
Hello, my name is Chevette Bishop with the Audre Lorde Project. We're an LGBTST and TGNC POC organizing center. I'm a member of both the SOS, that's Safe Outside the System, and Third Space Collective. We work to keep our communities safe and educate our communities in de-escalation. We've trained over 100 households, people, businesses, organizations, so that they do not call police, because that has not been safe for our communities. That disproportionately people of color, LGBT, TSTGNC folks do not have correct access to things like housing, healthcare, mental health care, accessibility support, immigration needs, legal needs. All these things are things that funding could go towards, and that organizations are doing for our communities, the most impacted communities. And these are the funds that need to be allocated not to more policing, not to Eric Adams' office. These are not the things that are helpful. We don't need more rainbows in June. We need our communities to be cared for, to have the resources and housing and education and food and safety that we need, because you cannot heal without safety. The two go hand in hand. Our communities need to feel safe. They need to be provided for. We do not need these institutions to be further fortified. We need our communities to be fortified. Everywhere from our youth to our elders and everyone in between need resources, especially for our communities. The LGBTSTGNC communities, especially those of color, disproportionately are impacted every day by a lack of healthcare, housing, food, education. The list can go on, and I can echo the need to organize and to come together to make sure that these services are provided, as many of the people before me have said.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Alana Lancaster from the Ackerman Institute for the Families, Gender, and Family Project.
The time will begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Chair Brannon, all the City Council members, Council staff, and community members here today. My name is Alana Lancaster. I'm the Associate Director for Training at the Gender and Family Project of the Ackerman Institute for the Family. I've worked in trans health for a lot of years, and so I knew intellectually for a long time what a huge difference it makes when youth have family support. We see this all through the research. It's like the best possible thing you can do for mental health, for physical health throughout the lifespan. And I could quote you all the statistics, and you still wouldn't understand the way that I didn't understand until I saw it in a totally different way when I started working with the Gender and Family Project. There's a mom who I spoke to this week who used a description that I've gotten to hear a lot. And she said that there were these two moments when she suddenly saw things click. One, she was watching her kid realize for the first time after they came out that they were truly embraced and celebrated by their family for all of who they are. And that the second moment was when she watched her kid interact and be surrounded by kids like them for the first time in their life. And what she said she saw watching her child's face in those moments was that it was like they had been wandering through the desert thirsty for years, and that they'd finally been given a drink of water for the first time. And I've heard that story so many times, and every kid deserves that. And we've seen that moment with so many families, thanks to the programs the City Council supports through its trans equity funding. City Council funding has been absolutely crucial to our work, making sure that we can provide family therapy, community support services to families all over the city in English and Spanish. We've expanded our services to support trans and gender expansive youth involved with the foster system, including everyone they consider family. And seeing a family start in a place of crisis and transform is honestly the closest thing I've seen in real life to magic. We and all of the programs under the trans equity funding are providing direct, vital services that keep our communities safe and help us thrive. And the need is greater than ever, both because of the pandemic and because trans people and their families across the country, we are under attack all over the place. So this is a moment when more than ever, this funding is crucial as a way of knowing that New York City is different, that this is a place where we support our kids and support our communities for all of who they are. And so thank you for your continued support for expanding this funding, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Dr. Lisa Sloan from the Pride Center of Staten Island.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lisa Sloan, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm the Deputy Director at the Pride Center of Staten Island, an LGBTQ plus community center that has received funding through the Trans Equity Initiative since fiscal year 2019. The Trans Equity Initiative has supported the creation and/or expansion of culturally competent programs and services for transgender, gender nonconforming, and non-binary, or TGNC&B individuals and their families across New York City. I am asking for continued support of this initiative. To demonstrate the impact of trans equity supported programs on Staten Island, I want to share a statement from a Latino transgender man who has benefited from trans equity programs and services at the Pride Center of Staten Island. He says, "Finding the Pride Center has truly done wonders for me. It's a place where I've always felt safe to express myself freely and find community. There aren't many LGBTQ plus safe places in my neighborhood, and even fewer places that don't revolve around alcohol use. Finding the Pride Center honestly changed my life for the better. If not for the amazing staff and the programs that they have available, I would be in a very different place in my life. Everyone at the Pride Center has given me the freedom and the space to figure out who I am, to understand my emotions, and most importantly, the Pride Center is a place that I feel seen for who I am instead of seen for what others want me to be. It has been a necessary part of my growth and in understanding myself better, and for that I'm always grateful. The transformative services that this transgender Staten Island describes are made possible by the Trans Equity Initiative. I urge you to maintain or even increase the funding associated with the Trans Equity Initiative so that culturally competent programs and services for the TGNC&B individuals and families can continue in Staten Island and across New York City. Thank you."
Thank you, Dr. Sloan. Next we'll turn to, is it Kate Tiskus from Bowen Public Affairs?
The time will begin.
Hold on. We'll send you the unmute one more time. It should come up saying, asking you to accept. There we go.
Great. Thank you very much. And in fact, Kate Tiskus is the right pronunciation. So well done there. It's a weird one from both spellings. Much appreciated. So thank you, Chair, Council members, and all of the staff who are putting this hearing together and also keeping it clipping along so efficiently when there are so many of us here speaking today. My name is Kate Tiskus. I'm the Director of Legislative Strategy and Special Projects at Bowen Public Affairs Consulting, and I'm also a queer woman. Today, I'm here to request that the committee and council support a proposed new initiative to help LGBTQIA+ people into union careers, which we're calling the Pride at Work Initiative. And we ask that the council fund this proposed initiative at $561,000. Here's why I love this initiative. It's important, it's impactful, and it's cheap. It's important because LGBTQ+ people, especially people who are also racial, religious, ethnic, and cultural minorities in New York City, are disproportionately impacted by unemployment, have incomes lower than 200% of the poverty line at higher rates than other populations, and suffer from various other forms of long-term economic deprivation. These New Yorkers have taken it on the chin even more disproportionately during the past few tough years. The City Council has done a lot of great work over the last few years with Unity Workforce Program for LGBTQ+ youth and a manual on LGBTQ+ workplace inclusivity. However, a lot of the work around LGBTQ+ workforce does not adequately focus on adults. And given the poverty rates and unemployment faced by LGBTQ+ adults, it's clear that we need high road employment of the sort that we get from our union siblings. So this initiative is impactful because many organizations have committed to work together if the initiative is created. This will create multiple pathways into unionized jobs for LGBTQ+ New Yorkers. Some of the organizations supporting the project include DC 37, SEIU 1199 Employment and Training Fund, Mount Sinai, Pathways to Apprenticeship, Non-Traditional Employment for Women, Destination Tomorrow, Brooklyn Workforce Innovations, and the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, and other labor and LGBTQ partners who want to take part in this initiative while not necessarily seeking council funds. My last sentence, I promise, is that the third thing to love is the initiative is cheap. It's only $561,000 to fund a lean focused program that will have an outsized impact dollar for dollar. Thank you very much for your time to let me testify today.
Thank you. And that concludes testimony for panel 24. Before we go to 25, I just want to remind everyone that if you are not present when your name is called, no one is being skipped. There is an opportunity at the conclusion of all panels for those people who have a Zoom link and didn't get to speak to use the raise hand function, and I will call you in the order with which you raise your hand, but that is after the conclusion of panels. We've done our best to make to respond to requests for special times and for certain panels. And so, again, if you're not on when your name is called, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of all panels to use the raise hand function in Zoom, and you will be called on. I will now turn to panel 25, Yvette Ayala, Lorenzo Brooks, Natasha Connor, Nicholas O'Toole, and Pamela Rosario. We will start with Yvette Ayala at Sheltering Arms.
Time will begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, members of the New York City Council Meeting of Finance. My name is Yvette Ayala. I have been working at the human service sector for about 12 years. I work as a supervisor at Sheltering Arms in a preventive department. At Sheltering Arms, our goal is to foster a society where every child and family we serve will have the opportunity to succeed and thrive. We address the effects of social inequality in most challenging communities in New York City. We are a supporter of Just Pay campaign, which is a racial equality and gender justice campaign committee to end the government exploitations of human service workers by demanding the sector employees on the contract with the New York City and state be paid fair wages for their labor. So essential human service sector workers earn one of the lowest wages in New York City economy due to the chronic underfunding from New York City government contract. So human services worker generally makes about $20,000 a year less than public sector workers with a comparable of education and credentials. The sector is facing a high turnover rates and we need human service workers, but it's hard to recruit and retain them when the government pays so little. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, while the burden on workers like myself carry out additional work hours, working in person and virtually with families and other essential services for New Yorkers have grown, and the burnout we feel has increased. New Yorkers across the city rely on me and my team to provide them counseling, prevention services to increase safety and decrease any risk of child welfare involvement. Yet I do not make enough to sustain myself in this city. I am dedicated to this work because I know firsthand the values. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Lorenzo Brooks.
The time will begin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Brennan and members of the committee. My name is Lorenzo Brooks, and I have worked in human services for nearly 6 years. I am currently a case manager at Urban Pathways, a nonprofit that helps homeless New Yorkers get the services and housing they need. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of my colleagues today. Essential human service workers like me earn one of the lowest wages in New York's economy due to chronic underfunding from New York City government contracts. As a predominant funder of human service contracts, government is the main driver of our wages. Mayor Adams has highlighted safe havens like my employer as an effective model for addressing street homelessness, and I couldn't agree more with that. But without funding for our workforce, these programs cannot be effectively staffed. The high turnover rate is the primary complaint of our clients who are negatively impacted when they build a relationship with a staff member only to see them leave for a job with higher wages. Human service workers generally make about $20,000 a year less than a public sector worker with a comparable education. Why are these contracted employees so underfunded? It is imperative that a 3.4% cost of living adjustment for human services workers be included in the city's fiscal year 23 budget. The state provided a 5.4 COLA, and the city must match it as a first step to moving our workforce towards equitable wages. Despite the challenges, I am passionate about this work. With a full-time job, I am completing my master's degree in social work so that I can work more effectively with my clients. While I further my education, I am concerned that this field will not support me without a wage increase, as I have accumulated over $50,000 in student loan debt. I deserve just pay for my work and wages that allow for a reasonable lifestyle. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to testify and for your partnership on the issues impacting our sector.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Next, we will turn to Natasha Connor from Sheltering Arms.
Time will begin.
Hello, my name is Natasha Connor LeBron. I have worked in the human services sector for 5 years. I currently work as a youth counselor at Sheltering Arms. At Sheltering Arms, our goal is to foster a society where every child and family we serve will have the opportunity to see and thrive. We address the effects of social inequality in the most challenging communities in New York City. We are a supporter of the Just Pay campaign, which is a racial equality and gender justice campaign committee to end the government exploitation of human services workers by demanding the sector employees under contract with the New York City and state to be paid fair of their labor. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Sheltering Arms and human services workers. We appreciate the City Council partnership in addressing issues faced by the sectors. Human services workers generally make $20,000 a year less than a public sector worker with a comparable education. I make 70% less what a government worker would make. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, while the burden of workers like myself carry out additional work hours, work in person and virtual with families and other essential services for New Yorkers has grown, the burnout we feel has increased. With all of the challenges providing these services, some of the sector's workers are still required to work multiple jobs and cover minimal living expenses. The city has relied on the nonprofit human services sector's workers since the start of the pandemic. We need the city to acknowledge our work and address the crisis in the sectors and save jobs of selfless human services workers. We are asking the city to adapt these core reforms that the Just Pay campaign is fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Nicholas O'Toole from Urban Pathways.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and committee members. My name is Nicholas O'Toole, and I'm the Advocacy Associate at Urban Pathways. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's fiscal year 23 executive budget hearing for my organization. Urban Pathways, like my colleague Lorenzo mentioned, is a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider that services over 3,900 New Yorkers in need annually. As an organization that has found the drop-in center and safe haven models effective for serving adults experiencing street homelessness, we're happy to see Mayor Adams's investments in the expansion of these services in the executive budget. But funding for their expansion must be coupled with workforce investments. Without these, staffing these new programs will be impossible, and opening new programs will be untenable. Urban Pathways recently opened a new safe haven and is having extreme difficulty filling necessary positions, with 20 out of the total 37 positions still unfilled after working to hire staff for 7 months. We cannot take on another contract that pays our employees poverty level wages with essential jobs starting at a dismal $15 an hour. Organization-wide, we have a 26% staff vacancy rate, leaving our organization in a constant staffing crisis and a cycle of burnout amongst workers picking up the slack. This is a sector-wide problem impacting human services agencies that hold contracts with city agencies. As a first step to combating this issue, the FY23 budget needs to include a 5.4% cost of living adjustment for human services workers. This would match the state's investment, which is especially important for organizations like ours that have both city and state contracts, to avoid a disparity between employees doing the same work on different contracts. We are a proud supporter of the Just Pay campaign, a racial equity and gender justice campaign committed to ending government exploitation of human services workers. In addition to the 5.4% COLA, a full list of needed reforms is provided in my written testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for the City Council's support of human services sectors.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Pamela Rosario from Sheltering Arms.
Your time will begin.
Okay, I will now turn to panel 26. Nora Moran, Brian Fotino, Michelle Feldman, Felipe Vargas, Alex Martinez, and Rebecca Cleary. We'll first turn to Nora Moran with United Neighborhood Houses.
Your time will begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nora Moran. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at United Neighborhood Houses. We're a policy organization representing New York City settlement houses. Our written testimony has a lot more comments, but I'm just going to highlight 3 of our budget priorities. The first, you heard about this on the previous panel, is that the city must fund a 5.4% COLA for human service workers in the FY23 budget. This workforce kept New York City running during COVID and provided essential services when many of us stayed home. They haven't seen a COLA in the last 2 years, and their wages have not kept pace with inflation. Furthermore, many of these workers are understandably leaving the sector in search of higher wages elsewhere, sometimes in city government. A COLA is the bare minimum of what is right and fair for these workers and must be included in the budget. Furthermore, the city should also set a wage floor of $21 per hour for all human service workers and set wage scales for fair wages for workers at all levels in the sector. Second, youth service providers also deserve adequate rates in order to operate both summer programs and year-round programming. We urge the city to raise summer reimbursement rates for these programs to $1,848 per elementary student and $1,410 per middle school student. Furthermore, there has to be rate parity for all summer programs, not just ones in DOE buildings, but also for those in Nitro Cornerstones and community centers who are doing similar work. This will also be needed to attract staff to run these programs and to avoid the staffing problems we saw in last summer's programs. Finally, we urge the council to fund a $25 million initiative to implement Local Law 11/2022, known as the Our City, Our Vote Bill, which allows non-citizens to vote in local elections. Grassroots outreach will be critical to making sure that newly enfranchised voters know their rights and are comfortable heading to the polls next year. And CBOs are ready and able to do this work as they demonstrated during the 2020 census. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for keeping everything moving during this hearing.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Brian Fotino with University Settlement.
Time will begin.
There we go. So good afternoon. My name is Brian Fotino, and I have worked at University Settlement for 2 years. Well, I worked in the human service sector for 2 years now. I'm a case manager at University Settlement. We have 30 locations in Brooklyn and Manhattan, and the program I work for, Project Home, focuses on preventing evictions and addressing the root causes of housing instability. So the support that I provide, along with my colleagues, helps New Yorkers stay in their homes. University Settlement strongly supports the #JustPay campaign. A significant portion of our work is funded by government contracts. However, as other people mentioned, these contracts are chronically underfunded, and we make some of the lowest wages in the city. According to a Center for New York City Affairs report, annual pay in 2019 in the New York City core social assistance sector averaged only $34,000, making it the 5th lowest paid sector in the city's economy. As someone starting out in my career, I chose a lower paying job because I believe in making a difference in people's lives. However, I know many people who chose not to go into this work due to the atrociously low pay. Though I am dedicated to this work, I don't know how long I'll be able to stay in the sector. My wages do not match the rising costs of living. Just like the clients I serve, I'm struggling to pay rent, to pay food, to pay bills. In my time as a social worker, I have seen qualified caring colleagues leave for higher paying jobs. And unless something changes, I may be the next to go. Likewise, we're asking that the city please implement the 3 reforms of the #JustPay campaign. 1, an automatic annual COLA or cost of living adjustment. 2, a living wage floor of $21 an hour for human service workers. And 3, a comprehensive wage and benefits schedule comparable to that of city and state employees in the same field. Again, University Settlement strongly supports the Just Pay campaign. We deserve fair wages, especially for the essential frontline work we do. I thank you for listening, and I please ask you to boost the Just Pay campaign.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Michelle Feldman from Women's Community Justice Association.
The time will begin.
Next, I have Felipe Vargas from the Doe Fund.
The time will begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the committee for having me. My name is Felipe Vargas, and I'm Senior Vice President of Programs at the Doe Fund. Our organization has been around over 30 years. We provide paid transitional employment, transitional housing, training, educational programming, employment placement, and housing placement. We applied for city council funding for alternatives to incarceration. Currently, we have 659 beds of transitional housing, and we place about 300 plus people every year in jobs, place them in housing, and they're drug and alcohol free. We know that because we test people randomly. In one of our facilities in Brooklyn, we've dedicated that solely to individuals coming out of the New York State correctional system. And unfortunately, in this state, for people coming out of the state correctional system, they recidivate at a rate of 2/3 after 3 years. Our program has been shown to reduce that recidivism rate by 62%, which is pretty impressive and significant. We'd like to be able to offer those services to folks at an alternative to incarceration basis. There's been many great reforms in the city: bail reform, less is more legislation, court process and prosecutorial reforms that have resulted in many less people going into the jail and the state correctional system. We support that because we support the ending of mass incarceration, and there's a realization that our system of criminal justice is racially biased. But true racial, economic, and social justice, the potential of that, cannot be realized unless individuals are provided with jobs, with drug treatment, with health services, and with housing. And our program would be able to do that. And we ask you to please support our funding request for alternatives to incarceration. Thank you. And we have a more detailed request as a written submission.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Alex Martinez from the Kingsbridge Heights Community Center.
Time will begin.
Okay, next we will turn to Rebecca Cleary from Decriminalize Sex Work.
Time will begin.
Okay, we are going to turn to panel 27. Catherine Maikatiuk, Emily Miles, Brian Trezevant, Chan Henry, Darren Block, and Christopher Bromson, and I apologize for butchering names. Also from the Kingsbridge Heights Community Center, we're turning to Catherine Maikatiuk.
The time will begin.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to be here to testify today. My name is Catherine McKeetook, and I'm here today on behalf of Kingsbridge Heights Community Center and KHCC. We're also here on behalf of in coordination with the Sexual Assault Initiative. KHCC is a multi-service agency with 3 programs and services across the lifespan embedded in the Bronx with multiple entry points, including our early Head Start classes, food pantry, housing services, and after-school programs. As such, we are best positioned to reach and support families impacted by sexual violence that wouldn't otherwise be able to access services. Our Changing Futures program is one of the only free long-term therapy service providers to specialize in child abuse, child sexual abuse, sexual assault, and domestic violence, regardless of immigration status and insurance coverage. In 2021, our Changing Futures program provided 11,671 services to 535 individuals. As a member of the Sexual Assault Initiative, KHCC, along with 4 other agencies across New York City, elevate voices and advocacy efforts regarding the widespread issue of sexual violence that impacts individuals across all demographics citywide, and tackling it as such is necessary and more powerful than only focusing on our own borough or district. In coordination with my fellow Sexual Assault Initiative panel members here and colleagues from KHCC, we are advocating for funding to support and meet the ongoing needs in our communities. Specifically, we are experiencing an increased need in our communities for trauma-informed care for survivors. There are increased needs to diversify our services delivery to accommodate in-person and virtual services for our clients. Increased costs are connected to expanded service hours, increased client numbers, and increased technology costs. We are also in need of increases in pay and affordable benefits for our staff that support our survivors day in and day out. As you can imagine, our staff are experiencing burnout and vicarious trauma at increasingly high numbers, which also contributes to staff turnover. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Emily Miles from the New York City Alliance Against Sexual Assault.
Your time will begin.
Hi, my name is Emily Miles, and I'm the Executive Director of the New York City Alliance Against Sexual Assault. Our mission is to prevent sexual violence and reduce the harm it causes through public education, prevention programming, advocacy for survivors, and the pursuit of legal and policy changes. The Alliance is a member of the Sexual Assault Initiative, which has been funded by the Council since 2005. SAI, as we call it, is a collaboration between 5 New York City-based sexual violence intervention programs that serve survivors of sexual assault of all ages and across racial, gender, and economic spectrums. As a result of the Council's investment in the past year alone, the SAI has served over 6,500 survivors with 30,000 plus counseling sessions and over 115 direct support services, and reached over 27,000 individuals and organizations with trainings and technical assistance. Yet despite this good work, the demand for our services is great and has only increased over the course of the pandemic, resulting in a need for additional resources to provide adequate support for the survivor community. Rates of sexual violence tend to increase during times of emergency, and the global pandemic has been no exception. In New York State, 75% of programs saw an increase in requests for services and noted higher demand for more complex survivor needs, noting longer waiting lists for trauma-informed therapy, counseling services, and support groups. Similarly, trainings and technical assistance that are provided by the initiative have also seen increased demand over the past year. Due to the increased demand for services and trainings, the Sexual Assault Initiative is requesting an enhancement to $2.5 million. For the Alliance, SAI funds and supports our Sexual Assault Forensic Examiner training, which trains doctors, nurses, and physician's assistants to provide competent, compassionate, and prompt care to sexual assault survivors. Many don't know that training in how to address the unique needs of sexual assault survivors is not part of standard training for medical professionals, with the majority leaving their medical education having never worked with survivors in any capacity. As a result, too often survivors present in a medical setting seeking care, and those on staff lack the knowledge in how to support them during this critical and traumatic time. Our training seeks to change that, bringing together a multidisciplinary team of experts to provide comprehensive training in evidence collection, injury identification, trauma-informed practices, and culturally competent care to child, adolescent, and adult survivors of sexual violence. This is only possible due to the ongoing support of the City Council, and we appreciate that support for this critical initiative and for your support for survivors across New York City.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Brian Trezevant.
Your time will begin.
Trezevant.
Yes, you said it right. It's Brian Trezevant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you to my elected officials for hearing our testimonies today. My name is Brian Trezevant. I am a program director at Oldewire Gardens Community Center. And I work for organization Brooklyn Community Services. And I want to tell you a little bit about why I'm here more personally. At the beginning of my career here back in 2020, March 2020, even as a newly promoted assistant director, at the time, facing homelessness, insecurities, it was hard for me to live day to day because I couldn't afford it. And I'm facing the same problems that we're providing for our community. I couldn't understand that as a program director. How am I struggling living paycheck to paycheck, can't afford a home, sleeping on a mattress floor in my mom's 1-bedroom apartment? It didn't register to me. So I am here to let you guys know that I am a supporter of and advocate of the Just Pay campaign, and to let you guys know that we need a 5.4% COLA or $86 million increase to address the sector crisis. That is my spiel. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. And next, we're going to turn to Chan Henry from Urban Pathways.
The time will begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Bannon and members of the committee. My name is Chan Henry, and I've worked in the human service sector for 4 years. I currently work as a housing specialist at Urban Pathways, a nonprofit homeless service and supportive housing provider. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on behalf of Urban Pathways and human service workers. I recently authored an op-ed featured in the Daily News on May 7th, highlighting the need for increased pay for our workforce in order to combat homelessness. If staff cannot afford to work in the programs that serve New Yorkers in need, opening new programs alone will prove ineffective. High turnover rates lead to burnout among the staff that do stay, who take on extra work. The pandemic has also amplified the challenges our clients already face, increasing the burden on workers like myself as I help my clients obtain stable housing and other essential services. Yet I do not make enough to sustain myself. As the main funder of human service, and thereby the main driver of human service wages, we need the government to do more. My organization cannot fundraise itself to fair wages. The inclusion of a 5.4% cost of living adjustment for human service workers in the city's fiscal year 2023 budget is critical to the health of the sector. The state provided a 5.4% human service COLA. As an employee working on a city contract, I am concerned that I will not get a COLA equal to my colleagues working on state contracts. I know the work that I do makes a difference. Seeing people grow and obtain the life that they want is rewarding to witness, and that is what drives me to keep going in this field. But I deserve fair wages for my work. Thank you again for providing me this opportunity to testify and for your partnership on the issues impacting our sector.
Thank you. And next, we'll turn to Darren Block from Greenwich House.
Your time will begin.
Okay, next we will turn to Christopher Bromson from Crime Victims Treatment Center.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Thank you to the committee members, the council, Malcolm. Thank you to the sergeants who are keeping beautiful time. My name is Christopher Bromson, and I'm the executive director of the Crime Victims Treatment Center here in New York City. We have been around providing expert treatment to survivors of any type of interpersonal violence since 1977, completely free of charge. I'm here today also as part of the New York City Sexual Assault Initiative, which is comprised of the 5 leading programs that provide direct services and support to survivors of sexual violence in New York City. And the Sexual Assault Initiative funding is the only direct funding that these programs get and that survivors of sexual assault get directly from the city. So we've been getting funding since 2005, like my colleague Emily said, and at CVTC that allowed us to start New York City's only free program for male survivors of childhood sexual abuse, adult survivors of sexual assault, and domestic violence. And to them, we provide individual trauma-focused therapy. We provide a number of different support groups and help people heal. In 2005, we were serving about a dozen male-identified individuals a year. Since that time, thanks to council funding, now over 20% of our overall client population is male identified. So each of the 5 programs really focuses on a different population that faces immense barriers to service and seeking healing after sexual assault. We've heard a lot today about how COVID has really wreaked havoc on systems and individuals, and sexual assault survivors are no exception to that. The increase for demand and services that we have seen at our one program over the past year and since COVID and since we made everything hybrid has gone through the roof. The number of people calling in severe mental health crisis has expanded immensely. So CVTC requests the increase with the Sexual Assault Initiative to meet these needs. And support through this initiative doesn't only make a profound impact on the 6,500 people who come to our offices each year for services. It impacts their families, their friends, their neighborhoods, and their communities. And it's multiplied by the hundreds of thousands of people who are supported by the 21,000 people we train each year. It's just policies and systems, and it's how change happens. And supporting this initiative is how the city can make that change. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes panel 27. I'm going to announce a few others in advance so people know if they're coming up. It turns out, okay, so for panel 28, we have Carlos Castel-Croke, Lonnie Portis, Stephanie Ehrlich, Fabiola Sierra, Jennifer Vasquez, Allison Gardy, and Karina Garcia, and Tori Casso. Panel 29, Kathleen DePerna, Nicholas Bues, Freedom Gerardo, Arlene Cruz, Doxine Roberts, and Juan Pinzon. Panel 30, Catherine Hoy, Lisa Gilday, Jeanette Farias, Jonathan Diaz, Shamsul Hussein, Erica Gonzalez. Panel 31, Jolene Gunther Doherty, Jennifer Choi, Maggie Maroff, Chantal Hinz, Cal Hedigan, Joy Cam. So I will now turn to panel 28. We will start with Carlos Castel-Croke from the New York League of Conservation Voters.
The time will begin.
Carlos, you should have a button that says accept to be unmuted. Okay, I'm going to call Lonnie and then I'll come right back to you. So we will turn to Lonnie Portis from We Act for Environmental Justice.
The time will begin.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Brandon and Committee on Finance. I'm Lonnie J. Portis, the Environmental Policy and Advocacy Coordinator at We Act for Environmental Justice. We Act is testifying on the need to invest in the city's future by funding environmental and climate policies and programs. We Act, an organization based in Harlem, has been fighting environmental racism at the city, state, and federal levels for more than 30 years. We are in the midst of a worsening climate crisis, and the city must do everything it can to reduce emissions, decarbonize our building, remediate environmental health hazards, and more, all with environmental and climate justice as the foundation of this work. We strongly urge the committee to make this budget as climate forward as possible, which means bold, necessary investments for the following policies and programs. $1 million to fund staffing and outreach at the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice, fund childhood lead poisoning prevention programs and lead service line replacements, restore the $47.8 million in fiscal year 23 cuts to DSNY budget, investment of $1.8 billion in our school infrastructure through HVAC upgrades, adding solar to roofs, and accelerate the transition away from the use of fuel oil number 4. Commit a minimum of 1% of the budget for the Department of Parks and Recreation to expand the urban tree canopy and increase access to parks and green space. Add $6.5 million in the executive budget for the 81 positions removed from the Department of Buildings budget in the preliminary plan to ensure the DOB has adequate staffing for equitable implementation of Local Law 97. And provide funding for the implementation of Local Law 120, which mandates school buses be electric by 2035. We also want to see city agencies maximizing all state and federal resources, especially federal government funds, including the Investment and the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act that has signed into law in November 2021. If equitably distributed, can bring much needed investments that will begin to address present and legacy social and environmental injustices and improve the lives of these communities in New York City. A more detailed written testimony will be provided after this hearing, and We Act is looking forward to seeing New York City invest in climate and environmental justice.
Thank you. Carlos, there's a problem on our end, so you should be able to speak now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry about that. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Castel-Croak. I'm the Associate for New York City Programs at the New York League of Conservation Voters. NYLCV represents over 30,000 members in New York City, and we are committed to advancing a sustainability agenda that will make our people, our neighborhoods, and our economy healthier and more resilient. I'd like to thank Chair Brannon for the opportunity to testify today. Year in and year out, NYLCB has fought for a New York City budget that prioritizes green spaces, public health, and climate resiliency. This year is no different. With so many new leaders in government, it is imperative that we set a strong precedent of environmental accountability and climate action in the FY23 budget. We are thankful that the mayor committed significant dollars to environmental initiatives in the executive budget, including $900 million for the New York City Streets Plan and $600 million for the Parks Department. However, the budget could go even further to fully fund parks, sanitation, and building initiatives that help us fight climate change, invest in resiliency, and reduce emissions. I'm just going to go into a few of our priorities, but I will send out a full detailed testimony in for review. For the Parks Department specifically, we have been adamant that no less than 1% of the New York City budget is significant for keeping our parks safe, clean, and accessible. Parks are our most valuable environmental assets. They absorb stormwater runoff, keep our neighborhoods cool, and clean our air. Providing 1% of the budget will ensure parks have the money that they need to maintain our green spaces so that they can effectively provide these crucial environmental benefits. In 2021, Mayor Adams and many city council members committed to 1% for parks because they knew how crucial this funding was for the health of our communities and the green future of our city. We hope that our elected leaders will make good on their promises to help us work towards 1% for parks. Also, making sure that we have money for sanitation, specifically organics recycling programs, and the pilot program that has gone back and forth over the past couple of years is really important for us to reduce our emissions. Budgets express priorities, and we have made our priorities clear. Climate change is here, and we must be doing everything in our power to fight it and protect New Yorkers. While the mayor and city council have proven they will invest in efforts to do so, there is still more work to be done. We look forward to working with elected leaders as they continue to finalize the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Stephanie Ehrlich.
Time will begin.
Okay, I will turn to Fabiola Sierra.
Time will begin.
Okay, next we have Jennifer Vasquez, Healing Ambassador Program. Okay, next I will turn to Allison Gardy.
Time will begin.
You're
Okay.
unmuted.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Justin Brannon and Committee on Finance members, including my wonderful Councilwoman Gail Brewer. I appreciate the amazing New Yorkers who've spoken so far. Your commitment to our city's well-being makes me proud to be your fellow New Yorker. And all of us here today are ultimately asking for a culture shift that values our humanity and capacity to care for each other. I'm here as a family healing ambassador, a parent guardian volunteer position created during the pandemic by the NYCC DOE. I request funds for the Family Healing Ambassador program to continue and grow after its first successful pilot year. Like nothing I have ever seen before, this program is positioned to create the culture shift we need to incubate a healthy, productive future for our city. The Family Healing Ambassadors program launched last spring in K-12 schools in zip codes hardest hit by COVID-19. Schools elected family healing ambassadors and engaged parent coordinators so that last summer, more than 800 of us received more than 10 hours of training to help us recognize trauma in children and address the well-being, mental, physical, emotional, social of students, families, and our school cultures. With 3 children in 3 different public schools, elementary, middle, and high, I was elected Family Healing Ambassador in both District 3 in Manhattan and District 10 in the Bronx. This past year, we've Zoomed regularly with translation in many languages to give each other emotional, creative, and strategic support as we each devise programs to help heal our school communities. Skilled facilitators ensure that our meetings lift voices that need to be heard and reflect the demographics of our public schools. Our meetings are free of judgment and full of caring. We hear each other's concerns, connect, and finally feel united citywide as a parent-guardian community. In a time of division, strife, and fear, we need the Family Healing Ambassadors program to have a second year and a long future so that we can support the recovery, resilience, and progress of our children, families, schools, and our great city. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Jennifer Vasquez, I think we had a problem on our end unmuting you, so.
Yes,
Starting
I am
time.
here.
Okay.
How are you? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Vasquez, and I'm a District 10 Healing Ambassador supporting PSA Isaac Varian in the Bronx. I live in Council District 11, and my representative is Eric Dinowitz. As a former educator, I know he knows how important healing-centered schools are. I am absolutely honored to hold this title as District Healing Ambassador, as this program has truly changed my life for the better. It has forced me to deal with my own traumas, insecurities, and lack of self-care. It has also empowered me to be a better parent leader, help other members in my school community deal with their own traumas, and educate them on a variety of topics, such as self-care, coping with financial stress, managing parental stress, etc. The Healing Ambassador program is very much needed and supported wholeheartedly by my school leaders. It is also supported not only by parents in my school community, but by family members outside my school community and staff members at other schools. I truly hope to see this program expand and continue to be funded. We really need the City Council to become our allies and support this program to create a greater impact for all of New York. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we will turn to Karina Garcia.
Starting time.
Okay. Next, we will turn to Tori Casso from Climate Jobs New York.
Starting time.
Hello, thank you, Chair Brannon and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Tori Caso, and I am the Campaign Director of Carbon Free and Healthy Schools, an initiative driven by Climate Jobs New York, a coalition of labor unions, many of whom you've heard from earlier today. Climate Jobs recently adopted Climate for Change, a complete climate jobs roadmap for NYC, a report released just last week by Cornell's Labor Leading on Climate program that lays out a concrete plan that works to solve the climate crisis, create jobs that benefit workers, and presents a roadmap for New York City to fight the climate crisis, which makes the city safer and addresses racial and economic inequity by investing in a pro-worker renewable energy transition. This report makes one thing very clear, that New York City is failing on climate. Its climate goals are not ambitious enough and climate work is not happening at scale. Buildings account for 70% of all the city's emissions, but the city is not thinking strategically about cutting down those emissions. The transition to carbon-free and healthy schools will ensure that these buildings are safe for the students and staff who occupy them and for their surrounding communities. By investing in deep energy efficiency retrofits and installation of solar and battery storage at all schools by 2030, the city would create over 62,000 good union jobs in the communities that need them most, while making schools healthier for students, teachers, administrators, and staff, reducing emissions by the equivalent of taking 154,000 cars off the road and saving millions annually in energy costs, money that can be reinvested into schools. The time is now. The city can take a major step forward towards meeting its climate goals by dedicating funding in this year's budget to carbon-free and healthy schools, while leveraging additional available federal and state funds. By taking bold action, New York City can serve as a model on decarbonization with policies and incentives that bring good jobs to traditionally disadvantaged communities in a just and equitable way. Thank you for your time and attention today to this important initiative.
Thank you. And next, that concludes panel 28. We will now turn to panel 29. Kathleen DePerna from Rethink Food, we will turn to first.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Brannon and Finance Committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Rethink Food. My name is Kathleen DePerna, and I'm the Director of Government Relations at Rethink, a New York City-based nonprofit with a mission to create a more sustainable and equitable food system, one where every New Yorker has access to dignified and culturally responsive and nutritious food. We seek to support from this council on our citywide funding requests, and we operate in 35 council districts across all 5 boroughs and have plans to expand to 40 council districts by fiscal year 2023. Support and partnership with the council will be critical to ensuring that Rethink can continue to operate its programs to support the lives of our fellow New Yorkers. Rethink was founded in 2017, operating the Rethink Commissary Kitchen by transforming excess food from restaurants, corporate kitchens, and grocery stores into meals delivered to community-based organizations free of charge, a model that concurrently tackles food waste and food insecurity. Today, that same kitchen prepares an average of 7,000 to 8,000 meals per week and distributes to 8 CBOs in Queens, Brooklyn, and Manhattan. Our work has evolved to include another innovative solution to address food insecurity, the Rethink Certified Restaurant Program. Launched at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, with food insecurity escalating and restaurants facing widespread closures, Rethink leveraged its experience to partner with restaurants to prepare meals for the community. In exchange, we provide grants to support food operating and staffing costs. We had a unique opportunity to distribute meals and help restaurants stay open and retain their staff. In 2021, Rethink and its partners delivered nearly 3.3 million meals to 88 CBOs, invested $15.7 million into 76 restaurants, 75% of which were minority and or women-owned, and recovered nearly 500,000 pounds of excess food. Rethink services are greatly needed now more than ever across the city because nearly 1 out of 4 every New Yorkers is experiencing food insecurity, and due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the existence of up to 50% of New York City restaurants are endangered. We cannot let our neighbors continue to wonder where their next meal will come
Time
from.
expired.
Allow restaurants to close when they're a viable conduit for feeding their community, all while perfectly edible food is continuing to be wasted. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I will be expanding on different points in my written testimony.
Sorry, just give us one moment, everyone. Next, we're going to call on Nicholas West from Food Bank for New York City.
Starting time.
Okay, we will turn to Freedom Gerardo.
Starting time.
Next, we'll turn to Arlene Cruz.
Good afternoon, can you hear me?
Yes, starting time.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, my name is Arlene Cruz, my pronouns are she, her, ella, and I'm the Associate Director of Health Programs at Make the Road New York. We thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Make the Road New York and our 25,000 members in Queens, Brooklyn, Staten Island, Long Island, and Westchester. We've reached over 8,000 low-income immigrant New Yorkers through our health access services, which we continue to provide via a hybrid model. Based on these experiences, we are making the following recommendations for this fiscal year 2023 budget to support the crucial health access services and programs that benefit some of the most marginalized BIPOC communities. We ask the council to expand funding for Access Health Initiative to $4 million and allocate $2.3 million for the MCAP initiative. These are key programs and some of the few that provide funding for the community-based organizations to conduct outreach and education efforts regarding health access and coverage, and other intersecting benefits that address social determinants of health and hope to improve New Yorkers' health access. For example, our member Socorro, who only earns $50 a day, met with a promotora who was able to ease her fears and tensions around public charge to finally access benefits which she and her family qualify for. She was able to enroll not only into SNAP benefits for her citizen children, but she was able to get enrolled into NYCC Care and connect with a health advocate to help her navigate hundreds of dollars of medical debt from a previous hospital visit. We also asked City Council to maintain its $2 million allocated for the Immigrant Health Initiative and maintain $7 million in funding for the End the Epidemic Initiative. The administration must continue to fully fund the NYC Care program that with at least $100 million per year, including funding for CBOs to conduct outreach, education, and direct enrollment into the program. The city should ensure sustainable municipal funding for community health workers and expand upon existing models that place CHWs at CBOs while embedding them into hospitals and clinics, which help expand immigrant access. And lastly, continue funding for T2 COVID outreach funding for community-based organizations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. My name is Brenda McKinney. I'm also a committee counsel at the New York City Council. I will be taking over as moderator for a period of time, continuing with panel 29. So our next witness is Doxine Roberts. You may begin when the sergeant calls the clock. Thank you.
Starting time.
We'll wait just one moment for Doxine Roberts. Okay, I'm going to move to the next panelist. And as a reminder, we will check for anyone that we had inadvertently missed at the end of the hearing if we miss you. The next panelist, also on panel 29, is Juan C. Pinzon.
Starting time.
We'll wait one more moment. Okay, not seeing Juan Pinzon, we will be moving to panel 30 at this point, but we will again check for anyone that we inadvertently missed at the end of the hearing. The next panel is focused on education and childhood early education. The panelists will be in order on panel 30, Catherine Hoy, Lisa Gilday, Jeanette Farias, Jonathan Diaz, Samsul Hussein, Erica Gonzalez. I will call you in order and you may begin when the sergeant calls the clock. The first witness will be Catherine Hoy.
Starting time.
Okay, we'll wait just one moment. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we'll move to the next panelist. The next panelist is Lisa Gilday, also on panel 30. You may begin when the sergeant calls the clock.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am Lisa Gilday, Chief Operating Officer at Birch Family Services, a not-for-profit agency. Birch is a leading provider of special education preschool services under contract with the New York City Department of Education. We operate 8 New York State Education Department approved 4410 preschool programs and provide services to 1,000 preschool students in a least restrictive setting. Our students are New York City public students and refer to us because their needs cannot be met by the DOE. For years, providers like ours have struggled to recruit and retain certified teachers, teacher assistants, and related therapists because of the lack of tuition increases. The result has been our inability to provide competitive salaries to our teachers. As most of you know, in 2019, the city reached an agreement to raise the salaries of certified early childhood teachers at DOE contracted CBOs working 10 months. However, special education teachers of DOE contracted preschool special education programs, 4410 programs, who work 12 months serving young children with the most extensive needs were excluded from the agreement, perpetuating the problem of salary inequity. The city has not yet committed to salary parity for these educators. even as shortage of seats in preschool special education classes have left preschoolers with disabilities without the support they need and have a legal right to receive. According to the DOE's own projections, the city is short by more than 900 seats in these classes. Birch Family Services and other providers have indicated that in order for them to open new preschool special education classes, the city needs to address the salary disparities that are causing our teachers, teacher assistants, and staff members to leave for other jobs. We thank the City Council for recognizing this issue and including us in your preliminary budget response, the need for $30 million to address disparities in salaries between preschool special education teachers and staff at community-based
Time
organizations.
expired.
Please ensure that the FY23 budget includes $30 million to provide preschool special education teachers and staff with salaries on a par with their 12-month DOE counterparts. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next witness will be Jeanette Fadias.
Starting time.
Waiting one moment. Okay, the next witness moving on is Jonathan Diaz.
Starting time.
Not seeing Mr. Diaz, I will move on to the next witness. Again, we will call for any witnesses that we have inadvertently missed at the end. The next witness will be Shamsul Hussein.
Starting time.
Okay, I will move to the next witness. The next witness on panel 30 will be Erica Gonzalez.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Gonzalez wasn't able to attend, but my name is Coach Crystal Rodriguez. I am a mom of 5 from the Bronx. I've been an active parent leader on SLTs, PTAs, PAs, and Title I boards consecutively since 2016. In the summer of 2021, I was elected a Family Healing Ambassador for PS 146 in District 8, but I also work closely with an NMBA and BCA in District 9. Although all the boards I have been a part of are amazing and do lots of unrecognized and uncompensated work, those positions are already solidified. Today, I approach you all in hopes that you guys will find in the budget to continue funding and supporting our family healing work citywide. These last 9 months of doing work of Family Healing Ambassador, I have recognized that now more than ever, our work, along with restorative justice practices, can change the entire dynamic of our schools, communities, cities, state, and maybe one day even globally. Yes, our schools are incorporating SEL into their curriculums, but honestly, how much of an impact has this truly made in our schools? As healing ambassadors, we have already done so much work in such a short amount of time. From workshops on testing anxieties, parents and teachers collaborating to recognize and help our students with trauma while healing our own, to classes of Zumba, group walks, relay rally races, meditation workshops, promoting self-care, and those are just to name a few. We're getting parent engagement going again, bringing back hope and getting conversations started again in our communities. We hope to continue to expand our work outside of our schools. I believe that with more time and funding, we can make a huge impact in our school systems, our neighborhoods, and our communities. This work has been an inspiration for myself. It has changed my perspective on life. It has helped me to begin my own healing journey, to become a better parent, a better coach, friend, neighbor, a human being overall. And I'm sure that my fellow ambassadors would concur. I thank you all for the time to be able to speak today, and I truly hope that this movement will continue to be backed with your support, because this is history in the making. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. This concludes panel 30, and we will now be moving to panel 31. This panel will also be focused on education and childhood education, as well as education, disabilities, foster care, and health. The panelists in order, as I will read them, are Jolene Gunther-Doherty, Jennifer Choi, Maggie Maroff, Chantel Hines, Cal Hedigan, and Joy Camby or Cambe. Please forgive any pronunciation. So the next panelist will be Jolene Gunther Doherty, and you may begin when the sergeant calls the clock. Thank you.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is Jolene Gunther Doherty, and I am the director of the Guild for Exceptional Children's Preschool 4410 program. For over 60 years, the Guild has provided services for preschool students with disabilities. 2 years ago, the city reached an agreement to raise the salaries of most certified early childhood teachers at DOE contracted CBOs, but excluded teachers of DOE contracted preschool special education programs. These teachers work 12-month jobs serving young children with the most intensive special needs. The city has not yet committed to salary parity for these educators, even as a shortage of seats in preschool special education classes has left preschoolers with disabilities without the support they need and have the legal right to receive. As you heard in earlier testimony, many classrooms in 4410 schools have had to close. Our school over the past year has had to close 4 classrooms due to staff shortages. Crying families of children with autism keep calling, looking for seats. According to the DOE's own projections, the city is short by more than 900 seats in preschool special education classes. CBOs have indicated that in order to open new preschool special ed classes, the city needs to address the salary disparities that are causing their teachers, teacher assistants, and therapists to leave for other jobs where they can earn much higher compensation. The city has a plan to open 800 needed preschool special ed class seats starting next year by offering a contract enhancement to the CBOs that run these classes, but the city has not yet committed to increase staff salaries as part of the contract enhancement. Without increased salaries, it's hard to see how the city will be able to open the classes it needs. Please ensure the fiscal year budget includes the $30 million to provide preschool special ed parity. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And the next witness will be Jennifer Choi.
Starting time.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Thank you. I'm Jennifer Choi. I am a special education advocate at Special Support Services. I'm also a parent of 2 students with disabilities in Queens. The New York City Comptroller's report revealed that the DOE had spent only 12% of the $251 million of federal COVID relief funding allocated for students with disabilities. This is unacceptable. To provide the council with a picture of just one way this can happen, I'll share with you my own child's story. He's an 18-year-old student with dyslexia, autism, and ADHD who used to go to every class every day and attend hours and hours of tutoring to make progress in school. The pandemic changed all that. Zoom school did not work for him. He became addicted to the computer and lost his motivation. I wake up every morning not knowing if he'll go to school. He cannot fill out college applications. He cannot manage money nor his hygiene. And now my son is failing and will not graduate with his peers next month. I asked the school to send him to a New York State approved therapeutic boarding school, but the school said no, because he'll probably graduate in January. Why do schools still not know the purpose of the IEP is not just about getting a diploma? The purpose is to help students with disabilities pursue further education, employment, and independent living. My agency just released a survey report on students with disabilities refusing school. 57% never refused school before the pandemic. 34% are expressing self-harm. Today, I request this council to please add items to the budget to police not our students, but instead the New York City Department of Education administrators to stop wasting money, stop breaking the law, and stop ruining the lives of students with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Maggie Maroff from the Arise Coalition.
Starting time.
Thank you, Malcolm. Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and all other council members here today. I'm here on behalf of the Arise Coalition, a group of parents, advocates, and other stakeholders interested in improving experiences and outcomes for students with disabilities in New York City. I want to talk about 3 things: all laid out in more detail in my written testimony already submitted. As you just heard, a recent controller's report revealed that as of March, the DOE had spent only 12% of the $251 million in federal COVID relief funding allocated for fiscal year 22 for extra support for students with disabilities and creation of new seats in preschool for preschool students with disabilities. I wish I could say that came as a surprise to us. Well, the DOE allocated funding to schools for after school or Saturday special education recovery services, SERS, to students with disabilities and launched the SEED program for students with sensory challenges. We've heard repeatedly about children unable to access those services. For some time now, around those makeup services, we've been recommending improved delivery of the services actually offered, clear information for families about those services, expansion to all students with disabilities, regardless of where they attend school, targeted instructional interventions at all SERS programs, and guaranteed busing for students with IEPs, mandating transportation after school and on weekends to SERS and SEED programs. There's no way around it. To be successful in making up for what was lost for all these students, the DOE must use the COVID relief funds already committed to support students with disabilities. We ask for your help making that a reality. We also want to be sure that all new education initiatives funded in this year's budget explicitly include students with disabilities. Think about the Career Pathways program and the executive budget for that and all other new programs to be successful.
Time expired.
Students who require accommodations and modifications to participate must receive them or risk being effectively cut out. Finally, we join with all the others who have testified about the need to provide pay parity for preschool special education teachers working at CBOs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maggie. And next we'll turn to Chantel Hinz from Next 100.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and members of the Committee on Finance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Chantal Hines, and I am a policy entrepreneur at Next 100, a startup think tank working to diversify the public policy sector. Prior to Next 100, I was an attorney at Advocacy for Children of New York, working to ensure students in foster care receive the support they needed to succeed. I am here to ask the City Council to support students in foster care by ensuring the DOE will follow through on its commitment to create and fully staff a foster care office, and for the budget to include $5 million to guarantee transportation for students in foster care. Students in foster care are disproportionately Black and come from the city's poorest communities. Black and Latinx children make up about 80% of children in foster care in New York City. Many students in this unique population have significant academic needs. Nearly half of this population has special education needs, and less than half graduate high school in 4 years. It's important that the DOE move quickly to hire and fully staff its first ever team to support these students. This office is especially important to improve policy development, educational interventions, and data collection and transparency for students in foster care. While the DOE has started posting some of these positions, it is important that all 11 of the promised positions move forward. Additionally, children cannot succeed in school if they aren't able to get there. The DOE must guarantee busing or other door-to-door transportation for students in foster care. Federal and state law require the city to provide transportation to students in foster care so they can stay in their original school unless it's in their best interest to transfer. Since the law went into effect nearly 6 years ago, the DOE has refused to guarantee bus service or another comparable mode of transportation to these students. The city should include and baseline $5 million for bus service or other door-to-door transportation for students in foster care who need it to maintain school stability. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you. And next we'll call Cal Hedigan.
Starting time.
Okay, we will turn to Joy Cam from Empire Liver Foundation.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Joy Camby, and I'm the program coordinator for Empire Liver Foundation. And we're part of the New York City Council's Viral Hepatitis Initiative, which provides the most innovative and effective Hep B and C treatment, prevention, and linkage to care initiatives in the country. We submitted our written testimony, so thus I'm going to take this time to highlight the potential impact of the first ever New York City viral hepatitis elimination program from the New York City DOH-MH. So, and how we can put New York City on the map as one of the first cities to eliminate viral hepatitis using the existing service framework that the Viral Hepatitis Initiative already put in place, thanks to the New York City Council. So for funding year 23, we have a minimal ask of $2 million to support the necessary work to achieve viral hepatitis elimination. So on behalf of some of our members, I have some stories to illustrate the profound impact of Viral Hepatitis Initiative. From Dr. Arun Deshudian of Cornell, he said I saw a patient, 66-year-old female with a history of intravenous drug use and a new diagnosis of Hep C. This is not to be discovered without the recent public health messaging on universal screening for Hep C, as she had never previously been screened, despite A, being a baby boomer, and 2, her known risk factors for infection. By the time that I got to her, she was shocked to hear that she developed advanced fibrosis of the liver, despite never having symptoms. Our initial conversation about chronic hepatitis C and the risk for cirrhosis and liver cancer were tough for her to hear. And I'm happy to report that she has successfully treated herself of a hepatitis C and no longer lives with that danger. I still follow her regularly, but I have been pleased to inform her that her risk for both cirrhosis and liver cancer are now significantly reduced after the viral clearance of hepatitis C. And she is profoundly grateful for feeling that she had narrowly avoided a major health threat. And our organization has worked with the previous health chair, Mark Levine, for these vital services for New York City living with hepatitis, but there's a lot of work to do. So together, New York City has the existing resources in place to set the precedence for viral hepatitis elimination for the country. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes panel 31. I will announce the next few panels. Panel 32 will be Saif Alam, Dana Politis, Gary English, Sharon Kaufman, Rosa Rodriguez, Jose Martinez, and Jamal Westmore. Panel 33, Aga Trojniak, Anya Jari Connolly, Jeanette Miller, Shane Correa, Lee Sessions, and Pablo Estupinan. Panel 34, Michael Janice, Miriam Fisher, Nicholas Navarro, Patrick Bocher, Savannah Millard, and Manyak Yu. Panel 35, Andy Bowen, Christine James McKenzie, Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, Hannah Tofiak, Muhammad Atia, and that's panel 35. So I will now start with panel 32, Saif Alam.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saif Alam, a student from John Jay College, and currently serve as the University Student Senate Vice Chair of Disability Affairs. As an individual growing up with an invisible disability, I understand the challenges because I went through it myself. We currently have 930,110 New York City residents with disabilities and 11,000 Cuny students with disabilities at the Cuny. And representation for individuals with disability, including mental health, is crucial for these communities. I'm here to testify because our New Yorkers, including New Yorkers with disabilities, need to have better access to mental health and healthcare services. Mental health accessibility is important for individuals with disabilities, especially the pandemic. Based on the statistics, 1 in 10 New Yorkers experience mental health challenges that affect life at work and school. Also, 1 in 6 Cuny students experience distress, anxiety, and depression. The pandemic has negatively affected our New Yorkers, including Cuny students, since they face food, housing, and job insecurity. Also, a great number of New Yorkers and Cuny students has lost a loved one. According to conversations from constituents, they express that they need to have adequate access to counseling services, which also includes individuals with disabilities. Healthcare accessibility is also another challenge. Our individuals with disabilities are still in need for assistive devices for effective communications, policies for interactive service building, more staff, facilities, auxiliary aids to our healthcare center. Healthcare is a priority, and there's need to invest in healthcare so individuals with disabilities receive the healthcare they need to thrive in our society. I want the City Council to acknowledge that this month is Mental Health Awareness Month, and please prioritize the $393 million funding for mental health and $145 million from the Mayor Adams Healthcare Funding initiatives to our New Yorkers, including New Yorkers with disabilities,
Time expired.
access to healthcare and mental health services, which also includes CUNY students with disabilities. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. Thanks.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Dana Politis.
Starting time.
Okay, next on our list is Gary English.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gary English, and I'm the Executive Director of Get It, which is a nonprofit organization in New York City that serves Black gay men. And our mission is to prevent infection in the Black gay community. I would like the City Council to be aware of the End of AIDS epidemic campaign will not be successful until we really get a handle on the new infections with Black gay men in New York City. And we're proposing that the City Council greenlight a special initiative of $2 million for Black gay men prevention in New York City. And this initiative has other successes, such as the faith-based initiative. Has been happening for the last 8 years. It's been very successful. And also the Department of Health started 2 years ago with a special RFP for Black gay men, and some reason it disappeared. And I think one reason why it disappeared because we're not visible. We're not in the face of City Council and say, these are our issues. These are the ways how you can affect and get Black gay men attention. And we also want this initiative to be targeted to small CBOs because there's a space, a unique space for organizations like mine, Get It, to reach Black gay men. And Black gay men need to talk to Black gay men. And because we know the strategies, what is the best way to get their attention. And so keeping within my 2 minutes, and I would like to say, the City Council, let's make history together and make this special initiative happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we will turn to Sharon Kaufman from the Legal Aid Society.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Kaufman, and I'm a deputy attorney in charge of the Immigration Law Unit at the Legal Aid Society. Thank you, Chair Brannon, and council members for this opportunity to address you. In fiscal year 23, NYFUP is seeking an increase from 16.6 million to 18 million to help address our increased costs. Although ICE raids have been lower in the past year than before, it seems likely that detention numbers will go back up as things start to return to normal. This would include NYFUP clients for whom we won release during the pandemic due to health reasons, who ICE could try to re-detain, claiming that the jails are safe again. We also need to be able to fully staff up in response to ICE detention activities, while representing the many clients we got released over the past years and before. Also, there is an increased need to fight against the horrific conditions that our clients face in detention and the impending transfers of New York City residents to jails and courts across the country. There's a need for continued support from the council for these most vulnerable immigrants. In addition to supporting NYFUP, since 2014, the council has been a steadfast supporter of unaccompanied minors since 2014 through the Unaccompanied Minors and Families Initiative, which is granted annually to Legal Aid and our partners in the Immigrant Advocates Response Collaborative, ICARE, for Fiscal year 23, eye care is seeking an enhancement to $4,570,000, of which $1,075,000 would be for legal aid. The enhancement would be to offset the loss of funding to eye care from the Robin Hood Foundation, which is ending its investment at the end of fiscal year 22. We applaud the city for supporting removal defense and affirmative immigration benefits through the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative. We encourage the city to keep the flexibility it adopted in the last 2 fiscal years regarding meeting deliverables through overall units of service rather than specific of cases. Just one more minute, please. We also thank the council for their continued support and funding for the Low Wage Workers Initiative, which we hope can be baselined. And finally, we're seeking $710,000 for our immigration federal practice to allow us to continue our cutting edge work. Thank you.
Thank you. And next I'll turn to Rosa Rodriguez.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I appreciate your attention. My name is Rosa Rodriguez. I'm the president of the 7981 Post Avenue 10 Association. I'm in Washington High. This is a reference about the Teal Coalition. This is a program that HPD have formed back in 1978. We have my plea to the mayor and the city councils to have fund the HPD program to make the funding to New York City Council to include the funding in 2023 budget, adequate funding to rehabilitate the Teal building. Instead of funding ANCP and third-party programs to which HPD is transferring the Teal buildings, those third-party programs will end in contribution to increase the homeless situation in New York City, as the original tenant of the Teal building will not be able to afford the maintenance of the HCAC apartment, which will include payment on the mortgage, entering into the development, a mandatory 2% yearly maintenance increase. Therefore, they will lose their apartment and any opportunity to ownership and transfer it in the general wealth. This is why we please, the whole coalition plead you, so we are low-income family. We plead you at the end of the day that we are working together to rebuild and maintain our community in New York City. Yes, together we can succeed and in the city for a better future. Our children are becoming professional. They are the people of the future who will maintain the city legends. We don't want our descendants to move away from New York City and work in other states. They are the New York City good seeds to be planted in New York City and grow. They are New Yorkers. So we've plead to the City of New York to fund our program, or Teal program, and unfund the ANCP, which are going to take all the tenants to the street and be homeless. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Jose Martinez from the National Harm Reduction Coalition.
Starting time.
Hi, sorry. Hello, my name is Jose Martinez. I'm the Hepatitis C and Harm Reduction Associate for National Harm Reduction Coalition, National Advocacy and Capacity Building Organization, whose main office is in Midtown Manhattan. Under my role, I'm responsible for providing a general support system for Hep C navigators throughout New York City. Support may be assisting a navigator with creating new outreach methods and approaches, navigating resources for community members, workforce development, or support with personal issues. The Viral Hepatitis Initiative has played a vital role in harm reduction efforts to combat viruses that affect our communities like Hep C and HIV. Since 2014, we've been responsible for over 10,000 linkages to care, many of which led to community members being cured of Hep C. Many of our navigators who were responsible for keeping community members engaged in care have done it with very little funding and resources. The Viral Hepatitis Initiative for the last 8 years has been that little bit of funding and resources for our Hep B and Hep C navigators. My experience with the Viral Hepatitis Initiatives has been a lesson every day. My work has allowed me to see how our community is affected by Hep C, how much services we really need, how much more we can do with a little more focus on this problem. I'm not living with Hep C. I was introduced to the program when I used to go to the Hep C group in St. Anne's Corner of Harm Reduction. I was in a bad space and would go to the groups to receive the Metro. After a month of attending the groups, I became more interested in being a part of the movement that tackles Hep C than receiving the Metro. New York City Council Viral Hepatitis Initiative also allows my organization the funding to provide various Hep C related trainings like Hep C Basics, Overdose Prevention for Hep C Navigators, and Medical Care and Treatment Update. With these workshops, we provide navigators through the city with skills and information they can use to help themselves and community members.
Time expired.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Jose. Next, we will turn to Jamal Westmore from the New York State Nurses Association.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chairman Brennan and council members. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to provide my testimony. My name is Jamal Westmore. I am a registered nurse employed at Woodhull Hospital in Brooklyn. I am also a proud NYSNA member and the membership committee chairperson at Woodhull Hospital. NYSNA represents 9,000 registered nurses who work for the public hospital system. As a frontline staff nurse, I am more than familiar with the invaluable role registered nurses play within the public healthcare system, and their recruitment and retention are essential to ensuring that New York City public hospitals are able to provide high quality, safe, effective patient-centered care. Yet the nursing profession continues to face shortages due to the lack of potential funding, educators, high turnover and burnout rates, and inequitable workforce distribution. As I can attest to, nursing shortages can only lead to more potential medical errors, higher morbidity and mortality rates, and ultimately patient dissatisfaction. An environment that empowers and motivates nurses is imperative in order to rejuvenate and sustain the nursing workforce, especially within these uncertain times we find ourselves living through. NYSNA continues to support initiatives directed for the recruitment and retention of nurses within the NYHH hospital system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that concludes our testimony for panel 32. We will now move to panel 33. Aga Trojniak, Anya Mukjari-Connolly, Jeanette Miller, Shane Correa, Lee Sessions, and Pablo Estupinan. We'll start with Aga Trojniak from Flatbush Tenant Coalition.
Starting time.
Okay, next I will call on Anya Mukjari-Connolly from Brooklyn Defender Services. I felt like I called that name.
Starting time.
Okay, I did call on Anya already and she did testify. Okay, so Jeanette Miller from Canva Legal Services.
Thank you. Thank you to Chair Brannon. Thank you to Chair Brannon, Chair Ayala, and to the New York City Council at large for the longstanding support of the Legal Services for the Working Poor Coalition. My name is Janet Miller. I'm an Executive Vice President at Campbell Legal Services, one of the 5 members of the Legal Services for the Working Poor Coalition that includes Housing Conservation Coordinators, Mobilization for Justice, NIMIC, and Take Root Justice. The coalition was created 18 years ago with support from the City Council to address the civil legal needs of working poor and other low-income New Yorkers whose income is slightly higher than the poorest New Yorkers. Their income renders them ineligible for free civil legal services, and yet they are often one missed paycheck away from facing eviction or other dire consequences. Our services are critical to allowing working New Yorkers to maintain financial independence and preserving economic stability in communities across New York City. In fiscal year 2022, each of the five coalition members received $455,000. In FY23, each of us are asking for an allocation of $600,000 from the City Council to support civil legal services for working poor New Yorkers. Additional legal services in these areas are needed to support working poor New Yorkers, particularly as they were and continue to be disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Council's funding for civil legal services is the only funding that targets the civil legal needs of working people to ensure continued self-sufficiency for families struggling to survive in New York City.
Our organizations represent these New Yorkers in all 5 boroughs in housing, consumer, foreclosure, immigration, benefits, and employment matters. If we are not able to meet the legal service needs of the many people who seek our help, particularly those affected by the COVID-19 crisis, the human consequences will be dire. It is vitally important that the council not only continue to support this flexible funding stream. Thank you. We urge the council to fully fund civil legal service initiatives overall and for the legal services for the working poor allocation in particular. The positive benefits of civil legal service funding for the city's budget and its economy make it the right choice for economic, social, and humanitarian reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. And next from the Center for Court Innovation, I'll turn to Shane, but I won't butcher his name anymore.
Starting time.
You actually did a great job. It's Karaya. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Shane Karaya. I'm the Deputy Director of Government Partnerships at the Center for Court Innovation. Briefly, we're an organization that researches and implements justice system reforms. Our first program being the Midtown Community Court, established 25 years ago, helping change the nature of Times Square with proportionate responses. Since then, we've grown to reach and provide expert assistance across the nation and the world, but the majority of our direct service sites are actually here in New York City, where we help improve civil, family, criminal, and non-court-based processes that touch the justice system. In fact, I'm a South Bronx native and a participant in one of the programs after 2 of my siblings were arrested, convicted, and deported for violent felony crimes back in 2002. Which brings me here to talk to you today about what the Center for Court Innovation is doing in increasing public safety, yet reforming the justice system. Specifically, we're implementing new approaches to addressing intimate partner violence, anti-gun violence programming, and reducing unnecessary incarceration through community supervision. Regarding budget asks, I want to highlight the following items in our testimony that I think are exceedingly important. Our ask to expand our core center funding under the Innovative Criminal Justice Initiatives is where we have the flexibility to respond to needs in our communities as they arrive throughout all 5 boroughs. Over the last 2 years, that spanned everything from deploying remote youth engagement programming during the height of the pandemic to implementing new methods of gun responses in the following months. We're asking that this be expanded to $1 million. Similarly, we're asking that the city continue its support of felony alternatives to incarceration in Brooklyn at $1.3 million and take over the funding that will expire from Daney's asset forfeiture dollars sunsetting for a total ask of $2 million in Manhattan and Brooklyn. It's effective through our Brooklyn mental health court practices, which have shown to reduce recidivism while keeping communities safe, and we hope to continue to show its efficacy and expand.
Time expired.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Lee Sessions.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Lee Sessions. I'm a New York City resident and a member of DSA's NYC chapter. I'm here to voice my opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' executive budget and to call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. 2 years into the pandemic, working class New Yorkers are in crisis. COVID-19 cases are surging, landlords are raising rents, and families struggle to stay in their homes. But the mayor continues to favor the wealthy and powerful over everyday New Yorkers. His budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, and education, while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. Today, I urge the council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for NYCHA and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams' cuts to our public education system by investing $122 million into Cuny and funding DOE mental health counselors and social workers, rather than filling school police vacancies. I also urge the council to act on 2 deadly crises facing our city, climate catastrophe and the overdose epidemic. We need $3.1 billion for the streets plan, $1.8 billion for green public schools, $250 million for fair fares, and $10 million to expand life-saving safe consumption sites to all 5 boroughs. Finally, the council must reject the mayor's regressive return to law and order. I urge the council to reject the proposal to add hundreds of new COs for solitary confinement, a practice the UN defines as torture. I also urge the council to demonstrate their commitment to racial justice by cutting failed NYPD criminalization programs like the ineffective and violent plainclothes units, the so-called subway safety plan, and ending all NYPD response to mental health calls. Thank you, council members and committee chair Brannon, for hearing my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final panelist is Pablo Estebanon from the Right to Counsel New York City Coalition.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Pablo, and I'm the coalition coordinator for the Right to Counsel New York City Coalition, and I'm here today to testify in favor of Local Law 53. As many of you know, our coalition passed a historic right to counsel legislation back in 2017, giving tenants the right to free legal representation in housing courts. Unfortunately, that is no longer the reality. With the overwhelming volume of eviction cases, there's currently not enough attorneys to take on eviction cases. So now thousands of tenants are at risk of being evicted without ever accessing a right to counsel attorney. And last May 2021, our coalition passed a bill, Intro 1529, which is known as Local Law 53, that mandated that the city, specifically the Office of Civil Justice, the city agency in charge of implementing right to counsel, this Local Law 53 requires OCJ to fund tenant organizing groups, because the reality is that half of tenants that we have surveyed don't know about right to counsel when they're going in housing courts and facing an eviction. And we're here today because that law was signed last May. The city had 180 days to release a request for proposal RFP at the end of November, and they haven't. And so from our perspective, the new mayoral administration, Mayor Adams, is failing New Yorkers, not delivering on his promises to ensure that New Yorkers stay in their homes. And we're urging the committee to help us immediately and fully implement Local Law 53 and allocate $5 million for tenant organizing groups. And that would come through OCJ. And that would help fund trusted tenant organizing groups to work in low-income communities of color. We know that this issue impacts people of color, especially women, children. We know evictions and housing stability have significant impact on all people's lives. So we look forward to working with you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Next, we will go to panel 34, Michael Janice, Miriam Fisher, Nicholas Navarro, Patrick Bocher, Savannah Millard, and Mon Yuk Yu. We'll first turn to Michael Janice.
Starting time.
Okay, next on my list, I have Miriam Fisher.
Starting time.
Next, I have Nicholas Navarro.
Thank you for the chance to speak. I am Nicholas Navarro, a volunteer with the New York Civil Liberties Union. I've been monitoring police activity at protests for almost 2 years. So recently I've had a lot of encounters with the SRG, which is supposedly the counter-terrorist unit. However, many, many times recently, I have seen them being deployed in just completely inappropriate situations. I remember I was at Union Square and there was a small group of people singing and dancing, pro-choice protesters, and a couple blocks down the street, there was the SRG parked. So I've seen them incite violence many times at protests. They're very opaque and unclear about their funding and strategies. So I would request that the city council seriously reconsiders funding for this department and demands accountability for where their money is going. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Patrick Bocher from the Divest from the Strategic Response Group.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is Patrick Betcher. I'm a veteran of the Army and a Cuny student. I'm here today to urge the City Council to cease funding the New York City Police Department Strategic Response Group. I have personally witnessed several incidents of misconduct by the SRG. On one occasion, I saw an officer armed as though we were going into battle. As I passed him, I heard the distinctive click of his rifle safety and looked over to see the officer playing with it, the safety on a deadly weapon in a crowded street. If he were a soldier and he were caught by a sergeant, he would suffer severe consequences. However, this officer was not a soldier. These officers do not have the training, discipline, or responsibility to be entrusted with the equipment and the funding that they've been given. I was recently at a climate protest where the SRG demonstrated this to me by inappropriately using a reciprocating saw to cut protesters down from wooden structures that they had erected. As they were doing this, most of the officers who vastly outnumbered the protesters were simply standing around idly, some chatting casually. I asked an officer if they truly had no other more pressing matters to attend to, and he said no. I then asked why, in that case, were all of these officers on duty. He simply said, I don't know. However, when I was recently attacked on the subway, the police were nowhere to be found. Given the clear misuse of the funds by the SRG and their self-professed lack of need for their services, I urge the City Council to shift their funding to areas that will meaningfully improve the lives of New Yorkers. I'm currently attending City College on the GI Bill, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that many of the buildings are badly run down, with ceilings that leak in the rain and bathrooms regularly shut down due to plumbing malfunctions. I once even had a ceiling tile fall on me at BMCC. As many of my classmates come from around the country and around the world, I ask you, is this the image of our city you want to leave them with? Do we want to be a city that takes pride in our dedication to educating the next leaders of the world, or one that takes pride in cracking down on its citizens as they practice their First Amendment rights? The proposed New Deal for Cuny would be a much better use of the funds and would bring us much closer to embodying the ideals that we claim to hold than SRG ever could. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I will turn to Savannah Millard from the NYCLU.
Starting time.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Savannah Millard, and I'm a volunteer with the NYCLU. I'm here to urge the City Council to remove funding of the NYPD Strategic Response Group from the police budget. The unit has been a consistent presence at protests across New York City and has been known for escalating and bringing violence to protesters. In 2020, the unit's brutality was in public view as members of the unit deployed militarized tactics against protesters. The SRG has been central to many lawsuits and investigations related to the NYPD's abuse of protesters throughout 2020. And as someone that did participate in the Black Lives Matter movement of 2020, I can personally attest to seeing these things happen. However, the violence of the SRG is without coincidence. The unit's training overwhelmingly focuses on the use of force, and members of the unit are trained to treat racial justice protesters as enemy combatants. In the SRG Bike Squad's manual, protest groups are divided into two categories, peaceful and violent, with examples of violent protesters as being part of the BLM movement, Occupy Wall Street, and anti-Trump demonstrators. SRG officers receive disproportionately high levels of misconduct complaints and have a history of racial violence. The SRG has inflicted emotional and physical harm on New Yorkers with impunity. City Council must put an end to the SRG's abuse by disbanding the unit and removing its funds from the hands of the NYPD, and then reinvesting those funds into our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our last panelist is Mon Yuk Yu.
Starting time.
Okay, I'm going to turn to panel 35. Andy Bowen, Christine James McKenzie, Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, Hannah Tofik, Muhammad Atia. We'll first start with Andy Bowen from the New York City Network of Worker Cooperatives.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, members, and outstanding staff of the New York City Council Committee on Finance. I'm reading the testimony of Clara Calvo, a worker owner at Cooperative Home Care Associates, CHCA, and a member of the New York City Network of Worker Cooperatives Advocacy Council. I came to the United States in 1955 from the Dominican Republic looking for an opportunity to improve my life and the life of my 3 children. For 5 years, I worked long hours, unpredictable schedules, and in challenging work environments while making very little money. In 2000, I found and was trained by Cooperative Home Care Associates, or CHCA, a Bronx-based company that trains and employs home care workers. Shortly after beginning my career at CHCA, I joined the company as a worker owner and have served on the board for multiple terms. Whether as a board member or worker owner, I am always an engaged leader, providing insight and guidance to my fellow worker owners. I believe I am an amazing reflection of why the model of a worker cooperative is so powerful, transformative, and necessary for worker protection. Like my cooperative, there are a number of cooperatives in New York City with different economic activities, from cleaning, support from the elderly, for the elderly, childcare, and a lot more services that help the economic growth of this city. However, as with many small businesses, the pandemic wreaked havoc on some of the cooperatives. With the support of the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, or WCBDI partners, though, our cooperatives have largely sustained the challenges of the pandemic by getting grants, loans, and other financial support, technical assistance, and making sure we did our work safely under pandemic conditions, and more formal kinds of support, like with bookkeeping. Your commitment to cooperatives is necessary and urgent in our growth, so we're not among the small businesses that disappear as a result of the pandemic. We hope that you will consider the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative at $5.012 million during this year's budget negotiation process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andy. And next we will turn to Christine James McKenzie from Jobs First NYC.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Committee Chairman Brannon and the distinguished members of the City Council Committee on Finance. Thank you for allowing Jobs First NYC to provide testimony today on important issues affecting New York City's budget. My name is Christine James McKenzie. I'm the Communications and Policy Manager at Jobs First NYC, which provides research and develops systems that impact how philanthropy and government invest in workforce development. In 2021, Jobs First NYC published a report titled Equitable Recovery for Young Adults, an Agenda for Young Adult Workforce Development in New York City. It provides a set of citywide policy priorities that are rooted in the real needs of young people. It also includes the perspectives of on-the-ground practitioners and the literature on successful policies and interventions. It details the changes needed to quickly connect our 18 to 24-year-olds to employment now and to effectively prepare them for the future of work in a rapidly shifting and increasingly virtual economy. It builds on Jobs First NYC comprehensive system-level view of the city's young adult workforce ecosystem and proposes an actionable time-bound framework to foster citywide systems change. We must act now to connect our young adults to training, education, and work opportunities and to advance them along educational and career pathways. Our report outlines 6 recommendations for the city that were informed by a diverse coalition of workforce development and education stakeholders. We call for $770 million increase in annual investment by New York City. This proposed funding would support $100 million for bridge programming, $150 million for sectoral training, $357 million for subsidized jobs, $105 million for high school degree attainment and career preparation, and $58 million for capacity building and system enhancements. We appreciate the opportunity to submit the testimony to the Finance Committee, and we are certainly looking forward to your leadership to address the crises that young adults in New York City face. Thank you, and we will submit the rest of our testimony.
Thank you. And next, we will turn to Karina Kaufman Gutierrez.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, and I'm the Deputy Director at the Street Vendor Project. First, I'd like to thank Chair Brannon and all the council members present today for the opportunity to testify. The Street Vendor Project is a membership-based organization that works to improve the working conditions of the approximately 20,000 people who sell food and merchandise from the streets of our city. SVP is respectfully requesting funding to sustain and expand 2 of our critical programs that serve street vendors, New York City's smallest businesses. Our first is the Community Outreach and Education Program, and the second is a Small Business Consultation Program, both of which together support an equitable economic recovery for our entire city. Our membership base of the Street Vendor Project includes over 2,600 of New York City street vendors. This population is primarily new immigrants who rely on vending to provide for themselves and their families. And vendors come from some of the most marginalized communities, specifically immigrant communities of color and low-income households. Over 90% of vendors are immigrants. The high demand for our services, especially during the pandemic, has presented an unsustainable demand on a very small staff body and organization. Hence our request for support to increase our ability to respond so that we may support our community to rebuild and thrive. In 2021, we connected nearly 3,000 street vendors to resources and information about housing, food access, and loan and grant opportunities, and held 450 consultations to support street vendors with business development trainings, financial empowerment workshops, and enhanced business, stabilization, and growth. We work in 5 different languages, in Spanish, Mandarin, Arabic, Bengali, and a little bit of English. And with New York City's council support, we do hope to sustain and expand our vital programming for small businesses and community outreach, so that we can ensure that street vendors receive support and education that they deserve. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and your consideration.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Hannah Tofik.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and fellow council members, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hannah Tawfiq, and I am the Middle Eastern and North African member organizer at the Street Vendor Project and a resident of Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. So as my colleague Karina had mentioned, we request support to both sustain and expand our community outreach and education program. Through this program, we conduct multilingual outreach in a range of formats to street vendors to educate them on the rules and regulations of vending, teach them their legal rights and responsibilities, and connect them to a variety of resources ranging from public health to immigration. Our staff provides interpretation and translation services for outreach materials in many languages, including Spanish, Arabic, Mandarin, and Bengali. With support from City Council this year for the Community Outreach and Education Program, SVP intends to conduct 85 sessions of in-person outreach across the 5 boroughs to educate vendors on their rights and responsibilities, meeting street vendors where it's convenient to them, whether that's on the streets, on the sidewalks, in commissary kitchens, accommodating the schedules of these business owners, and also lead 24 in-person and virtual community education sessions to speak with vendors and to also share materials regarding regulatory compliance, financial literacy, and referrals to other governmental resources and support. Last year, we supported more than 1,000 vendors with individualized application support for the Excluded Workers Fund, connected more than 3,000 vendors to housing, food, and mental health resources, and created multilingual COVID-safe business operating guidelines for vendors. Through this process, the vendors themselves become community ambassadors as they have deep connections with their neighborhoods. They are allowed to disseminate information to their clientele. And with the help of the council, we're hoping to ensure that street vendors not only survive in our city, but also thrive and prosper as a central part of the city's fabric. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And next from the Street Vendor Project Urban Justice Center, we'll turn to Mohammed Atia.
Starting time.
Mr. Atia, oh, I see you speaking, but I don't hear anything. No, we'll unmute you again. Bear with us just a second. Okay, try speaking again.
Is now better?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Starting time.
All right. Good afternoon, my dear council member, Chair Brannon, and members of the committee. My name is Mohammed Atiyah. I'm the director of the Street Vendor Project, a part of the Urban Justice Center. I would like to first thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As the only organization, the Street Vendor Project serves the street vendors in New York City. SVP is the centralized hub of this underserved population, providing regular services, including legal consultations, small business development, outreach and education, and even more. Additionally, SVP supports vendors across several issues, including but not limited to immigration, housing, childcare, and food access needs. SVP respectfully requests funding to sustain and expand 2 critical programs that serve street vendors, our city's smallest businesses. The first one is Community Outreach and Education Program, and the second is Small Business Consultation Program. The programs will support an equitable economic recovery for New York City by serving the smallest businesses. The street vendor industry has grown significantly within the last 2 years, with many New Yorkers who lost their jobs, their businesses, turned to street vending for an income, dramatically increasing the demand for our services and our work. With a membership base of more than 2,600 street vendors, our organization currently has a growing list of over 300 individuals interested in accessing our services. The current ratio of staff to street vendors in the city is 1 to 400. As we have seen also in Monday's hearing with the committee, some council members asked the questions to the agencies about services provided to street vendors, and we didn't hear any answer from the city. What the city offers street vendors usually is enforcement by multiple agencies who hand vendors tickets with very high fines. Street vendors need investment from the city and they deserve it. We hope that the council will consider our request and help us support our smallest businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call panels 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40, so people can be ready. Panel 36, Jackie Del Valle, Carmen Quinones, Rumi Akang, Michael Winston Pam, and Lorraine Collins. Panel 37, Andrew Ceseno, Priscilla Alexander, Petra Morales, Ricarda Pantaleon, Gloria Manzano. Panel 38, Salma Mohammed, Lily Liang, Ravi Reddy, Meta Ghosh, and Lloyd Fang, and Mohammed Amin. Panel 39, Adriana Dufay, Emma Katz, Julian McKinley, Jimena Frankel, Marcela Sosa, and Minerva Contreras. I will start panel 36, Jackie Del Valle from Take Root Justice.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Jackie Del Valle. I'm coordinator of Stabilizing NYC at Take Root Justice. Take Root is a founder and coordinator of Stabilizing NYC, which is a coalition of grassroots organization that combine tenant organizing with legal representation to combat tenant harassment and preserve affordable housing for New Yorkers who need it most. The council has funded Stabilizing NYC every year since 2014, and we're looking for an enhancement to $4 million from $3.75 million to bring SNYC organizing groups to equal levels. Take Root Justice and the 19 grassroots that are part of Stabilizing NYC form and strengthen hundreds of tenant associations. Despite the limits of the pandemic, stabilizing groups continue to organize tenants association and represent tenants across the city. Many groups organize outreach programs aimed at tenants vulnerable to evictions, ensuring that tenants and communities not only know of their rights about housing court, eviction, and accessing rent arrear funds like ERAP and Excluded Workers Fund, but also had hands-on assistance to access these and other resources. As a result, the tenants associations we organize won rent strikes, held their landlords accountable for incorrect rent amounts, and received the ERAP protections that they're entitled to their benefit in housing court. Through organizing, tenants are stopping evictions from moving forward in court and fighting to keep one another in their homes. Tenants connect their individual building experiences to the wider fight for housing justice. Through mass rallies and trips to Albany, tenant leaders connect with fellow members of the working class to fight for racial and economic justice. I don't think I need to spend a lot of time explaining our housing crisis and its disparate impacts across the city and the tolls of the pandemic on housing and community stability. Speaker Adams herself spoke passionately in her State of the Speaker's address about the importance of having people living in good conditions and that the foundation of health for every neighborhood in our city is safe and stable housing. We're also advocating for a COLA increase for all the discretionary awards and enhancements for the community land trust, legal services for the working poor, worker co-op business development, and community housing preservation strategies. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you. And next from Douglas Houses, I'll turn to Carmen Quinones.
Starting time.
Okay, not seeing them on, we'll turn to Rumi Akong.
Starting time.
Afternoon. My name is Rumi Akong. I'm the Trans Justice Program Coordinator at the Audre Lorde Project. I'm here today to ask you to support stronger pathways to safe, long-term housing resources for all New Yorkers. Last fall, I voted in person, double masked in District 31 out in Queens. When I moved into Central Brooklyn 5 years ago, it was to be closer to my classes at the Cuny Graduate Center and my part-time gigs in food service. I rented apartments within District 41, 45, and now 37. I choose to live in Brooklyn because these neighborhoods are among the few neighborhoods where low-income lesbian, gay, bisexual, two-spirit, transgender, and gender non-conforming New Yorkers of color can just barely afford rent. Anytime I've experienced housing insecurity, I've been offered a couch, a room, an entire studio apartment by friends and lovers and community. Access to housing has not been too far out of reach for me. However, I've commuted with many community members from events whose journey home is more than 90 minutes away. At our events, too many trans people have shared with me that they haven't eaten for 60 hours before our food delivery arrives. Our most marginalized New Yorkers, my community of trans and gender non-conforming people of color, along our 3019 housing equity campaign supporters across the city, are asking City Council and the Mayor's office to collaborate in developing secure permanent housing. Please help Trans Justice and the Audre Lorde Project develop resources to increase access to housing, food security, and competent and comprehensive medical care within all 5 boroughs. I wish for my home city to be truly a sanctuary city, for our institutions to be responsive, truly people-centered, and to prioritize those most disproportionately impacted. Read our discretionary ask for the Housing Equity Resource Guide. Trans Justice members are available to co-work alongside City Council offices. You finish budgeting for the fiscal year coming up. New Yorkers of all gender expressions deserve access to safe and secure housing. So let's talk. All New Yorkers deserve housing. Housing for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I will turn to Michael Winston Pan.
Starting time.
Okay, the next person on our list is Lorraine Collins.
Starting time.
Okay, that concludes panel 36. Next, I will turn to panel 37. Andrew Ciceno, Priscilla Alexander, Petra Morales, Ricarda Pantaleon, Gloria Manzo. I will first call on Andrew Ciceno.
Starting time.
Next, not hearing from Andrew, I'm calling on Priscilla Alexander.
Starting time.
Go ahead, Priscilla, you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am here on behalf of the Healing Ambassadors. I am the Healing Ambassador for PS 199 in the Bronx. I can vouch that the Healing Ambassador program has been beneficial to our school community and also our surrounding community. People love having a space where they can confide with one another, get resources, tips, and information. After our meetings, they leave feeling with a clearer head and a mentality that lets them know that they are not alone and they can conquer anything. Getting rid of this program will be very detrimental to our community. Healing Ambassadors have been the bridge that's needed between a community who is afraid to speak with Department of Education representatives or for anyone for that matter. We have created a safe and trusting environment. Keeping this program is what our community desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Petra Morales.
Starting time.
Okay, I will turn to Ricarda Pantaleon. Okay. Next, we'll call on Gloria Manzano.
Starting time.
Okay, not in the Zoom. I will now turn to panel 38. Panel 38 is Salma Muhammad, Lily Liang, Ravi Reddy, Meta Ghosh, Lloyd Fang, and Muhammad Q. Amin. I will first turn to Salma Muhammad.
Starting time.
Okay, I will now call on Lily Liang.
Hi.
Starting time.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lily Liang. I am the NYC organizer of National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum. We are the only organization for abortion rights and economic equity for Asian AAPI women. Well, I just want to point it out to the City Council that based on 2020 census, that NYC has 3 million immigrants. New AAPI immigrants are almost 850,000. Most of them came in with inadequate English. But NYC doesn't have a designated fund for quality translations. Yes, there are over 100 languages appeared on HRA's website, but the mayor's office openly admits that they use Google Translate and cannot guarantee accuracy. And we have identified numerous translation errors. And the most common thing we hear on street while doing canvassing from mothers, seniors, are cannot have someone who speaks my language to help me navigate the application of public benefits. But there is no translator corps at a city agency. So the community-based organizations pick up the work and be the de facto translators for government agencies. They help with schools, with parents, and the doctors with patients, and the low-income communities who need to sign up for subsidized housing or food stamps. But their work are not recognized. So just want to call on City Council to recognize the work and the need to fund AAPI organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. And next I will turn to Ravi Reddy from the Asian American Federation.
Starting time.
Thank you so much to Committee Chair Brandon, my home Councilmember Hudson, and all council members here for this endurance test of a hearing. Special thanks to Malcolm. I don't know how you're doing it. I'm Ravi Reddy from the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at the Asian American Federation, where we proudly represent the collective voice of more than 70 member nonprofits serving 1.5 million New Yorkers. We want to thank Speaker Adams for advocating on our community's behalf during the State of the City address and pushing for change, and for council for asking the critical questions and advocating for our community throughout the executive budget hearing. Specifically when it comes to mental health, AF just recently released a first Asian-focused mental health directory in our city, featuring more than 100 culturally competent and language accessible mental health therapists, and the database is growing. Here are some of our mental health recommendations. I'm just going to race through these. Provide increased consistent investment in Asian mental health organizations to build bilingual and culturally competent staff capacity and expertise to address the increasing needs of our clients with severe mental illnesses. Develop the capacity of Asian serving community-based organizations to identify mental health needs and provide non-clinical interventions. Develop workforce initiatives that create a pipeline of Asian mental health professionals skilled in bilingual and culturally competent mental health care. And on language access, we're thankful that City Council has expressed support for the Community Legal Interpreter Bank and worker co-ops for that support the need for quality language access from within our communities. Now we need the funding to bring this home, to the tune of $2.25 million for the Community Legal Interpreter Bank and $300K per worker co-op for 3 worker co-ops covering African, Latino, and Asian languages. The Asian one is the one that Asian American Federation would focus on. In addressing public safety and anti-Asian hate, we urge City Council to continue funding our Hope Against Hate campaign, which amongst other things has already trained thousands of upstanders through trainings with partner organizations through the city since last year, and implement these other recommendations. Increase funding for the API Community Support Initiative to the tune of $6 million in order to sustain expanded direct services that are seeing increased demand, as well as fund critical anti-violence programming and our Hope Against
Time
Hate.
expired.
Finally, there are a few other things we'd like to discuss, but we'd also just like to raise up the plight of our seniors and are thankful that they have been prioritized in several ways through the exec budget hearings and in the State of the City speech. For now, thank you, and our written testimony will feature more thorough breakdowns of our community and organization asks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Meta Ghosh.
Starting time.
Okay, next we'll turn to Lloyd Fang.
Starting
Good
time.
afternoon, and I just want to apologize for my COVID voice. My name is Lloyd Fang. I am a policy coordinator at the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families, CACF, the nation's first and only Pan-Asian children and families advocacy organization that leads the fight for community equity. CACF also leads the 18% and growing campaign, which brings together nearly 70 API organizations across all 5 boroughs of the city to fight for a fair and inclusive budget that protects the needs of our most vulnerable API community members. There are currently over 1.5 million residents of API descent in New York City, comprising over 18% of the city's total population. API New Yorkers are the fastest growing racial, ethnic group and voting population in New York City, New York State, and the nation. Despite our community's expansive growth and development, the needs of API New Yorkers continue to be overlooked, misunderstood, and uncounted. Last year, API organizations received less than 4.5% of City Council discretionary funding and less than 1.5% of social service contract dollars. Therefore, we call on Council to expand funding to the following: API Community Support Initiative to $6 million to fund critical programming, including mental health support, racial literacy, hate crimes intervention, gender-based violence intervention and prevention, youth programs, and other culturally responsive services needed to build long-term care and healing for our API New Yorkers during this critical time. Access Health NYC to $4 million to sustain the citywide initiative that funds CBOs to provide education, outreach, and assistance to all New Yorkers about how to access healthcare and coverage. And Communities of Color Nonprofit Stabilization Fund to $7 million, the first council fund of its kind that aims to build the capacity of NYC nonprofits in recognition of the fact that orgs led by people of the community are best equipped to meet the needs of the community. We also call on City Council to ensure an investment and baseline of $6 million to DOE to establish a permanent central system for immigrant and limited English proficient family communications, and expansion on the $4 million investment made last year to address the longstanding racial inequities that have underwritten the rise in anti-Asian violence in this city. Resources must be allocated to CBOs that have trust and deep ties within our diverse communities. Thank you so much, and a big shout out to Malcolm here.
Thank you. And next, I will turn to Mohammed Q. Allman from Caribbean Equality Project.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammed Q. Amin, and I am the founder and executive director of the Caribbean Equality Project, founded in 2015 in response to anti-LGBTQ hate crime violence in Richmond Hill, Queens. Caribbean Equality Project is a New York City-based community organization that empowers, advocates for, and represents Black and Brown LGBTQ Caribbean immigrants in New York City. We are a proud coalition member of the Asian American Children and Families, CACF, which leads the 18% and growing campaign. In New York City, South Asian and Indo-Caribbean New Yorkers had the highest COVID rates, infection, and hospitalization in 2020 due to limited lack of access to culturally congruent testing and vaccination sites, including neighborhoods of Ozone Park, South Ozone Park, and Richmond Hill, Queens. Even before the pandemic, being underfunded has led to our community-based organizations to experience growing capacity uncertainties, rising costs, and inadequate resources to support our undocumented and documented communities in sustaining vital and life-saving services, such as culturally competent mental health care, immigration support for LGBTQ asylum seekers, language accessibility, and domestic violence resources. We call on the New York City Council to invest in and protect our marginalized communities by increasing funding to the Communities of Color Nonprofit Stabilization Fund to $7 million. During the pandemic, this funding became essential to help the Caribbean Equality Project build capacity to respond to our community's emergent needs. From training our community action team volunteers to address food insecurity by distributing culturally responsive groceries, fresh produce, PPE, and safe sex products, to expanding the organization's leadership capacity to advocate for culturally inclusive and linguistically COVID-19 testing services. The Communities Color Nonprofit Stabilization Fund was critical in addressing and relieving these ongoing challenges.
Time expired.
API New Yorkers and LGBTQ people have always been essential workers. The COVID-19 pandemic has disproportionately impacted immigrant communities, and it will take years to recover from its economic crisis. Our diverse and intersectional communities can no longer be neglected, underfunded, and under-resourced. Thank you for the time to testify today.
Thank you. And next, we will call on Adriano Dufay from the New York City Coalition for Domestic Work.
Starting time.
Okay. That concludes our panels. I'm now going to announce the next 5 so people can be ready. So panel 39, Emma Katz, Julian McKinley, Jimena Frankel, Maricela Sosa, and Minerva Contreras. Panel 40, Jonathan Robinson, Keith Signore, Roxanne Delgado, Christina Fernandez, and Destiny Tucker. Panel 41, Jeanette Bocanegra, Sarah Nispel, Stephanie Glass, Victoria S., Jessica Marshall. Panel 42, Lyric Thompson, Catherine Clatt, Ombre Chamet, Brandon Acton Bond, and Harrison Newhouse. Panel 43, Cheryl Warfield, Eleni DeCiervo, Jessica Chen, Francine Garber Cohen, and Taryn Sacramone. Beginning with panel 39, Emma Katz.
Starting time.
Okay, next on my list was Julian McKinley.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and distinguished committee members. My name is Julian McKinley. I'm the Senior Director at the Democracy at Work Institute, and I'm testifying today as a member of the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, also known as WCBDI. Since 2014, WCBDI has created more than 1,000 jobs and pathways to business ownership. We've reached more than 9,000 entrepreneurs with education and technical assistance. We've created more than 175 worker-owned businesses that offer higher hourly wages, better working conditions, and importantly, opportunities for wealth building for workers. Worker cooperatives are businesses that are owned and managed by the people who work in them. And I want to share the impact of worker ownership with you. Now, the South Bronx is home to the largest worker cooperative in the United States, CHCA. And CHCA has transformed home healthcare locally, a traditionally low wage, high turnover, yet essential industry where the vast majority of workers are BIPOC immigrant women. They've raised job quality and industry standards through on-the-job training and skill development. Now, this is a fundamental component of worker ownership that's investing in long-term worker success. Now, compared with similar programs, CHCA has nearly tripled job placement rates with quality wages and doubled long-term employment. When you invest in worker ownership, you invest in a more resilient future for businesses and for workers. And now, in response to COVID, WCBDI sought to preserve conventional businesses we love and the jobs we rely on. At the request of SBS, we provided the signature service of the Employee Ownership NYC initiative. It's the first initiative of its kind in the US, and we've helped more business owners than ever access support for a more resilient and equitable approach. Worker-owned small businesses are unique in their ability to establish, grow, and retain community wealth, as well as to create stable, dignified work for all New Yorkers. We ask City Council to continue investing in worker cooperatives through WCBDI as an innovative economic and workforce development strategy by enhancing WCBDI funding to $5.012 million for FY23. Thank you for your opportunity today.
Thank you. And next, I will turn to Jimena Frankel.
Starting time.
Okay, next on my list is Maricela Sosa.
Starting time.
Okay, next I will turn to Minerva Contreras.
Starting time.
I heard a voice, I thought. Okay, that concludes panel 39. I will now turn to panel 40, Jonathan Robinson, Keith Signore, Roxanne Delgado, Christina Fernandez, and Destiny Tucker. We will start with Jonathan Robinson from the Marine Park Alliance.
Starting time.
Jonathan, there we go. You're unmuted. You can begin.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Robinson, Communications Director for Marine Park Alliance. We're a nonprofit that advocates for our namesake park. Today, I'd like to share with you the letter our board chair, Maria Carol D'Alessandro, wrote to Mayor Adams regarding the inadequate state of parks funding. Dear Mayor Adams, it is paramount that I share with you the concerns of my organization and the constituency it advocates for, particularly regarding the lack of resources and support parks receive to fulfill their critical role in our communities. The city's parks have received inadequate funding for over 4 decades, and the meager funds that are allocated to them are inequitably distributed. Marine Park, the largest city park in Brooklyn, has nearly 800 acres of green space across its natural grasslands, salt marshes, and its recreational areas. It has a range of uses, including leisure and sporting activities, ecological conservation, and outdoor recreation. With proper support, it could stand alongside the likes of Central and Prospect Parks as a preeminent New York City destination, yet it has nowhere near the needed amount of staffing and upkeep for a park of its size and potential. As things stand, even if it were to receive additional staffing and resources, this would likely come at the expense and to the detriment of another city park. Marine Park Alliance works hard to bridge this gap, providing volunteer programs to maintain the park and free recreational and cultural programming to enrich the experience of all park visitors. Yet MPA and other charitable organizations that champion Marine Park can only do so much. For a healthy, thriving green space, services like these should be ensured through the city's budget. Furthermore, as a vital point of connection between social service providers and the people who depend on those services, parks should have an ample budget, not face steep budget cuts that result in the loss of critical parks jobs and services. The COVID-19 pandemic has only underscored the need for parks and shown just how stretched their already thin resources are. I implore you to change this disheartening status quo. Please dedicate 1% of the budget to New York City parks. Signed, Maria Carol D'Alessandro, Board Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. And Minerva was in attendees, now in panelists. So next we'll call on Minerva Contreras.
Right, in this.
Starting time.
Hello.
Sorry,
Minerva
go ahead.
She is my sister, but I will be testifying on behalf of her and everyone else. So my name is Daniela Contreras, a former domestic worker and currently an organizer at the National Domestic Workers Alliance, also a volunteer at the PTA at my child's school, and a proud constituent of District 43. I'm here today because I want to speak up on behalf of the people who, while so many of us had the opportunity to be safe at home while the pandemic was hitting hard, they had to go to work and care for the families they work for. Unfortunately, many of them risking their lives. As we say at NBWA, domestic work makes all the work possible. Today we're here because someone is caring for our loved ones at this event. In 2021, even while the pandemic was happening, domestic workers were fighting to pass a bill. Unfortunately, we won. We had a great supporters, like employers from Hand in Hand, that were supporting us, but 3,000 the 300,000 workers are currently looking for more rights and more benefits. And while we're passing laws, they're not able to get access to this benefits. So we're asking for the council to please allow us to get those $300,000 that we're asking so that we can support other domestic workers, we can support workers and let them know that they have protections and that we want them a home, a workplace, and the space to be treated with respect and dignity. And thank you. Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, we will turn to Keith Signore. I hope I pronounced that
Starting
right.
time.
Okay, next on my list, we will turn to Roxanne Delgado.
Starting time.
Okay, next on my list, Christina Fernandez.
Starting time.
Okay, next I will call on Destiny Tucker. Okay, I'm going to move to panel 41. Panel 41, Jeanette Bocanegra, Sarah Nispel, Stephanie Glass, Victoria S., and Jessica Marshall. I'll first start with Jeanette Bocanegra. Sarah Nispel. Stephanie Glass.
Hi,
Starting time.
can everyone hear me? Okay,
Yes,
great.
you can. Yep.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Glass. I'm personally very familiar with the Strategic Response Group, and I can tell you firsthand that as a unit, they are violent, cruel, and functionally useless at counterterrorism. And they must be disbanded by eliminating their immense budget. In April of 2021, I was at a march in honor of a 13-year-old who had been killed by Chicago PD, Adam Toledo. For some reason, the SRG had a particular interest in us that night. That night, I was with a friend who tended to walk in the back of the march to make sure everyone was safe. I remember very clearly my friend is walking backwards away from the line of SRG following us with his hands up, and Captain Julio Delgado, who is the captain of Strategic Response Group 2, suddenly he just points at my friend and he says, "Get him." And 4 officers push in and grab my friend, and they're manhandling him into the cuffs, and I'm freaked out and I'm screaming and screaming, let him go, he didn't do anything. And the SRG officers are shoving me back. And then suddenly I see a different friend of mine on the ground, and she has 4 or 5 SRG officers on top of her. She's this very short Black woman, and multiple men have their knees on her back and her limbs, and they're holding her down, and she's screaming in pain. These men are in full body armor, covered in weapons. There is no way my friend in her miniskirt was posing a threat, much less a terroristic threat to any of them. In that moment, I thought she was going to die. At the moment Frank James opened fire, the SRG were throwing out the possessions of homeless people and arresting their supporters. That is a fact. They only exist to intimidate and traumatize people who are trying to do the right thing. Their only purpose is to hurt people. I am not a terrorist. I am a taxpayer. I'm a good neighbor. I try very hard every day to do the right thing, and the SRG live in my nightmares. If I believe the speaker said at the beginning of the meeting, the budget is a moral document.
Time expired.
If the budget is a moral document, which I agree that it is, the SRG cannot be funded. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Victoire S. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Starting time. Hi, my name is Victoire. I'm a New Yorker here to urge City Council to completely remove funding from one of the NYPD's most violent units, the Strategic Response Group. On June 5th, 2021, I was violently arrested by the SRG while protesting the illegitimate curfew imposed on Washington Square Park. That night, hundreds of SRG officers rushed into the park, and before I knew it, one of them had slammed me to the ground. Had I not been carrying a backpack that cushioned my fall, I could have fractured my skull. Despite being compliant and yelling that I wasn't resisting, 4 officers insisted on carrying me by each of my limbs. I cannot express how distressing it was to have been carried with my legs spread apart in the air by 2 male officers. I wish I could say I'm the only person this has happened to, but I'm not. In fact, like Stephanie mentioned, this is just one of the many instances of SRG brutality we've witnessed over the past 2 years. I've personally seen the SRG beat, shove, drag, pepper spray, tase, kettle, strip, and humiliate civilians, press, medics, and legal observers at protests. I've witnessed the SRG thrust heavy bikes into people's chests and use the LRAD, a military weapon that can cause ear damage and migraines, even when not used at its full power. Removing the SRG from policing protests isn't enough because the unit also harms communities, specifically Black and Brown communities outside of protests. In 2018, SRG officers were involved in the murder of Sahid Vassell in Crown Heights. More recently, they have been assisting in the city's violent homeless sweeps, destroying the property of houseless folks. The SRG needs to be stopped. I urge City Council to disband the Strategic Response Group and prevent it from ever being recreated in any form. Thank you. And I will also be later reading the testimony for Kelsa, just as a note.
Next, we're going to turn to Jessica Marshall.
Starting time.
Hi, my name's Jessica Marshall. I'm proud to be one of the many who left their city of birth to realize their dream of coming to New York City to live, work, and raise a family. My students, too, I'm an adjunct professor, have come from all over the country, and they're ecstatic to be starting their adult lives here in New York City. This is a city that is all about tolerance and doing the smart thing. And here today, I'm here as a New Yorker, a teacher, and a parent to urge you esteemed City Council members to do the right thing and remove the funding for the NYPD's Strategic Response Group from the NYPD's budget. This group, tasked ostensibly with fighting terror, has attacked New Yorkers, including our most idealistic young people who take to the streets calling for justice and change. It's a source of shame for all of us who've seen the videos, and at this point, that's pretty much all of us. Thanks to a study by the Human Rights Watch, we know that the SRG is specifically training its members to attack people from groups calling for progressive change, and that the SRG's efforts have disproportionately affected people of color. In that report, New York City, the city that we love, seems like one of those throwback regimes so popular in other parts of the country, cities and states where bullies believe they can silence people calling for social equity. Come on, that's not New York. We should be leading the country, not following its worst examples. City Council members, you have the opportunity to fix this and to prove that New York City, the city that people around the world dream of, is back and better than ever. Please, I urge you to remove the funding from the NYPD's SRG and instead invest in these wonderful organizations that have testified here today. Thank you so much for your time and your work.
Thank you. And now we will go to panel 42. Lyric Thompson, Catherine Clatt, Ambre Chamet, Brandon Acton Bond, and Harrison Newhouse. We will first turn to Lyric Thompson.
Starting time.
Okay. I'm going to now turn to Catherine Clatt.
Starting time.
Okay, next turning to Ombre Chamet. Okay, next on the list is Brandon Acton Bond. Okay, next is Harrison Newhouse. Okay, I'm going to turn to the next panel, panel 43, but I will announce a few others. Panel 43, Cheryl Warfield, Eleni DeCiervo, Jessica Chen, Francine Garber Cohen, and Taryn Sacramone. Panel 44, Miss Amal Vega, Jeff Coots, Nathaniel Evans. Panel 45, Zachary Katznelson, Sholanda Curtis Hackett, Shania Morris, and Zulima Dominguez. Panel 46, Aji Gay, Laura Jean Hawkins, Janinia Ding, and Megan Chappell. Panel 47, Deborah Ack, Albert Scott, Beverly Pabone, Jeremy Kaplan, Valerio Orselli, and panel 48, Randy Dillard, Alejandro Coriat, Stephanie Espinal, Karen Asner, Rachel Barkley, Damian McShane, Sarah Williams, Ivan Falconer, and Suzette Simon. I'll first start with Cheryl Warfield from Advancemore Opera.
Starting time. Greetings. Thank you, Chair Brennan and Finance Committee members for the opportunity to testify in support of an additional $100 million in funding for arts and culture. Culture generates billions for the economy and has employed nearly 400,000 people in New York City in the past. Communities with cultural assets show better outcomes for education, aging, health, and against crime. Arts initiatives provide greater access to the arts. I am Cheryl Warfield, a professional opera singer, Sukasa teaching artist with the Bronx Opera, and founder of More Opera. We make opera accessible in underserved communities through culturally responsive programs that showcase Black themes. We presented free outdoor concerts of opera, spirituals, and Caribbean music in Spanish and English in Washington Heights and East Harlem through a grant initiative last fall. Now we are in partnership with the Department of Transportation to present the program in public spaces around the city. I urge you to support Culture Vibe's request for an additional $100 million in the fiscal 23 budget for $50 million in CIG and CDF baseline funding, $45 million in grants for strategic initiatives, and an additional $5 million to increase staffing for DCLA. The additional $100 million would bring the city's annual investment in culture to less than 0.25%. That's 0.24% to be exact, of the city's total budget. I wish to thank New Yorkers for Culture Arts and Culture at 3 for including More Opera in its advocacy work. And I thank you, council members, for your efforts towards a greater, more equitable and just New York. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Eleni DeCiervo.
Thank you.
Starting time.
Good evening, Chair Brandon and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Eleni DeServo, Senior Director of Government Relations for Lincoln Center. Today, I implore you to prioritize the cultural sector's request for an additional $100 million investment from the city in the fiscal year 23 budget as a down payment toward Culture for All. Supporting the cultural sector is the key to moving New York City's holistic economic recovery forward. Culture creates jobs, is part of the ecosystem supporting small businesses, and is economic development. From our stagehands to construction workers, we work to support union jobs. At a time of high unemployment, the Lincoln Center accelerated its timeline for the new David Geffen Hall to get New Yorkers back to work by supporting 6,000 jobs, awarded 43% of construction contracts to MWBEs, and developed a workforce development program with Turner Construction that put 30 local residents on track for full-time union positions. Culture is a pathway to upward mobility for the leaders of tomorrow. Lincoln Center invests in students through programs like the DOE's Middle School Audition Camp, participating in the Summer Youth Employment Program, Ladders for Leaders, and Cuny Cultural Corps. We know this is important to raising the next generation of New Yorkers working as artists and art as administrators. Art is healing. Throughout the past 2 years of uncertainty, culture played an essential role in the city's pandemic response. Despite incredible loss, organizations found new ways to engage audiences to help us process our collective grief, grapple with heart-wrenching injustices, and continue to heal. At Lincoln Center, we firmly believe in the rejuvenating power of the arts, and we're dedicating our summer season called Summer for the City with hundreds of free events for all New Yorkers to rejoice, remember, reclaim a city built on equity and inclusivity. And the arts is interwoven in social service and civic life. We've hosted countless community graduations, blood drives, food distributions, naturalization ceremonies. We encourage the City Council to restore initiative funding like autism awareness and geriatric mental health initiative. As a proud member of the 34 Cultural Institutions Group, we encourage the City Council and the City Administration to work together to pass the additional $100 million request under the NYC Culture Vibe. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Jessica Chen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Chen. I am Artistic Director and Choreographer of JChem Project, a contemporary dance company. Thank you, Malcolm, Chair Brennan, council members, and my colleagues for the time to speak today. New York City is a place where culture thrives and trends are set. The arts are vital to our city's soul and our collective humanity, as well as an essential economic driver. New York City Comptroller's report before the pandemic, NYC's creative industries employed nearly 300,000 people and accounts for 13% of the city's total economic output, totaling $110 billion. As the most populated city in the United States, we have the power to set trends globally. Let's use this power to make a positive change in our city and our country. Trends I would like to see reflected in the city's budget includes: 1, a significant investment in the arts. My colleagues at New Yorkers for Culture and Arts, Cheryl, who just spoke, Eleni, who just spoke, and all other cultural workers who have testified today, request for an additional $100 million investment in culture, which brings us to a 0.24% of the city's total budget. Let's start there. And 2, budget equity for the Asian American Pacific Islanders communities. 2021 saw a 343% increase in anti-Asian hate crimes. At the same time, API is the fastest growing racial group in New York City, currently representing 18% and growing. We are advocating for budget equity. JChem Project's mission is to create dance works that emphasize identity, cultural diversity, and belonging. Our work challenges stereotypes and negative biases. We believe that culture connects and representation matters. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have to help navigate the budget negotiations. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jessica. And next we will turn to Francine Garber-Cohen from the Regina Opera Company.
Starting time.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I'm Fran Garber Cohen, president of Regina Opera. For 52 years, Regina Opera has offered fully staged operas with full orchestra and English super titles in Sunset Park, an underserved low-income community. We also present many free concerts in public accessible spaces in Sunset Park, Bay Ridge, and other sections of Brooklyn. One result is that we bring money to businesses in these areas, from money from tourists, from our staff, from our musical artists. We provide affordable professional level entertainment in accessible venues. The performances bring people together, especially senior citizens, which make up 65% of our audience. The need for cultural enrichment is reflected in the fact that over 4,000 people usually attend our performances each season. Due to COVID-19, Regina Opera lost the ticket income from about 2 years of shows. We lost most of our private sponsorship, and we've relied on public funding from Department of Cultural Affairs and council members Brannan and former council member Menchaca to pay for rent, insurance, phone, to keep our company alive. From the March 2020 shutdown until May 2021, we never gave up the task and joy of bringing happiness to our friends and neighbors by offering recorded operas and concerts online through. Now we have returned to fully staged operas with a full orchestra, but the audiences are only 50% of our prior attendance, greatly reducing earned income. Donations and grants have also not returned to pre-pandemic levels, making it difficult to plan for the fiscal year 23 season. Due to loss of funds, we cannot retain singers, staff, orchestra members. Many have not returned to our company after being laid off. Current staff. So we request, again, just like the other members, we request additional funding, $50 million for Department of Cultural Affairs and $5 million for the Department of Cultural Affairs to hire additional staff needed to process the grant proposals.
Thank you. And next, we will turn to Taryn Sacramone.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Brannan and members of the committee. I'm Taryn Sacramone, Executive Director of Queens Theater and Chair of the Cultural Institutions Group, a diverse coalition of 34 cultural organizations who share a public-private partnership with the City of New York and are located in all 5 boroughs, including zoos, gardens, and performing arts organizations. In the fiscal 20, we welcomed over 24 million visitors to our institutions. While I represent the Cultural Institutions Group, I am here to advocate for a request and investment on behalf of the entire cultural community, NYC Culture Vibe. One will have enormous economic and social impact for all New Yorkers and address the city's most pressing needs. Culture has the data-proven ability to strengthen communities, improve education outcomes, decrease youth involvement in the criminal justice system, and improve the mental health and well-being of the community they serve. The city's cultural sector has proven time and again its capacity as the #1 driver of tourism, and it has been the impetus behind all of the city's past recoveries. As my colleague said, the importance of our sector, the services we produce, and the revenue we generate towards the economy are underrepresented in the city's budget. Today, we are coming together to request an additional $100 million investment. This investment, known as NYC Culture Vibe, a visionary investment in building the city's economy, will bring the annual investment in culture to less than 0.25% of the city's total budget and represent a commitment toward the ultimate goal of reaching 1% for culture. This includes $50 million in funding for the Cultural Institutions Group and Cultural Development Fund baseline support to sustain these organizations, plus $45 million in funding across 5 strategic initiatives, including the establishment of a cultural equity fund to support BIPOC-led and serving organizations, $10 million in tourism and marketing, $10 million for workforce development, $5 million for accessibility, $5 million for artists, and money to increase the staffing. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will turn to panel 44, Ms. Amal Vega, Jeff Coots, and Nathaniel Evans. We will first turn to Ms. Vega.
Starting time.
I will turn next on my list to Jeff Coots.
Starting time.
Okay, next on the list, Nathaniel Evans.
Starting time.
Hello?
Yes, you can go ahead. We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Thanks for having me. My name is Nathaniel Evans. I'm a member of Freedom Agenda. This is a great value in closing Rikers Island, and that is the protection of life. When life is not the ultimate goal to look forward to, then life takes on little meaning. Today, the Department of Correction is responsible for more suffering and the loss of too many lives instead of care and control as it claims to be its purpose. It is time to stop the devaluing of life that is being perpetuated within a system designed for pretrial detention and not death. New York City does not have a death penalty, so there is no reason for anyone to lose their life within the system. Value life above the system of dehumanizing and death that is taking place in Rikers Island. The mayor is proposing to hire over 500 new CEOs. The Department of Correction already has the largest budget and staff than any Department of Corrections in the country. DOC does not need any more guards, as the federal monitor has made clear. DOC needs transparency and accountability to maintain the dysfunction and reduce the harm people in their custody are experiencing every single day. The $63 million of taxpayers' money proposed for more jail guards should actually go into more vulnerable communities in our city. This action will validate the true purpose of a city budget, which will also contribute to public safety. We need to make urgent investments into the most vulnerable communities in our city. Investment needs to be made in developing people that have a social impact into the community. For instance, creating one-on-one mentorship programs for individual leads from Rikers Island will ensure the lowering of recidivism rates, thereby improving public safety as a whole. I encourage this committee to also fully fund the Department of Corrections, the Board of Corrections, which serves as an independent oversight board that monitors New York City jail system. My last phrase in closing: do not increase DOC's already bloated budget. Instead, we should be deflating DOC's budget and redistributing those resources to the communities that the jail system is extracting its population from. Thanks a lot. Good day.
Thank you. And that concludes panel 44. Next, I will turn to panel 45, Zachary Katz-Nelson, Shalonda Curtis Hackett, Shania Morris, and Zulima Dominguez. I'll first turn to Zachary Katz-Nelson.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon. Sorry about the technical difficulty for a moment there. I'm Zachary Katz-Nelson. I'm the Executive Director of the Littman Commission. Thanks for the chance to testify. I'm here to talk about Rikers. As we all know, as Mr. Evans just saying, lives on Rikers are at grave risk, both staff and incarcerated people alike. But the council can help ease this crisis, even as we take the essential steps to close Rikers. And critically, Rikers cannot safely handle a number of people that are locked up there right now, not with the current staffing crisis. Safely lowering the jail population will allow the Department of Correction to consolidate operations, to close jails. That'll mean fewer officers are needed on any given shift. Overtime costs will come down. Safety should go up. And this is not just about opening the gates. This is about safely and smartly lowering the population. Let me give you two ways that the council can help do that. First, please continue to push to increase funding for supportive housing, particularly for people who are in the system. It's called justice-involved supportive housing. Now, the Corporation for Supportive Housing analyzed the system and said there are 2,500 people, more than that, who go through Rikers every year who need supportive housing but haven't been able to access it. We spend over $1 billion, well more than $1 billion, incarcerating them every year. Supportive housing for these folks would cost over $100 million. Far better investment with far better results. Second, 90% of the people at Rikers are there pre-trial. 1,400 folks have been there for more than a year waiting for trial in what's probably the most expensive, dangerous waiting room in the world. Every week they're there, it costs New York City another $13 million. If we fund for $600,000 a pilot project that was done in the Brooklyn courts, run by the Center for Court Innovation, make that citywide to help speed up cases, we can lower the jail population by about 1,000 people. Huge amount with just a small investment, basically the cost of incarcerating one person on Rikers for a year. We can change thousands of lives. Safety will increase. Positive outcomes will increase. This is the way forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And next, I will turn to Shalonda Curtis Hackett.
Starting time.
My name is Shalonda Curtis Hackett, and I'm a parent of 3, a community-based doula, and part of Dignity in Schools Campaign NY. As a parent and community member, I stand with New York City youth who have worked tirelessly to get the mayor and his administration to understand why police-free schools is important and to invest in them, their care, mental health, and restorative justice over policing. Our Black and brown children are adultified, dehumanized, and criminalized in schools. Eric Adams and his administration are refusing to listen to the demands of students. Instead, the mayor's NYPD and DOE are doubling down on youth criminalization. The DOE has passed the buck. During the executive budget hearing process, the DOE refused to acknowledge that they are funneling DOE funds to the NYPD. They try to deflect and escape accountability for the harms of school policing. Let the record show every dollar spent on school policing is a dollar not spent on education. The mayor spreads fear to hide the harms and financial and social costs of youth policing. City lawmakers jeopardize students' childhoods when they choose to funnel hundreds of millions of dollars into school policing. Full commitment to funding for school restorative justice models will make schools safer for all students. We are calling for new initiatives of $75 million directly to 500 high schools to hire school-based restorative justice coordinators. The city must stop hiring new cops. When you negotiate the adopted budget, push to hire 2,000 New Yorkers to strengthen schools, fund schools-based restorative justice, support students' social and emotional well-being, and move money away from policing. In light of such tragedies as yesterday in Texas, Buffalo, and the countless other acts of violence, schools should be a safe and supportive space for children to process their emotions and seek counsel. Unfortunately, I am afraid this will be co-opted and used as an opportunity to capitalize on fear. When students arrive in schools, they should be greeted by community members and teachers, not police. Young people and families must be well-resourced, have well-resourced schools and communities. It is the city's government's duty to make sure that happens. It is important to fund evidence-based solutions, and school policing is not one of them.
Time expired.
I urge the city council to reject the mayor's cuts to the public school system. The mayor's proposed budget would set the city back. It doesn't have to be this way. When you negotiate the adopted budget, please push for all the initiatives I said earlier.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Shania Morris.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is Shania Morris. My pronouns are he, him. I am a youth leader at Make the Road, New York, and the Urban Youth Collaborative. I am in the 10th grade, and I go to high school in Staten Island. Everyone, please listen to what I'm about to say. In New York City, Black and Latinx youth represents 91% of all arrests, despite being only 66% of the students' population. Ain't that injustice? For almost a year, I have been fighting for mental health support, guidance counselors, nurses, teachers, after-school programs for Black and brown students. Students like myself are constantly ignored. All we are fighting for is our own future. It infuriates me to see how each year city council members turn their back on us as they keep passing a city budget that spends more than $400 million on police in schools. Yet, there is no proof that school police actually prevent conflict in our schools. In fact, we have seen them mostly escalate any conflict that does happen, making things worse. As a Black gender nonconforming student, every time I go through a metal detector at my school, I feel intimidated, threatened by police officers, especially after what happened to me in 8th grade. I was pushed to the ground and held down by school cops when they thought I was going to fight another student. School police don't know how to de-escalate situations. Often they try to resolve confrontations with more violence. Schools are supposed to be welcoming. Police in schools don't make me feel safe or any of the other students. Yet Mayor Adams' executive budget even funds nearly 800 empty school police positions. New York City must not hire a single new cop. New York City already funds more school cop positions than
Time
school
expired.
counselors, social workers, or restorative justice coordinators. New York City already has the largest school police force in the country. For comparisons, Los Angeles has 20 times less police officers in schools than we do, despite having more than half of New York City's students' population. It is time for students' voices to be heard by the City Council. Stop funding racist policing and start funding our futures. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Zalima Dominguez.
Starting time.
Hi, Zulema is an organizer and I'm the student leader and will be testifying. My name is Akira Adams. I'm a youth leader at the Urban Youth Collaborative and a high school senior in Queens. I'm here today testifying on the city's budget, which will fail me and my peers by prioritizing funding police in schools instead of the resources that help students like me. As a student that attends a heavily policed public school with mostly students of color, I witnessed and experienced the impacts of spending so much money on school cops. Every day when I walk into school, the first thing I see is about 10 cops waiting to scan students at metal detectors. But getting support inside the school building is hard to come by. My school has one college advisor for 100 students, 100 seniors, and one guidance counselor for 400 students. As a senior, I wanted to start my college application process early, but it was difficult for me to do so with both my school's college advisor and counselor being busy to give me support. When I tried to reach out to them, they were often busy and would postpone the time we were supposed to meet for weeks. This led to me feeling discouraged to apply and even led to me missing application deadlines. School cops can't help solve issues that students have, yet the mayor's executive budget plans to again spend $400 million on them next year. In addition to being a waste of precious funds, school police also harm students. School police are known to escalate situations. I have seen school police in my school use excessive force and hurt students until they are bruised. I have seen them arrest students and yell at them during metal detector searches. I once had a fork in my bag for lunch and they told me I couldn't I couldn't go to class unless I threw it away, making me late to class. I've been taken aside nearly every other week to be scanned by a wand because of harmless items like a hole puncher and jewelry. I really don't know how the city officials sleep at night knowing that they are funding cops instead of care for students. And it is a slap in the face that the mayor's executive budget funds nearly 800 vacant school cop positions. We don't need hundreds of new cops in schools. We need support. Stop neglecting our needs and give us police, free schools, and resources that help us. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes testimony for panel 5. I'm going to announce a few more panels since we're approaching the end of what I had announced. So I'm going to announce panels 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. Panel 50 will be Brian Carmichael, Freedom Agenda, John Paris Gavopoulos, Michael Pope, Amanda Porsche, Ari Silver, Rosalind, Chauncey Young, Rashida Brown Harris, Crystal Rodriguez, and Erica Bravo. Panel 51, Rui Lee, Jakob Yatzilil, Justin Pascone, Chris Langfield. Panel 52, Dahlia Forte, Gigi Vercake, Indira Martinez, Benjamin Spearman, Carlisle Eckert, and Scott Daly. Panel 54, Kimberly Olson, Richard Ronner, Athena Bernkopf, Beverly McFarland, Cassandra Warney. I'll now start with panel 46, Aji Gay.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aji Gaye, and I'm a freshman at high school in the Bronx, a youth leader with Sisters and Brothers United and the Urban Youth Collaborative. I'm here today to urge the City Council to stand up for young people and support our demands for police-free schools. Young people across New York City have been constantly calling for the complete divestment of a policing infrastructure that has historically disproportionately targeted Black and Latinx young people like myself. I am tired of attending a school with more school police than counselors. I'm tired of attending a school that doesn't feel welcoming. I'm tired and feeling like I'm entering a prison. As a freshman, it was shocking to see this many police at my school on the first day. I immediately thought something had happened and quickly realized that all those cops were there for me. I was the school's biggest threat on my first day and my second day and my third day, and every day I go into school. Cops aren't there for my safety when they see me and my peers as a threat, so I don't understand why New York City continues to hire them. At this moment, many of you are probably wondering why, even after yesterday's tragic incident in Texas, me and my peers are still calling for police-free schools. The answer is that the public school system has been used as a tool to further criminalize Black and brown young people. And while we know violence in our community is real, we also understand that violence is a symptom of underfunding, disinvestment, and neglect of our basic human rights. When people can't access living wage jobs, quality healthcare, education, mental health services, and affordable housing, I can go on and on. And what we see is a community reacting to that neglect. And I'm not justifying violence, but I hope you can understand that if we address the root cause of these issues, then we've been taking a step forward to transforming our communities into healthier and safer environments. You as City Council have the opportunity to begin to shift the conditions in our schools. To do this, NYC must spend $75 million to hire restorative justice coordinators in 500 high schools and $45 million to implement restorative justice practices. Unlike policing, restorative practices seek to address the root cause of the harm. It would look at youth like me as a person rather than a potential problem. New York City must spend $75 million to hire 500 new school counselors and $75 million to hire 500 new school social workers. School counselors and social workers provide key mental, emotional, and academic support for us that is badly needed. While we need a 1 to 150 ratio of counselors, social workers to students, NYC's ratios for these are like 1 to 400. We must have a 1 to 182 ratio for school police to students. NYC must spend $75 million to hire 500 community members. When students arrive at school, they should be greeted by community members, not police. We must prioritize hiring Black and brown community members to greet students as they enter the building and check in visitors. Additionally, we need youth advocates, parent coordinators, and community outreach coordinators to help contribute to the safety and flourishment of our school communities. New York City must baseline $5 million on the mental health continuum. Youth in New York City need a better mental health system, especially living through this pandemic. We are calling for a mental health continuum, a network of mental health services that connects students with in-school services and community services to get the care they need. Lastly, New York must not hire a single new school cop. New York City already funds more school cop positions than school counselors and social workers combined. New York City already has the largest school police force in the country by far. For comparison, Los Angeles has 20 times less police in their schools than we do, despite having more than half of New York City's school population. Today, I ask you City Council members to not give in to Mayor Adams' call for more school police, which is a tactic of fear-mongering. Instead, you need to stand up and vote for a budget that divests in our criminalization and invests in our care. Thank you.
Next, we will turn to Laura Jean Hawkins from Astoria, Queens, Sharing and Caring.
Starting time.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Brannon, and all the members of the council who have been powering through today's hearing. As Advisory Board Chair of Astoria, Queens, Sharing and Caring, DBA Sharing and Caring, I'd like to thank the council for its longstanding support of our work. In her State of the City address, Speaker Adams outlined her vision to expand health and opportunity to improve safety and recover from the pandemic. She talked of equity, health equity in our communities, and that resonated with me. 28 years ago, Sharing and Caring was founded by 4 breast cancer survivors to address the disparities that existed in Queens County. It was our feeling then, and it is still today, that Queens residents should not have to leave their borough to get top-notch quality cancer screening, treatment, support, and care. That's why we have been proud to partner with the Queens Cancer Center and the entire HH system to provide much needed assistance, treatment, and care to cancer survivors, including those currently undergoing treatment. The onset of the pandemic 2 years ago changed our world, especially for cancer survivors who are among the most vulnerable populations being affected by COVID. We as an organization have seen a tremendously increased need for our services over the past 2 years, specifically the need for individual and group counseling, as well as emergency financial assistance. People who pre-COVID would have been considered employment secure, housing secure, food secure, were no longer, and they turned to us for help, and we have helped them to the best of our ability. Due to the increased need that we have experienced, which is 25% from 2019, we are seeking $200,000 under the council's Cancer Services Initiative. Is that my time?
Yes, if you could just wrap up with the sentence or two.
So due to our increased need, we're asking for the council's continued support and to consider allocating $200,000 to Astoria Queens Sharing and Caring. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to remind everyone, testimony should be emailed to testimony@council.nyc.gov. So anyone that is speaking today and has not emailed their testimony, they should do so. We collected up to 72 hours after the close of this hearing. And next, we will turn to Jinia Ding.
Starting time.
Okay, next we will turn to Megan Chappell.
Good evening, Chairperson Brandon and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Meg Chappell, and I'm the Program Manager at Empire Liver Foundation. The New York City Council Viral Hepatitis Initiative funds 34 organizations to provide the most innovative and effective Hep B and C treatment, prevention, and linkage to care education initiatives in the country. There are currently approximately 230,000 New York City residents estimated to be infected with chronic hepatitis B and 116,000 believed to be infected with chronic hepatitis C. Since 2014, the City Council funding has enabled community health organizations to hire and train Hep B and C patient and peer navigators, healthcare providers, and Hep B and C screening, care, treatment, and healthcare navigation, and educate New York City communities at risk to promote prevention and care. Empire Liver Foundation was established by leading liver specialists dedicated to improving health in New York City communities at a time when New York City needed expert guidance on the novel hepatitis C treatment regimens. We've developed evidence-based clinical trainings for over 3,000 of New York City's frontline primary care providers who serve communities most impacted by viral hepatitis. With the introduction of the first ever New York City viral hepatitis elimination plan by 2030, continued support of this initiative is vital to the health and well-being of New York City's most vulnerable. For funding year 2023, we are asking for a minimal investment of $2 million to support the necessary work in order to achieve elimination. Our organization's members lead in the latest medical advances for care of liver diseases. We recognize the stark gaps in healthcare access and work to expand viral hepatitis treatment prescribers so New Yorkers can access these life-saving treatments. With your support, we can continue to offer care, treatment, and education to protect the health and lives of our New York City communities and eliminate viral hepatitis together. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I will call on Deborah Ack.
Starting time.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairman Brennan. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Deborah Ack, and I am a board member of the East New York Community Land Trust. We are a grassroots, non-for-profit, boots on the ground, volunteer resident-led CLT fighting for community control of land so that what is built in our community meets the needs of truly low-income Black and Brown residents forever. East New York CLT and approximately 19 partner organizations and growing are part of a citywide CLT initiative that seeks $3 million in city council discretionary funding in FY 2023. We asked the committee to recommend renewed funding for the citywide CLT initiative in the FY 2023 budget. We rely on the CLT. The CLT rely on initiative funding to move our work forward. We have done so much with the council funding in the past, and there's much more work to be done. East New York CLT has given me my everyday senior life meaning in assisting my community with a voice. We need this funding to continue to move forward in educating and bringing the community into the visions of CLTs. Some of our accomplishments are: we've grown our steering committee to 30 plus active members who move our work forward in 3 committees that meet weekly over Zoom. All steering committee members are East New York and Brownsville residents, volunteer residents. We've held multiple virtual community events and multiple in-person events to educate residents about the community land trust and model.
Time expired.
As I'll be finished shortly, and as we asked the community residents what they would like to see on these vacant lots that would uplift the community. We have deepened our community relationship through food giveaway, lot cleanups, rallies, and an upcoming Take Back the block party. We have surveyed 255 vacant publicly owned lots in East New York every other Saturday morning, seeking input from the residents. Nothing should be built in our community without the residents' input. Who better to know what is needed in our community but us? Our slogan is our land, our community, our decision. We need the city council to invest in our CLT and the citywide CLT movement. Please renew funding for the CLT initiative at $3 million. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. And next I will call Albert Scott.
Starting time.
Okay. Next on my list is Beverly Pabon.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, City Council Committee of Finance members and its chair. My name is Beverly Pabon, and I'm the officer of 2 East 127th Street Tenant Association. And we were contracted into the tenant interim lease program at 1997 at the behest of HPD with the goal and promise of becoming homeowners at the end of 3 to 5 years. I'm here asking the City Council approval for fiscal year 2023, $200 million in the city capital to be allotted to the tenant interim lease program, also known as TIL, for the total construction rehabilitation of TIL buildings. Committee of Finance members, some of you have already heard about the flight and plight of the TIL buildings and its struggle with the lack of support under HPD financially. But let me tell you why it's important for you to fund the TIL program as it originally was. What's problem that it is with the ANCP program that HPD has committed to having us go into since 2012 is that there will be a large debt on the building once the rehabilitation is done. If you fund the TIL program, there will be no debt, private debt, for the TIL buildings, their tenants, and prospective homeowners of low income. Another benefit of this is that we will be able to decrease the profit dollars and tax dollars that the developers get, and which is under the ANCP program. It started out with a flat fee that they would get under the ANCP program, but now it's 10% of whatever the construction cost is. That's a lot of money, an incentive for them to spend as much money as they can and then put it on the backs of the tenants and prospective tenant owners of low income. There will be no need for no third-party management company under you guys funding the tenant program because the tenant buildings have 25 years of experience of monitoring and managing buildings under TIL. We ask that you please stop funding the ANCP program and fund the TIL program in totality for the construction work that needs to be done for all the buildings that are suffering right now under the TIL program. Please fund it, $200 million for the year, and it will go a long way and save the city a lot of money and homelessness in the future for buildings that are and people that are in these buildings and are in homeless shelter. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And next I will call Jeremy Kaplan.
Starting time.
Good evening. I am not Jeremy Kaplan, but I am speaking on his behalf and on my behalf. My name is Gigi Verkaic, and I am the Senior Director of Development at Encore Community Services, a nonprofit providing life-saving support to older adults in Manhattan. We're known for our home-cooked, scratch-delivered, home-delivered meals, which go to about 1,000 seniors every day. And we also provide 70% of the city's recovery meals, an emergency food program that was assisting about 12,000 seniors who were or became food insecure during the pandemic. This program ends at the end of this budget season. There is nothing in place to provide for the thousands upon thousands of seniors who will go hungry. Right now, there's $8.8 million in the budget, and it's estimated to keep meals running is about $40 million. Sadly has often been the case when it comes to city budgets, including this year's executive budget. It's being balanced at the expense of human service organizations like Encore, and even more concerning, at the expense of our aging population. This despite that we are in an era where the 65 plus population is growing at a rate 12 times faster than those under the age of 65. You may have heard this budget touted as generous, and that may be the case in some areas, but for organizations like Encore and other nonprofits, it barely allows us to stay afloat. This as we take on more and more responsibility to ensure that our growing population of older adults is not going to bed hungry. The DFTA budget continues to make up less than 0.5% of the overall budget. However, organizations like Encore get it done anyway. We find ways to make sure seniors get their meals, whether we're tested by the extreme obstacles of the pandemic, be it the lack of working building buzzers or elevator. In spite of it all, Encore and other nonprofits deliver on sweltering days of summer, the snowiest days of winter, climbing up numerous flights of steps to reach those who are homebound, hungry, and in need. Encore will always come through, but we cannot continue to cover the funding gaps and claims on the backs of our overworked workers and our dedicated staff. #JustPay. We call on every member of this committee, every council member, and the mayor to do right by our older adults and our human service workers. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Valerio Orselli.
Starting time.
Okay, next we will call on Boris Santos.
Starting
I'm on here
time.
to speak.
Boris, you're unmuted and you can begin your testimony.
Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear
can
me?
begin. Yes.
Good evening. Thank you so much to the council, to Mr. Chair. I appreciate you, and we at the East New York Community Land Trust appreciate you dearly as well for this opportunity to speak. As my colleague, Madam Deborah Ack, the secretary, said, I am the treasurer of the East New York Community Land Trust. And hello?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Hope I could get recompense for that time. But we at the East New York Community Land Trust use community-based urban planning, or what we call planning for us by us, to collectively determine what will be developed on vacant and underutilized land. As the secretary said, we operate on a tripartite board, three-part model. 5 of us are East New York residents, 5 of us hail from the community at large, East New York and Ocean Hill, Brownsville, excuse me. And then 5 of us are skilled technicians and business owners and so forth. Since the council first funded the COT initiative funds from $1.5 million, we are asking for a doubling of that, $3 million, and that's what I'm here for. Of that 1.5 million, we've only gotten as a COT $98,000. That only covers money for one staff. But we're looking to expand to at least 3 staff. And we've helped generate and actually secure 1.5 times the city amount of allocated funding that y'all have given us. And I just quickly want to talk about one project that's a mixed-use development that we're planning for. 2 mixed-use developments we're planning for, one on Hinsdale and Blake and one on Sutter and Elton, which will amount to 124 units of affordable housing, rental and home ownership. Our land report, which I'll provide forward or is provided in my written testimony, the link to, details all the lots that we want to go after and seek to target for ownership. And beyond that, we are doing other revitalization work, such as in the Jewel Streets, which lies 20 feet below regular grading. I'll just finish up. And then beyond just supporting our operating costs, the city needs to invest its capital dollars on COT-led projects. In the long term, this means creating a COT acquisition fund, because we know to truly remove speculation off the market, we have to take over costly private land. And in the short term, we must increase investment to HPD's capital budget to further increase production of affordable housing. The numbers reported and the numbers even given after Adams made an increase is just simply not enough. I'll leave it at that. And thank you so much again, Council and Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll call now panel 48, Randy Dillard, Alejandro Corriat, and Stephanie Espinal. We'll start with Randy Dillard.
Starting time.
Okay, next I will call Alejandro Corriat.
Starting time.
Next on the list is Stephanie Espinal.
Good afternoon, all the brave people here since 10 a.m. My name is Stephanie Espinal, and I'm an internal organizer with Catholic Immigration Services based in Queens. We are a no-profit legal service provider with the community based on organizing. I want to doing this really quickly, and I'm here because it's an urgent this community to immediately and fully implement local law 53 and to work with the courts to ensure that no case move forward without RTC attorney. Immediately and fully implement local law 53. The intent of local law 53 is clear: to fund trust tenant organizing groups working in low-income communities of color to lead outreach and education efforts through community meetings, workshops, tenants association meetings, and more. This is a vital work of tenants organizing and ensuring that tenants are informed of right to counsel and supported prior an eviction case filing. For tenants to exercise their rights, they need to know they have them. Local Law 53 was signing into Local Law 53 was signing into law in May 2021 with an effective date of November 2021. It is required the city to work with trusted tenant organizing groups to engage and educate tenants about their rights to counsel. We were told the city allocate 3.6 million towards this bill had it. We know that the mayoral and city council administration take time to transition, but now the evictions protection expiring 4 months ago, and hundreds of tenants are being denied right to counsel. We can't wait. The city is now out of compliance with it is unloved and needs to implement this now. Please, the city needs this and is an urgent call on Mayor Adams to fully fund and implement Local Law 53 and ensure that the Office of Civil Justice is allocated $5 million. We're looking forward to working with you on this. Thank you for the opportunity of testifying.
Thank you. And That concludes panel 48. Panel 49 is Karen Asner, Rachel Barkley, Damian McShane, Sarah Williams, and Ivan Falconer. I'll first start with Karen Asner.
Starting time.
Thank you. I act as the volunteer president of the Friends of St. Nicholas Park, and we're an all-volunteer organization that works to improve St. Nicholas Park, which is a 23-acre New York City park in Harlem. I'm speaking today to urge the City Council to hold the mayor accountable for his unambiguous campaign promise to increase funding to our New York City parks to the 1% budget level. New York City parks are critical city infrastructure, but they're not funded that way. In our park, we lack the staff and resources to achieve even the basic level of maintenance. We hold volunteer cleanups every other Saturday from April to October just to pick up trash and do other maintenance projects in the park. Large areas of our park do not get mowed during most of the summer. Our park is overwhelmed with invasive weeds that are 4 to 6 feet high along the pathways and throughout the park. And this is not a cosmetic problem. Weeds smother other plants and they block sight lines and they make our parks unsafe. Just last summer, I personally intervened in a domestic violence situation where a man had pushed his companion into those weeds and was assaulting her. He thought he was invisible and could assault her there without any worry. And lack of maintenance in our parks is also just bad policy. It's penny wise and pound foolish. Growing weeds on park stairs, for example, break up the stairs and lead to $1 million capital projects to repair those same stairs. We in our park in St. Nick have one main set of stairs that has been fenced off for more than 10 years because it was broken and dangerous, and now it's estimated to cost almost $3 million to repair it. Basic maintenance could have prevented this problem. And the impacts of these funding shortfalls for New York City park funding are most acutely felt in communities like ours in Harlem, which lack the extensive private funding that supports parks in wealthier parts of the city. This is not how it should be done, and it's not how other large cities do it. They generally allocate closer to 2% of their budget to city parks. So equity here absolutely demands increased funding for our community parks. And so I ask the City Council to please push back hard on the mayor's executive budget and increase the funding for all New Yorkers and their parks. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I will call on Rachel Barkley.
Starting time.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Rachel Barkley and I'm a law student at Benjamin N. Cardozo School of Law. I'm also the partner of a member of the stewardship team at NYCC Parks. I'm testifying today to ask that the council push Mayor Adams to commit to providing 1% of the city's budget to parks. Personally, the city's parks have provided a refuge to me through the strenuous work that is the first year of law school. I've taken time to visit the parks to relieve stress and get involved in my community. At these volunteer events, I've seen New Yorkers from all walks of life and ethnic backgrounds coming together and forming community by cultivating the land, planting trees, and doing their part to keep our city green and clean. Additionally, as the partner of a parkie, I've gotten a close connection to the parks team, and I've had the immense pleasure of getting to know the wonderful people who keep our city's green spaces safe and beautiful for all. Without this funding, so many parkies will lose their jobs, which is a terrifying prospect, knowing that these people have dedicated time and effort to the parks. These parkies have jeopardized their safety through the pandemic for the sake of maintaining our parks. They put their livelihoods on the line, and now it's up to you all and the mayor to repay these parkies for their service by fulfilling Mayor Adams' promise to dedicate 1% of the budget to parks. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Damian McShane.
Starting time.
Okay, next on our list is Sarah Williams.
Starting time.
Hello, and thank you for your time. I'm Sarah McCollum Williams, Executive Director of Green Gorillas, a nonprofit organization that supports community gardens across the city. We use a mix of education, organizing, and advocacy to help people cultivate community gardens, engage youth in historically underrepresented neighborhoods, and advance food and environmental justice. Our vision is for sustainable, equitable communities across New York City. I'm here to speak in support of the budget request of the Playfair Coalition, as well as the New York City Food Policy Alliance. We are requesting 1% of the city budget for NYC Parks, a number that Mayor Adams repeatedly committed to, and the funding of $6.5 million for the Parks Equity Initiative and $4.5 million to protect and conserve our natural areas. New York City's park system has been underfunded and inequitably funded for 40 years, operating with just 0.5% of the city budget. We ask the council to invest in Green Thumb by hiring more outreach coordinators, providing youth with compensation for their work, and compensating community gardeners for taking leadership roles within programming and mentoring the youth in Green Thumb's youth program. We urge the council to utilize food systems as a catalyst for building community wealth. Among other things, this would include allocating $5 million to establish a new food justice grant program housed within the Mayor's Office of Food Policy that supports community-led projects to grow food justice and build wealth in BIPOC and low-income communities. We request that the council fully restore funding for NYC composting programs. We were disappointed to see that the administration cut funding for the reintroduction and planned expansion of the curbside composting program. If NYC is to meet its climate goals and zero waste goals and take the burden off of CBOs that have stepped in to fill in this gap, the city must reinstate and fully fund the city's composting program. Community gardeners provide their neighbors with tangible resilience, create food access, foster life-giving connections between people and nature, strengthen community bonds, engage youth, empower seniors, and foster biodiversity and environmental resilience. The council's investments in the above programs will help advance equity across the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, I will call on Ivan Faulkner.
Starting time.
Okay, next we're going to call Suzette Simon.
Starting time.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Suzette Simon. I have an organization called NY Labs, and what we do is we use the power of laughter to change New York City. For the last 15 years, we've been producing events in city parks, museums, like the Brooklyn Museum, Lincoln Center. And so what we do is we basically believe that we use the power of laughter to heal and to bring happiness to New Yorkers. We've entertained over 27,000 New Yorkers in 3 boroughs. And so we put in a request because we really would love to come to the Bronx and be able to produce an event in the Bronx. So we're hoping that we've gotten funding already for Staten Island. And so we're hoping that the city council would see, some of the work that we do, that we serve seniors, we serve people of color, people come to our shows from Sarai. And so basically we serve all of New York. And so we're hoping that we can get funding for the Bronx, as well as we're going to be partnering with the Staten Island and New York Public Library for an educational series on comedy, because right now Staten Island is the center of comedy in New York. And so it's not just about performing, but it's also producing and everything that goes behind it, producing, writing, the technical skills behind putting together things like that. So we want to serve the underserved community in Staten Island, as well as take it online. And so we're hoping that the city council can see that, comedy is such an important business in the city. We have the late night shows. It's a tourist attraction. All of the top comedians. New York City is the comedy capital of the world, and it's not recognized, and it's underrepresented. And so we just really want to be able to utilize comedy as a force for good in the city. And so that's what we're hoping, you are our superheroes. We've invited council members out to even tell jokes, and it's a great way for council members to engage with their constituency in a different way. We've had Councilmember Rosenthal come out and tell jokes. We had Councilmember Brewer, when she was the Manhattan Borough President, come out and tell jokes. So it's a great time for all. We invite New Yorkers to get out of the subways, get out of their homes, put away their knives, put away their
Time
mace,
expired.
come out and get your emotional support pigeon. Just come out and laugh. That's all. We really want to just make New York healthier and happier through laughter and build community. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, that concludes panel 49. So I will now call on panel 50, Brian Carmichael, John Paraskevopoulos, Michael Pope, Amanda Porsche, Ari Silver, Rosalind, Chauncey T. Young, Rashida Brown Harris, Crystal Rodriguez, and Erica Bravo. We'll first start with Brian Carmichael.
Starting time.
Okay, next I will call John Paraskopoulos.
Starting time.
Okay, next I will turn to Michael Pope.
Good evening. My name is Mike Pope. I'm the Executive Director of Youth Represent. We're a legal services nonprofit that supports young folks 26 and under after criminal system involvement. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here tonight. As we all know, the city's at a crossroads. We are not yet out of the pandemic. Gun violence has surged over the past 2 years, and the humanitarian crisis at Rikers is just getting worse. Opponents of raise the age and bail reform have tried to blame the surge in gun violence on those reforms, but the data tells a different story. For the first 18 months after raise the age went into effect, shootings in New York City remained the lowest that they had been in decades. Only months into the pandemic did gun violence increase in New York City. Young people are looking to the elected leaders to lead us out of this pandemic and into a just recovery. We've heard from many of these incredible young people here today. They're looking for a lasting community-based solutions to gun violence and not for policies that blame and criminalize youth. As of this week, there were over 1,200 young people, 18 to 25, incarcerated in New York City jails. And as you all know, the annual cost to incarcerate one person in DOC's custody over a year is over $500,000, many times the cost of even the most expensive college. Over those $500,000 per year, and they can't even provide basic safety. There are so many better ways to spend this money. The city must divest from systems that surveil, police, arrest, and incarcerate young people, and invest in housing, education, green spaces, healthcare, living wages, and employment opportunities, and yes, legal services. We detailed these investments in the Raise the Age campaign 2022 and the Youth Justice Platform that are in my written testimony. Youth Represent profoundly appreciates the support from Council this past year. This year has brought an overwhelming demand for our legal services, and we deeply hope the Council will consider renewing our funding and supporting our request for an enhancement. Thank you and good night, everyone.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Amanda Porsche.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm Victoire, and I'll be reading a statement on behalf of Amanda Porsche. Amanda is a community organizer who dedicates a lot of her time to helping the houseless community. This is her statement. Hello, my name is Amanda, and I'm a New York resident. I'm here today to talk about the NYPD Strategic Response Group. The Strategic Response Group is a violent unit of the NYPD that polices protests. Since 2020, the SRG has been deployed to protests where they've abused protesters who are exercising their First Amendment rights. Recently, the SRG has been deployed to make arrests at homeless encampment sweeps. On May 4th, 2022, 50 SRG officers were sent to arrest me and 7 other people who were standing on the sidewalk at an encampment sweep, trying to save the belongings of the unhoused people living there. After the SRG arrested us, they ripped an unhoused person out of his tent. 5 SRG officers were on top of him when they carried him away for arrest. After my arrest, I was mistreated in the holding cells. I was aggressively patted down to the point where I felt like I was being assaulted. The SRG has traumatized community members time and time again. When the SRG shows up, we know that our safety is at risk. The SRG has no place in our communities or at protests. I'm asking the council to disband the unit and reinvest its funds fully back into our communities. That was Amanda's statement. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Ari Silver.
Your time will begin.
Ari Silver, we have.
Sorry, I think that there's an error with the Zoom. You unmuted the wrong account. Go ahead, Ari.
No.
Go
Hello,
ahead.
my name is Ari Silver, and I'm a New York City resident. And I'm here to ask that the City Council remove the funding of NYPD Strategic Response Group from the police budget. I've spent the last 2 years volunteering with the ACLU of New York as a protest monitor. During these last 2 years, I have consistently seen firsthand the brutality inflicted by the NYPD Strategic Response Group, which was created after 9/11 to help supplement New York City's police department's counterterrorism efforts. I have seen firsthand peaceful gatherings of marginalized New Yorkers turn into unprovoked beatdowns at the hand of the SRG. In addition to the violence that SRG has inflicted upon activists, predominantly folks of color, fellow protest monitors and I have experienced relentless harassment, coercion, and threats of violence towards ourselves. Last summer, while the SRG was enforcing a crackdown, or as they like to call a curfew, of gatherings at Washington Square Park, a fellow protest monitor and myself were threatened with arrest from multiple SRG officers for simply executing our duties, which are allowed according to the NYPD's handbook. We even saw the SRG that night arrest bystanders on their first date, simply for being near the NYPD-made chaos. Even more recently, we have seen the SRG assist the DHS, sanitation, and other city agencies in their constantly recurring sweeps of unhoused encampments, where folks are simply on the sidewalk and not blocking any traffic. During one protest 2 years ago, after a car rammed into a group of protesters outside the UN headquarters, Good Samaritans who were delivering first aid to the injured were brutally arrested by the SRG. They simply do not serve the needs of the community and instead are directly responsible for inflicting harm and trauma against peaceful civilians just trying to exercise their First Amendment rights. You, the City Council, have a great opportunity here to help serve the community and ensure that there's an end to this violence, and to ensure that New Yorkers feel safe being able to exercise their First Amendment rights, just like every other American should be able to. So that's why I'm here asking you, the New York City Council, to disband the SRG and to help reinvest those funds, the billions of dollars which we are spending in this police department, to help ensure that
Time's expired.
Street. And I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Rosalind.
Your time will begin.
Next, I'll call on Chauncey T. Young.
Good evening, all. My apologies that I cannot undo my video this evening, but my name is Chauncey Young. I'm the director of the Parent Action Committee. I am a resident in the Highbridge neighborhood of the Bronx, and the Parent Action Committee is a part of several coalitions that have been testifying this evening, including part of Dignity in Schools, part of the New York City Coalition for Educational Justice, and part of the Healing Centered Schools Working Group. We'd like to address the way that the New York City's budget is going and ensure that funding is going to support our students and families socially and emotionally, put additional funding into counselors and social workers for our students, and not fund punitive things for our students. We don't need new metal detector technology in schools. We need social emotional supports for students in crisis. We also want to remind the City Council that our last administration put forward an incredible goal of a culture responsive curriculum that they called Mosaic, that either was $500 million or $200 million, depending on what you hear. But we want to ensure that this current administration devotes time and energy to develop that. We also would like for the city to ensure that funding for the mental health consortium, $500 million, is made permanently part of the budget, as well as $6 million for our immigrant families and language access programs. These are all essential, as well as restorative justice programs, if we want our schools to be safe and responsive places for our youth. I recommend everyone listens to our youth this evening. It's hard for youth to get out and speak, as well as parent leaders. And we do, of course, want for the Parent Ambassador Program, which is a one-year program that we've done in collaboration with the DOE, with private funds, to be something that the city implements fully in years going forward. So thank you so much, and we appreciate you listening to us.
Thank you, Chauncey. Next, we'll turn to Rashida Brown Harris.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can,
Yes,
ma'am.
the time will begin.
Okay. Peace and blessings. My name is Rashida Brown Harris. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and thank you for the opportunity to testify, Chair Brannon, other City Council members, and hey, Malcolm. I'm proud to represent Legal Services NYC, LISNY, for this testimony. LISNY's mission is to fight poverty and seek racial, social, and economic justice for low-income New York City residents. Through litigation, advocacy, education, and outreach, LISNY has advanced the interests of our clients and created systemic changes that strengthen and protect low-income communities. Thank you, City Council, for many years of your support. The education rights practice at LISNY assists hundreds of New York City school children and their families to ensure equitable access to education. I'm here today speaking not only as a legal services advocate, but as a parent leader in education reform, specifically with LISNY's Ed Unit with the Healing Centered Schools Working Group. Me and my two siblings were raised by a single Black man, my father. He's a Vietnam veteran suffering with substance abuse issues, PTSD, and other mental illnesses. We struggled as children growing up. We moved around a lot, living with friends, family members, and neighbors. I was in a different school every year, sometimes 2 or 3 different schools within one school year. Whew. When I see the services we provide at LISNY, I wish we were able to get a hold of these services for myself and my family growing up. The schools should have been a safe place for me. It was not. The unjust education system that did more harm than good for us still exists to this day. Therefore, the need for LISNY's education services are great, but our capacity is limited. We ask that you provide $500,000 to support our Access to Education project, which delivers legal services to help children get the support they need to catch up and keep up with their education, and support families with their social, emotional,
Time is expired.
Thank you. I'm going to finish. The support and advocacy we provide at LISNY takes a holistic wraparound approach with our families that is non-traditional but very much needed, providing empathy and dedication to our community members like no other organization. We ask that you please support us so we can continue to support our school community. Thank you and peace.
Thank you, Rashida. Next, we will turn to Crystal Rodriguez. Okay, I will turn to the final panelist for panel 50, Erica Bravo.
Your time will begin.
Okay, that concludes panel 50. I will now turn to panel 51, Rui Lee, Jakob Yatzel, Justin Piscone, Chris Langfield, and Chris Langfield. We'll first turn to Rui Lee.
Time will begin.
Next on the list, I have Jakob Yatzel. Next, we'll turn to Justin Piscone. Next on my list is Chris Langfield.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Chris. I'm a longtime New York City resident, and I'm a member of the New York City DSA. I want to talk about the completely inadequate and unacceptable affordable housing provision in the mayor's revised budget. After all the hardship and death we've gone through as New Yorkers, we're now faced with a housing catastrophe as eviction cases are piling up and property owners are squeezing us from even more rent. I know people who live with 4 or 5 people in one apartment who are still being forced to move because of thousands of dollars of rent increases. I worked as an emergency medical technician in the city for 3 years, 2 of those years during COVID. I've seen the shelter facilities that the city claims are adequate and safe. I've seen the state of NYCHA buildings, and I've met many people in New York who fell through the cracks and have nowhere to live. This proposed budget shows that we still have a city government which is completely unresponsive to the needs of most New Yorkers, especially the most vulnerable, and especially the 100,000 school children that don't have a stable home. If we continue along this path, we're going to see more and more people evicted or forced into worse living conditions. New York already caters to the privileged and ignores the needy, and Eric Adams seems determined to continue that policy. I'm urging the council to invest $4 billion into permanent and affordable housing, which Eric Adams promised to do in his campaign. Failure to do this would be devastating for millions of us. The only thing we want is to live in a safe, affordable apartment in our home city, and we want the same thing for our neighbors. And my final statement to the council members is don't sacrifice our future for developers and speculative real estate owners. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Dahlia Forte.
Hi, my name is Dahlia Forte. I'm a New York City resident and a member of DSA's NYC chapter. I'm here to voice my opinion, my opposition to Mayor Adams' executive budget, and to call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. 2 years into the pandemic, working class New Yorkers are in crisis. COVID-19 cases are surging, landlords are raising rents, and families struggle to stay in their homes. But the mayor continues to favor the wealthy and powerful over everyday New Yorkers. His budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, and education, while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. Today, I urge the council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for the New York City Housing Authority and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams' cuts to our public education system by investing $122 million into Cuny and funding DOE mental health counselors and social workers rather than filling school police vacancies. I also urge the council to act on the two deadly crises facing our city, climate catastrophe and the overdose epidemic. We need $1.3 billion for the streets plan, $1.8 billion for green public schools, and $250 million for fair fares, and $10 million to expand life-saving safe consumption sites to all 5 boroughs. Finally, the council must reject the mayor's progressive return to law and order. I urge the council to reject the proposal to add hundreds of new COs for solitary confinement, a practice that the UN defines as torture. I urge the council to demonstrate their commitment to racial justice by cutting failed NYPD criminalization programs like the ineffective and violent plainclothes units and the so-called subway safety plan, and ending all NYPD resources to mental health calls. Thank you, council members and committee chair Brannon, for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, and that concludes panel 52. I will now turn to panel 53. Indira Martinez, Benjamin Spearman, Carlisle Eckert, and Scott Daly. We'll first start with Indira Martinez.
Your time will begin.
My fellow New Yorkers and members of the council, I was not born in New York City, but like so many others, I've chosen to make it my home. As a young woman of color in rural Georgia, New York City represented a kind of safety for me, a place I could be myself that was accepting of people from all walks of life. Since the mayor took office, we've seen what safety means to him. It means authorizing the NYPD to violently remove unhoused New Yorkers from public spaces. Last year was the deadliest year on record for unhoused New Yorkers. It also means cutting the DOE budget by $1.2 billion while simultaneously increasing the already $10 billion NYPD budget by $690 million. This is the mayor's vision of safety. I am here to echo my fellow constituents, Rakia McKay, Catherine Clatt, Christina Rodriguez Hartz, and others, and voice my vehement opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' executive budget. I believe in the possibility of a truly safe New York, one in which every single person has access to safe housing and healthy food every single day, schools that provide all children with what they need to thrive, clean parks where we can spend our time without spending our dollars, carbon negative infrastructure that actively fights against the rising seas lapping at our shores, land returned to Lenape stewardship. This future is possible, and it is not idealistic to ask for it. Government was created to meet the needs of people, and we have the resources, technology, and skills to accomplish all of these things and so much more. What you lack is political will. Listen to the people here representing community-based organizations. Why? Because they are doing your work for you. On this very call, New Yorkers are begging for their lives, then thanking you for the opportunity to speak about it. About 7 hours ago, a council member joined the call and told us that we needed to organize and rise up. And I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't help but find it ironic that we're being asked yet again to do your jobs for you. Those who are most marginalized are being held responsible for enduring and solving all of NYC's most egregious injustices. Do your jobs, fight for a budget that prioritizes the millions of New Yorkers that are struggling to survive. You report to us, and respectfully, I will not be thanking you for my time.
Thank you. And next we're going to turn to Benjamin Spearman.
Time will begin.
First of all, good afternoon to Chair Brennan and council members. I'm Benjamin Spearman, a New York City resident, General Director of Bronx Opera, and a board member of the New York Opera Alliance. Off topic, I also urge the council to adjust the mayor's budget as requested by so many people, and including Ms. Martinez a few moments ago. Bronx Opera has received city support via the Cultural Development Fund and through council initiatives, using that support to work with kids after school, with the Bronx's immigrant community, and with senior citizens, in addition to presenting 55 years worth of opera performances. Though my organization has needs, today I'm here to talk about our alliance and the impact our members make. Pre-pandemic, the 45 organizations in the New York Opera Alliance provided over 2,000 jobs to New Yorkers, providing these arts workers with over $30 million in salaries each year. This includes people on stage and backstage, instrumentalists, administrators, and more. Organizations in our alliance usually bring in over $90 million in revenue each year, but obviously that economic power has been challenged since March 2020. Most of us survived thanks to a combination of creativity, grit, and the support of our faithful funders, very much including the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. Mid and small size opera companies all over New York City are an underappreciated source of economic power, and we all know how to spend our money wisely. But wise spending does not preclude the need for greater support. In that spirit, the New York Opera Alliance asks that the City Council support the request laid out in the 2023 New York Culture Vibe Ask, particularly the $50 million increase to the Cultural Affairs baseline budget. At the least, we think that the council should hold the Cultural Affairs budget harmless for Mayor Adams' 3% across the board cut. As we recover from the pandemic, we're all seeing live audiences that are reduced from pre-pandemic levels. Your funding will help our community remain the bang for the buck industry that it's always been, and will help opera producers keep working in the community and keep the music echoing in places and spaces all over New York City outside of the center, and allow us to continue raising our voices as we help provide entertainment to audiences and dollars to the people who bring opera to life in New York. Thank you for the chance to speak today.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Carlisle Eckert.
Time will begin.
Hello, my name is Carly Eckert. Thank you for hearing my testimony today as a representative of Dance Parade, a nonprofit arts organization in New York City. I'm the Community Engagement Director for Dance Parade, and my responsibilities are to coordinate year-round dance education in schools and community centers across the boroughs, which culminate in the annual Dance Parade on Broadway and Festival in Tompkins Square Park. That event took place this past Saturday. We held the 16th annual Dance Parade and Festival in NYC, and our theme was Back to the Streets. This was our first live event in 2 years with 10,000 dancers representing over 100 styles of dance. The Dance Parade and Festival was covered by ABC, NBC, CBS, Telemundo, and New York One, Noticias, and dozens of others, including a print edition of the New York Times as the #1 pick in their weekend roundup. On Saturday, Folk Dance Club Kaleidoscope, a Brighton Beach-based children's dance group, led out the parade with a display of Ukrainian and Russian dances. This beautiful, poignant performance shared with the public the similarities and differences of these two peoples and cultures embodied side by side and unified in dance. Our mission is to celebrate diversity, inclusion, and cultural equity through the promotion of dance in all its forms. Throughout the year, we serve the dance community by employing scores of teaching and performing artists based in New York City, of which 94% are BIPOC artists and immigrants. And through our programs, we reach over 150,000 New Yorkers each year. We believe that live dance performance has the potential to awaken communal spirit, help the public and dance community heal from the pandemic, and creates a more vibrant and equitable society. This year, through our community engagement programs, we've worked closely with 12 schools across the 5 boroughs to bring back in-person 10 to 20 week dance education programs for K through 12 students. And our teaching artist work in senior centers March through June, thanks to a partnership with the Department of the Aging, offer joyful physical activity that supports coordination and flexibility, improve circulation and honors life experiences, strengthening connections between older Americans and vibrant NYC arts and culture. Through our continued efforts and experiences of this time, we pledge to continue our work of bringing the joy of dance in all its forms to New Yorkers. We're grateful to the DCLA and the Council's effort to support the cultural sector. We ask City Council to approve the request of NYC Culture Vibe, $100 million in additional investment to the cultural sector, and bring us closer to our goal of 100% for culture in NYC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Scott Daly.
Time will begin.
Good evening, Chair Brennan and all members of the Executive Budget Committee. On behalf of the board and the staff of the New York Junior Tennis and Learning, NYJTL, I want to thank you all for allowing us to testify today. I also want to thank you all for hanging in there for these past 8 hours. It's been a long day for all of us, and I want to particularly thank everyone here. I am the Senior Director of the Free Community Tennis Programs of NYJTL. NYJTL is the largest free youth and teen tennis program in the country. This year, we are seeking $1 million, an increase of about $200,000 under the Council's Physical Education and Fitness Initiative. Over the past years, we believe, and we've seen it, that talent, the kids have the talent, and it's universal, but the opportunity is not. And that's where the City Council comes in through these initiatives. We allow tennis to be played. You allow it to be played in all 51 council districts throughout the entire city of New York. Kids get the opportunity to become physically fit. They have the opportunity to reach new educational heights, the opportunity to make friends. The character development that comes out of sports cannot be understated. You know, we're asking for an increase mainly because 14 years ago, minimum wage in the city of New York was $6.50. We all know what it is today, $15. And what we start the people out with NYJTL, we want to give them a living wage. We do need the increase that we're asking for. Through the community tennis program throughout the city, we annually reach over 85,000 kids in schools and parks throughout the city of New York. The overwhelming majority of these kids are Black, Latino, and Asian. The registration in each group is about 25% each. Two-thirds of each of the groups, two-thirds of the group are 10 years of age and younger. We want to give them a safe haven, an opportunity to play. We're not unmindful of the other factors involving the city and significant challenges that are faced. Tomorrow, we start the largest interscholastic free tennis tournament of middle school and high school kids in the poorest congressional districts in the country. Again, I just want to say that I want to thank you for your time. We just ask and we join with other youth providers in urging that the upcoming budget not be balanced on the back of the city's youth. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm grateful for your time.
Thank you. And before calling panel 54, I will announce panels 56 through 60. Panel 56, Usara Tavares, Shannon O'Neill Fonseca, Myrna Aparicio, Aisha Irvin Jones, Yenny Sanchez. Panel 57, Barry Weinberg, Annette Robinson, Lorraine Collins, Randy Dillard, Uraldi Perez, Julie Colon, Panel 58, Darlene Jackson, Grace Ortez, Michael Pearls, Jeff Lau, Justice LeBoy. Panel 59, Bella Wheel, Kin Mai Ung, Natasha Capers. Panel 60, Clementine Hallberg, Ethan Cyrus, Faith Catherine Jones, Leslie Gomez Rivera, Samantha Vargas. I'll first now turn to panel 54, Kimberly Olson, Richard Ronner, Athena Bernkoff, Beverly McFarland, and Cassandra Warney. We'll start with Kimberly Olson.
Great. Good evening, everybody. First, a huge thank you to Chair Brannon, to fellow committee members, and to City Council staff. We are so grateful for your passion, your leadership, your endurance, as well as your support of arts education here in New York City schools. My name is Kimberly Olson, and I'm the Executive Director of the New York City Arts and Education Roundtable. New York City's public schools have been through a lot over the past 2 years. Lost learning time, suffering from the mental and emotional strain of remote learning, processing the trauma associated with the pandemic and racial injustices in our city and country. Transforming our city's schools starts with the arts. That's why I'm here today to call on our city to invest in dance, music, theater, visual arts, and media education in the DOE budget. The arts provide evidence-based solutions for engaging students in learning, for increasing our parents' engagement, improving academic outcomes, supporting student mental health, and promoting well-being. We know that excellent arts education is the foundation and a launch pad for success in school and life. However, underinvestment in arts education in New York City has been recurrent. Prior to COVID, a majority of principals, 67%, said that funding for the arts was generally insufficient. Only 34% of middle schoolers are meeting state arts learning requirements. And now 17% of schools still lack a certified arts teacher, not to mention almost 30% of schools no longer partner with the many wonderful arts and cultural organizations that our city has to offer. We want inviting, vibrant, colorful, and thriving school communities. And again, that starts with the arts. The Roundtable recommends that the city make sure that all schools, every neighborhood across all boroughs can provide recommended arts instruction to every single student by guaranteeing at least $100 per student in dedicated funding to support sustainable arts ed for all, continuing to devote 20% of academic recovery funding for standard-based arts instruction in the summer and school year programs, and restoring and baselining $24 million for art services. The arts are an essential part of every student's academic program and the very fabric of New York City. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Richard Ronner.
Time will begin.
Okay, next on our list is Athena Bernkoff.
Time will begin.
Hi, good afternoon. All apologies for my slow get up here. So thank you for the time to offer testimony today. My name is Athena Bernkoff. I'm here representing the East Harlem Barrio Community Land Trust. We are part of the Community Land Trust Initiative, where we're asking for $3 million in support of CLTs growing and expanding across the city. So East Harlem Barrio CLT is one example of what is possible through community land trusts. Since acquiring our first properties in November of 2020, we have been in the process of renovating buildings that have been neglected for decades. The rents of the 4 buildings in the project have been protected, at a range of 35 to 100% AMI, including 4 units set aside for people experiencing homelessness. These rents are stabilized for the long-term future through a 99-year ground lease built into our ownership structure. At the same time, through ongoing trainings and relationship building with residents, we've been building out infrastructure for sustainable resident-led governance of these buildings to ensure that those whose well-being are directly impacted are at the forefront of any decision-making on the properties. All of our residents are Black and brown working class people, immigrants, elders, and people with disabilities who have been most vulnerable to the intersecting housing, health, and environmental crises that are devastating our communities right now. This work demands demands immense people power and organizational resources, since what we are building on the larger scale is community capacity to steward our land, in addition to creating and preserving truly and permanently affordable housing. As some of my colleagues have testified here today, community land trusts across the city are doing this work in different ways, from building out affordable commercial spaces to green spaces and environmental justice neighborhoods. We don't have time to waste on temporary and wasteful policies that put people over profit, that put profit over people in our communities. Putting control of land and housing in community hands is racial justice strategy, is community safety strategy, is anti-displacement strategy, and economic and environmental justice strategy. We are asking that the city's resources be directed to transformational work of community control of land. We're also asking that capital funding for the acquisition and preservation of community land be added to the city's budget. Please sustain and expand the CLT initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to Beverly McFarlane.
Time will begin.
Okay. Next, we will turn to Cassandra Warney.
Good evening. My name is Cassandra Warney. I work for the Corporation for Supportive Housing. I'm here to talk about how the city needs to invest in supportive housing as a strategy to de-incarcerate Rikers Island and homelessness. My organization's mission, CSH, is to advance solutions that use housing as a platform to deliver services, improve the lives of the most vulnerable people, and build healthy communities. It's important to note that through the borough-based jail plan points of agreement in 2019, city leadership agreed to expand justice-involved supportive housing, JISH, which is overseen by DOHMH, which has not yet happened. We thank City Council for formally requesting the Adams administration add $28.4 million to the existing funding dedicated to JISH. Supportive housing for the justice impacted. Review of the latest budget suggests this request has not been incorporated. For background, we are urgently looking to improve access to supportive housing for those currently on Rikers Island who have significant behavioral health needs and are homeless. In a recent analysis, we found several thousand people on Rikers Island, approximately 2,500 people in a given year, are experiencing homelessness and struggle with ongoing behavioral health needs. When released, they don't find adequate support. They cycle through crisis systems. It's costing the city $1.4 billion annually just to incarcerate this group of 2,500 people. This group needs an intervention of supportive housing, a combination of affordable housing with voluntary individualized services. We know supportive housing works as a solution. It reduces jail recidivism. It would cost the city $108 million annually to provide supportive housing to this group of people. So $108 million versus $1.4 billion. So I want to elevate two essential budgetary elements. We need to expand JISH and increase the annual commitment to supportive housing. For JISH, the rates are so low, no provider has stepped forward to apply for the RFP in the last 3 years. We need more funding to increase the rates. Further detail is available in the written testimony I've submitted. Looking forward to working with you on this.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Anna Pastoressa.
The time will begin.
Okay, next we'll turn to Victor Herrera. Okay, next I'm going to call Elizabeth Langer. Next on our list is Donna Hilton. Okay, next we're going to call Lisa Gittleson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Brannon and distinguished members of the City Council for the opportunity to testify during this virtual hearing. We applaud the Council and Youth Services Chair Stevens for prioritizing programs and services for young people and are thrilled by the commitment for summer programming and SYEP. To that end, summer camp and recreational experiences are vital to the well-being of young people, and we hope that the City Council can support programs like those offered by the Fresh Air Fund. I'm Lisa Gittleson, and I'm the new CEO of the Fresh Air Fund. For 145 years, we've provided the city's children with summer experiences that help them thrive and succeed emotionally, academically, and socially. Despite having to suspend our traditional camp and visiting host programs for the past 2 summers due to the pandemic, the fund ensured that New York City's children were able to have the summer experiences they deserved and needed. Last summer, the fund served over 2,400 children in New York City based on in-person and virtual programs, and we employed over 200 youth ages 18 to 24 as counselors across our programs. We continued our summer spaces programming, working with the Department of Transportation and the Open Streets program to give children ages 5 through 12 across 4 boroughs safe places to play outdoors under the guidance of counselors and mentors. Our Summer Teen Academy for teens ages 13 to 17 was a stipend program that gave young people insights into possible careers, work experience, and through 4 partnership skills and a credentialing certificate. Although we did not have traditional camp, families were able to visit our camps for 3-day, 2-night overnight trips to relax and enjoy time together. And we had additional virtual programs to keep children engaged, learning, and having fun. This summer, we are delighted to be returning to our camping and visiting host family programs while continuing some of the new programs we developed during COVID. Children will have the opportunity to go to 4 of our 6 camps and to reunite with volunteer host families they visited prior to the pandemic. In addition, we're excited to continue our stipend Summer Teen Academy, and we'll have the opportunity to provide more in-person programs. The past 2 years have been especially difficult to the children in our city. We're asking and encouraging the City Council to support and fund organizations that will provide essential summer programming to children, to New York City's children this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, we'll call on Salma Mohammed. Okay, that concludes panel 55. I will now turn to panel 56. Yasura Tavares, Shannon O'Neill Fonseca, Myrna Aparicio, Aisha Urban Jones, and Yenny Sanchez. First start with Yasura Tavares.
Your time will begin.
Okay, next we'll turn to and call on Shannon O'Neill Fonseca. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Shannon O'Neill Fonseca. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a senior at Hunter College studying psychology, and I'm also an education organizer with the Parent Action Committee in Bronx School District 9 and with the Healing Center Schools Coalition. I have been blessed to work with and be in community with our powerful healing ambassadors and parent leaders in the Bronx and citywide. Now more than ever, it is necessary to have spaces that are trauma-informed, culturally responsive, and centered in healing. We must support initiatives where we can build community as students, parents, families, and community advocates and community members. I am here to urge the city and the New York City Department of Education to continue investing and expanding the Healing Ambassador Program, and in addition to develop a Youth Ambassador Program as well. We must invest in programs for our students that are supportive and not punitive. This includes restorative justice practices, culturally responsive and sustaining education, language access, and providing mental health services and support by hiring additional social workers and counselors to be in your schools. We are also asking for a $5 million budget for mental health continuum and a baseline $6 million budget for immigrant families and language access. Inclusivity starts here. It starts with us. And accessibility is caring, is healing, is letting our community members that no matter what they are seeing, they're supported and they're loved just for who they are. No matter our race, where we're from, the language that we speak, our gender identity, or our sexuality. We are all deserving of support, love, and care, and we will not stop until this is how every single person feels in all of our spaces. And I'm going to repeat that again. We will not stop doing this until every student, parent, family member, community member feels included, loved, and supported. Thank you once again for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Shannon. And next, I'll call on Myrna Aparicio.
Time will begin.
Next on our list is Aisha Irvin Jones.
Time will begin.
Next, I will call on Yenny Sanchez. Okay, that concludes panel 56. We're at panel 57, so I'm going to announce 61 through 65 because I announced up to 60. And for folks, if people have been coming and going from this Zoom all day, when I called your name, you were not on the Zoom, there's still an opportunity to speak after we have concluded the panels. I will make an announcement at that point. Panel 61, Caitlin Wong, Liz Ackles, Shivani Shah, Caitlin Gigir, and Amir Anser. Panel 62, Anna Lilia Ariza, Ashley Yang, Alexander Rijo Martinez, Ashley Liu, Alicia Verbes, Eliza Porcella. Panel 63, Tracy Fu, Yuri Kavalerchik, Kim Noble Houston, Melanie Kruvelis, Jamila Elder. Panel 64, Jennifer James, Julie Bowen, Kay Gabriel, Melissa Cagle, and Araceli Mena, and Rob Katz. And the numbering messed up. That was 64 and 65. And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing names. I know how it feels. Next, we're going to turn to panel 57. We're going to start with Barry Weinberg.
Time will begin.
Okay, going to call on Annette Robinson.
Woohoo! Thank you, Jesus. Greetings all.
Don't break me, Annette. We have more to get through.
Oh my goodness. I come before you this evening on behalf of Harlem's Community Board 9's Housing, Land Use, and Zoning Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to share Community Board 9's budget priorities for the residents of NYCHA's Manhattanville, Grant, and Audubon houses. Community Board 9's priorities are a reflection of their needs and our belief that the residents of Manhattanville, Grant, and Audubon housing deserve better and more. The priorities forwarded to OMB address the following: the privatization of Manhattanville houses. For the record, PAC's outreach to the residents has been abysmal and is lacking transparency or inclusion. CB9's acts is simple. The voices of Manhattanville residents must be heard. RAD in its present state at Manhattanville houses must be paused until its residents are given a front and center seat at the table. Under this umbrella, nor can NYCHA be allowed to sell the air rights of 1450 Amsterdam Avenue, located on the grounds of Manhattanville houses. Attention must immediately be given to the deliberate understaffing of Manhattanville Houses Management Office and its maintenance workers. Our acts provide the fully functional staff required that will meet the needs of its residents and fulfill NYCHA's responsibility to provide decent housing. Invest the capital. Manhattanville Houses is also in dire need of capital repairs with proper oversight. Our acts implement the repairs, invest the capital. Last but not least is our Audubon Houses, which is home to our seniors, where renovations are to begin. Our acts, please provide the oversight required, which ensures our seniors are protected, comfortable, and not displaced. CB9's NYCHA residents deserve better and more. We as CB9 stand in support of them. Thank you, Lord. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Annette. Next, we will turn to Lorraine Collins.
Time will begin.
Okay, next we will turn to Randy Dillard. Next on the list, Uraldi Perez. Next, I have Julie Cologne. Okay, I'm now going to turn to panel 58, Darlene Jackson, Grace Ortez, Michael Perlis, Jeff Lau, Justice LeBoy. So we will start with Darlene Jackson.
Time will begin.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Brandon and the Finance Committee members. My name is Darlene Jackson, and I'm a member of Freedom Agenda and the Parent Legislative Action Network. I am echoing every New Yorker who calls for City Council to reject the mayor's executive budget proposal that ignores the needs of his constituents and prioritizes a carceral system, a punitive system that continues to invest in jobs that perpetuates mass incarceration. Overall, we want to continually make the point that New York City runs the most richly funded and richly staffed jail system in the country, yet delivers the worst results. Those resources would be far better used outside of the jail system to meet people's needs and prevent interaction with the justice system, and correcting that misallocation of funds is urgent. There are other urgent opportunities in this year's budget to shift from criminalization to support and prevention. For example, New York City must stop funding nonprofits contracted through ACS, which essentially is a continuation of surveillance towards Black and Brown families and communities. We need to reallocate funding towards trauma-informed community-led solutions that address systemic racism and inequality for our communities to thrive. City Council cannot ignore the mismanagement of our taxpaying dollars and the disinvestment of our communities. I urge the City Council to shift funds out of both the Department of Corrections and the Administration for Children's Services and invest in a just transition to expand and better compensate jobs outside of the carceral and punitive system. In addition, lastly, expanding funding to public defense organizations to adequately provide a client-centered and holistic approach to effectively advocate through a reduced caseload and a deeper investment in early defense to prevent ACS filing a petition in family court that separates and destroys families and communities. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I hope that the Finance Committee is actually here presently and listening to the constituents and New Yorkers. And I hope that they have the political will and the political courage to do what's right, and that was easy. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I will turn to Grace Ortez.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Grace Ortez. I'm a member of Freedom Agenda. I'm also a community organizer, a reentry specialist, a peer supporter, and somebody living with complex post-traumatic stress disorder due to being a survivor of pretty intense violence. Everything I've heard today so far has really enlightened me further in understanding how the budget is absurdly misused. There's so many incredible community projects going on and passionate people waiting to be heard with such great ideas that the city should and needs to invest in. Earlier this year, a young woman died when she was pushed onto the train tracks. The transgressor that committed this murder was somebody who had been cycled through shelters and jails for many, many years. He has now been found unfit to stand trial and is being held indefinitely in a psychiatric facility. All this to say that our city continues to fund the outcome of violence rather than preventing it. This is someone who is now in a psychiatric facility after having taken a life, and he had a background of instability and not being taken care of because of his mental health needs. And that's the outcome of not investing in resources. People will die. Our city does not need more COs, correction officers. It's an absurd plan that the mayor has to, again, only invest in the outcome of violence. And trust me, people will continue to die. And I encourage people to not wait until it's them or somebody that you love. Because if you wait for that, trust me, that hearing that there's more correction officers and police officers responding to violence won't make you happy. It won't return to you your loved one. It won't undo the harm and damage that you've endured. So we need to start caring about victims before the violent transgression occurs. And that happens through supporting people with mental health needs who are in desperate need of community support. And as a reentry specialist, I know that those organizations exist and they do incredible work, and all they need is to be funded. And that is the right way to address the community violence that we're all so urgently worried about. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will call on Michael Perlis. Perwells.
Time will begin.
Okay, I will turn to Jeff Lau.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. Let's support our human service workers with livable wages and cost of living adjustments. New York City needs to just pay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to Speaker Adams, Chair Brennan, and members of the Finance Committee for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeff Lau, and I'm the Director of the Adult Literacy Program at the Chinese American Planning Council. We call on the city to increase the baseline funding for adult literacy programs to $13.5 million, restore the $1.7 million cut in the prelim budget, extend the adult literacy pilot initiative with $5 million, and renew the $4 million discretionary funding citywide. Like so many adult literacy programs throughout the city, CPC relies on city funding to provide programming to our communities. It has meant providing much needed wraparound services to our community members too. Students learn English to better assist their children's education, find meaningful work, and build relationships throughout our community. Students learn American civics, learn how to register to vote, what ranked choice voting is, and very soon learn about municipal voting in New York City. Students learn about healthcare assistance and, if needed, receive services for domestic violence. Classrooms provide information regarding rental and food assistance. And as Asian hate crimes ravage our communities, students learn how to recognize discrimination, racism, and how to report crimes to the authorities. Through the Adult Literacy Pilot Initiative, we've been able to triple the outreach of wraparound services to our students, meaning more hours dedicated to students seeking childcare, senior care, housing, food assistance, insurance, college access, and workforce counseling. Modernizing aging technological and digital infrastructure has allowed students to access our classrooms remotely and learn digital literacy skills needed to be competitive. This is not the time to cut. Our communities are rebuilding out of this pandemic. I urge the continued funding for adult literacy programs. Schools are often the heart of the community, and adult literacy classes have stepped up. In order to meet the needs of today and tomorrow, we need to invest. Our students are ready to lend their voices, eager to join the workforce, and ready to participate in our city with our vote, and so much more. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. And next, I will call on Justice LeBoy.
Hello. Thank you so much for your time, everybody. Time starts, I believe. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I'm here representing CPC Extension Project Reach. I am a community board member and was once an employee and at one point a youth participant over at Project Reach, and I'm here to speak of their graces. A Project Reach has been since 1985 through the extension of CPC working with the Lower East Side and beyond there, all 5 boroughs of New York City to basically host social justice clinics. And they've been hosting clinics since around that time, but also providing young people, young queer and trans youth with retreat space and safe spaces throughout the year. I'd like to go over some of their more prolific events. They were the first ever citywide LGBT youth retreat hosted at a farm upstate New York, giving young people refuge from the city and a time away. Also hosted in 2014, the first ever citywide trans youth retreat. That was in 2014. Project Reach has been at the forefront and was even given money last year to work with CPC and hosting all over New York City anti-Asian violence trainings. And that includes Asian American history training, which I feel has changed many lives. And I think that kind of information needs to be supported, not only needs to be supported, but tutored to the highest abilities. With 20 seconds left, I also want to say that Project Reach invites everyone here today to a social justice clinic that will be hosted monthly throughout the summer. We also plan on holding a summer camp this summer with, again, LGBTQ youth and older people who are going to be organizing around anti-Asian violence. Also, Project Reach has been working across New York City and schools to do anti-hate trainings across many isms around racism, homophobia, sexism. Thank you so much for everyone's time. Have a great day.
Thank you, Justice. And now I will turn to panel 59, Bella Wheel, Kin Mai Ong, and Natasha Capers. I will first turn to Bella Wheel. Okay, I will turn to Kin Mai Ong.
Time will begin.
Okay, our final panelist, Natasha Capers. Okay, I don't see those persons on. I am now going to turn to panel 60, Clementine Paulberg, Ethan Cyrus, Faith Catherine Jones, Leslie Gomez Rivera, and Smita Varghese. We will start with Clementine Paulberg.
Starting time.
Okay, I will turn to Ethan Cyrus.
Starting time.
I heard you, Ethan, but I don't hear you anymore.
Hi, sorry.
There we go.
Hello, my name is Ethan Cyrus. I am a member of the Youth Food Advocates. I am in 10th grade at George Westinghouse Career and Tech High School in Brooklyn. Today, I am here to ask for your support to change the school food program and improve the presentation of school food by investing in the cafeteria redesign. Currently, a big part of the issue is how lunches look in schools. For example, in my school, the school lunch is usually food that looks unappealing or looks undercooked. I usually see people just grab a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch and avoid the other food due to how it looks. If students don't like what they see, they are less likely to try the food. School food is important because most kids cannot bring food from home due to varying reasons. This problem has been happening even before the pandemic. I care because on the days that I need to eat school lunch, then I would hope that the food is appealing for me to eat. This matters for me and for all the students in my school and all the students in New York City because there could be the chance that one day we're depending on the school's lunch to eat during the whole school day. Then investment in school cafeterias could change our lives by giving us better options for us to eat when we can't bring our own lunch and changing the way students see school lunch. This is why I'm here today to ask the City Council to ensure that the budget includes an investment in our school food program to invest in our future by investing in the cafeteria redesign for all middle school and high school cafeterias. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, I'm going to call on Faith Catherine Jones.
Starting time.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Faith Jones, and I am a current ninth grader at Brooklyn Technical High School and a member of Youth Food Advocates. I'm here today in support of the enhanced cafeterias in middle schools and high schools across NYC. All students deserve to have enhanced cafeterias as it allows for an important improvement when it comes to the current circumstances faced in most school cafeterias. I've seen many students' opinions that have been published online criticizing the environment of the cafeteria, with most of the criticisms being aimed at the cafeteria's design. Students have expressed the present stigma in the cafeteria as the lunch rooms are seen as outdated and therefore seen as insufficient for eating. As a result, students are belittled when being seen getting lunch at the cafeteria. Consequently, students may go hungry to prevent being ridiculed. Fortunately for me and the students at Brooklyn Tech, we don't have to experience that stigma thanks to the enhanced cafeteria at our schools. I've learned that in our cafeteria participation increased from the low 30% to an average of almost 50%. I've asked a friend of mine about their thoughts about the modern design of the cafeteria, and they had told me that it led to an improvement in their mood compared to the feeling that they get in the older lunchrooms. They explained that they enjoyed the upbeat mood in contrast to the draft feeling that they get in the outdated cafeterias. Additionally, the enhanced cafeterias allowed them to be able to socialize with their peers and friends because of the improvement in mood caused by the visual aspects of their environment. My friend explained how it is important that students are able to socialize and make use of the cafeteria as a break in their academic school day. Overall, voicing the opinions of scholars that came before them about the benefits of an improved lunchroom environment. All in all, enhanced cafeterias are needed to ensure that the students attending school are able to experience a segment in their day where they can feel relaxed, take a break from academics, and socialize with their friends. Based on the data taken at schools already with enhanced cafeterias, it is proven that these benefits lead to an increase in school food participation, which in turn lead to a positive impact on the students' academic achievement and better mental health. I hope to see the City Council members support in improving the lunchroom experience for all students in NYC by allocating the $250 million funding needed to be able to update the cafeterias. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, we'll call on Leslie Gomez Rivera.
Starting time.
This is up.
Leslie, you're unmuted. You can go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Leslie Gomez Rivera. I'm a senior in Midwood High School, and I'm a member of Youth Food Advocates. I'm here to ask for your support to fund the cafeteria enhancement in New York City schools. I've been a part of the New York City education system for all my life, and I've come to realize the importance of school food for growing children and for education. When my father was sick and my mother would be at the hospital with him, I had to rely on school food, and I would make sure to get to school early and get breakfast, and then make sure during my last period class to ask for permission to leave early to get lunch before they closed the kitchen. I didn't want to be another burden on my mother. This opened my eyes to the importance of school food because it was accessible to me at the time that I needed it the most. My freshman year, our cafeteria was the standard normal, and it was the long white tables that were placed next to each other, and the experience with this cafeteria environment wasn't the most pleasant because it was usually crowded and unappealing. After the cafeteria redesign, we had booths where you could sit across from your friends, and it was a much more inviting and comforting environment. There were seats for just 2 people or big tables with individual seats. The entire cafeteria was more colorful and appealing to just sit there. With the remodeled cafeteria, the number of people eating school lunch increased dramatically at Midwood. This year, I have had several meetings with my school food manager, and because our booths and nice tables were not being used due to COVID restrictions, and now that we have our remodeled cafeteria back, she noticed that there were much more students eating school lunch once again. Midwood is a school with over 4,000 students. The updated cafeteria has had a big impact, and more students are getting the food they need. So just imagine the changes that all of you could create for all middle schools and high schools by supporting the redesigned cafeterias.
More and more children would feel better about eating school lunch, and it would overall improve mood, attention, and the quality of education across the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Smita Varghese.
Starting time.
Okay, not seeing her. Sorry, just bear with me one moment. Okay, not seeing her in there. We will turn to panel 61. Caitlin Wong, Liz Ackles, Shivani Shah, Caitlin Giger, and Amir Anser. We will start with Caitlin Wong.
Starting time.
Good evening, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Caitlin Wong. I'm a junior at Brooklyn Technical High School, the event coordinator for Active Community Teamwork Club, and I'm also involved with advocacy on voting rights, education equity, and more outside of school. I'm here in partnership with youth food advocates to support efforts to redesign school cafeterias and enhance the lunchtime experience for all high school and middle school students in New York City public schools. In 2017, with the start of universal free school lunch citywide, the participation at Brooklyn Tech was about 36%. When the enhanced cafeteria layout was implemented in March 2018, participation increased and averaged nearly 50% in the first year. These enhanced cafeterias bring a more welcoming environment for students and add a wide variety of foods that allow students to have hot and cold options for lunch every day. Personally, the cafeteria layout at Brooklyn Tech has allowed me and my small group of friends to sit in booths and have small and intimate conversations during the lunch period, while bigger groups are able to occupy the longer lunch tables. I have made long-lasting friendships in our cafeteria. During my freshman year, I knew no one in my lunch period. However, the cafeteria fostered a welcoming environment to socialize with other students, which led me to make new friends to sit with during lunch every day. Friendships made during my freshman year of high school are friendships I still keep today. All in all, I believe that having enhanced cafeterias for all high school and middle school schools in New York City will increase the school lunch participation in all school cafeterias by a significant percentage. Universal free school lunch was the first step to lunch equity. The redesigned cafeterias are the next big step to equity in New York City school food. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And a name that I always mispronounce, but I should know how to pronounce it. Liz Ackles is next.
Starting time.
Yes, you got it right. Ackles. Thank you.
Finally.
It's like apples, I say. Just thanks, Malcolm. Thanks, Chair Brannon and members of the committee and other members of the council that are here today. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. As you've heard from our student partners, I'm here to talk about the cafeteria enhancement and to thank Chair Brannon for being a champion on this issue, and thank the council members. We've spoken to many of them on your enthusiasm about scaling up the cafeteria enhancement model to all high schools and middle schools. As you know, we're asking for $250 million, which would cover the remaining 500 capital cafeterias, and we want that included in the adopted budget. The three key points are: it's highly effective. There's a 35% increase in participation. It's cost effective, only $500,000 per school, and it's quick. There's a lot of pre-planning, but students leave on a Friday. Once it's planned, students leave on a Friday and they come back Monday, and the cafeteria is completely transformed. I just wanted to point out, we as community food advocates spearhead the Lunch for Learning campaign and work with many partners and have for many years. You've heard from DC 37, UFT, and CSA. This is a priority issue for all of the school-based unions. And I also wanted to point in the testimony that I'm submitting is that the Chancellor's Parent Advisory Committee has a letter of support, as does the American Academy of Pediatrics local district. So thank you for your time in this long day. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Shivani Shah.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm Shivani Shah, and I'm a junior at Stuyvesant High School, and I'm a member of the Youth Food Advocates. So today I'm here to advocate and secure the $250 million funding toward cafeteria enhancement in all of New York City middle schools and high schools. Kids and teens eat with their eyes, so the appeal of the school food matters as much as the taste. The appeal of the cafeteria matters as much as the options. So kids need fuel, but what type of fuel can they get? My school is an open campus, and many students go out to eat at the local fast food chains such as McDonald's, Shake Shack, Subway, and Chipotle. These lunch decisions might look like the choices of the students, but really based on the circumstances and opportunities, the decisions are dictated by the traditional service line, limited menu options, and lack of seating. Most students go out for lunch not because of the better taste, but because of the lack of options within the daily menu. The cafeteria does not have enough seating, forcing many students to sit on the vents that outline the cafeteria or wait until a seat opens up. Students cannot take lunch outside of the cafeteria as eating in the hallways is prohibited. This leaves students who don't appreciate a crowded and overwhelming space with no place to go other than outside. Many complaints from my peers, such as I couldn't find a table or the food doesn't look appealing, would be resolved with cafeteria enhancement. Cafeteria enhancement is crucial for my school because it would add more daily hot and cold menu options to the menu that students want to see and make the food line more appealing. And it is even more crucial for schools with lower funding to ensure equity across all our schools. Increasing lunch participation rates in middle schools and high schools helps nurture our young minds. We are the same minds that will be battling crises such as climate change, cancer, poverty, etc. in the future. Through funding the cafeteria enhancement, you are supporting our academic success, empowering the youth, and investing in our future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next I will call Caitlin Guerre.
Starting time.
Okay, not seen in the Zoom. Our final panelist, Amir Al-Nasser.
Hi, my name is
Starting time.
sorry. My name is Amir Al Nasser, and I'm a junior at Stuyvesant High School and member of Brooklyn Arab Youth in Bay Ridge. I'm here in support of youth food advocates on behalf of all students in New York City. I'm asking for your support in securing $250 million in the budget for the cafeteria enhancement in New York City for all middle and high schools. From a young age, school lunch is always meant to be a time for eating healthy and good food, as well as socializing with others. However, as I've gotten older, I've noticed that school lunches are no longer enjoyed by my peers, and it has been very disappointing seeing so many students ditch school lunch to instead go for food outside. Our building has a fantastic cafeteria, but without appealing menu options and an overhaul of the service line, it does not get used to its fullest extent. From being outside during lunch hours, I witnessed so many students who shut off cafeteria food, and I did the exact same thing. At times, if I forget my wallet at home, I'd rather go home hungry. If there was a modernization of the cafeteria system in schools, I believe that the cafeteria would be a better place for us to get healthy food quickly. Instead of being forced to eat the option provided for us, allowing for more choices will help the cafeteria continue to be a place for friends to socialize. As a member of a lower privileged community, I also recognize that there are many people who cannot afford the privilege of eating outside. Due to this, allowing for more options in the place would allow for lower income students to enjoy lunch. A healthier student is a healthier member of the community. And if we allow so many students to go outside to eat lunch, we are opening them up to food that are significantly less nutritious than the possibilities in school. With your support for funding, school cafeterias across the city will become more modernized and the school food less stigmatized, as school food becomes more nutritious and more important to students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that concludes panel 61. I will now I'm going to announce panels 65 and on, so folks know where they are, 66 and on, so folks know where they are. Panel 66. Merble Regan, but I think I already called you. Christy Peel, Brenda Temple, Benjamin Holda. Panel 67, Thomas Gauguin, Malat Seyum, Anthu Nugent, Peggy Herrera, Kevin Cho. Panel 68, David Jenkins, Justin Yankee, Justin Wood, Kendra Clark, and Martha Larson. Panel 69, Marlo Bocher, Melissa Vergara, Robert Jareski, Charlotte Albrecht, Christopher Ashley. Panel 70, Natasha Santos, already called that name, Sammy Dessou, Shamir Tana, Arthur Sprogus. Now turn to panel 62, Anna Lilia Ariza.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ana Lilia Araiza. I am the Director of Youth Leadership at Community Food Advocates, and you've heard from a lot of our youth. I won't take up too much time since Liz has already spoken about the enhanced cafeterias as well, and you'll continue to hear from our young people. Some of them who had to hop off, you're going to get their written testimony, so I do encourage everyone in the council to read through their testimonies as well. The one thing that I want to add is that I don't only work with the young people you see here. I do visit schools around the city and talk to middle schoolers and high schoolers across the city. And what I realize is that as much as we know that there's young people, I mean that the Office of Food and Nutrition Services is doing a lot of hard work behind the kitchen counters, our young people are not seeing that happen. They don't realize all of the work that's going into the food and all of the modernization that's been happening in the Office of Food and Nutrition. And we do want them to be able to see that as well. The cafeteria should be a student-centered space, and the enhanced cafeteria is really a way of signaling to young people all of those changes that are happening in their kitchens are coming through for them in the cafeteria space. Thank you for your time. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And next I will turn to Ashley Yang.
She has
time.
Oh, she has, okay. I will next go to Alexander Rijo Martinez.
Starting time.
Okay, next I will turn to Ashley Liu.
Hello, honorable members of City Council. My name is Ashley Liu, and I'm a junior at Brooklyn Technical High School, as well as the president of Active Community Teamwork and Activism Club at Tech. Our school cafeteria was redesigned in 2018, a year before my start at Tech. I remember my first day seeing the cafeteria and being in shock of how much cleaner and organized it was compared to my middle school. I was surprised that there were hot and cold lunch options, and I was most of all shocked by the communal dining arrangement. At Tech, I regularly see students racing to the cafeteria to claim a booth or round table before putting down their bags and getting school lunch. For students at Tech, lunch is a time to refuel, recharge, and catch up with friends. This is largely because of our enhanced lunchroom. Our enhanced lunchroom helps create a sense of community and helps students see school lunch in a new light. School lunch is often stigmatized, but students at Tech have a much more positive association. In preparation for this hearing, we asked students at our school about their experiences with our enhanced lunchrooms, and one student said, quote, "I've been more willing to go to the cafeteria and actually eat. I'm happy with the variety of choices the cafeteria provides." Another student said, quote, social space, regardless of if you're alone or with friends. Our enhanced lunchroom has helped increase lunch participation, and this is reflected in the data. Lunch at Tech is an integral part of student life and academic success. Good food is vital when students are at Tech for 7 or more hours a day. Lunch is absolutely necessary to ensure that my peers and I can be our best selves. Students have the right to access resources needed to succeed, including destigmatized and enjoyable school lunch. Students at Tech have greatly benefited from and enjoyed our enhanced lunchrooms, and I stand here in partnership with Youth Food Advocates to support access to enhanced lunchrooms for all students in New York City. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, I will call on Alicia Verbes.
Starting time.
Okay, next on my list is Eliza Porcella.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm Eliza Porcella, a current 11th grader at the International Baccalaureate School for Global Education and a member of the Youth Food Advocates. I'm here to advocate for the $250 million in funding to be used for cafeteria enhancement in New York City public schools. School food is imperative to a successful school day for the average student, and the New York City public school system boasts 1.1 million students, many of which do rely on school food. Aside from just eating school lunch, cafeterias are also supposed to be a safe and comfortable environment where students can take a break from thinking about classroom assignments. Students deserve an environment where they're able to focus on eating their lunches and socializing. As someone who often relied on school food when my single mom didn't have time to pack me a lunch, I really always wanted to see improvements that allow for the next generation of students who need school food to be happy and not hungry. There's a lot of stigma surrounding eating school lunch, and the quality hasn't been preferable, making it so that many students go hungry during lunch. I personally never have enough time to eat in the morning and often find myself waiting for lunch. It's incredibly disappointing when I finally get to sit down and eat the school lunch lacks options and doesn't look appealing. I'm distracted for the rest of the day and have trouble focusing on my assignments. Increasing food participation isn't just for the physical health of students, it's for our mental health too. Students have to stress about their meal. Students won't have to stress about their meals, and they'll actually be able to focus on furthering their education. With this, I want to advocate for the needed funds to transform all middle and high school cafeterias to enhanced cafeterias. Enhanced cafeterias will give hungry students the ability to choose what they get to eat and allow them to eat enough to sustain them through the rest of the school day. This could improve focus, health, and happiness for so many students. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes panel 62. I will now turn to panel 63, which was Tracy Fu, Yuri Kabalerchik, Kim Noble Houston, Melanie Kruvelis, Jamila Elder. We will start with Tracy Fu.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Tracy Fu. I live in Queens and I am a member of DSA's New York City chapter. I am here to voice my opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' executive budget and to call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. 2 years into the pandemic, working class New Yorkers are in crisis. COVID cases are surging, landlords are astronomically raising rents, and families are struggling to stay in their homes. But the mayor continues to favor the wealthy and the powerful over everyday New Yorkers. His budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, and education, while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. Today, I urge the City Council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent, affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for NYCHA and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams' cuts to our public education system by investing $122 million into Cuny and funding DOE mental health counselors and social workers, rather than filling school police vacancies. I also urge the council to act on two deadly crises facing our city: climate catastrophe and the overdose epidemic. We need $3.1 billion for the streets plan, $1.8 billion for green public schools, and $250 million for fair fares, and $10 million to expand life-saving safe consumption sites to all 5 boroughs. And finally, the City Council must reject the mayor's regressive return to law and order. I urge the City Council to reject the proposal to add hundreds of new COs for solitary confinement, a practice the UN defines as torture. I also urge the council to demonstrate their commitment to racial justice by cutting the failed NYPD criminalization programs like the ineffective and violent plainclothes units, the so-called subway safety plan, and ending all NYPD response to mental health calls. Thank you, council members and committee chair Brannon, for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Tracy. Next, I'll call on Yuri Kabalerchik.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm Yuri. I'm a New York City resident, and I'm also a member of the DSA's New York City chapter. I also want to voice my opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' executive budget, and I want to call on the City Council to pass a budget that will meet the needs of all of us New Yorkers. 2 years, we're in crisis. COVID cases are still surging, landlords are still raising rents, and people are struggling to stay in their homes. But our city and our mayor are still favoring wealthy and powerful over everyday New Yorkers. His budget is making devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, and education, and he's leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. Today, I'm urging the council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion into NYCHA and $2.5 billion for the HPD. The council should also reject Adams' cuts to our public education system and invest $122 million into Cuny and fund the DOE mental health counselors and social workers, rather than filling school police vacancies. Also, I urge the council to act on two deadly crises facing our city: climate catastrophe and the overdose epidemic. We need $3.1 billion for the streets plan, $1.8 billion for green public schools, $250 million for fair fares, and $10 million to expand life-saving, safe consumption sites to all 5 boroughs. And finally, the council must reject the mayor's regressive return to law and order. I urge the council to reject the proposal to add hundreds of new COs for solitary confinement, which is a practice that the UN defines as torture. I also urge the council to demonstrate their commitment to racial justice by cutting failed NYPD criminalization programs like the ineffective and violent plainclothes units, the so-called subway safety plan, and also I want them to end all NYPD responses to mental health calls. Thank you, council members and committee chair Brennan, for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Kim Noble Houston.
Starting time.
Okay, next I have Melanie Kruvelis.
Starting time.
Next on my list, I have Jamila Elger.
Starting time.
Okay, that concludes panel 63. I'm going to turn to panel 64. Jennifer James, Julie Bowen, Kay Gabriel, Melissa Cagle, and Araceli Mena. I will start with Jennifer James.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is Jennifer James. I am a substitute teacher at New York City Schools, and I'm also a member of the DSA. I'm here to voice my opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' executive budget and call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. 2 years into the pandemic, working class New Yorkers are in crisis. COVID cases are surging. I see it every day in my classrooms. As a substitute teacher, I'm the one filling in when teachers are out. Families are struggling. I see it in the students. The students are struggling. But the mayor continues to favor the wealthy and powerful over everyday New Yorkers. His budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, education, and while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. Like others DSA members before me, I urge the City Council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the City Council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for NYCHA and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams' cuts to our public education system by investing $122 million into Cuny and funding the DOE mental health counselors and social workers rather than filling school police vacancies. I also urge the council to act on 2 deadly crises facing our city: climate catastrophe and the overdose epidemic. We need $3.1 billion for the streets plan and $1.8 billion for green public schools, $2,500 million for fair fares, and $10 million to expand life-saving safe consumption sites to all 3 boroughs.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Julie Bowen.
Starting time.
Okay, next I will turn to Kay Gabriel.
Starting time.
Hi, council members and committee chair Brandon. My name is Kay Gabriel. I am a Queens resident. I'm also a member of DSA and I'm an adjunct instructor at NYU. I'm also calling on the council to reject Mayor Adams's executive budget. You've heard a lot about austerity today, and it's not just a buzzword. Austerity in budgets means that people will die. People die because of bad budgets. They die because they don't have adequate housing. They die because they don't have access to overdose prevention clinics. That's what this means. That's what this is about. This is about New Yorkers' lives. It's about like failing to adequately prepare for the climate catastrophe means that people will die. So when we say, please reject this awful budget that slashes desperately needed programs, it's not abstract and it's not just moralistic. It's because people, it's because New Yorkers deserve a budget that meets our needs. So I just want to echo everything that my comrades and neighbors have said. I want to echo things that people have said all day, desperately asking for the city council to demonstrate principle and pass a budget that meets New Yorkers' needs. I want to especially ask the council to reject Mayor Adams's proposal to increase corrections officers to staff solitary confinement units, which solitary confinement, which the UN defines as torture. We need a budget that actually meets our needs. And I want to say thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Melissa Cagle.
Starting time.
Melissa Cagle. I'm a New York City resident. I'm also a member of DSA's New York City chapter, and I'm a 20+ year educator. I'm here to voice my opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' executive budget and to call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. This budget gives the most money to the people and entities that need it the least. 2 years into the pandemic, working class New Yorkers are in crisis, COVID-19 cases are surging, landlords are raising rents and families are struggling to stay in their homes, but the mayor continues to favor the wealthy and powerful over everyday New Yorkers. His budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, education, while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion total budget intact. I urge the council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for NYCHA and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams' cuts to our public education system. You should invest $122 million into Cuny and fund DOE mental health counselors and social workers rather than filling expensive school police vacancies. Finally, the council must reject the mayor's regressive return to law and order. I urge the council to reject the proposal to add hundreds of new COs for solitary confinement. This is a practice the UN defines as torture. We absolutely cannot set ourselves up to go back to such barbaric practices through a hiring practice like that. I also urge the council to demonstrate their commitment to racial justice by cutting failed NYPD criminalization programs like the ineffective and violent plainclothes units, the so-called subway safety plan, and ending NYPD response to mental health calls. Thank you, council members, Committee Chair Brannon, for hearing my testimony. Please reject this horrific budget.
Thank you. And next I will call Sally Mena.
Starting time.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Araceli Espejel Mena. Soy madre de 4 niños de 13, 10, 7 y 5 años. Soy madre y líder de padres en el Distrito 9, en el Bronx, y miembro del Comité de Padres en Acción de New Settlement, el grupo de trabajo de escuelas centradas en sanación, y soy una embajadora de sanación en la escuela de mis hijos. Yo pienso que el programa de embajador es muy importante, ya que en lo personal, me ha ayudado mucho. En mi familia ha sido más fácil identificar los estados de ánimos de mis hijos y de mi esposo. Tenemos mejor comunicación y nos es más fácil expresar nuestros sentimientos. Asimismo, en la escuela, los talleres que hemos tenido nos han servido para conocernos con los demás padres, que al igual que yo, también han expresado que les ha ayudado mucho en sus familias. Es más, padres que llevamos muchos años en la escuela que ni siquiera nos hablábamos, ya que hablamos de diferentes idiomas. Ahora ya nos saludamos con muy buenos días, adiós, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo te sientes? Pienso que es una forma también de hacer hermandad con diferentes razas. Ha sido una experiencia increíble ser parte del programa Embajador centrado en la sanación este año. Y le pido a la ciudad y al Departamento de Educación en la ciudad de Nueva York que continúen invirtiendo y expandiendo el programa Embajador para padres, desarrollen un programa Embajador juvenil y financien programas en escuelas que apoyen y no castiguen a los estudiantes, incluidos los programas de justicia restaurativa, invirtiendo en servicios de salud mental y contratando trabajadores sociales y consejeros escolares adicionales. Creamos escuelas centradas en la sanación y culturalmente sensibles para todos los niños de la ciudad de Nueva York. Muchas gracias.
Stephen, we didn't know she was going to need translation services. Could you ask her, we'll go ahead and unmute you. Hold on. Sorry. Could you ask her to start again, and if you can provide, and just let her know that that's what's happening, please?
Hola, ¿me puedes escuchar?
Sí.
Sí, sí puedes comenzar de nuevo porque no tuvimos suficiente notificación que iba a hablar al español para prepararnos para la traducción. Entonces, si empiezas de nuevo y me des una oración a la vez, así puedo traducir y después sigue hablando, por favor. Gracias.
Sí, perfecto. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Araceli Espejel Mena. Soy madre
Good
de
afternoon.
4 hijos.
Good afternoon. My name is Araceli Espejel Mena. I am a mother. Cambio.
Soy madre de 4 niños.
Of 4 kids.
Soy madre y líder de padres en el Distrito 9 del Bronx.
I am a leader and parent of leader for parents in the District 9 in the Bronx. Cambio.
Y miembros del Comité de Padres en Acción de New Settlement.
And parent leader for the Community of Action for New Settlement. Cambio.
El grupo de trabajo de escuelas centradas en la sanación y soy una embajadora de sanación en la escuela de mis hijos.
I am an ambassador for healing in the school of my kids, and I work in a group for healing. Cambio.
Yo pienso que el programa de embajador es muy importante, ya que a mí en lo personal me ha ayudado mucho.
I think the ambassador program is very important because for me personally, it has helped me a lot. Cambio.
En mi familia ha sido más fácil identificar los estados de ánimos de mis hijos y mi esposo.
In my family, it's helped us easier to identify the mood that my kids and my husband are going through. Cambio.
Tenemos mucha mejor comunicación y nos es más fácil expresar nuestros sentimientos.
We have better communication and can express our feelings a lot easier. Cambio.
Y nuestros estados de ánimo.
And the mood that we are feeling.
En la escuela, los talleres que hemos tenido nos han servido también para conocernos.
The workshops and the schools that we have gone to have also helped us to get to know ourselves. Cambio.
Ya que los demás padres, al igual que yo, han expresado que les ayuda mucho en sus familias.
Just like the other parents have expressed that it has helped them also with their own families. Cambio.
Es más, padres que llevamos de conocernos de simple vista muchos años en la escuela.
Furthermore, parents that have gotten to know each other just by sight, by seeing each other at the schools, cambio.
Que ni siquiera nos hablábamos. Ahora ya que hablamos diferentes idiomas.
That before did not speak to each other, considering that we spoke different languages, cambio.
Ahora ya nos saludamos con un muy buenos días, adiós, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo te sientes?
Now we greet each other and we help each other with telling us have a good day, how are you feeling, how has everything been, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, cambio.
Pienso que es una forma también de hacer hermandad con diferentes razas.
I think it's also a way for creating like a brotherly unity within other races and ethnicities.
Ha sido una experiencia increíble ser parte del programa Embajador centrado en la sanación.
It's been an incredible experience being part of this ambassador program concentrating in healing.
En este año, y le pido a la ciudad y al Departamento de Educación de la ciudad de Nueva York.
And I ask the city, as well as the DOE of the city of New York, cambio,
que continúen invirtiendo y expandiendo el programa de embajador para padres.
for this year to continue the investment and expanding it, this program, the ambassador program for parents.
Que desarrollen un programa embajador juvenil.
To develop an ambassador, a youth ambassador program.
Que financien programas en escuelas que apoyen y no castiguen.
Time expired.
To finance programs that support and don't punish the students within the schools. Cambio. Se ha acabado el tiempo.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Stephen. Appreciate it.
Muchas gracias.
That concludes panel 64. I'm now going to turn to, oh, there's one more person. I apologize. Rob Katz.
Starting time.
Hello, and thank you for having me. My name is Rob Katz. I'm a member of the New York City Democratic Socialists of America and a member of Ridgewood Tenants Union. I'm here to voice my opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' executive budget and to call on the City Council to pass a budget that invests in all New Yorkers. The budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services that working class New Yorkers use every day. That's housing, that's our healthcare, sanitation, our parks department, and education, while still stuffing $10 billion a year into the NYPD. And it's needless to say that the communities hit the hardest by COVID-19, largely communities of color, are the ones who need those defunded services the most. Today, I urge the council respectfully to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment and instead chart a brave path forward for the rest of the country. Instead of cutting funding for housing, investing $4 billion into permanent affordable housing. Instead of cutting our public education, investing into Cuny and into our public schools, funding DOE, mental health counselors, and social workers, not more school safety officers. We need $3 billion for safe streets. We need $2 billion for green public schools. We need $250,000 for fair fares. We need to expand safe consumption sites across the city, and we need to get 1% of the budget to our parks department at least. So I'm also demanding forcefully that the council rejects the mayor's return to law and order demagoguery, reject the proposal to add hundreds of new corrections officers for solitary, cut vice, cut the SRG, make transformative investments in all of New York City's well-being, and that is what will make our community safe. Thank you, council members and committee chair Brandon, for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, and I'm going to, before I turn to panel 66, I will announce panels, I've already announced 69, 70 through 75. Panel 70, Natasha Santos, Peggy Herrera, Sammy Disu, Shamir Tana, and Arthur Sprogus. Panel 71, Dash, Sammy Namir Oliveras, Zaid Habsh, Brian Keppel. Panel 72, Lucas Ajmian, Paul Lee, Prakesh Churaman. Panel 73, Eric Seligman, Glenn Bolofsky, Glennie Reynosos, and Kenan McClung, and Crystal Gooding. Panel 74, Madeline Jackson, Mimi Shelton, Willie the Genius, Diego Brown, Torrin Fennelly. And panel 75, Jessica Marshall, Shariah Hardy, Joy Clark, Amy Tsai, Dolores Canella. Starting with panel 66, we'll start with Merble Regan.
Starting time.
Sorry, that's a duplicate. Merble already testified on panel 22. Next, we are calling on Christy Peel.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Christy actually had to step away, so I'm going to be speaking in her place. My name is Kevin Wolf, and I'm the Senior Government Affairs Manager at the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. And we are one of the largest homeowner service organizations in New York City. We're here today because we have two very important issues that we wanted to address at this hearing. The first is that we want to restore existing affordable homeownership funding that has been cut out of the mayor's executive budget. And then the second is that we'd like to implore the council to continue its longtime support of my organization's homeowner service efforts. The COVID-19 crisis actually continues to destabilize thousands of New York City homeowners, and foreclosure is still a major threat. 2 years after the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, mortgage delinquency rates actually dwarf those that were seen at the height of the 2008 financial crisis. 80% of the homeowners that we serve are Black and Brown. And Black and Brown communities are among the hardest hit by the pandemic. And we actually see they're also most vulnerable to loss of income, which precipitates the loss of a home. So we must fight and preserve affordable homeownership at a time in the city where the racial wealth gap and income inequality have actually increased over the past decade. So we're asking the city council to call on the mayor to restore critical funding for foreclosure prevention, for climate resiliency, and for home repair. And in addition, we'd like for the city council to fully fund the center's budget request in order to make sure that homeowners can keep their homes and make their homes green, safe for them and their families and their tenants. We have three programs that we provide as our flagship that conduct outreach as well as home repair that the city council funds directly. Our homeowner hub, which serves 3,000 homeowners annually. Our homeowner help desk, which meets homeowners directly in their communities. And finally, our home fix home repair program that provides low interest to no interest loans to homeowners. So once again, we're asking you to fully fund affordable homeownership in New York City. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And next I will call Brenda Temple.
Starting time.
Next, I have Benjamin Holda.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allotting me this time to speak, council members. It has been a very long day for you, I'm sure, so I appreciate that. I'm here specifically to speak about diverting funding from the SRG unit of the NYPD. I'm speaking about this as somebody with substantial academic and personal experience working with human rights. The SRG, both through its intention and through its practice, exists to brutalize protesters in a way that completely dismantles their ability to share their political opinions, to associate in political society, and their ability to really just flourish and direct the course of this putative democracy. In a more grand sense, as I've sat through the testimonies of various other organizations, it is unconscionable that New York City continues to fund the SRG to the degree that it does. We've seen a sevenfold bloat in its budget since 2015, while so much demonstrable good could be done by diverting those millions of dollars into our schools, into our public transit, into economic initiatives, into nutritional initiatives. These are things that have demonstrable positive impacts on society. And as has been said, a budget is a profoundly moral document. So the decision at hand is one to divert those funds into a system that exists to cause pain and to subdue, or one that promotes flourishing for New York City as a community. And I hope you will make the choice to divert that funding and fight against Mayor Adams' budget. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Thomas Gogan.
Starting time.
Next on the list, I have Malat Seyum.
Starting time.
Good evening, Honorable Chairperson and distinguished members of the New York City Council Committee on Finance. My name is Melat Seyum, and I'm the Worker Co-op Policy Advocate for the New York City Network of Worker Cooperatives, also known as NCNOC, the local trade association representing worker cooperative businesses and democratic workplace in the New York City metropolitan area. I am here alongside my colleagues from the Democracy at Work Institute and the NCNOC Advocacy Council members, representing 9 other organizations that make up the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, asking New York City Council members to continue supporting the expansion of worker ownership in next year's budget and firmly into the future. Since the inception of the initiative, we have created over 175 new cooperative businesses and approximately 1,000 new jobs that are not only providing higher hourly wages, but also building wealth and assets for individuals who are overwhelmingly BIPOC women and immigrants. We have seen firsthand how the initiative has served to bolster our sector, strengthening existing cooperative businesses and creating new ones, which are overwhelmingly immigrant and women-owned. The initiative partners have collectively worked to create a comprehensive ecosystem of support for cooperative businesses that not only ensures the creation of new cooperatives in low-income areas, but also the technical assistance needed to sustain businesses and create jobs, as well as the education and outreach needed for communities, interested entrepreneurs, and allied organizations. We ask the City Council to enhance our funding to $5,012,000 in order for our initiative to double down on the essential long-term economic recovery for cooperative businesses that we will need to claw ourselves out of this crisis. We thank the City Council for the opportunity to testify, and we hope that you will consider our budget priorities and recommendations during this year's budget negotiation process. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I will call on Anthu Nugent, Democracy at Work Institute.
Starting time.
Next, I will call on Peggy Herrera.
Starting time.
Next on the list, we have Kevin Cho. Okay, that concludes panel 67. Next, I will call panel 68, David Jenkins, Justin Yankee, Justin Wood, Kendra Clark, Martha Larson. I'll first turn to David Jenkins.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is David Jenkins. I'm a lifelong New York resident living in Flatbush, a union member, and a member of NYCC DSA. I'm here to voice my opposition to Mayor Adams' executive budget and to call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. Right now, working class New Yorkers are in crisis, and the executive budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, and education, while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. Today, I urge the council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for NYCHA and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams' cuts to our public education system by investing $122 million into Cuny and funding DOE mental health and social workers rather than filling school police vacancies. I also urge the council to act on 2 deadly crises facing our city: climate catastrophe and the overdose epidemic. We need $3.1 billion for the streets plan, $1.8 billion for green public schools, $250 million for fair fares, and just $10 million to expand proven life-saving safe consumption sites to all 5 boroughs. Finally, the council must reject the mayor's regressive return to law and order. I urge the council to reject the proposal to add hundreds of new COs for solitary confinement, a practice, as we've repeated, the UN defines as torture. I also urge the council to demonstrate their commitment to racial justice by cutting failed NYPD criminalization programs like the ineffective and violent plainclothes units, the so-called subway safety plan, ending all NYPD response to mental health calls, and to disband the brutal strategic response group used primarily to suppress protest and abuse the unhoused, rather than its original mission of keeping us safe from terror. Thank you, council members and committee chair Brennan, for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Justin Yanqui.
Starting time.
Next we have Justin Wood.
Starting time.
Next I have Kendra Clark. Next I have Martha Larson.
Martha, I'm a New York City resident. I'm a member of DSA. I'm a city worker, and I'm a social worker in the public hospital system. So I'm also here to speak out against this austerity budget that keeps the astronomical NYPD budget while cutting vital city services. As a public hospital social worker, I keep having patients come in my office every day that are losing their housing or at risk of losing their housing. And it is a crisis and it's unacceptable. We can't just keep putting these people in shelters. It's just not acceptable. So we really need an investment in affordable housing and to adequately fund the public hospital system. The idea of cutting any funds from the public hospital system during a pandemic is unacceptable. I see cops everywhere I look in the city at this moment. They're on the subway everywhere. This is not what keeps us safe. We need investment in the things that actually keep us safe, like everybody having a safe home, having fully funded schools, hospitals, etc. So I want you to, just urge you to vote against this austerity budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next I will turn to Marlo Bocher.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Marlo Bocher. I am a New York City resident, attorney, member of DSA, and proud graduate of Cuny School of Law. I am also here to speak against Mayor Adams' austerity budget. It's simply unconscionable to be adding more COs to solitary confinement. I have worked with victims of torture as a part of Cuny School of Law's legal clinic, and I can tell you that there is a reason the UN declares that solitary confinement is torture. Moreover, just generally, at a time when so many New Yorkers are struggling to stay in their homes, to have proper access to health care, to simply maintain the NYPD's budget while sacrificing all of that is terrible. A budget is an important thing. This is people's lives that this city council holds in balance, and I urge the council to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And next I will call on Melissa Vergara.
Starting time.
Charlotte Albrecht.
Malcolm, can you repeat that? You were cut off.
Charlotte Albrecht. Final panelist I have on 69 is Christopher Ashley.
Starting time.
Okay, I will now turn to panel 70. Natasha Santos, Peggy Herrera, Sammy Disu, and Shamir Tana, and Arthur Sprogus. Natasha Santos.
Starting time.
Peggy Herrera. Sammy Disu. Shamir Tana. Arthur Sprogus. Okay, I am next going to call panel 71, Sash, Sammy Namir Oliveras, Zaid Hopsh, Brian Keppel. First start with Dash. Okay, next turning to Sammy Namir Oliveras. Next on the list is Zaid Hopsh.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm Zaid, and I'm a Brooklyn resident and a member of DSA's NYC chapter, as well as a Hunter College graduate and John Jay College staff member. I'm here to call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. 2 years into the pandemic, working class New Yorkers are in crisis. COVID cases are surging, landlords are raising rents, and families struggle to stay in their homes. This budget makes it clear that the wealthy and powerful are favored over everyday New Yorkers. This budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, and education, while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. Today, I urge the council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for NYCHA and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams's cuts to our public education system by investing $122 million into Cuny and funding DOE mental health counselors and social workers rather than filling school police vacancies. I also urge the council to act on two deadly crises facing our city: climate catastrophe and the overdose epidemic. We need $3.1 billion for the streets plan, $1.8 billion for green public schools, $250 million for fair fares, and $10 million to expand life-saving safe consumption
Time
sites.
expired.
If you want to wrap up your thoughts, Zaid. Okay, going to turn to Brian Keppel.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Brian Keppel. I'm an independent budget analyst and member of New York City DSA. My parents both grew up in the city. My father is from the Bronx, where he drove a cab and went to night school to earn a degree to teach special education. He doesn't vote anymore. He doesn't participate because he's convinced that our elected leaders simply don't care about people like him or my family or my mother who will never be able to retire. And so I'm here today to say that the actions that the council members take, it actually matters. It's more than just a political game about who gets to advance the next piece of legislation if they vote yes. Some of you are going to be casting your first ever votes on the city's budget. And a lot of you were elected because the people of this city are tired. All we get is less. You know, if we have deficits, we get cuts. If federal funding expires, we get cuts. Even when we have $6 billion in rainy day funds, we get cuts. And the police just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Combined, they have a larger headcount than sanitation, health, Cuny, parks, DHS, DYCD, Department for the Aging, social services, and HPD combined. It's become unmanageable. It's too much. So I'm urging the council members to remember that they have to go back up for re-election in a year. And you were voted to bring change, to change the direction of this city. That is what the city wants. So even if you don't care about the city, you should care about yourselves, because we'll remember the budget vote in a year. So $4 billion for affordable housing, overdose prevention, and a budget that prioritizes New Yorkers.
Time expired.
Because it's bad out here. It's bad. And we need help, and we need you to help us. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the council members who made it through all these many hours.
Thank you, and that concludes panel 71. I will now call panel 72, Lucas, Ajmian, Paul Lee, Prakesh, Churaman. I'll start with Lucas Ajmian.
Starting time.
I'll next turn to Paul Lee. Next, I will turn to Prakesh Churaman. Okay, before I turn to panel 73, I will announce panels 76 through 80. Panel 76, Jazzy Rivera, Judith Bautista, Naomi Williams, Nikki Mia Brownfield, Siromani Babulal, and Donna Bonilla. Panel 77, Alma Rocha, Ava Thompson, Deborah Humes Jordan, Denise Frederick, Harriet Mubuji. Panel 78, Jackie Ori, Ludi Delva, Marissa Centeno, Sunita Hamal, Daniela Contreras. Panel 79, Visnaja Vujika, Robert Jareski, sorry everyone, the screen froze. Carol Verdi, Dave Talavin. Panel 80, Gloria Manzano, Joy Clark, Rosa Rodriguez, and Jeremiah Schlotman. First turn to panel 73, Eric Seligman, Glenn Volofsky, Glennie Reynosos, Keenan McClung, Crystal Gooding. We'll first turn to Eric Seligman.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is Eric Seligman. I'm an economics professor at Cuny's John Jay College of Criminal Justice and a New York City resident and a member of DSA's NYC chapter. I'm here to voice my opposition to Mayor Eric Adams' executive budget and to call on the City Council to pass a budget that meets the needs of all New Yorkers. 2 years into the pandemic, working class New Yorkers are in crisis. COVID-19 cases are surging, landlords are raising rents, and families struggle to stay in their homes. But the mayor continues to favor the wealthy and powerful over everyday New Yorkers. His budget makes devastating cuts to vital city services like housing, healthcare, sanitation, and education, while leaving the NYPD's $10 billion budget intact. Today, I urge the council to fight against the mayor's program of austerity and punishment. Instead of cutting funding for housing, the council must invest $4 billion into permanent affordable housing, including $1.5 billion for NYCHA and $2.5 billion for HPD. The council must also reject Adams' cuts to our public education system by investing $122 million into Cuny and funding DOE mental health counselors and social workers rather than filling school police vacancies. I also urge the council to act on 2 deadly crises facing our city: climate catastrophe and the overdose epidemic. We need $3.1 billion for the streets plan, $1.8 billion for green public schools, $250 million for fair fares, and $10 million to expand life-saving safe consumption sites to all 5 boroughs. Finally, the council must reject the mayor's regressive turn to law and order. I urge the council to reject the proposal to add hundreds of new COs for solitary confinement, a practice the UN defines as torture. I also urge the council to demonstrate their commitment to racial justice by cutting failed NYPD criminalization programs, like the ineffective and violent plainclothes units, the so-called subway safety plan, and ending all NYPD response to mental health calls. Thank you, council members and committee chair Brannon, for hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to Glenn Bolosky.
Starting time.
Okay, next I will turn to Glenny Reynosos.
Starting time.
Next, I will call Keenan McClung. Next, Crystal Gooding. Okay, I'm now going to turn to panel 74, Madeline Jackson, Mimi Shelton, Lily the Genius, Diego Brown, Torrin Fenley. I will first call on Madeline Jackson.
Starting time.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
evening. I and my 2 siblings are college-educated, second-generation public housing residents. We support the full funding of Section 9. While I support the funding of Section 9, I feel I need to speak to the why and the how 2 generations are still living in public housing, which was supposed to be temporary. We can't talk about this unless we talk about systemic racist practices that has kept Black and Brown communities within the public housing system. According to our own government's research shows that African Americans have historically been denied financial resources, competitive jobs, and have been locked out of neighborhoods that would help sustain us. Section 9 is the answer to the pushback to all forms of economic hostility of the Black and Brown communities. One way to fund NYCHA is to access the funding scheme devised by Battery Park City. There is money from their tax revenue since 1998. Where is that money? Instead of using the Preservation Trust, which depends on building luxury development, which will further push surrounding community prices up, I advise that you look into the history of Battery Park City, which started out with the same vision as a Preservation Trust. Battery Park City is now one of the most expensive places to live. Market rate apartments on the Lower East Side, where I live, is $3,725, which you would have to make $150,000 to live, way over the means of most city workers. My fear is when the funding is shifted from the federal government to the state, NYCHA will be at the mercy of changing policies and schemes from whatever political party or political politician is elected. Federal government would be and is the safeguard. I support the Citywide Council of Presidents for the proposal for the full funding of NYCHA through Section 9 and stop privatization to the Preservation Trust. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Madeline. And next we will turn to Mimi Shelton.
Starting time.
Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Good evening, council members. My name is Mimi Shelton, and I'm a Black transgender woman and a New York resident living in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and working in the South Bronx. I moved to the city in August of 2017, and I was born and raised in Virginia. I, like many before me, disagree with Mayor Adams's current city budget and ask that you all consider reallocating funds toward housing initiatives like Audre Lorde Project's Trans Justice Initiative, one that was mentioned earlier by a colleague of mine, a partner of mine, Rumi Kong, and away from unreasonable NYPD and school police expenditures. As a transplant to the city, I've witnessed an already overly expensive, exclusionary, and problematic housing system become even more so in the aftermath of mandated quarantine and an evolving global pandemic. In my occupation as Director of Transgender Initiatives and Services at Destination Tomorrow, the LGBTQ+ Center of the Bronx, I am exhausted daily by the economic, educational, social, and medical disadvantages our clients wrestle with in a city and state that begrudgingly and often performatively provides inadequate housing, protection, and institutional support to its LGBTQ+ populations. We are living in a context of global suffering and an epidemic of violence against trans and gender expansive BIPOC communities. Watching individuals, many of whom identify as BIPOC LGBTQ+, navigating substance use on the streets, sleeping on trains with poor hygiene due to the lack of systemic care and adequate housing they're offered, begging for change and food on subways, and also my own clients trying to utilize our services for a better opportunity while also having to suffer in their personal lives is a devastating that I will never unsee and not remember. I call on you, committee members, to offer housing equity for all New York City citizens, especially those that are BIPOC LGBTQ+ members, to offer housing equity for all New York City, because in doing so and supporting initiatives like Trans Justice with the Audre Lorde Project, the foundation of any flourishing life can then actually begin with a reliable home and a space to call that home. Thank you and have a great one.
Thank you. And I also just want to say for the record, we were been joined by Councilmember Caban. Next on the list is Willie the Genius.
Starting time.
Good evening to all of you, my distinguished members of City Council. My name is Willie Dean and I'm an entertainer, a producer, and community resource advocate, professionally known as Willie the Genius. I'm also a graduate of the Trans Justice Community School hosted by the Audre Lorde Project. I think we can all agree that adequate access to affordable housing is one of those essential and alienable rights afforded to each of us by the US Constitution. For 7 years, I suffered from an addiction to crystal methamphetamine that threatened to take my life as well as my housing security. Crystal meth is currently a rising epidemic among Black, queer, and trans community. In 2016, the US Center for Disease Control reported that in their lifetime, 1 out of every 2 Black gay men will become HIV positive. Thanks to programs like HASA, which provides low to no cost housing for people living with the HIV virus here in the city of New York, I was able to remain housed while in the addiction and climb from under the unbearable weight of oppression and marginalization long enough to achieve being 2 years and 11 months sober. Openly HIV positive playwright Danye R. Love wrote his 2019 stage play 1 and 2 to raise awareness while living with me in our Bed-Stuy apartment located within the 36th district. I am crystal clear that my former drug addiction was directly linked to my contracting the HIV virus. I am asking that you, Chi Osei, as well as everyone else voting on this committee, to vote to allocate funds to affordable housing for more LGBTQ2IA folks so that others who may be suffering in any capacity can have their lives saved as well. This is not hyperbole. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. And next, I will turn to Diego Brown.
Starting time.
Hello, I'm Diego Brown. I live in Woodside, Queens, and I am a real estate agent in Midtown Manhattan. I am a member of the Audre Lorde Project, helping to serve the BIPOC and LGBTQ community. Like many members here have spoken about, I understand the constant battles our community has to face with the housing crisis. Homelessness is a high factor for the LGBTQ community, and a lot of that is rooted in the fact that society doesn't always accept everyone that's in the LGBT community, as well as our families. The result of the high levels of homelessness in our community has resulted in increased levels of depression and anxiety. And these factors can lead to things such as increased drug use, unsafe sexual practices, and higher rates of suicide for our communities. Mayor Adams has said that it is important for him to crack down on the high crime levels in the city, but in order for him to do that, it is important that we increase services for homelessness as well as for the mental health crisis that our nation is facing. It is important for us to have equitable housing to do this, because giving vulnerable members of our community a place to be rooted in and a home to feel safe allows them to better improve themselves and to better connect and serve their communities. So housing equity isn't just important for the LGBTQ community, but it's important for a healthy society.
Time expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, our final panelist on panel 74, Torin Bentley.
Starting time.
Okay, next I'm going to turn to panel 75, Jessica Marshall, Chariah Hardy, Joy Clark, and Amy Tsai. We'll first turn to Jessica Marshall.
Starting time.
Okay, next I have Chariah Hardy.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarai Hardy. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Madam C. Hardy. I am the recording secretary for the CEC, the Community Education Council of District 23, acting vice president of President's Council, and PTA president of PSIS 155. In these roles, I was introduced to a group catering to healing schools and families. This initiative has brought to us from the DOE, Family and Community Wellness Collective Department, and with the support of the Healing Center Schools Working Group, I became a family healing ambassador in District 4, East Harlem. I was able to take these trainings to District 23 in Brooklyn, where I now reside and my children attend school. Being an advocate has allowed me to inform families who have experienced trauma and teach them how to cope and deal with these issues. This program DOE created shed light on mental health, social, emotional learning, and how it has been impacted by COVID-19. Due to this forum, parents were able to be vulnerable and honest to get the best needs and services for their families. I am honored to be part of a program that caters to helping and rebuilding the confidence and safety of our scholars. In this role, I have also been able to help my own family. During the passing of my grandmother, my family and I were able to honestly speak on losing someone and how to deal. I was happy to teach my children their feelings and emotions were valid and real using the mirror method I learned in my training. Being a reflection for your children helps them just as much as it helps the parent. I am so blessed to continue this work. I am asking for the City Council to please support the initiative in the budget to keep it going and growing for all our school community members citywide. Thank you for allowing me to testify. With love, Madam C. Hardy.
Thank you. And next I'll turn to Joy Clark.
Starting time.
Good evening to the committee members left. My name is Joy Clark. I'm a tenant and member of the TIL Interim Lease Coalition. I'm here to request your assistance in helping the tenants of the TIL program realize their home ownership dreams by funding the TIL program. The TIL program was established in 1978 as an agreement between the City of New York and the tenants residing in city-owned buildings. Under the TIL program, tenants did the work of managing and maintaining these properties in exchange for the City of New York fully funding the conversion of these buildings into cooperatives, with the tenants purchasing the apartments for a low cost. Tenants enter into this program with the understanding that in exchange for their work in managing and maintaining the property, the City of New York would fully fund the cost of rehabilitations. For decades, we have upheld our end of the bargain by maintaining our buildings with little to no help from HPD. We maintain these buildings and contributed to our neighborhoods when no one else would live here, long before these neighborhoods were gentrified. Despite the decades of work put into maintaining these buildings by the tenants, the City of New York and HPD has now decided to renege on this agreement and forcibly replace the TIL program with their Affordable Neighborhood Cooperative Program, ANCP. ANCP is anything but affordable, saddling low-income Black, Brown, and senior residents with insurmountable debt via mortgage and no clear path to home ownership. ANCP was not created for the benefits of tenants, your constituents, but with the interests of third-party developers who track on exorbitant, unnecessary fees, in addition to providing shoddy construction and rehabilitation. As you're aware, home ownership is a path to generational wealth, which is what the intention of the TIL program. Without your help, HPD will not honor the agreement, as they are waiting for us to die off so these buildings can be a money grab for developers. We ask that the abuse of ANC program be defunded and monies be transferred into the TIL program, creating affordable home ownership, something severely lacking in New York City.
Thank you, Joy. Just want to acknowledge, I know you've been here almost all day waiting to testify, so thank you so much. We appreciate your patience and thank you.
Thank you for staying. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Chair. Next, I will turn to Amy Tsai, followed by Doris Canella. But we'll first turn to Amy.
Starting time.
I'm still alive.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Evening, Chair and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Amy Tsai, and I'm a parent leader of the New Settlement Parent Action Committee. At today's hearing, I would like to touch on 2 points, very important campaigns on education: CRSE, Cultural Responsive Sustaining Education, and Healing-Centered Schools. The engagement and involvement with students, parents, educators, community experts in the New York City Department of Education are necessary in reimagining a better, healthier, and stronger public school system in each and every neighborhood of New York City. The work around CRSE and Healing-Centered Schools began several years before COVID. The systemic issues of racism, gender biases, the inequities of language access, lack of diversity in school faculties, non-existent cultural stories in books and diverse authors, and so much more. The unprecedented pandemic of COVID-19 simply highlights and earmarks these symptoms in reality. As COVID-19 affected everyone across the city and nation, we parent leaders recognize there is more we can do to contribute to our communities that are grieving from the loss of a loved one and financial stability and self-health and emotions. Leaders and advocates collectively came together to demonstrate a cultural response towards a diverse curriculum for students that can relate to their identity, nationality, ability, and more, bringing students to light on being interested to come to school and learn. The DOE has committed $500 million between this school year and the next 2 school years to co-create a CRSE, cultural responsive sustaining education, and an implementation of the plan. The DOE refers to the Mosaic curriculum. Presently, no movement is happening with the Mosaic. Now the Healing Center Schools Working Group has crafted a portfolio of the DOE, Department of Culture, Climate, and Wellness. We, the Coalition and Healing Ambassadors, are asking for funding and the implementation of the program to support social, emotional, and mental health well-being. The Healing Center Schools Force members will also include Public Advocate Williams and City Councilman Riley in this recommendation. I ask that the city elected officials to support and oversee investments of CRSE in the Healing Center Schools program actually happen upcoming school year. This is what our children need and deserve. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Have a good night.
Thank you. And next, our final panel is for panel 75, Doris Canella. Canella?
Starting time.
Okay, next I will turn to panel 76, Jazzy Rivera, Judith Bautista, Naomi Williams, Kimia Brownfield, Saromani Babulal, and Vandana Bonilla. I'll first start with Jazzy Rivera.
Starting time.
Good evening. My name is Jazzy Rivera, and I am the Family Healing Ambassador of PS 123 and the District Healing Ambassador of District 32. I am the President of President's Council of District 32, the Treasurer of Brooklyn High School's President's Council, and the CPAC Recording Secretary. I serve as PTA President in PS 123, IS 383, and Nelson Mandela School for Social Justice. My councilwomen are Jennifer Gutierrez and Sandy Nurse. I would like to thank the DOE for their support in launching the Healing Ambassador Program. Working collectively with all healing ambassadors in the 19 schools in my district, as well as in my school community, it was and is a great pleasure to work with the school administration to be able to provide the parents with different workshops, support groups to assist them with their mental health, and having a space to be able to talk and gain ideas from others on activities and events we may participate in to find our own well-being. During the pandemic, I have learned from my community that most just need guidance, assistance, and a safe place to get to where they feel supported and assisted. Personally, I'm a single mom of 4 boys who during the pandemic received knee and neck surgery due to an accident that took place right before lockdown. And before the launch of this program, I took it as an opportunity to move forward and assist my families and my community with resources to maintain and provide them the mental health and wellness, and so that they know that they were not alone. Extending this program with parent ambassadors and youth ambassadors will allow us as a community to be with each other and support, and with the support of everyone, including staff, students, parents, we would know that moving forward, we often face issues that are similar as others, and we can share strategies to help us as we may help others with things that they may also feel like they are alone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Judith Bautista.
Starting time.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Judith Bautista
Pardon
Hidalgo.
un momento, por favor. Stephen, I unmuted you.
Si me permite, por favor, en oraciones para yo traducir. Empiece de nuevo y deme unas pausas entre oraciones. Gracias.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Judith Bautista Hidalgo. Soy miembro y líder de la Alianza Nacional de Trabajadoras del Hogar.
My name is Judith Bautista. I'm a leader for the Alliance of Workers. Adelante.
Y también una gran líder de We Rise. Nos levantamos en español.
And a great leader for Will Rise. We will rise in Spanish. Adelante.
4 años de lucha para que se corrigiera el gran error cometido en el pasado.
4 years of struggling to correct the great error that happened in the past. Cambio.
donde se excluyeron a las trabajadoras del hogar de los derechos humanos.
where they excluded the home workers of their human rights. Cambio.
A propósito.
On purpose. Cambio.
Y por fin se aprobó la Intro 339.
And finally, they approved Intro 339.
Pero este solo es el comienzo del camino.
But this is only the beginning of the travel, of the path. Cambio.
Como le digo a mi hijo, una sombrilla sirve solo si la abres cuando llueve.
Like I told my son, an umbrella only works if you open it when it's raining. Cambio.
Lo mismo pasa con esta ley. Sirve solo si se abre al público.
The same thing with this law. It works only if it's open to the public. Cambio.
Y se da a conocer a las trabajadoras del hogar y a los empleadores.
And the home workers are recognized for the work that they do. Cambio.
20 años como niñera profesional y nunca supe que tenía derechos.
20 years as a professional babysitter and I never knew that I had rights. Cambio.
Las trabajadoras del hogar somos esenciales.
Home workers are essential. Cambio.
Somos las que movemos la economía de este país.
We are the ones that move the economy for this country. Cambio.
Haciendo que los demás trabajos sean posibles.
Making it possible that other work is possible. Cambio.
Mientras cada uno de ustedes sale a trabajar.
While each of you go out to work. Cambio.
Una niñera cuidadora de adultos mayores cuida lo más preciado de sus hogares.
A nanny or someone, a home health care worker that takes care of the adults allows you to be able to do the work that you do without any concern. Cambio.
Que son sus seres queridos.
Which are your loved ones. Cambio.
Yo misma sufrí un despido cuando elegí el derecho de ser madre.
I also suffered something the time when I chose to become a mother. Cambio.
Y por eso estoy acá, para que esto que me pasó a mí no le pase a nadie más si se da a conocer esta ley.
And that's why I'm here, so that it doesn't happen to someone else. What happened to me if this law is approved.
Gracias por dejarme dar mi testimonio este día.
Thank you for allowing me to give testimony today. Cambio.
Y les pido a todos los city councils que están ahí.
And I ask all of you at the city council who are present. Cambio.
Que por favor den el budget.
To please approve the budget.
Para que las trabajadoras del hogar conozcan sus derechos. Y no solo las trabajadoras del hogar, los empleadores mismos no conocen y no saben que hay una ley que nos protege y los protege a ellos.
And so that the home workers are aware, and as well as the employees that are aware of their rights, and there are laws that protect us. Cambio.
Muchas gracias a todos y que pasen buena noche.
Thank you very much to everyone and have a good night. Gracias.
Thank you, Judith. Stephen, don't go anywhere. I have to call a few more names, but they're not on the Zoom, but I have to call them anyway. And then we're going to go to Alma Rocha.
No problem.
Naomi Williams is next on our list.
Starting time.
Nikki Mia Brownfield. Sarah Main Babulal. And Vandana Bonilla. Okay, I'm going to move on to panel 77. Panel 77 has Alma Roca, Ava Thompson, Deborah Humes Jordan, Denise Frederick, Harriet Muwuji. But we're first going to turn to Alma. So Steve, if you could let her know that we'll go ahead and unmute her and she can begin her testimony, please. I think we remuted you, sorry. Okay.
Hola, ¿me escucha Alma? ¿Estás presente, Alma, para dar su testimonio?
Yes, I'm ready, but I would like to speak in English. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. You can give us just give us one moment, please.
Hello, good evening.
Hold on one moment. Everybody just bear with us one moment. Okay, can we go ahead and re-unmute Alma, please? Okay, go ahead, Alma.
Okay.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Alma Rocha. I am a proud member of the National Alliance Domestic Workers, and I have been a nanny since 15 years ago. Last year, domestic workers like me, we fought to be included in the New York City human rights law. And many domestic workers in New York City still don't know about their basic rights. We have achieved this right, but we want to make sure that other workers and especially employers know about the rights of domestic workers. We want all the domestic workers to be treated with dignity and respect. We cannot do it in the city with 3,000 domestic workers if we don't have this funding and ongoing support. Today, we need a massive and activity joint campaign with the media and in various languages, and together with the organization hand in hand. Thank you very much, and I hope so you give it your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. I'm next on panel 77, Ava Thompson.
Starting time.
Good evening. My name is Ava Thompson. I'm a proud member of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, NDWA, and a nanny for over 24 years. I am also a leader worker with NDWA. As a caregiver, we fought so hard to ensure domestic workers have human rights. So last year, domestic workers like myself fought to be included in New York City's human rights law. I have seen what happens when workers go to work not understanding their rights. I talk to workers all the time who are too scared to speak up because they don't know where to go or who to talk to. Many don't know that the city has offices and agencies ready to help them. Worse, when they get there, they feel powerless to tell their story. We want these victories, but we want to be certain that other workers and employers know about domestic worker rights. I want all domestic workers to be treated with dignity and respect. In my borough, there are over 50,000 domestic workers. Many of them are care workers like myself. The Bronx is very big, and our organization needs funding and support to reach out to all of them. Having access to support, having access to resources will enable us to become even more productive to the families we take care of. So we are asking the National Domestic Workers Alliance and the New York City Coalition for Domestic Workers Partners are asking for $300,000 to engage in education, outreach, and referrals for domestic workers and employers. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Deborah Humes Jordan.
Starting time.
Hi, everyone. A pleasant good afternoon. My name is Deborah Humes Jordan. I am a proud member, leader of National Domestic Workers Alliance and of We Dream in Black, the Black Domestic Workers Organizing Program of NDWA. I have been a home caregiver for 15 years. Last year, domestic workers like myself fought to be included in the human rights law. And so many domestic workers in New York City still don't know about their basic rights. We want this right, but we want to make sure that other workers and especially employers know about domestic worker rights. In 2021, I was doing organizing work to teach domestic workers about their rights and helping them come forward with their cases of wage theft. I was learning that there were so many domestic workers that still didn't know about their rights and needed someone who had experienced what they had experienced in order to trust the next step in exercising their rights. I would take the time to have long conversations to build that trust. I would have to help explain the process of sharing their story with government agency. I would also be there to advocate when they did not know how to advocate for themselves. With the City Council funding National Domestic Workers Empowerment Initiative, there could be more domestic work leaders like myself, reaching out to domestic workers, teaching them about their rights and resources. Please, please pass the Domestic Workers and Employment Initiative. We can do much more for all the workers who take care of New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Denise Frederick.
Hello, my name is Denise. Hello, good evening. My name is Denise Frederick, and I'm a proud dues-paying member of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, and I'm also a professional nanny currently working in Brooklyn. Last year, domestic workers like myself fought to be included in the New York City human rights law, and so many domestic workers in New York City still don't know about their basic rights. We want this right, but we want to make sure that other workers, especially employers, know about domestic worker rights. During the middle of the pandemic, when so many domestic workers lost their jobs all at once, I was part of a group of worker leaders who reached out to several thousand of domestic workers to let them know about possible resources and financial aid available to them. So many needed the information and were so grateful to have the connection. We weren't able to reach out to everybody, and eventually our reach as a group of worker leaders was limited. With the city's ongoing support, we can make sure there is funding to education and outreach. I was having conversations with hundreds of workers who just wanted to know what their rights were, who needed someone to talk to and needed support during such a critical time. The crisis is not over. We are going back to work, but that doesn't always mean back to good work conditions or fair pay. The Domestic Worker and Employer Empowerment Initiative can be a step in the right direction for connecting workers with support and resources. Please fund the Domestic Worker Initiative for $300,000 so we can see even more domestic worker leadership grow. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. And our final panelist on panel 77 is Harriet Mubuji.
The time will begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for this space. My name is Harriet Mukwiji, and I'm a proud member leader of the National Domestic Workers Alliance and the We Dreaming Black organization. I have been a nanny for 12 years. Last year, domestic workers like myself fought to be included in the New York human rights law. And so many domestic workers in New York still don't know their basic rights. We want this right, but we want to make sure that other workers and especially employers know about domestic worker rights. We want all domestic workers to be treated with dignity and respect. We can't do that in a city with 200,000 domestic workers if we don't have the funding and ongoing support. Last year, I was part of the New York Coalition Domestic Workers, and I was given the opportunity to educate council members about care work and domestic workers, about care work and domestic worker rights. This year, I would like to ensure that we are educating everyone about care work and domestic workers' rights. The pandemic has shown us how we as care workers are important to many families
as some families decided to have their nannies live with them and not have them go to their respectful homes. I would like the City Council to approve the Domestic Worker and Employer Empowerment Initiative. I live in Queens, and there are over 50,000 domestic workers. Queens is very big, so we would like funding to reach out to all of them. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. And now I will just read out the following panel, the following remaining panels before we turn to those who were not on when we called their name to use the raise hand function in Zoom. So panel 78, and I apologize if I'm messing up names. Jackie Ori, Ludi Delva, Marissa Centeno, Sunita Hamal, Daniela Contreras. Panel 79, Visnaja Vujika, Robert Jareski, Carol Birdie, Dave Talaman. Panel 80, Gloria Manzano, Joy Clark, I already called on you and you spoke. Rosa Rodriguez, Jeremiah Schlotman. Panel 81, Navdita Kumar, Angie Perez, Richard Perez, Namrata Pradhan, Rosa Pena. Panel 82, Kieran Clark, Gail Haywood, Deborah Humes Jones, I already called on you. Judith Batista, I already called on you. Fred Riccardi, Marquis Jenkins, Lonnie Fortis, and Diverse Wooten. We'll first call on Jackie Ori. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Correct. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Jackie Ori, and I am the We Dream in Black New York organizer for the National Domestic Workers Alliance, NDWA. We Dream in Black is NDWA's organizing program for Black identifying domestic workers. I am also a former domestic worker of over 20 years experience. I am here to testify in support of the Domestic Workers and Employers Empowerment Initiative in this year's Schedule C budget proposal. NDWA is the nation's leading voice for domestic workers in building power, dignity, and raising standards for the nannies, house cleaners, and care workers across the country. In New York alone, we have over 200,000 domestic workers who provide essential care to an estimated 1 million employers. It is so important to invest in domestic workers, invest in our care economy, and to provide the resources for employers of domestic workers to be up to date with the latest standards and laws for domestic employment. We are urging the New York City Council to support the passage of the Domestic Worker and Employer Empowerment Initiative introduced in the 2023 New York City discretionary budget. Our coalition is only asking for $300,000. It would provide much needed funding to support outreach, education, and direct services to thousands of domestic workers and employers in our city. Last year, we won historic changes in the domestic worker rights with the passage of Intro 339 Human Rights Inclusion of Domestic Workers and legislation to update the city's paid safe and sick leave to more fully bring domestic workers up to the city standards. All of this would be for nothing if we don't also ensure the resources to implement, educate, and reach out to the thousands of workers and employers, getting them connected to city agencies and understanding the new standards of domestic work. We urge New York City Council to pass this initiative and to place value in the workers that care for all of us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And next I'll call on Ludi Delva.
The time will begin.
Next, I will call on Marissa Centeno.
Good evening. Good evening, Committee Chair Brannon and members of the Finance Committee. Well, we just sort of decided to bring the energy back to the Finance Committee because we're really passionate about ensuring that domestic workers' voices are seen and heard. My name is Marissa Centeno, and I'm representing the National Domestic Workers Alliance as our New York director and representing the New York chapter's domestic worker base. NDWA works for the respect, recognition, and rights for nannies, house cleaners, and home care workers who do the essential work caring for our loved ones in our home, in our homes. NDWA and the NYC Coalition for Domestic Work are present here today to ask for $300,000 to create what would be New York City's first ever domestic worker and employer empowerment initiative in this year's discretionary fund. And we already heard some stories about how these funds would be used and why. And what I wanted to really express is that, why do we want to make sure that domestic workers and employers across the city are educated about rights and about the much needed services? Well, there are over 200,000 domestic workers who live and work in New York City, and their families total about 680,000 people. That's about 8% of the city's overall population. Domestic workers do the work that makes all the other work possible. They care for our children, the aging, and the disabled. Over 1 million households across the city depend on domestic workers, and 1 in 8 women of color in New York City is a domestic worker. 1 in 6 immigrant women of color is a domestic worker. And so I will provide a more nuanced analysis of who are domestic workers across the city, but I want to say that there isn't a household that isn't that doesn't need care work. And when we're thinking about initiatives and funding that is going to address gender pay gap and pay disparities, we need to think about how are we framing the resources for women of color. And in one solution that we have is to really support and invest in our care future and in domestic workers. So by passing this initiative, we can more fully bridge the gap with the wage disparity, the gendered wage disparity, because for every domestic worker that is educated and empowered, just like you've heard from our members here tonight, we have workers that can more effectively raise standards in the domestic workplace. And a city that upholds the rights and standards of domestic workers is also investing in its care, the future of care work, and the future of all of us. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. And the next panelist I will call on, Sunita Hamal.
Time will begin.
Okay, next I will call on Daniela Contreras.
I already testified earlier.
Okay, I thought so. Thank you. The names were starting to blur, but I thought so. Okay, next, Vishna Vujika. Next is Robert Jareski. Okay. Next, Carol Verdi. Okay. Next, I will call on Dave Talavin.
Yeah. Guys,
yes.
What?
You're unmuted. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Mainly calling, whatever for the SRG. They need to be disbanded, defunded, whatever. I'm working right now, so I'm a little distracted, but I was gonna say, look on page 22 of the leaked intercept manuals that came out like last April. There's like planned arrest. This is not about public safety. They do talk about budgets on page 21. Like they seem to have a lot of overtime, if you ask me. But I've been a protest marshal at tons of protests, and I'm talking about safety. Nothing in that manual indicates anything about safety for crowd control, protecting people who are, you know, may have mobility problems. The other thing is that, like, the way they ride their bikes is it's designed to terrorize people. As for you know, like I've seen horrific stuff. At that same thing that Victoire was mentioning, I saw a guy fall on the back of his head. It could have been like that guy in Buffalo cracked his skull open. I mean, it's ridiculous, and there's no need for it. I've seen them pull protest journalists onto the sidewalk, and you know, then to arrest them. I've seen them club and beat people. So it's whatever. But I'm going to spend money, spend it on Right to Counsel, Local Law 53, and yeah, that's it for now. I'm sorry, I'm on a deadline, but whatever. But disband them. It's just not worth it, and they can't fight for shit.
Thank you. And next, Gloria Manzano.
Hi, good evening. I'm speaking on Family Healing Ambassadors. I just wanted to say that being a Family Healing Ambassador for District 31 here in Staten Island, first of all, I've been on the meeting with you guys since 10 o'clock off and on, and I've seen very few people speaking on Staten Island in general. And I just want to say for District 31, we absolutely need the Family Healing Ambassador program to continue. Our kids really need mental health. COVID came in and they have really been traumatized and damaged in ways that they don't even recognize. So I would just really ask that Family Healing Ambassador program does stay in effect or does be considered for next year as well and continue on with the DOE. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. And just bear with me, everyone. Next, I'll turn to Rosa Rodriguez.
Starting time.
Okay. Jeremiah Schlotman. Okay, next. Navdita Kumar. Okay, next on the list, Angie Perez. Next, I have Richard Perez. Okay, next I have Nimrata Pradhan.
Starting time.
Good evening.
Oh, okay, there we go. Just want to make sure I could hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Hi, my name is Namrata. I'm an organizer at Adhikar, working for as a nanny. I was a previous nanny, and I'm here testifying on behalf of our worker leader, Sunita Ahmal, which you had, it's called upon. So, yes. Namaskar, my name is Sunita Hamal. I'm an active domestic worker member of Adhikar, a community and a worker center that serves and organizes the Nepali-speaking community. Today, I am here representing the 200,000 domestic workers working in NYC. I have been working as a domestic worker for 21 years and have faced many injustices at my workplace. For example, employers telling me things like, you are a poor citizen from a poor country, or you are a servant and you have to listen to whatever we tell you. You're not supposed to sit on the sofa and all, which made me feel small and less than human. I could not even take a day off when my child was sick and I had to find someone to take care of him so I would go to work. This is not my story. This story is similar to 200,000 domestic workers working in NYC. Our work is just anyone else's other work. Someone's home is my workplace. Our work is important as many other work. That's why we, four organizations, Adhikar, NDWA, Carol Guards Association, and hand in hand, the Domestic Employees Network, raised our voice and were successful in passing the Intro 39 in NYC last year as part of the NYC Care campaign. With this bill, we now are protected under NYC Human Rights Discrimination Law. I feel like we are now recognized as domestic workers like any other jobs. I'm thankful to each one of you who voted in favor of this bill and support to pass the bill. But our work is not finished. Just passing a bill is not enough. As we Adhikar have learned throughout our experience organizing for workers and immigrant rights, a bill is only as good as if its enforcement and implementation.
Time expired.
Just give me 1 second. So I strongly urge the City Council to invest resources from the budget to the NYC Coalition for Domestic Work and create a new initiative, the Domestic Worker and Employer Empowerment Initiative. With this new initiative, we'll be able to continue and most importantly, expand our fight for domestic work injustice, for justice and for the rights. Thank you.
Thank you. And next on the list, we have Rosa Pena.
Starting time.
Next, I have Kieran Clark.
Good evening, everyone. My name is
Starting.
Karen. Good evening, everyone. My name is Karen Michelle Clark. I am a member leader of the National Domestic Workers Alliance and a member leader of We Dream in Black, New York, NDWA's organizing program for Black identifying domestic workers. I have worked for the care sector for 21 years, and I have many domestic worker colleagues throughout the city of New York. I have been actively involved in the domestic worker campaigns to ensure human rights protections for domestic workers. It is good to see the changes in New York City's legislation. It is a good step forward. I also saw that during the pandemic, domestic workers were left without resources and knowledge of their rights, as many of them became unemployed all at once. In New York City, 1 in 8 women of color are domestic workers. We want the laws that we passed to have real effect in the homes where we work. That means the city should pass the Domestic Worker and Employer Empowerment Initiative. I want all domestic workers in New York City to know their rights and have the kind of access to information that I have had. I teach other workers about their rights, and we can teach so much more with the support from New York City Council and administration. I have experienced workplace conditions that do not respect my humanity as a domestic worker, and I know what it means to be connected with resources and to feel empowered. We care for all of you, and it is time for you to care for us too. Please pass the $300,000 proposal for Domestic Worker and Employer Empowerment Initiative. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And next, I will call on Gail Haywood.
Starting time.
Good night, everyone. My name is Gail Haywood, and I am a dues-paying member with the National Domestic Workers Alliance. In the past few years, I have become highly involved in NDWA and has served as a facilitator and has newly been elected to the Board of Cleaners Council to serve all of New York City. I have worked as a housekeeper for over 5 families in the past 20 years. I have also had extensive knowledge of the nanny industry, having worked as a nanny for over 2 decades. In the last 12 years, I have focused on house cleaning solely for my survival. In March of 2020, when the pandemic struck, I had witnessed house cleaners all across the city lose their jobs and had no money for basic necessities such as putting food on their tables, rent, utilities, etc. I also became a victim of this tragedy. Domestic work is hard work, period. And we deserve fair pay and better wage treatments. We should not have to fight time and time again for this. It is high time that employers keep up with the laws surrounding domestic workers. Funding is needed for domestic workers like myself to thrive. I am asking all of you, please, please, pass 300,000 proposal for domestic workers and employer empowerment initiative. Thank you so much and God bless you.
Thank you. And next I will call on Fred Riccardi.
Starting time.
Next, I will call on Marquis Jenkins. Okay, next I will call on Lonnie Portis. Next, I will call on Diverse Wooten. Okay, that represents all of the panels. There are still people in the Zoom, and there are those who were not on the Zoom when we called their name, or if we had missed anyone. Now is the opportunity to use the raise hand function in Zoom. I will call on you in the order with which you raised your hand. If you have already spoken, there is no second round of testimony, so we will only be calling on those hands for persons who have not had an opportunity to speak this evening. And bear with me one moment. I want to make sure. Stephen, I just unmuted you.
Para personas que no han tenido la oportunidad de hablar esta tarde y de un poco de paciencia, quiero asegurarme.
Sorry, Stephen. We hadn't.
I'm here.
We hadn't unmuted you in time. So if you could just let folks know that for anyone who was not called on or who may have missed their name, if they could use the Zoom raise hand function now, and we will call on them to give testimony.
Para cualquier persona que no estuvo presente cuando le llamaron el nombre, esta es la oportunidad. Pueden subir la mano, usar la función de Zoom de subir la mano. Vamos a llamar a cada persona que sube la mano en el orden que suben la mano para dar su testimonio. No es tampoco oportunidad para dar una segunda ronda de testimonio. Esto es para personas que fueron llamadas anteriormente, que no estaban presente en la Zoom. Ahora es su oportunidad. Nos avisa, pueden subir la mano y vas a tener traducción cuando dé su testimonio. Gracias. Over.
Thank you, Stephen. The first hand I have up is Jennifer Downs.
Starting time.
There we go. You're unmuted now. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. City Council members for the opportunity to testify. Hello, my name is Jennifer Downs. I am a New York City resident, and I am here to urge the City Council to remove the funding of the NYPD's Strategic Response Group entirely from the police budget. The Strategic Response Group was founded in 2015 with a budget of $13 million. Its budget ballooned to $90 million in its first year. The unit has been a consistent presence at protests across New York City ever since, known for escalating and bringing violence to protesters in our streets. In 2020, the unit's brutality was in public view as members of the unit deployed militarized tactics against protesters in the highly documented and visible protests. I personally witnessed violent escalations by the SRG unit. I witnessed a multitude of unjustified escalations at nonviolent protests from disproportionate number of officers deployed, military-grade equipment, including the LRAD, to unprovoked physical violence against individual protesters. I will never be able to scrub the visceral image of a nonviolent protester being slammed face first into the ground less than a foot in front of me from my mind, and my experience is not unique. The SRG has been central to many lawsuits and investigations related to the NYPD's abuse of protesters throughout 2020. The SRG's violence isn't a coincidence. The unit's training overwhelmingly focuses on use of force, and members of the unit are trained to treat racial justice protesters as enemy combatants. In the SRG Bike Squad's manual, protest groups are divided into two categories, peaceful and violent. Examples of violent protesters are Black Lives Matter movement, Occupy Wall Street, and anti-Trump demonstrators. The SRG is an unbearable source of sanctioned racialized violence in our city, and they inflict this trauma on New Yorkers with impunity. The City Council must put an end to the SRG's abuse by disbanding the unit and removing its funds from the hands of the NYPD and reinvesting those funds into our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next hand for those who have not spoken, Natasha Capers will be next.
Starting time.
Unmute.
Hello, I am Natasha Capers, the director of the New York City Coalition for Educational Justice and the mother of 2 Black public school students in high school. As a nation, we have witnessed and lived through the mass murdering of Black, Latinx, and Asian people across the country daily for nearly 2 weeks. From churchgoers in California to the elderly buying groceries in Buffalo, New York, and countless more from coast to coast. All of these murders were racially motivated. The Buffalo shooter wrote a manifesto on how Black and brown people are replacing whites, then murdered them while live streaming on Twitch. But what does this have to do with public education in New York City? Public education and curriculum is a major lever in ending systemic racism and white supremacy. Nearly a year ago, the New York Department of Education pledged to create the Universal Mosaic Curriculum. It was to be built by educators, parents, and students, be culturally responsive, anti-racist, for ELA, English Language Arts, and math from K through 12. To date, the new administration has done little to nothing to bring this curriculum to fruition. This council ensured that they had over $200 million needed to make this happen, and they have done nothing. They have not even released a public plan or promised not to reallocate that funding. We are pleading with the council to hold the Department of Education accountable for 2 very simple things. 1, ensure that no money is reallocated from the Universal Mosaic Curriculum, even if it is to go to things like ethnic studies, which is social studies curriculum. And for them to publicly release a multi-year implementation plan for the Universal Mosaic Curriculum for ELA and math, along with a family engagement plan. This council must hold them accountable to their promises and to do the right thing for our children in the future. Thoughts and prayers are not nearly enough. In fact, it's nothing. It is time for the Department of Education and the council to do its part to end systemic racism. And this is one clear and concrete way to create our new, powerful, and equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final hand that we have up for persons who have not testified today from the Cypress Hills Local Development Corporation, Ryan Chavez.
Starting time.
Good evening, Chair Brannon and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ryan Chavez, Program Director of the Basement Apartment Conversion Pilot Program at Cypress Hills Local Development Corporation. We're a nonprofit community development organization and settlement house based in East New York, Brooklyn. I am here to request that $250,000 of expense funding be allocated to the FY23 budget to support ongoing work on the basement apartment conversion pilot program. This program launched in early 2019 to help small homeowners in East New York convert their basements into safe, legal, and affordable rental units. This pilot was also designed to demonstrate the feasibility of basement conversions in New York City and lay the foundation for a citywide program. However, in spring 2020, all remaining expense funds, around $2.3 million, were eliminated from the program, forcing us to scale back dramatically. Now, we did manage to successfully file several plans at the DOB last year and are currently working through a challenging approval process. We expect these properties to receive the required approvals by early fall so construction can begin. However, no expense funds have been allocated to cover the program's most basic administrative costs. The program needs $250,000 in FY23 to cover its essential staffing, overhead, and insurance costs through the end of construction. This will allow us to finish our work in East New York while providing the city with lessons for how basement conversions can be done on a larger scale. As we saw during Tropical Storm Ida last year, the city can no longer afford to ignore the existence of basement units. This is now a matter of life or death. We repeat our request for FY23 expense funds to complete our work in East New York, and thank you once again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. That concludes the public portion of our hearing. Everyone who has not spoken received an opportunity to by raising their hands. And just so we have it for the record, I want to make sure that we have all the council members that we've been joined by today: Brannon, Farias, Lewis, Kagan, Hudson, Joseph, Barron, Sanchez, Carr, Brooks Powers, Moya, Osei, Powers, Brewer, Velasquez, Ayala, Caban, and I'll let you announce the last one.
Thank you, Council. Before we close out, I want to give Speaker Adams a chance to speak.
My goodness. Thank you, Chair Brannon. And thank you to our committee counsel, Malcolm Budahorn, for an amazing job today. In this final day, which is to us on the council, the most important day out of all of them that we have spent in these joint council hearings over these past few weeks. You have been heard, and before I talk about, before I thank you all, I just want to thank my colleagues who have hung out all day long. This hearing begun at approximately 10 a.m. this morning. And it is an annual event, my fifth time in this annual event, which I figure is one of the greatest honors in being a part of the city council. Thank Councilmember Joseph, Councilmember Caban. Those are the two that I see that are still hanging out with your finance chair this evening. Thank you for hanging out all day long. Thank you to all of our amazing advocates, our nonprofits, all of our partners that continue to make your wishes known to this historic city council. We hear you. We trust that you will continue and have done your due diligence in speaking up to your council members, just as you have taken this time today to make sure that you were heard as a part of this panel. Make no mistake about it, your testimony goes in the history books for the New York City Council for this 5/25/2022 day. You have been heard across the city of New York, and you are in the history books for your testimony. We appreciate you so much for all of the work that you do, for all of the causes that you continue to champion, most importantly for your stamina, your commitment to your causes that you truly believe in, and the fact that you took enough time to bring it to this council and to this hearing at this almost 9:30 hour on tonight. I appreciate you all so very much for your testimony, for your words, for your heartfelt commitment to all of your causes. And like I said, this council hears you. This council hears you. We ask for you to continue to reach out to your individual council members, continue to reach out to us, and we will try our best to meet your needs as you have brought them to this finance committee this evening. Thank you again to all of the finance unit staff. Thank you to all of our sergeants at arms. Thank you, Malcolm, once again. Thank you to all of our council who have been here and who stuck it out. Thank you, Rashida. I see you snapping up there. Thank you for that. We need that too. We need that too. We're human too. Thank you for that. So we just want to thank you all again for sticking it out with us. We are going to continue to do our very best for you, for the city of New York. I am going to give it back to our chair, Brandon, who I know if he hasn't been drinking coffee all day, I don't know, but I trust that he has had a cup or two over these hours. So thank you for an amazing job, Finance Chair Brandon. I yield back to you and good night.
Thank you, Speaker. Over the last 10 days, this committee has heard from 20 agencies, authorities, boards, and offices. But today, like the Speaker said, was really the most important day because it's when we hear from the people of the city, the people that put their trust in us, their faith in us to do the right thing. And we are their neighbors, and they elect us to deliver for them. And that's why today is so important, because we're hearing directly from you. And now as we turn to budget negotiations and we work towards not only a balanced budget, but a budget that's guided by fairness and equity for every New Yorker and every zip code. And I think we heard from people from just about every neighborhood today, which was really meaningful and powerful. And also, of course, want to echo the tireless work of the staff and especially Malcolm for stepping up and stepping up to really be our captain here over the past month. We started these hearings back on May 6th, and here we are now on May 25th, almost 12 hours after we started this hearing this morning. And with that, I will close out this first series of hearings for the FY23 budget, the first series of hearings under Speaker Adams and with this historic council. Thank you all so much. Thank you everyone for your patience, everyone that stuck around today to make their voices heard. With that,